Chapter 1. Voluntary Departure. Shin Xinyue, is this how I have taught you? In the Xiantai Hall, Shin Qingshan glared with fury at the young girl kneeling below, her head bowed, veins throbbing on her temples. You are the senior sister. What is so wrong with saving your junior sister? Shin Xinyue remained silent, her head lowered yet her back straight, her attitude unmistakable. Beside Shin Qingshan, a man furrowed his brow, glancing between Shin Xinyue and his own senior brother, unsure of whom to advise. Both master and disciple were stubborn. Would it not be better for them to take a step back? In his view, Yao's injuries were not severe. There was no need to forcibly claim Xingyu's Ningpo Dan. As for Xingyue, a simple apology to her master would suffice. There was nothing insurmountable about it. Senior brother, I still have a Millennium Snow Lotus. Why not give that to Yao? Dongfang Ling interjected, attempting to mediate between the two. However, he was met with Shun Qingshan's glare. Is this merely about the Millennium Snow Lotus? As the senior sister, Shin Xinyue displayed no sense of responsibility to protect her junior sister. This must be corrected immediately. Shin Xinyue lifted her gaze towards Shun Qingshan. Was this not about the Millennium Snow Lotus? With medicine, one could heal. Yet, it seemed she must forcibly relinquish her precious Ningpo Dan. She had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage for a full year, searching for ways to break through. After much effort, she had finally refined this Ningpo Dan, only for Shin Qingshan to demand it before it had even warmed in her grasp. If he cherished his precious daughter so much, why not refine the medicine himself? Why must he take from her? The spiritual herbs required to concoct Ningpo Dan were priceless and rare. She had searched extensively to gather them. Missing this opportunity would mean an uncertain wait for the next chance to collect them. Not to mention, the success rate for refining a 7th-grade pill was a mere 1 in 1,000. Noticing her gaze, Shin Qingshan raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? Are you still being stubborn? At his words, Shin Xinyue lowered her head again, hesitating only briefly before retrieving the Ningpo Dan from her Qingquan bag. I can give it, but I voluntarily resign from the Yaowang sect. The plot was unfolding as anticipated. Shin Xinyue gritted her teeth and resolutely declared this statement. This was the 3rd time such favoritism had occurred since Bai Ruyao joined the Yaowang sect and became Shin Qingshan's disciple. She had initially believed that with her years of effort, she could alter the course of events, yet it remained unchanged. She had entered this novel 6 years ago upon her arrival. Her family had been annihilated by enemies, and she was fortuitously taken in by Shin Qingshan during his travels at the tender age of 10. Upon realizing that she had arrived 5 years prior to the events of the story, she devoted herself to fostering a harmonious relationship between master and disciple. Her hope was that when the plot unfolded, they could coexist peacefully, if not as close as blood relatives, at least not excessively biased. Yet, with Bai Ruoyo's arrival, events continued to mirror those of the novel. The spiritual herbs she had obtained from the frigid lands, after sustaining grave injuries, were immediately given by Shin Qingshan to Bai Ruoyao. Even the spiritual pills and treasures bestowed upon her by her uncles and aunts had been divided by Shin Qingshan, subtly demanding half for Bai Ruoyao. And now, it had escalated to outright theft. To minimize her losses, she had to leave the Yaowang sect. Otherwise, there would be even more severe consequences, and she could not afford such repercussions. Fortunately, she had prepared a backup plan upon her arrival, establishing a small treasure trove outside the Yaowang sect, stocked with enough resources to sustain her until the ascension stage, providing her with a means of self-protection. Dongfang Ling hurried forward. Xinyue, please do not act impulsively. Yet again, he was obstructed by Shin Qingshan, who glared at Shin Xinyue in furious disbelief. How could this little girl sever their master-disciple bond over such a trivial matter? Let her go. If she has the audacity, then do not return. Shin Qingshan believed he had treated her well, raising her as if she were his own daughter for the past 6 years. He had selflessly reserved a share of various cultivation resources for her, never expecting that merely requesting a pill to save her sister would lead to such an uproar. How pettifogging! Perhaps it would do her good to experience the harshness of the cultivation world. Then she would truly understand where home lies. Disciple Shin Xinyue, today I offer the Ningpo Dan, bidding farewell to my master's kindness from this day forth. We shall be as distant as mountains and rivers, forever severing our ties. Shen Xinyu deeply bowed her head to Shen Qingchen, casting the Ningpo Dan aside as she departed. Shen Qingchen, seething with anger, watched as Shen Xinyu left his sight without a backward glance. How infuriating! She showed no sign of regret whatsoever. Dongfang Ling observed his senior brother with a complex expression. Senior brother, why must you be angry with a little girl? Now that Shen Qingchen had calmed down, he began to feel a twinge of regret. But Yao is gravely injured. Yet that was Xingyu's possession. Anyone in your position would be upset. Dongfang Ling sighed. Moreover, Xingyue is unaware of Yao's relationship with you. Shen Qingchen frowned, but remained silent. Dongfang Ling raised his hand, cradling the Ningpo Dan, and presented it to Shen Qingchen. This Ningpo Dan was likely prepared by Xingyue to break through to the nascent soul stage. You know how hard she has worked this past year. Only then did Shen Qingchen's expression shift. He had completely forgotten about this. Why did you not mention this earlier? Dongfang Ling feigned innocence. I wanted to, but you kept interrupting me. Shen Qingchen, without even grasping the Ningpo Dan, he hurriedly took flight to pursue Shen Xingyue. However, during their conversation, Shen Xingyue had swiftly returned her disciple token and packed her belongings, ready to depart from Yaguang Mountain. She carried little with her. As most of her wealth was tucked away in her treasure trove, there was hardly anything left to take. Yet, to Shen Qingchen and Dongfang Ling, this seemed a display of obstinacy and defiance. She truly is angry. She is leaving with so little. Dongfang Ling remarked with a sigh, unfurling his folding fan beside him in a display of schadenfreude. Shen Qingchen's expression darkened. While he could fly away, he could not bring himself to apologize to a mere girl. Thus, the two could only watch as Shen Xingyue departed from the Yaoguang sect. As she walked, she mentally recounted the ensuing plot. Fortunately, her memory was sharp. She still recalled the novel she had read 6 years ago. It was an antiquated romance novel titled Zhu Moji, which she had idly perused during her downtime after work. Bai Ruiyao was the offspring born of Shen Qingchen's union with a mortal woman after he was afflicted with demonic poison during his adventures. In a desperate bid to eliminate the demon, Shen Qingchen was compelled to send the woman to a small town, gifting her a jade pendant and promising to return once he vanquished the demon. Yet, when he returned, he found the place deserted, and since then, he had tirelessly sought her. But the mortal woman seemed to have vanished without a trace, until 15 years later, precisely 1 year ago, a girl appeared at the Yaoguang sect, clutching the jade pendant. Calculating the time, this girl was undoubtedly his child. Shen Qingchen, feeling guilt-ridden, resolved to devote all he had to compensate this child. And she, Shen Xingyue, was merely a misguided pawn, unable to discern her own standing, foolishly vying for the affection meant for the true offspring. Chapter 2. Perhaps a matter of tutoring. If it were merely the case of Shen Qingchen's favoritism, that would be one thing. However, the truly terrifying aspect lies in the influences behind Bai Ruiyao. This foolish girl, in her quest to find her family, not only neglected the gravity of her situation but also, in a moment of misguided compassion, saved a formidable demon. The demon Lord Qiyue has been biding his time since the last battle between immortals and demons. And now he is poised for revenge, his forces stronger than ever. The human realm serves as a mere stepping stone for the demon clan. This time, the demon lord has forcibly broken through the seals laid down by the celestial clan to enter the human realm, all in search of a way to lead the demon army into this world. The previous passage had been sealed by the celestial beings, and to access the human realm, a second passage must be uncovered. Unexpectedly, he was gravely injured during his escape from the seal, and it was at his most vulnerable moment that Bai Ruiyao happened upon him and rendered assistance. Thereafter unfolded the tale of how the demon lord was repeatedly moved by Ruiyao's selfless acts of bravery, ultimately falling into the depths of love while feeling guilt-ridden and lying in wait to discover a passage between the realms of humans and demons. As for their sect, Yaoguang, their founder possessed an uncanny ability to recognize treasures. Immediately discerning the exceptional nature of the human-demon passage and establishing their sect there. True to the expectations of the readers, the demon lord found his destination but hesitated at the last moment. It was then that he was discovered by the female protagonist's father, Shen Qingchen, and with a resolute heart, he opened the passage, resulting in the instantaneous obliteration of the Yaoguang sect. Only a handful of core elders and Bai Ruoyao remained. The human realm was plunged into chaos, and although the celestial clan attempted to provide support, they were ultimately outmatched. It was only through Bai Ruoyao's desperate pleas that Qi Yue was compelled to retreat. As for Shan Xingyue's position in all of this, it was utterly inconsequential. In the original narrative, Shan Xingyue was merely envious of Bai Ruoyao's greater affection from Shan Qingqian, having not undertaken any substantial acts of sabotage. In a critical moment, she chose to flee, leaving Bai Ruoyao to her fate without assistance, resulting in her confinement in the back mountain for reflection, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of the demon clan. Now that she is transmigrated, encountering danger would surely prompt her to flee as well. Thus, it is a conundrum without resolution. Shan Xingyue is certainly not the type who would risk her life to save another. It is clear that she cannot remain in the Yaoguang sect any longer. She has done all she could. When Bai Ruoyao first ascended the mountain, she even advised her against picking the wildflowers by the roadside or rescuing the wild men. Yet, she was the one who ended up being lectured. She recklessly attempted to assassinate the demon lord, nearly losing her life in the process. She incited Shen Qingqian to eliminate the demon lord, only to be discovered by Bai Ruoyao. Afterward, she was confined for half a year, living in constant fear as if each day lasted an eternity. She even suggested to Shen Qingqian that they relocate, but he paid her no mind. If he is so obstinate, then there is nothing more to be done. She shall take her leave as a form of respect. To ensure her safety, she must distance herself from the Yaoguang sect as much as possible. To the west lies a desert, to the north, glaciers, and to the south, an unending expanse of primordial forest teeming with various beasts. Only to the east are the continuous mountain ranges, the ideal hiding place should conflict arise. With her resolve firm, Shan Xingyue gathered her treasures and set off towards the east. Following behind her, Shen Qingqian, Dongfang Ling discreetly averted his gaze, tapping his fan against his nose. Perhaps a matter of upbringing, as I would never teach my disciples to hide their treasures. Shen Qingqian could only smile in exasperation. Ah, Shan Xingyue, it seems your intention to leave was premeditated all along. His pursuit was entirely self-indulgent and unnecessary. Let us depart. 1,000 miles away, the majestic Dutatian mountain rose and fell in waves, its air vibrant and charged, perpetually shrouded in celestial mist, surrounded by verdant peaks. Shen Xingyue visited this place once and was profoundly impressed. Now that she has distanced herself, this location was the first to come to her mind. Additionally, at the foot of Dutatian lies a city inhabited not only by mortals but also by many cultivators. Should conflict truly arise, these individuals could serve as a human shield, granting her time to escape. Soon, she would select a sunlit mountain peak and carve out a dwelling for herself. While the intention was noble, upon her arrival, reality proved to be quite different. Years had passed, and Dutatian had not flourished as Shen Xingyue had envisioned. Rather, it had fallen into destitution. There were scarcely any cultivators remaining, and the streets exuded an air of desolation and despair. Is this still Dutatian? How has it come to this? Just as Shen Xingyue intended to inquire with someone, a sudden shout pierced the air. Run! The bandits are back! She froze, and in the next moment, the street was devoid of life. Only she remained, standing there in stunned silence. Moments later, a group of burly men on horseback entered her line of sight. Upon spotting Shen Xingyue, they hesitated for a moment before exchanging knowing glances. Grinning lewdly, they had not anticipated that Dutatian still had a young and beautiful maiden. Little girl, all alone, the leader called out with a smile. Yes. Shen Xingyue gazed in astonishment at the band of ruffians, quickly realizing that some among them were foundational cultivators. In a wonder the residents had fled. However, what could mere foundational bandits do against these ordinary people? How could they frighten them away? Unless, upon hearing her thoughts, the bandits erupted in laughter, sensing no spiritual fluctuations emanating from her, concluding that she was but an ordinary girl. Come with us, we'll take you to find your parents. Shen Xingyue chuckled. Sure. Her smile was disarmingly innocent. Appearing completely unguarded, the bandits jumped down from their horses, eager to capture her, but just as they reached for her, a flash of steel glimmered, and blood sprayed forth. A severed finger fell to the ground with a thud. Aw! The bandit screamed in agony, clutching his hand. Shen Xingyue gripped her blade, arching an eyebrow at the remaining bandits. Oh dear, how utterly foolish you are, little rascals. With such meager strength, you dare to roam these streets, devoid of any wit or caution. This shall serve as your punishment. With her large blade in hand, Shen Xingyue leapt towards the leader of the bandits, her eyes wide with determination. For they would not die peacefully. They would return to seek vengeance against me. The bandit, terrified, stumbled backward with all his might, falling to the ground, while his horse lost its head to Shen Xingyue's blade. This scene utterly terrified the leader. Charge! Everyone, attack together! The bandits exchanged. Glan, a girl with golden hair. Bring me my sword. Where is she now? Above your head. Suddenly, a mocking female voice echoed from above the head of the chief bandit. Shen Xingyue sat atop the roof, her demeanor nonchalant as she observed the individuals below. At that moment, she comprehended why Deer City had descended into such chaos. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the golden core, an exceptional feat even within the realm of cultivation, let alone when contending against a group of mere mortals. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could easily take on 100 opponents, not to mention someone at the golden core stage. This was a complete dimensionality reduction strike. Where had this unscrupulous rogue emerged from? The chief bandit was horrified. When had this person appeared? He had not sensed her presence at all. Moreover, he could not even detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy from her. She was either a mortal or possessed a cultivation level higher than his. Should it be the latter? What is your purpose? The chief bandit inquired coldly. Do not be hasty. I merely heard of a $0 purchase here and came to take a look, Shen Xingyue replied with a playful grin. Given Deer City's impoverished state, they must have looted quite a bit, making them rather wealthy. No? $0 purchase? What is that? The chief bandit turned to his underlings, who all shook their heads in confusion, indicating they did not understand the meaning behind her words. There is none here. If you know what is good for you, leave quickly. Though a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart, the chief bandit still spoke sternly. I refuse. Having come this far, I certainly cannot leave empty-handed. Shen Xingyue shouted, summoning a long blade out of thin air, raising it high above her head and bringing it crashing down towards the chief bandit's skull. This caught the chief bandit completely off guard. Nearly leaving him no time to evade, he stared in shock at the pit created on the ground. Had he reacted even a moment slower, his brains would surely have splattered. This was utterly devoid of any sense of martial ethics. The other bandits, seeing their chief narrowly escape, sighed in relief, reassured that their leader was indeed the stronger one. Thus, they grew emboldened, shouting loudly, Chief, show this foul girl a lesson. Indeed, she is the one who killed the fourth brother. Avenge the fourth brother. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here must understand the harshness of the man menacingly threatened Shen Xingyue. Shen Xingyue. She raised her gaze to survey the others in the room, many of whom resembled marionettes. Though they still bore human forms, their expressions were numb, their eyes vacant, and bruises of varying sizes crept down their faces and necks, extending into their garments. Even with the uproar at the entrance, their attention remained unyielding. Shen Xingyue was not a naive 16-year-old girl oblivious to the world. She was acutely aware of their plight. The man kicked her viciously once more before cursing and departing. The room plunged back into darkness, and the women showed no sign of reaction. Furrowing her brow, Shen Xingyue struggled to untie the knots of the binding ropes, fully aware that it was a futile endeavor. Yet she persisted as long as there was life. One must not surrender. In her awkward position on the ground, the door suddenly swung open, exposing her to the light. Like a winding, upon seeing the person on the floor, Chu Yunshin froze momentarily, then began to tremble uncontrollably. If only he could, at that moment, leap into Shen Xingyue's embrace and weep bitterly. Family! Oh, family! After so many days, someone had finally come to rescue him. Shen Xingyue, initially contorted in her position, now wore a twisted expression upon seeing Chu Yunshin. She wondered how a treasure of the Yaoguang sect ended up in the hands of a bandit. It turned out to be a familiar face. That wretched Chu Yunshin, how could he cause her such trouble? The two bandits holding Chu Yunshin seemed equally surprised to find someone lying at the entrance. Yet seeing a new face, they said nothing and simply pushed Chu Yunshin inside. Closing the door behind them, as soon as silence enveloped the room, Chu Yunshin could no longer contain himself and lunged forward, enveloping Shan Xingyue in a tight embrace. Junior Sister Shin, you have finally come to rescue me. Brother, these days have been so unbearably torturous. Shan Xingyue was incensed, her temples throbbing. Chu Yunshin wept uncontrollably, completely oblivious, continuing his lament. Those bandits not only stole my treasures, but also forced me to concoct pills for them every single day. He had been drained daily, suffering terribly. Shan Xingyue gritted her teeth. How absurd for you, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, to be reduced to this state. You know that we alchemists are typically delicate and incapable of self-sustenance. Yet you, aware of your fragility, still carry treasures around, fearing that others might not steal them, right? Stop crying, and let me go at once. Oh. The bandit leader had already dismissed everyone from the room before taking out a Shangyuan pill to consume. This Shangyuan pill was indeed a 6th-tier elixir. Upon ingestion, he immediately felt warmth in his dantian, as if the spiritual energy surrounding him had become palpable. He even sensed that the injuries on his back had healed. Someone, where is the woman bound by the Xian lock today? Returning to the leader, she is confined with those furnace cauldrons. Bring her over. The leader paused. Where is the alchemist Yunshin? She should be with those furnace cauldrons. Perhaps. The responder's tone was laced with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the leader's expression shifted. This is bad. Chapter 5. The inept ally. Just as the leader burst through the door, a loud bang echoed from the direction of the furnace room. Shan Xingyue kicked down the door confining them, standing at the entrance wielding a large blade. The bandits in the stronghold rushed over, instinctively retreating upon seeing Shan Xingyue radiating murderous intent. You scoundrels! Prepare to pay with your lives! Shan Xingyue shouted, brandishing her blade as she charged into the throng. Chu Yunshin, hiding by the door, peeked outside to witness Shan Xingyue single-handedly battling dozens of bandits. Truly, she was his junior sister Shun, her combat prowess providing an unwavering sense of security. With a sweep of her white tiger crescent blade, the bandits could hardly approach her. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yunshin darted towards the alchemy room. Eager to reclaim what he had lost, with the spiritual herbs gone, at least he could retrieve the alchemy furnace. The foundation-building bandits couldn't withstand even a single move against Shan Xingyue. The wind from her blade alone sent them staggering back. Step aside. Let me handle this. A commanding voice cut through the crowd, and the lowly bandits exchanged glances, their spirits lifted. Excellent, it's the chief. They have hope. The chief regarded Shan Xingyue with a grave expression. After consuming the Shangyuan pill, he had yet to refine and break through, but with the abundant spiritual energy coursing through him, he might stand a chance against this woman. This time, he wielded not the flashy sword but rather a knife he had carried since his early cultivation days. In battles between skilled fighters, often it is the simplest moves that reveal strength and weakness. As their blades clashed, sparks flew, and both bore fierce intent and a desire for conquest in their eyes. The surrounding bandits quickly took cover behind pillars, fearing the aftermath of their clash. Chu Yunshin searched the alchemy room but found no trace of his Chinkoan bag. With no other choice, he grabbed his bulky alchemy furnace and rushed outside. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shan Xingyue's eyelids twitching. Chu, senior brother, always capable of surprising her with his actions. The leader, noticing her momentary distraction, scowled, thinking she looked down on him. He immediately unleashed his spiritual energy into his blade, sending a shockwave that made Shan Xingyue's arms tingle. She furrowed her brow at the leader. Their standoff had persisted for quite a while, yet this man still had such abundant spiritual energy. It nearly matched hers. Chu Yunshin exclaimed urgently. Xingyue, this man must have just consumed a Shangyuan pill. A Shangyuan pill? Just ingested? That means this bandit leader is at his most formidable right now. How do you know? Chu Yunshin replied. I brewed it. Shan Xingyue's vision clouded. Chu Yunshin truly was a source of trouble. Given this, they could not afford to prolong the fight. Shan Xingyue quickly withdrew, preparing for a swift resolution. Great sects possess deep foundations, and their meticulously nurtured disciples are not to be compared with those from minor sections. Moreover, Shan Xingyue's cultivation was already a tier above that of the bandit leader. Even with the enhancement of the Shangyuan pill, the bandit leader gradually found himself at a disadvantage under Shan Xingyue's relentless assault. He shouted at his onlooking subordinates. What are you waiting for? Hurry and lend a hand. If we lose today, we might all perish at the hands of this devilish girl. The bandits, spurred by their leader's call, no longer hesitated, brandishing their weapons to attack Shen Xingyue. Though small, even mosquitoes can be a nuisance. Influenced by the bandits, the leader seized the opportunity and began to gain the upper hand. Chu Yunshin, stop spectating and help. Huh? Me? Chu Yunshin waved his hands in panic, exclaiming, I am an alchemist. I can't fight my foot. You are at least a nascent soul cultivator. Can't you handle a foundation establishment one? If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't spare a hand, she would have liked to drag Chu Yunshin out and give him a good thrashing. But I don't have a weapon. What about your alchemy furnace? Smash it. You've been hauling that alchemy furnace around daily. How come you suddenly can't muster the courage to hit someone? Shen Xingyue had already sustained injuries. A deep gash on her arm, exposing bone, was the result of a sneak attack from the bandit leader. The situation on the leader's side was even more dire. Not only did he bear countless wounds on his body, but Shen Xingyue had also slashed across his face. He resembled a madman, bloodied and frenzied, appearing as if he were a machine fueled by the spiritual energy of the Shangyuan pill, showing no signs of fatigue. I'll give it a try. Hurry. If you dally, we might both die here. Chu Yunshin charged into the crowd, wielding his massive alchemy furnace, smashing it into anyone he could reach with impressive results. The bandits who had been harassing Shen Xingyue were utterly unprepared for the sudden assault and collapsed, unconscious before they could utter a word. His cultivation at the nascent soul stage was no idle boast. His strikes were indeed powerful. With his participation, Shen Xingyue finally gained a moment's respite. She urged, Where is your Xian lock? Quickly bind him. Chu Yunshin hesitated, then sheepishly admitted, I left it in the room. Shen Xingyue, exasperated, spat out a mouthful of blood. Enemy damage, -1. Inept ally backstab damage, -10,000. Upon witnessing this, the bandit leader became even more invigorated. Seizing the opportunity to strike at Shen Xingyue's neck as she bled, Chu Yunshin shouted, Be careful. Before Shen Xingyue could react, Chu Yunshin instinctively raised the alchemy furnace to strike down. The leader was plunged into darkness. He was entirely enveloped by the alchemy furnace. Quickly, grabbed the Xian lock. Oh, all right. This time he wasted no time, his body moving faster than his words. As Shen Xingyue cleared away the remaining bandits, she sought to suppress the alchemy furnace, buying Chu Yunshin precious time. Several Taishan talismans were affixed, firmly pinning the furnace in place. Initially, the furnace trembled violently, but soon it became utterly still, just as Shen Xingyue breathed a sigh of relief. The alchemy furnace began to shake violently once more and, in the next moment, erupted in a violent explosion. Shen Xingyue's eyes widened. What kind of shoddy product had Chu Yunshin purchased? Even more bewildering was the fact that he had just broken through at this moment. Both individuals had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, yet Shen Xingyue was in a severely weakened state due to her injuries, while the bandit leader, having just broken through, appeared vigorous and full of energy, clearly indicating a disparity in their conditions. However, before he could even launch an attack after rising to his feet, the immortal binding lock had already ensnared him tightly. With a swift motion, Shen Xingyue dispatched the bandit leader to the afterlife. The battle concluded. They had emerged victorious. Shen Xingyue stared blankly at Chu Yunchuan, her lips moving silently. Ha, don't thank me too much. Evidently, Chu Yunchuan was oblivious to the fact that her alchemical furnace had just exploded. Still laughing heartily. No, wait, I think I'm about to advance. Chapter 6. The mighty warrior. Just moments ago, Shen Xingyue had expelled the long-concealed blood clot from her chest, and her spiritual energy began to circulate smoothly. It seemed that ever since Bai Ruoyao had arrived at Yaoguang's sect, Shen Xingyue had been consumed with anxiety over the unfolding plot of the novel, her troubled heart binding her, leaving her on the brink of a breakthrough yet unable to cross the threshold. Now that she had finally departed from Yaoguang's sect, her worries had naturally dissipated, and after being provoked by Chu Yunchuan, she had successfully expelled the stagnant blood. Then hurry and break through. Chu Yunchuan exclaimed joyfully. Their Yaoguang sect was about to witness another formidable warrior of the nascent soul stage. As a fellow alchemist of the same sect, he felt immense pride. Moreover, with his junior sister's strength increasing, he could ensure his safe return to Yaoguang's sect. Chu Yunchuan lamented, vowing that after returning, he would never venture out again. The outside world was far too perilous. After half a year of travels, 3 months had been spent trapped in this small mountain stronghold. Each day felt like a haze, as if he were nothing more than a machine focused solely on alchemy, driving him to the brink of despair. If his practice of alchemy was not born from passion, he would gladly relinquish such skills. "Do not rush," Shun Xingyue said, as she arranged a gathering spirit formation at the Pulsai location within the courtyard. After consuming 2 foundational elixirs, she settled into a cross-legged position, channeling her energy and performing the breathing technique. She had awaited this breakthrough for far too long and needed to ensure her spiritual energy was ample. Leaving nothing to chance, Chu Yinchuan watched in awe, unable to contain his admiration. Shun Xingyue was even more extravagant than he had imagined. High-level talismans and elixirs were being poured into the formation without a second thought. He had once believed that Shen Xingyue's lower cultivation level was due to her excessive studies. How could a single mind possibly contain so much knowledge? They had entered the sect together, and at that time, he had been significantly stronger than this diminutive girl. Subsequently, he had devoted himself to the study of alchemy while Shun Xingyue focused on martial arts, leading to their infrequent encounters. Their next meeting occurred during the sect's grand competition, where Shun Xingyue's elixirs were second only to his. Seeing her joyfully clutching the second-place prize, Chu Yinchuan had reason to suspect she had purposely aimed for second place. What astonished him even more was that Shen Xingyue had claimed first place in the talisman-making competition the very next day. The spiritual energy in the courtyard surged wildly, with Shen Xingyue at its center. The previously clear skies suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously, poised to strike. The transition from golden core to nascent soul involved enduring 9 heavenly tribulations, a perilous journey fraught with both danger and opportunity. Success would elevate her into the ranks of powerful cultivators, while failure could lead to her demise, rendering her a fleeting meteor in the realm of cultivation. After the highs and lows of victory and despair, Chu Yinchuan's worries resurfaced. They were no longer at Yaoguang's sect, and Master Shun was not present to guard her. Although Shen Xingyue had set up the gathering spirit formation, the heavenly tribulations were not to be underestimated. What if she could not withstand them? He couldn't help but recall his own experience when breaking through to the nascent soul stage. While the tribulations faced by alchemists were not as perilous as those faced by Shun Xingyue, they still packed a significant punch. He had barely endured 1 strike before collapsing. If not for his master's assistance, he might have been left incapacitated. However, he was worrying unnecessarily. Shun Xingyue would not be caught unprepared. She had awaited this moment for an entire year, and her Chinquan bag was already filled with various treasures and talismans designed to withstand the heavenly tribulations. As her spiritual energy surged to a critical threshold, the heavenly lightning could no longer contain its impatience and struck down towards her head. Gathering all her spiritual energy, she focused intently, preparing to break through. Chu Yinchuan ducked beneath the eaves. Suddenly recalling the women who had been imprisoned alongside him, he hurriedly called out to them, "The bandits have all been slain. You can return home." However, the women had already resigned themselves to despair. Even upon hearing Chu Yinchuan's announcement, they remained unresponsive. Just as the heavenly lightning was about to strike Shun Xingyue, a protective barrier materialized, enveloping her completely. In the next moment, the lightning erupted as if ignited by her spiritual energy, crackling with vibrant sparks. The talismans she had deployed were specifically researched to counter the tribulations, designed to attract and ground the lightning. It was well known that when encountering downed high-voltage lines, one should remain as still as possible. Despite the tempest raging overhead, Shen Xingyue sat firmly on the ground, unwavering. Watching the spectacle, Chu Yinchuan couldn't help but wonder if his own ascension to the nascent soul stage had been this intense. Just then, the villagers from below Lutai Mountain approached, drawn by the unusual phenomenon. They had stumbled upon the stronghold by chance. Upon seeing Shen Xingyue standing with her large blade, they rejoiced, astonished to find that the brave warrior was not only alive, but was also a delicate young girl. Thus, Shun Xingyue successfully weathered 3 strikes of lightning, and the gathering spirit formation finally crumbled under the strain, paving the way for the 4th strike to descend. In a moment of panic, Chu Yinchuan shouted, "Be careful!" Suddenly, the Chinquan bag at Shen Xingyue's waist burst open, and a bead shot towards the lightning. Although Shen Xingyue's eyes were closed, her senses were acutely attuned to the outside world. and she was taken aback by the arrival of the lightning rod bead. This bead had been given to her by Shen Qingshin when she was still at the golden core stage. The bead spun wildly under the impact of the lightning, ultimately shattering into powder. Following that, a series of treasures flew from the Qingquan bag, bursting into a dazzling array of colors upon detonation. The spectators were left in awe. Surely, this was the radiant spectacle described in the books. Chu Yunchuan winced at the sight. The lightning rod bead shattered. The worry-free umbrella exploded. The 100 Demons Tower shattered. How could his junior sister be so wealthy? Yet, only high-level treasures could withstand the pressure of the heavenly tribulations. Still, when compared to her life, wealth was merely an external possession. After the 7 strikes of heavenly lightning, the dark clouds dissipated and the sky brightened. The golden core shattered, and the nascent soul was formed. Chu Yunchuan was momentarily stunned. Wait, shouldn't there have been 9 strikes? Shen Xingyue sighed in relief, gradually opening her eyes. Feeling invigorated, even the wounds on her arms had healed. However, were there not 2 strikes missing? Wonderful, junior sister, you have succeeded in your breakthrough. With Chu Yunchuan's congratulations, the others awakened from their daze and rushed forward to extend their heartfelt greetings. Not only that, but the women who had previously remained unresponsive also emerged from their rooms. They gazed at the scene before them in bewilderment until they finally spotted their relatives among the crowd. At which point they could no longer restrain themselves. Father! The man, having weathered a lifetime of hardship, could no longer hold back his tears upon reuniting with his daughter. Why, dear daughter, you are alive. How wonderful. What are you saying, father? Where is this? Let us go home. All right. Shen Xingyue and Chu Yunchuan exchanged glances, both expressing their confusion. How had these women suddenly come back to life? Had something transpired beyond their sight? Nonetheless, if they could forget those harrowing memories, then that was for the best. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Chu Yunchuan recalled his own possessions. By the way, junior sister, have you seen my alchemical furnace? I haven't seen it since the chaos began. Shen Xingyue cleared her throat and pointed to the remnants of a furnace not far away. It's over there. Following her direction, Chu Yunchuan's composure shattered as he gasped. My alchemical furnace! Shen Xingyue awkwardly averted her gaze. After all, the furnace was broken, and it wasn't her fault. Yet, she felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Darn Shin, don't itch at this moment. Scratching it will only make me seem guilty. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of electric light danced silently within the pure white clouds above. Chapter 7. The team invitation. Just as Shen Xingyue prepared to sneak back into the house, a bolt of lightning unexpectedly struck towards the back of her head without warning. There was no time for reaction. Fortunately, Shen Xingyue had been on guard. She swiftly cast a talisman and, with deft hand gestures, easily dispelled the minor heavenly tribulation. Now that she had reached the nascent soul stage, the golden core tribulations posed no threat to her. However, it seemed the lightning was determined to cause her some trouble. As this time 2 bolts descended simultaneously. As one bolt of lightning dissipated, another struck unexpectedly, catching Shen Xingyue off guard. The initial pain from the electric shock was intense, followed by a peculiar tingling sensation that coursed through her body, accompanied by an inexplicable sourness. Chu Yunxin, still enveloped in the sorrow of losing his beloved alchemical furnace, was oblivious to the subsequent strikes of 2 smaller bolts until he heard Shen Xingyue's piercing scream. Prompting him to turn around, there stood a figure, charred and blackened, in a bizarre posture amidst the courtyard. The robes she wore had not carbonized under the searing lightning. Instead, they seemed to function as an effective insulator. Retaining heat, Shen Xingyue exhaled a cloud of foul air, and for reasons unknown, her mind conjured up the image of a roast pig wrapped in tin foil. By the heavens! What a mess! Shen Junior's sister? Are you all right? Still alive? After a prolonged period of tidying up within the confines of her dwelling, Shen Xingyue finally emerged, having changed out of her now destroyed robes. Damn those clothes! They are of no use at all. They failed to shield me when I needed it most and yet caused trouble at inappropriate times. Chu Yunxin, still mourning over the fragments of his furnace, rushed over as soon as he heard Shen Xingyue's return. Junior sister Xingyue, when shall we return to the sect? We want to be going back. Chu Yunxin was taken aback. What? Why? Shen Xingyue turned her head and flashed him a grin. Chu Shixiang, I have officially withdrawn from Yaoguang sect. What? Why? What happened to Yaoguang's sect? In truth, he was not genuinely inquiring about the sect's condition. After all, the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation was not to be trifled with. He was more concerned about what had displeased Shen Xingyue regarding Yaoguang's sect. How could she choose to leave right after breaking through to the nascent soul stage? Based on his previous understanding of her character, Shen Xingyue was not one to burn bridges. Yaoguang's sect has done nothing wrong. No, I mean, why are you leaving? If Shen Xingyue refused to return, it was Chu Yunqin who would be most anxious. The distance to Yaoguang's sect was considerable, and how could he make the journey back alone? What if he were to be ambushed by another group of bandits along the way? He was entirely unarmed, and the thought of a frail, defenseless alchemist wandering the world alone was indeed perilous. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from imitating others and ventured out for training. Oh, so you can just leave, huh? Chu Yunqin was skeptical. Shen Xingyue had a close relationship with the sect leader. The entire sect was well aware of their bond, which was akin to that of a father and daughter. How could she possibly want to leave? Could it be because of that by Ruoyao? He had heard whispers while at the sect about the sect leader's long-lost biological daughter returning after many years. Was there some sort of rift between them? With this thought, Chu Yunqin dared not pry further. Suppressing the burning curiosity within him, fearful that if he spoke too much, Shen Xingyue might retaliate. As a mere alchemist, he could not afford to confront those hardened martial artists. Then what are your plans moving forward? He tentatively inquired. I believe the spiritual energy in this place is abundant, and I intend to settle here for cultivation. Chu Yunqin could understand this response. Upon his arrival, he had felt the rich spiritual energy, making cultivation considerably faster than before. However, settle for cultivation? Here? But won't that mean you'll be all alone in this wretched place? That simply would not do. Chu Yunqin's mind began to whirl as he sought to persuade her. Are you really going to be by yourself? I absolutely need you to come down the mountain with me. I'm terrified to walk this haunted path alone. Shen Xingyue could tell from his expression that he was up to no good and couldn't he help but chuckle. Of course not. That won't do. We are social creatures. We need to interact and communicate to maintain a good mood. Being alone is utterly dreary. Her reasoning struck a chord, and while she watched him put on a show, she added, however, I believe many esteemed figures prefer to live in seclusion, don't they? Perhaps a tranquil environment is more conducive to cultivation. Well, haven't you noticed that those esteemed figures are often elderly? It's because solitude leads to boredom. And they age quickly. Shen Xingyue admired his ability to spin tales and responded enthusiastically, is that so? Indeed. Chu Yunqin beamed, sensing success was near. Even if he could convince Shen Xingyue to descend the mountain and stay in Luqing, it would be better than remaining here. Just as he was about to continue persuading her to accompany him down the mountain, she interjected, I've made up my mind. I'll go down the mountain and bring a few people back with me. What? Chu Yunqin was taken aback, nearly losing his voice. Why such a fuss? What are you planning to do? That furnace method is forbidden. Chu Yunqin's pupils dilated in shock. Over these past 3 months, he had come to understand the vicious nature of that forbidden technique all too well. Should his words lead Shen Xingyue down that dark path, it would be a grave sin. Such actions were no different from those of the bandits. What are you talking about? What furnace method? Shen Xingyue asked in confusion. Oh, no, I shouldn't say capture. It should be recruit. Huh? I plan to establish a new sect here. Chu Yunqin nodded in agreement. Indeed, one could easily feel lonely if left alone for too long. She certainly did not wish to become an old hag at such a young age, and given the abundant spiritual energy, it would be a waste if it were just for her. If the demonic forces were to invade, having more people would only bolster their strength. Even if they ultimately proved no match, having others in front to shield her would allow for a retreat. The cultivators down below had been frightened away by bandits. It was high time she nurtured some new talent. The more she contemplated this idea, the more she felt it was brilliant and highly feasible. She would head to the Cultivators Association to apply for the establishment of a sect. Observing the dazed Chu Yunqin, Shen Xingyue flashed a smile and placed a hand on his shoulder. Chu Shixiang. Would you like to join me? Although her Chu Shixiang was a bit dim-witted and enjoyed pulling pranks on teammates, it must be said that he possessed considerable skill in alchemy. If she could persuade him to join her new sect, they would have a continuous supply of elixirs. While she could also refine elixirs herself, the difference between doing it alone and sharing the burden with another was immense. Chu Yunshin had not anticipated Shen Xingyue's directness in inviting him to join. Yet he was a disciple of Yaoguang's sect. This seemed inappropriate, didn't it? What's wrong with that? Look at our new sect. It boasts beautiful mountains and clear waters, the environment, the spiritual energy. The success rate of alchemy would significantly increase. His exaggerated tone left Chu Yunshin momentarily stunned, especially upon hearing the mention of increased success rates, which made him feel an embarrassing stir of excitement. Sensing his internal struggle, Shen Xingyue continued, "Moreover, if you come here, you will be the grand elder of our sect, which will elevate your status. In Yaoguang's sect, you can only receive a meager share of spiritual herbs as a disciple, but here, you'll have as much as you desire." Although the share for an inner disciple was slightly higher than that of regular disciples, it was still vastly insufficient for an alchemist who was utterly devoted to his craft. Chu Yunshin gulped. Observing his indecision, Shen Xingyue decided to play her trump card. "If you still hesitate, then I shall seek others," she sighed. Feigning disappointment, "I wonder if I can find someone else in a short time. My new sect Shenlong Cauldron might remain dusty for ages." What did you say? Seek others? No, wait, the Shenlong Cauldron. You possess the Shenlong Cauldron? Chu Yunshin's eyes widened, filled with fervor. That was an 8th grade alchemical furnace. The Shenlong Cauldron, indeed. She had fortuitously acquired it from the black market earlier. As a 5th grade alchemist, she could refine 7th grade elixirs, thanks in no small part to this treasure. Theo enticed Chu Yunshin. She was willing to invest significantly. I will join, Chu Yunshin exclaimed, fearing Shen Xingyue might change her mind. If he could use this cauldron to refine even one elixir, he would have no regrets. Really? More genuine than pearls? You won't regret it? I would rather die than retract my words. In the world of cultivation, one must not make promises lightly, and Chu Yunshin's words were a testament to his sincerity. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Shen Xingyue felt elated and immediately retrieved the Shenlong Cauldron from her Chinquan bag, passing it on to Chu Yunshin. The once frail alchemist, now transformed into a brawny figure, embraced the cauldron, larger than him by threefold, and dashed toward the alchemy room. Shen Xingyue. Establishing a sect was indeed a serious matter. First and foremost, a resounding name was required. The shabby abode needed refurbishing. Otherwise, new disciples would arrive only to think they had stumbled upon a rogue sect. I think Filongmen sounds splendid. It's majestic and prestigious. No, that sounds too rustic. What about Tianlongmen? Get lost. The two debated well into the night without settling on a name for their new sect. Chu Yunshin continued to suggest various absurdly cliché names. Shen Xingyue plopped down on the ground, while Chu Yunshin sat opposite her. The corpses had all been burned to ashes, leaving only the two of them in this makeshift abode. She sighed, not wanting to gaze upon the foolishness of Chu Yunshin. However, upon casting a glance, her gaze collided with the star. Chu Yunshin, how about we name the new sect Beijiman? What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yunshuan's expression became intricate. After a prolonged silence, Shen Xingyue turned to look at him. And before she could inquire, he remarked, "How audacious you are." Huh. Quite baffling. It is widely recognized that Yaoguang is one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper and serves as the namesake for the Yaoguang sect. Yet here you are, boldly naming it the North Pole sect. Are you intending to overshadow the Yaoguang sect merely by the name alone? Suddenly, Chu Yunshuan rose with fervor, startling Shen Xingyue. What are you doing? All right, you are the sect leader, so it shall be called the North Pole sect. We shall surpass the Yaoguang sect and become the #1 sect in the world. Shen Xingyue struggled to comprehend why Chu Yunshuan was so exhilarated. Yet such ambition was commendable. She stood up as well, exclaiming, "Indeed, we shall become the foremost sect in the world." That night, the two of them, brimming with excitement, tacitly avoided the topic of rest, engaging in an animated discussion about the sect's planning throughout the entire night. I previously studied the layout of the Yaoguang sect meticulously and discovered that it forms a protective mountain array. I believe we can draw inspiration from it, although there is a glaring flaw. Shen Xingyue retrieved a blueprint and sketched out the layout of the Yaoguang sect. Look here, these two buildings are poorly positioned. The protective mountain array poses a significant disadvantage. The barrier it creates not only prevents outsiders from intruding, but also restricts those within from exiting. The rapid demise of the Yaoguang sect in the original text is related to this very formation. If one cannot escape, one can only await death. Chu Yunshuan leaned in, and upon inspection, he found it indeed to be so. Though he was not well versed in formations, such an evident flaw was unmistakable. It's so apparent that the sect leaders cannot see it. I don't know. They probably just overlooked it. Shin is rather simple-minded, entirely unconcerned even when the situation is dire. Now that we have identified the flaw, how can we modify it to deter outsiders while allowing our own to exit? Upon hearing this, Shin became animated. I have already studied this extensively. By separating these two buildings, positioning them in a front and back manner, the configuration of the array will change. It will allow those within to exit while preventing outsiders from entering. Wow, I never expected you to understand this, of course. Shin grew increasingly fond of Chu Yunchuan. His emotional support was exceptionally timely, unlike Shun Qingqian, who would complain that relocating was too troublesome and would urge her not to waste time on trivial matters, but to focus on cultivation. At dawn, I will inspect the surrounding hills. If all is well, we can have someone build the grand layout based on this. Sounds good, but do you have any funds? He was completely broke. Fear not. Shin assured with a gesture of comfort, the funding is ample. Her words were akin to a miraculous remedy. Chu Yunchuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was delightful to follow a prosperous and generous junior sister. Thanks to the mountain bandits, there were no residents nearby, and after a cursory assessment of the terrain, they swiftly reached a consensus. Shun Xingyue took out some spirit stones, stating, "Shortly, we shall purchase these hills from the local authorities." Were it not for the requirement of land deeds for establishing a sect in the mortal realm, she would have preferred a direct acquisition without cost. However, lacking notarization made her anxious about attracting people. Upon hearing they were going out, Chu Yunchuan felt invigorated. He yearned for the world beyond. Moreover, this time he was accompanied by a highly capable junior sister, which significantly boosted his sense of security. Upon arriving in Luqing, the air felt remarkably refreshing. The atmosphere in Luqing had been quite elevated these past few days, as it was said that a powerful celestial master had come to Lutation, swiftly vanquishing the bandits that had oppressed the townsfolk. However, the streets remained sparsely populated. Despite being a city, it felt more like a village, with most inhabitants being elderly or frail. Luqing required some time to regain its former vitality. The city lord had been quite disheartened since the arrival of the bandits. He had sent people to eradicate them before, only to have them all perish. Since then, the city lord had secluded himself. Languishing in his home, it was a disgrace for a city lord of his stature to be restrained by a mere band of bandits. A true man should take up arms to defend his dignity. Yet Zhao Mingyuan was indeed such a coward. After losing his men, he lacked the courage to face his fellow townsfolk. Hearing that the bandit threat had been eliminated brought him the utmost joy. After tidying up, Zhao Mingyuan gazed at his reflection in a bronze mirror, admiring the dapper figure adorned in fine garments. Lure, do you think this city lord will appear lacking when meeting the celestial master? Not at all, city lord. You are the most handsome. Excellent, let us go. Just as he intended to visit the celestial master, she unexpectedly arrived at his doorstep. Chapter 9. There are plenty willing to take his place. Ah? You wish to purchase that mountain? Very well, that's agreeable, Zhao Mingyuan promptly responded. However, his secretary, who had been silent, hastily reminded him, City Lord, Lutation was purchased by a wealthy resident 2 years ago. Zhao Mingyuan's expression shifted. Who? Who dares to compete with a celestial master for property? If I recall correctly, that individual should be named Lu Tong'o. It's him. Zhao Chengzhu seemed to awaken to the realization. I do not know him. Regardless of who it is, bring him to the city lord's residence immediately, Zhao Mingyuan declared with authority. The celestial master rarely sought his assistance, and he was determined to handle this matter splendidly. He cast a glance at Shan Xingyue, but upon noticing the large blade behind her, he quickly averted his gaze. This celestial master was somewhat different from his expectations. He had only heard that it was a girl and presumed she would be ethereal and detached from worldly matters. He never anticipated her weapon would be such a formidable crescent blade. It appeared rather intimidating. He estimated that he could scarcely lift it. Shin Xingyue felt somewhat like a bully, yet she relished the feeling and remained silent. Chu Yunchuan, however, possessed a semblance of moral integrity and offered an explanation. We are drawn to Lutation for its exceptional talent and resources, intending to establish a new sect here, thus preventing future bandit troubles. They had no intention of concealing their plans to establish a sect, given that Luqing lay at the foot of Lutation, and they would eventually need to recruit in Luqing. the city lord would inevitably find out. Moreover, the recruitment would not escape his notice. It was better to be upfront about it, utilizing the local government's convenience to gather individuals, making recruitment and hiring much smoother. Zhao Mingyuan's eyes lit up. Oh, splendid. May I begin my training? Chu Yunchuan hesitated, about to suggest that it depended on individual qualifications, when Xin Xingyue interjected, certainly. Those aged 15 to 30, the first 100 spots are first come, first served. Excellent, Zhao Mingyuan exclaimed. Delighted, at 26, he fell within the range. Chu Yunchuan pulled Xin Xingyue aside, lowering his voice. This won't do. What if the first 100 who come are all unqualified? Xin Xingyue replied directly, are you foolish? Do you think our new sect can treat newcomers like the Yaoguang sect, venerating them as ancestors? Those who have been bullied are bound to rush in to learn about cultivation. We will recruit 100 disciples to help us renovate the buildings, which will save us on wages. Chu Yunchuan paused, glancing back at Zhao Mingyuan. But what if they refuse to work? Then they can simply forfeit their place. If they refuse, there are plenty who will gladly take their place. Once they have learned, they will be the ones waiting to be bullied. Once everything is in order, we will assess their qualifications to join. Chu Yunchuan. He forced a smile. Junior sister, you resemble a landlord from the mortal realm. What nonsense. We are not a charitable organization. Teaching them skills without charging tuition is already quite charitable. Is it not reasonable to have them do some labor? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change their fate. Chu Yunchuan pondered, realizing the validity of her argument. Xin Xingyue turned to Zhao Mingyuan, stating, however, this will be quite taxing. If the city lord cannot handle it, I advise you to relinquish any hopes early on. Rest assured, I will put forth my utmost effort. Xin Xingyue nodded, glancing at the eager young lure beside her, and said, just now, my senior brother and I discussed that, considering the city lord's unique profession, it is not necessary for you to remain within the sect for extended periods. This implied that, aside from Zhao Mingyuan, everyone else must stay at their mountain. She had no interest in carrying out 2 jobs. She found brick moving utterly unexciting. Furthermore, as the new sect was just starting, the disciples would not receive salaries, only basic provisions for food and shelter. This revelation doused cold water on the other members of the city lord's residence. As they chose to continue their current occupations due to financial and familial obligations, of course, some opted to resign on the spot and join them. They were clearly young, strong, and without familial ties. Chu Yunchuan silently gave Xin Xingyue a thumbs up. How cunning, exceedingly cunning. Zhao Mingyuan had no objections to the lack of salaries. I understand. In that case, I would trouble the city lord to promote and register the enrollment. Very well. If there are no further issues, shall I send someone to find Lu Tong? Good. At this moment, the steward stepped forward nonchalantly and remarked, City Lord, ever since that Lu Tong arrived with the bandits, he has vanished without a trace. He has a wife. He cannot go, and he is quite discontent. Zhao Mingyuan. Lu Tong, that scoundrel, seems to be acting in opposition to me, however. Young Luer interjected, surely not. I saw someone entering and exiting the side gate of the Lu residence while I was out buying buns this morning. His attitude towards the new sect is rather enthusiastic. Although he cannot join himself, the city lord can, and he has been closely following you. Surely he would not miss out on such an opportunity? Zhao Mingyuan. Quickly summon that man. Young Luer nodded and left, returning shortly with the person in tow. When he arrived, the Lu residence had already been emptied of its belongings, leaving just this one individual, who was sneaking away with a bundle on his back and was fortuitously intercepted. This person hunched over, appearing gaunt, with extremely poor skin, all dried up, and he frequently tugged at his collar. Sir, what do you seek from me? We seek no matter with you, but your master, Lu Tong. Where is he? I do not know. Then what brings you to the Lu family? I used to work at the Lu residence and remembered I had some belongings left there. So I went to retrieve them. Just as Zhao Mingyuan was about to inquire further, the steward suddenly exclaimed, Lu Fu? Is that you? How have you come to be in such a state? Were you not serving closely under Lord Lu? Were you not once a rather portly fellow? How could you have become so emaciated? Lu Fu, startled, stammered, you still remember me. How did you come to be like this? Are you no longer working at the Lu residence? Yes, I no longer work there. My family is impoverished, and after being hungry for so long, one changes. His gaze was evasive, exuding an air of guilt. What is in that bundle? May we take a look? As Xin Xingyue spoke, She reached out to seize the bundle from Lu Fu's back, leaving him no time to react. Hiss, it is just some wine. Lu Fu showed extreme resistance to Shen Xingyue's touch. And realizing his overreaction, he quickly softened his tone. The bundle indeed contained some wine. Its scent quite potent. Shen Xingyue waved her hand and let Lu Fu go. Zhao Mingyuan. Just as he intended to intervene, he was stopped by Shen Xingyue, who anxiously said, his demeanor clearly indicates something amiss. Why did you let him go? Shen Xingyue replied, do not rush. She raised her hand, a talisman pinched between her fingers, and with a sinister smile, remarked, Junior brother, we have stumbled upon something valuable. Chapter 10. Your savior. What Shen Xingyue had in mind was also what Chu Yunshin had conceived. The items combined were highly toxic substances. Yet when separated, they proved useful. Among them, the vermilion was a primary material for inscribing talismans. Zhao Mingyuan hurriedly inquired, what valuable item? He felt lost, instinctively grabbing Shen Xingyue's sleeve, fearful that she might bolt at any moment. Shen Xingyue hesitated a moment at his grip, causing Zhao Mingyuan to immediately release it, terrified that he might be cast aside. Curiously, she decided to take him along, since she needed him to accomplish a task. She must first earn his trust and let him witness a few things. Only by witnessing it firsthand could he boast convincingly during enrollment. She sheathed her dagger, lifting both Chu Yunshin and Zhao Mingyuan like chicks. And with a flash of brilliance, the trio appeared atop a tree behind Lu Fu. What on earth just happened? Zhao Mingyuan exclaimed, astonished. Shen Xingyue smiled. Let me show you the thrill of tracking. Do not shout, or I shall drop you. With one a fragile alchemist and the other a mere mortal, she had thoughtfully utilized a talisman to teleport them. Should they be discovered, she would ensure these two understood why trees grew so tall. Chu Yunshin swallowed hard, casting his gaze downward, and shivered at the sight. They were perched 10 meters high in the tree, standing on branches that were not very sturdy, and a fall would likely turn them to mush. Do not drop me. Zhao Mingyuan clung tightly to Shen Xingyue's arm. This girl appeared youthful, yet why was she so fragile? Nonetheless, for the sake of learning, Zhao Mingyuan was willing to endure. Below, Lu Fu indeed exhibited suspicious behavior, glancing back repeatedly to check for followers, finally relaxing only after leaving the city. He then seemed unable to restrain himself, sitting down beneath a large tree, trembling as he fiddled with his collar. Observing this, Chu Yunshin immediately covered one of Shen Xingyue's eyes. Avert your gaze, junior sister. Zhao Mingyuan hesitated, covering her other eye. Although he lacked abs like me, it was best not to look upon such grotesque ribs. It would hurt the eyes. Shen Xingyue. Are these two trying to court death? Suddenly, she slipped her foot, startling them into complete silence. Lu Fu trembled as he retrieved a small paper pouch from his garment, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Gradually, he calmed down, his expression a mix of confusion and pleasure. The three, who had been jesting moments before, now wore solemn expressions. Shen Xingyue harbored an innate disdain for this substance. Chu Yunshin was well aware of its dangers, while Zhao Mingyuan was incensed, recognizing it as an item strictly prohibited by law. Damn it, is this not expressly forbidden? This is an outright provocation, Zhao Mingyuan fumed, brimming with intent to leap from the tree and apprehend Lu Fu. Do not act impulsively. Keep watching. Shen Xingyue restrained him. Zhao Mingyuan's chest heaved with agitation. These individuals dared to engage in such nefarious acts right under his nose. It was utterly outrageous. Once Lu Fu regained his composure, he dared not linger, hastily leading the horse he had left outside the city into the mountains. They followed silently. Lu Fu crept into a cave, its entrance concealed by thick weeds. Nearly impossible to detect without a keen eye. As soon as they landed, Zhao Mingyuan rushed in after Lu Fu. Sure enough, all the previous words spoken by Lu Fu at the city lord's residence were fabrications. He and Lu Tong were indeed colluding. Is the information accurate? I have seen it. Not a soul remains in the village. What about the items in the city? They have all been burned. Well, as long as no one discovers it. We must hurry. What of those people inside? They are too preoccupied to care about anything else. Do you think we can escape with them? Lu Tong understood that without the protection of those bandits, his actions could lead to his demise 100 times over. Hence he planned to leave Deer City the next day. Surely, the city lord would not investigate so swiftly. By the time he found this place, he would be in a neighboring country. as the two prepared to flee with their bundles. What of the others? They were to fend for themselves. Shen Xingyue, hidden in the shadows, watched the fleeing master and servant with a cold smile. It seemed she had found the principal perpetrator. The three encountered each other at a bend in the path. Lu Tong, upon seeing Zhao Mingyuan, felt his heart leap into his throat. Why you? How could you be here? Lu Fu's heart sank like a stone. Just then, Shen Xingyue raised her crescent blade high, and without hesitation, struck down upon the duo as they attempted to turn away. Zhao Mingyuan's eyes widened, thoroughly startled. Why you killed them so directly? What nonsense! Would you leave them alive for the new year? To send them home to your family? Shen Xingyue snapped, causing Zhao Mingyuan's bravado to wilt. We should give the commoners a chance to judge. She unflinchingly tapped him on the head. Listen well to this first lesson in entering the sect. Show no mercy to those who deserve death. When it is time to kill, do it decisively, lest you leave future troubles. Do you understand? I understand. The trio traversed deeper into the mountain tunnel, which had already been hollowed out, filled with various items. All the Lu family servants were busy crafting something within. Upon seeing the sudden intrusion of three strangers, the servants surrounded them. Who are you? We are your saviors. What? I am the savior sent by heaven to guide you into paradise. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shen Xingyue dashed into the crowd, executing a flurry of actions. Chu Yunxin and Zhao Mingyuan trembled at the sight. This girl was terrifying. Most of the items stacked here were raw materials yet to be crafted into products. After finishing her task, Shen Xingyue contentedly stored everything into her spatial pouch. Excellent, excellent, this vermilion will last me for quite some time. Well then, is there anything else to move? Chu Yunxin silently shook his head. The most valuable items had already been cleared. What would she want with the finished products? Moreover, he did not inscribe talismans, and as for alchemy, adding vermilion was toxic. If you do not want them, I shall bury them, Shen Xingyue teased, twirling a crimson talisman in her fingers. I will count to 3. Run quickly, and there will be candy. Run slowly, and you will meet a gruesome fate. 1. The two exchanged glances and immediately bolted for the cave entrance. Observing the two individuals scurrying like headless chickens, Shen Xingyue could not help but let out a derisive snicker. Who could blame her for feeling this way, given that these two scoundrels had deceived her? They deserved their fate. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled the explosive talisman behind her. The moment it struck the wall, the mountainside fractured and crumbled instantaneously. The entire mountain trembled violently, and the hollowed-out section continuously collapsed, causing the previously steep cliffs to diminish in height. On the adjacent peak, Zhao Mingyuan finally grasped the formidable power of these cultivators as he witnessed the thunderous descent of the mountain. The phrase "the earth shakes and the mountains tremble" was indeed not merely a figment of fiction. At that moment, he was still clutching Shen Xingyue's leg, panting heavily. Fortunately, he had the quick wits to hold onto her leg earlier. Otherwise, he would have met an untimely demise. Chapter 11. Expelled from Yaoguang's sect? He exchanged a glance with Chu Yunchuan, who was clinging to Shen Xingyue's other leg. Thankfully, he had a kindred spirit to accompany him. With Lu Tong now deceased, the land contracts naturally reverted to Zhao Mingyuan's management. Moreover, having discerned the avaricious and miserly nature of his nominal master, Zhao Mingyuan, in a show of goodwill, decided to seize the entire mountain for Shen Xingyue without compensation. As for Shen Xingyue, she was undoubtedly pleased with this arrangement. Upon receiving the land deed, she promptly approached the Cultivators Association to apply for the establishment of a new sect. The Cultivators Association was situated at the foot of the illustrious Yaoguang sect, tasked with regulating the conduct of cultivators within the realm, as well as overseeing the creation of sects, task distribution, and mediating disputes among various sects, among other responsibilities. This organization was known as Biyun Tower. Originally founded by the Yaoguang sect, it later invited the other 4 influential sects to participate in joint governance, thereby balancing power and enhancing credibility. As Shen Xingyue stepped inside, the attendant, who had been dozing at the entrance, was startled awake. Having only recently arrived and unfamiliar with Shen Xingyue, he felt a surge of anxiety upon being caught neglecting his duties. He blustered. "Who are you?" Eyeing Shen Xingyue's attire, which was neither that of a disciple from the 5 major sects nor from any of the smaller sects, he concluded that she was likely an inconsequential figure. "Shen Xingyue? Oh, what brings you here?" The name sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall why. Shen Xingyue replied, I wish to establish a new sect. Could you kindly direct me to the appropriate office? Though she had visited Biyun Tower several times before, mostly to accept tasks and redeem rewards, the matter of founding a sect had completely eluded her. That would be on the 7th floor. He initially opened his mouth to respond, but hesitated, his eyes darting as he retracted his statement. Shifting his tone, the attendant immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor. What is your cultivation level? You think you can establish a sect? He raised his hand to gauge Shen Xingyue's cultivation level, only to find no trace of spiritual energy emanating from her. This girl appeared quite young. It was evident to him that her cultivation could not surpass his. He had trained under the judicial elder of the Qingyun sect, having recently broken through to the golden core stage, rendering him a rare genius among the younger generation. He had even secured a position at Biyun Tower. He declared, establishing a sect is no trivial matter. It requires substantial funds. Little sister, do you possess such resources? He implied this by rubbing his fingers together, his intentions unmistakable. Shen Xingyue's expression darkened. This attendant was audaciously coveting her money? Whether I have it or not is none of your concern. Just point me in the right direction. It's quite bothersome. I would prefer to resolve this with force. Noticing her lack of compliance, the attendant grew irate. If you lack funds, then be on your way. Biyun Tower is no place for just anyone to frolic. Another insolent fool. Shen Xingyue frowned, her ears instinctively filtering out his highly insulting remarks. She feared that causing a scene would tarnish her new sect's reputation. Calmly, she inquired, where exactly is the office for establishing a sect? To others, her tone conveyed blatant disdain and arrogance. The attendant, seeing her obstinacy, slammed his hand on the table in anger. Rising to poke her shoulder, you have no right to know. You'd best leave Biyun Tower at once. What kind of person did he believe she was? Shen Xingyue's face darkened. She could no longer suppress her anger. In an instant, her crescent blade appeared, slicing through the table before the attendant, with a swift kick. She toppled the once arrogant attendant, stepping onto his chest. Now, can you tell me? The attendant, gasping for breath, stammered, why you can cultivate? When did I ever claim otherwise? The attendant's eyes widened in fear as he clutched her foot, feeling as though his ribs might snap beneath her weight. Was he destined to perish today? They'll let me go. I'll tell you. It's in the room on the far left of the 7th floor. Only then did Shen Xingyue withdraw her leg, letting out a cold snort. You should have said that sooner. Some people are truly insufferable. A matter that could be resolved with a single sentence must be beaten out of them. It was fortunate that she possessed such a good temper. Had she encountered someone more irascible, the outcome would have been dire. A crowd had gathered, expressing sympathy and outrage at the attendant's plight. Who would have thought such bullying could occur within Biyun Tower? Most had only noticed the commotion after the altercation began. Thus they were unaware of the attendant's earlier taunts. Among them were those who recognized Shen Xingyue. And some rushed to intervene, attempting to defuse the situation. The first-rate cultivator, Shen Xingyue, was a name known to all. She was someone whose family elders would warn against offending when she left home. Only a fool would dare to provoke her. This individual was bold indeed, daring to brawl with the favored disciple of the sect leader beneath Yaoguang's peak. Did they not consider whether they could contend with her? How many lives did they believe they had to spare? With a single strike, she had cleaved through a specially crafted table. How many present could achieve such a feat? Yet there were still those thick-headed enough to confront her, indignantly declaring, how can you resort to violence in Biyun Tower? In broad daylight, you act with such arrogance. Are you not afraid of being expelled from the cultivation world? Shen Xingyue turned to face the speaker, her demeanor unperturbed. Not at all. Thus, I can simply take him outside to continue this? The attendant, still sprawled on the ground, trembled. That's not the issue. It's how can you strike someone? Haven't you ever fought? Would you refrain from retaliating if I were to kick you down? That is entirely different. The speaker's face flushed with rage, yet he dared not lay a hand on her, resorting instead to impotent fury. Shen Xingyue nodded. Indeed, it is not the same. It is your misfortune and meddling. This is too much. Seeing their friend flustered, the speaker's companion could no longer contain themselves. Is this the conduct of the chief disciple of Yaoguang's sect? Bullying the weak? Shen Xingyue was at a loss for words. The mere fact that such terms could be uttered in the cultivation world indicated a troubling tolerance in society. She felt that continuing this farcical exchange would leave her returning home long after dark. Rolling her eyes, she lifted her foot, intending to ascend the stairs. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from above, "Shun Xingyue, since you have been expelled from Yaoguang's sect by the sect leader, I implore you to clarify your actions to prevent your disgraceful behavior from tarnishing the reputation of our sect." A stone thrown into a tranquil lake stirred ripples in all directions. The once esteemed chief disciple of Yaoguang's sect had now been cast out. Was this truly the case? Shun Xingyue looked up at the woman gracefully descending from the second floor. A smirk tugging at her lips. Chapter 12. I acted in self-defense. It was once again that detestable Inbishi. Why was she like a stubborn gum, impossible to shake off, ever since childhood? She had been caustic, her words laced with barbs, and Shun Xingyue could not fathom what offense she had committed to warrant such animosity. It seemed she relished opposing Shun Xingyue at every turn. With so many disciples in Yaoguang's sect, how was it that she always encountered Inbishi while conducting her affairs nearby? Was she lurking here on purpose, perhaps harboring a secret crush to attract Shun Xingyue's attention? "Oh, have you finished your explanation? Now, kindly step aside. You're blocking my way." Inbishi, incensed by Shun Xingyue's words, retorted, "Your tone suggests I am of no consequence to you. I consider you my lifelong rival. Yet you seem indifferent to my existence. This is utterly preposterous, Shun Xingyue. I sometimes fail to comprehend what you have to be so proud of." Inbishi pressed, "The sect leader has found his biological daughter. You are merely an impostor who appeared later. What gives you the right?" She had heard her master mention that Bai Ruoyao was the true daughter. As she spoke, a hint of satisfaction and triumph colored her tone. Shun Xingyue was now nothing more than a discarded disciple, while her father was the head of the Yin family in Jingzhou. With this distinction, she felt infinitely superior to Shun Xingyue. How could she flaunt her authority before her? After years of arduous cultivation, she had aspired to stand out among the new disciples and become the sect leader's direct disciple, only to be usurped by the suddenly emerging Shun Xingyue. She effortlessly became the disciple of the sect leader, leaving one to ponder the significance of years of hard work. Is it a mere jest? To be outpaced by someone of little renown. How could her proud heart ever find peace? Subsequently, she engaged in a silent rivalry with Shun Xingyue, yearning to prove her superiority, yet time and again, she found herself slightly lacking. This time, having finally seized an opportunity, she was determined to mock Shun Xingyue thoroughly. Alas, she had already pledged herself to another elder, and even if Shun Xingyue were expelled from the Yaoguang sect, she could no longer seek the sect leader's tutelage. The implications of this revelation were monumental, leaving the gathered crowd in a daze, forgetting their initial intent for mere amusement. A biological daughter? An impostor cast out from the sect? A once prominent figure reduced to obscurity? What right did she have to maintain her haughty demeanor now? Without the backing of her sect, was she not fearful of retaliation from Biyun Tower? Shun Xingyue pondered this as well. Did she truly appear arrogant? Nevertheless, since Inbishi deemed her proud, she resolved to embrace that pride, retorting with a tone ripe for provocation. "Why? Simply because my cultivation surpasses yours." This statement successfully triggered the key phrase about her superior cultivation. Upon hearing this, Inbishi's mind buzzed, and in a split second, her body acted before her thoughts could catch up, striking at Shun Xingyue's face with her whip. Naturally, Shun Xingyue evaded with ease, further inciting Inbishi's fury as she launched a more frenzied assault. The techniques she had once mastered were lost in a haze of primal rage. "You speak nonsense." Her whip failed to even graze the hem of Shun Xingyue's garment, instead wreaking havoc upon the decorative furnishings of Biyun Tower. The onlookers, eager to avoid being caught in the fray, had long since retreated to a safe distance, entirely forgetting their noble intentions of upholding justice. Watching the spectacle of a great sect's disciples turning on each other was far more entertaining. Shun Xingyue, feeling like a spectacle herself, frowned and seized Inbishi's whip mid-strike. Just as she contemplated delivering a thorough thrashing to Inbishi, a booming voice interrupted. "Who is causing a ruckus in Biyun Tower?" A fearsome cultivator strode in from outside, his voice exuding authority without a hint of anger. The steward, who had been lying on the ground, sprang to his feet and pointed at Shun Xingyue, exclaiming, "Master, it's her. She even smashed my table." The newcomer, clearly unaware of Shun Xingyue's expulsion from the sect, coldly addressed her. Does disciple Shun understand the consequences of causing trouble in Biyun Tower? Upon seeing Shun Xingyue, his brows furrowed as if to crush a fly. This girl again. After the last sect competition, I was left with a lasting impression of her, that young woman who overshadowed my beloved disciple. Though she has matured a bit, that unruly spirit remains, irking to no end. The steward, quick-witted, noted his master's reference to Shen Xingyue as a disciple and feared that he might let the matter slide out of regard for the Yaoguang sect's reputation. Thus, he hastily interjected, "Master, she has already been expelled from the Yaoguang sect. She can no longer be called a disciple." The implication of superiority inherent in being a disciple of a major sect was palpable. The newcomer paused, eyeing Yin Bishi, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Master Qin, just days ago, our sect leader expelled Shen Xingyue from the sect. She is no longer affiliated with the Yaoguang sect." Hearing this, Qin Song's eyes flickered with a hint of delight. However, as the two disciples spoke without evidence, he maintained a stern demeanor, casting a cold glance at Shan Xingyue. Shan Xingyue, uninterested in Yin Bishi, addressed Qin Song instead. "I am unaware of the consequences of causing a disturbance in Biyun Tower. But I believe that regardless of the setting, the victim should be innocent." Qin Song queried, "Are you suggesting that you are the victim? One at the nascent soul stage and another at the golden core stage? Victims?" "Indeed, all the destruction within Biyun Tower was caused by this fellow disciple Yin, while I did not lay a hand on anyone." With that, she gestured to a female cultivator present, the very one who had previously interjected and argued with her. This lady had witnessed the entire affair and would presumably speak from a place of impartiality. The crowd, initially entertained, fell silent, unsure why Shen Xingyue believed this woman would defend her, yet lying was not within her character. "No, that's correct. It was this whip-wielding girl who attacked first. Shen Xingyue truly did not strike." Upon catching Shen Xingyue's mocking gaze, she quickly added, "But it is true that Shen Xingyue did indeed break the table and struck the steward." Her statement was neutral, and others echoed their agreement. I can explain the table incident. All eyes were fixed on her. I was acting in self-defense. This person provoked me first. The fault does not lie with me. And if punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed at them." Shen Xingyue pointed at the steward. The steward immediately retorted, "You speak nonsense. You attacked first. In any disturbance, it is always the aggressor who bears the blame. You shall not lay this on me." "Oh? You claim I struck first. Do you have any evidence?" No, the steward's anger darkened his vision. She had the audacity to distort the facts. He gritted his teeth. "And what about you? You say I provoked you. Do you have any evidence?" The crowd exchanged glances, each side steadfast in their claims, unsure whom to believe. Yet, instinctively, they felt Shen Xingyue had indeed struck first. "Evidence? I also." Shan Xingyue paused, then confidently produced a recording stone from her pocket. Chapter 13. The analytical emperor emerges. Qin Song's gaze towards Shen Xingyue involuntarily sparkled with admiration. Her thinking was astute, her actions meticulous, and she was not even a disciple of the Yaoguang sect. This was precisely the kind of disciple that would suit their Qingyun sect. The steward was at a loss. When had she obtained that recording stone? He watched helplessly as his previously arrogant and sharp visage was projected for all to see. With incisive words and a crooked smile, it was clear that Shan Xingyue had merely asked for directions. Yet this person had driven her away without hesitation. As the full context became apparent, public opinion swiftly shifted. What? It was evidently because Shen Xingyue refused to give him spirit stones that he chased her away. No wonder they say everyone in Biyun Tower is wealthy. Look at the way he scrutinizes others. If I were Shen Xingyue, I would have punched him the moment he opened his mouth. Now that you mention it, I think Shen Xingyue has a remarkably good temperament. She only acted after being provoked 3 times. But ultimately, she did strike first, right? It seems so. The steward had initially been a bit flustered, but upon hearing voices supporting him, he immediately chimed in. Exactly. Even if I said a few wrong things, you cannot strike first. His former arrogant demeanor now appeared trivial instead. It became as if Shen Xingyue was the one being overly meticulous. Shen Xingyue frowned, about to speak, when an inevitable voice of reason emerged from the crowd. Wait, I must interject. He abruptly drew everyone's attention. Could you play that back again? Stop when I say stop? Certainly, Shen Xingyue readily agreed. Now, She found no urgency in ascending the stairs. Watching these individuals squirm was far more entertaining. If you were to establish a sect, wouldn't that mean stop? The analyst pointed at the steward, poking Shin Xinyue's shoulder. Look here. Theoretically, this person struck first, not only with words but also with physical aggression. Exactly. This is a girl, and he laid hands on her. Isn't he asking for a beating? Shin Xinyue appeared quite pitiable at this moment. Some began to recall her series of misfortunes. Alas, a once prominent figure has fallen from grace, and even a mere steward dares to bully her. The sect leader of the Yaoguang sect had reclaimed his biological daughter. Casting aside the disciple he once cherished, and with a simple statement, Shin Xinyue faced such injustice. Now, even entering Biyun Tower subjected her to scorn. Such is the world of cultivation. Those with a bit of power often act high-handedly. The analyst escalated the discourse, shaking his head. If Shin Xinyue had not possessed the recording stone, wouldn't she have faced dire consequences today? Alas! Even Qin Song felt a tinge of guilt. One cannot speak so lightly. In Bishi, sensing the situation turning against her, hastily sought to defend herself. However, something suddenly flashed in her mind, and her intended words transformed into, "You mentioned establishing a sect. You have already reached the nascent soul stage?" Indeed. In Bishi stood frozen, realizing why she could not injure Shin Xinyue. She had already attained the nascent soul stage. Initially, she had thought she was merely a step away from Shin Xinyue. Having exhausted all her efforts to reach the peak of the golden core stage, she was stunned to discover that while she believed she was catching up to Shin Xinyue, her rival had already ascended to the nascent soul stage. Did she not look like a mere spectator in this scenario? The truth has become evident. Shin Xinyue is utterly innocent, having stirred up no trouble whatsoever. It is merely the envy and narrow-mindedness of others that has led to this turmoil. Even though Qin Song holds the esteemed position of an elder at the Biyun Tower, he cannot openly favor his disciple in front of the public. To do so would severely undermine the credibility of the entire Cultivator Association, which is no trivial matter. In Bishi, having caused a public disturbance, has been blacklisted by the Biyun Tower and must compensate for their losses, barred from stepping foot within its confines ever again. Wang Feng, the manager of the Biyun Tower, faced consequences for his dereliction of duty and intention to accept bribes. Resulting in his dismissal, Wang Feng felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. After striving so hard to attain his current position, he never anticipated being stripped of it so soon, especially over such an expensive table. Qin Song looked at his disciple in exasperation, feeling a sense of futility akin to trying to uplift a piece of mud. It was a simple matter that required only a bit of guidance. Yet his disciple insisted on self-sabotage. He had clearly warned him to avoid Shin Xinyue when he encountered him, but instead, he had charged right into trouble. Alas! Unlike Wang Feng's despair, In Bishi felt a sense of dazed confusion. Coming from a powerful family in Jingzhou, losing a few spirit stones was of little consequence to her. What truly suffocated her was the insurmountable mountain named Shin Xinyue looming before her. No matter how hard she tried, she could not climb over it. The resentment she once harbored had long since morphed into an obsession, deeply rooted in her heart, now transformed into sharp thorns that shattered her resolve. She tossed her Qinkuan pouch aside and vacantly walked out. With the troublesome and irrelevant individuals finally departed, Shin Xinyue prepared to ascend the stairs, only to be intercepted by another. It was the analytical genius with starry eyes. Fellow cultivator, do you need something? He almost let slip, but promptly corrected himself. Shin Xinyue held a favorable impression of this individual. It was refreshing to see someone attempting to impress amidst the crowd. Fellow cultivator Shun, I am Lin Muse. I have always admired you. Ever since the last sect competition, I haven't been able to forget you. Your strikes were so precise and beautiful. You defeated me in just 3 moves. I can't believe you have reached the nascent soul stage now while I am still at the golden core stage. Shin Xinyue was taken aback and replied, Thank you, but let us not rush into anything romantic. Lin Muse was momentarily stunned before swiftly clarifying, No. It's not that kind of admiration. It's admiration in the truest sense. Oh, that's a relief. I just heard you are establishing a new sect. May I join? You can, but your previous sect, I am willing to withdraw from Xintian sect. My master is always engrossed in seclusion. It makes no difference whether I stay or go. Shen Xingyue fell silent upon hearing this. A golden core cultivator, especially one from one of the 5 major sects, was not likely to just abandon them. However, overthinking was futile. One should never refuse an offer. Then come with me upstairs. She needed to secure him before his fleeting enthusiasm dissipated. Her credentials were in perfect order, and both her cultivation level and funding were sufficient. The elder responsible for sect establishment did not pose any difficulties, easily approving her application. Sect leader, Shan Xingyue elders, Chu Yunxian, Lin Mu's location. Lutai Mountain initial funding for establishment. 1 million low-grade spirit stones thus. The establishment of the Beiji sect was successfully completed. Just as Shan Xingyue stepped out, Qin Song entered, conversing animatedly with the elder in charge of sect affairs. Beiji sect? Quite ambitious. But why is a kid from Xintian sect accompanying them? Once their business was concluded, Shan Xingyue had no intention of lingering there. Just as she prepared to leave, 2 individuals hiding in the shadows could no longer contain themselves. Shan Xingyue, wait. The newcomers were the same 2 who had been reckless earlier. The girl, fearing Shan Xingyue might escape, tugged at her sleeve, biting her lip, hesitant to speak, entirely lacking the earlier righteous fervor. Shan Xingyue waited patiently for a long moment before finally breaking the silence. What do you need from me? I am Huang Yingying, and this is my friend Lu Haoran. We know you have established a new sect. We wish to apply to join. May I ask, is that possible? They had recently lost their former sect, Tianlongmen, and with their low cultivation levels, could only seek menial tasks at Biyun Tower to earn some spirit stones for survival. They thought that joining this newly established sect would not pose a problem. Her heart raced with anxiety. If they were turned away here as well, they would have to return to their village, of course. Embracing the philosophy that even the smallest fly is still meat, and too much dung can drown a person, Shen Xingyue welcomed anyone wishing to invest in the nascent sect. Really? Yes, truly, that's wonderful. We can bring back 2 new disciples who can cultivate. Their headstrong demeanor was truly captivating to her. The preliminary selection is in 5 days. You may come then. Originally scheduled for 7 days later, Shen Xingyue reconsidered, deciding to separate those with cultivation from those without and offering 50 spots. The most basic qualifications were already worthy of her making an exception. All right, though they had delayed for half a day, the outcome was exceedingly gratifying. Shen Xingyue was immensely pleased. Not only had she recruited a golden core cultivator, but also 2 foundation establishment disciples. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian and Zhao Mingyuan were equally busy, fervently promoting recruitment. After discussions among the 3, they decided that registration would officially commence on the 7th day at the hour of the snake. During these 7 days, their primary task would be to spread the word. They aimed to inform more people about the upcoming establishment of a new sect, to educate the masses about the realities of the cultivation world, and to instill in everyone the crucial importance of self-defense capabilities. The opportunity to change one's destiny is now. Miss it, and it shall be lost forever. As Shen Xingyue returned with Lin Mu's, Zhao Mingyuan was sweating profusely, directing the guards in their tasks. Chu Yunxian, at Shan Xingyue's request, remained secluded in his room, immersed in research. Upon seeing Shan Xingyue, Zhao Mingyuan rushed over with a beaming smile. Sect leader, is the establishment of the sect a success? Of course. I took the initiative. How could it fail? Shen Xingyue waved the documentation in her hand with pride. Oh, and this is our new elder. Lin Mu's. Zhao Mingyuan beamed at the news. Their new sect was gradually growing, which was splendid. I am Zhao Mingyuan. He presented a printed notice. Take a look at my announcement. Do you think it's well written? Once it's posted, everyone will be eager to join our sect. Shen Xingyue glanced at in that moment. She understood why Zhao Mingyuan, despite appearing so ineffectual, commanded such respect in the city. He was incredibly adept at creating an imposing facade. Even she felt a twinge of fear concerning the cultivation world. Just proceed as you see fit. I trust your judgment. Lin Muse leaned in to examine the notice, unable to suppress his admiration. Brother Mingyuan, your literary talent is remarkable. It vividly depicts the harsh realities of the cultivation world. However, there is one issue. What issue? Speak freely. Most common folk are not well educated. Posting notices would only reach a small fraction of people, and their talents vary widely. Zhao Mingyuan paused, realizing the truth in this. He was literate himself, so he had taken it for granted. Furthermore, they were not merely recruiting disciples. They were seeking able-bodied individuals. If they attracted a bunch of fragile scholars, They would surely abandon their duties when faced with hard labor. Do you have any good ideas? I believe we could send some individuals to spread the word orally, perhaps in tea houses and taverns. He often frequented such places to gather information. Shen Xingyue was pleasantly surprised. You're quite observant, truly deserving of the title analytical genius. This level of acuity is rare. Lin Muse scratched his head in embarrassment. He had always been the one to scout for information during their missions, so it was his area of expertise. Then let us have you all handle the promotional efforts together, Shan Xingyue remarked. As she turned her attention to her tasks, the fundamental structure of the sect was in place, but finer details still needed to be designed. Over the next few days, she aimed to finalize the blueprints to avoid any delays when construction commenced. Under the vigorous promotion of Mayor Zhao, the citizens of Luqing and its surroundings learned that a celestial master was establishing a new sect to empower ordinary people with self-defense skills. According to Mayor Zhao, the new sect leader was not only powerful but also kind-hearted, welcoming anyone aged 15 to 30 to apply. However, during the initial phase, there would be no disciple salaries, only provisions for basic food and lodging, and they would be required to stay on the mountain for extended periods. Despite this, the number of applicants was overwhelming, as the common folk were eager to seize the chance to alter their fates. Jostling to enter Luqing, even people from distant cities rushed over upon hearing the news. Numerous wandering cultivators also arrived. By the second day, the population of Luqing swelled rapidly, revitalizing many struggling small shops and street vendors on the brink of collapse. After the bandit troubles, Luqing experienced its first wave of economic recovery. Seizing this opportunity, the first beverage shop, Lucha, funded by the Lord's residents, officially opened. The inaugural product was developed by the renowned alchemist Chu Yunchuan from the cultivation world. Not only was it rich in flavor, but it also boasted health benefits, promoting vitality and longevity. No need for $9.98. No need for $9.98, just a couple of silver coins or a piece of middle-grade spirit stone to take it home. Regardless of the price or efficacy, the name Chu Yunchuan alone drew countless cultivators like moths to a flame. Hold on, everyone, come one by one. Form an orderly queue. Those who have finished, please move to the right. No pushing, safety first. I want 10 cups. In the back kitchen, the flames roared as Chu Yunchuan busily worked. He had slightly modified several first-grade pill formulas, not only reducing costs but also condensing the pills into a liquid form for easier absorption. Although this felt somewhat like overkill for him, Chu Yunchuan remained undeterred. Shen Xingyue promised him a 20% share. For someone as destitute as him at that moment, it was akin to a lifeline. Shen Xingyue provided the spiritual herbs, the Lord's residents offered the venue, and all he needed to do was refine the pills. Lin Muse, working as both cashier and waiter at the front, harbored no complaints. He hadn't expected to receive a salary right away, and it amounted to a full 10%. He was acutely aware of the immense profit margin. Although the shop was dimly lit, it couldn't obscure the immense name recognition of alchemist Chu Yunchuan. First-grade pills diluted with water, at such a price, and yet people were still buying. In droves. Chapter 15. The effect of a renowned master tomorrow marks the opening of the registration channel for the disciples of the North Polar sect. With 50 slots available on a first-come, first-served basis. This North Polar sect is incredibly prestigious, and no one should let this opportunity slip by. Lin Muse watched as spirit stones and silver coins clinked together, unable to suppress his grin. Initially, the tea hadn't been so wildly popular. After all, it was somewhat pricey, and most people merely browsed without purchasing. That was until someone drank it and, coincidentally, broke through to the foundation establishment stage that very night, causing quite a stir throughout the town. It was then that everyone grasped the true meaning of the master effect, and thereafter, the shop was flooded with customers. That evening at the Lord's residence, everyone gathered around. Shen Xingyue hadn't savored mortal food in quite some time and was relishing every bite, while Chu Yunchuan and Lin Muse exchanged glances, uncertain whether to partake. They had long since ceased eating, and consuming such fare might leave impurities within them. Yet, seeing Shen Xingyue enjoy her meal so heartily, Chu Yunchuan swallowed hard, attempting to intervene. Junior sister, for cultivators, consuming grains might hinder one's cultivation. Zhao Mingyuan paused mid-bite, suddenly finding the meat in his mouth unappetizing. Shen Xingyue stuffed a large piece of braised pork into her mouth, unfazed. She rummaged through her Chinquan bag and produced a small vial. It contained pills that would ensure no impurities remained after consumption, guaranteeing no waste at all. Hearing this, Both Chu Yunchuan and Lin Muse were irresistibly tempted, grabbing their chopsticks to fill their bowls. Heaven knows how tormented they had felt watching Shen Xingyue and Zhao Mingyuan enjoy their meal. Chu Yunchuan lamented, "My goodness, how can human hands create such delectable food?" Lin Muse continued to eat, lost in his delight. Shen Xingyue watched their frenzied consumption and couldn't help but caution. "Don't eat too much spicy food," however. Her voice was completely drowned out by the sound of their chewing. "By the way, Muse, how have our beverage shop's profits been these past few days?" "Brother Yunchuan, it's been incredibly bustling. In just 3 days since opening, we roughly estimate a net profit of 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Plus, there's an additional 3,002 silver coins." Chu Yunchuan nearly dropped his chopsticks, never imagining that running a beverage shop could be so lucrative. Even the diluted spirit tea felt embarrassing now. Shen Xingyue, usually unflappable, felt a flicker of guilt, realizing many wandering cultivators had never encountered such wealth. But to think they couldn't even taste a first-grade pill. Who knew what tricks Chu Yunchuan had employed? Lin Muse laid out the shop's earnings. The profit sharing had been prearranged. Zhao Mingyuan would use the silver to purchase materials. The spirit stones would be divided as follows. Chu Yunchuan would take 20% for his alchemical work. Shen Xingyue would receive 10% for her contribution of raw materials. The Lord's residence would take 10% for providing the location, and Lin Muse would receive 10% for his assistance. The remaining 50% would be allocated for the construction of the North Polar sect. The glimmering spirit stones lay before them. Even though Chu Yunchuan would only receive 20%, he was profoundly moved. Tears welled in his eyes. It was all worth it. His efforts over the past days had paid off. Chu Yunchuan was finally on the path to prosperity once again. Lin Muse, not as petty as Chu Yunchuan, nonetheless felt a profound sense of gratitude for his first bucket of gold. When Zhao Mingyuan received his share of spirit stones, he could hardly believe his eyes. Overwhelmed with joy, he began to cry. "I never thought Zhao Mingyuan, would have the chance to delve into the world of cultivation. I've always claimed to have talent since childhood, but my grandfather never believed me, insisting I focus on my studies." As his tears flowed, he lamented, "I must go pay respects to my grandfather, so he can see this for himself." With that, he dashed off in tears. Yang Luer stared, dumbfounded, and followed after him. "Hey, Lord!" Shen Xingyue smacked her lips, observing everyone's emotional displays. "Looks like everyone is quite sentimental." She then promptly shoved another piece of meat into her mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, so delicious. I'm moved to tears." The group continued to cry over their respective fortunes, making it seem as if they had divided the spoils unfairly. "By the way, tomorrow we need to find a few capable alchemists. We'll need them once we ascend the mountain, so we should cultivate a few in-house." Shen Xingyue suddenly remarked. "All right," Chu Yunchuan, still reeling from his earlier emotions, burped. Ultimately, the meal ended on a less-than-festive note. In the dead of night, while Shen Xingyue was engrossed in studying her blueprints, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. "Mingyuan, Mingyuan!" Chu Yunchuan and Lin Muse rushed to knock on Zhao Mingyuan's door. Even Shen Xingyue, separated by a courtyard, could hear them. Zhao Mingyuan, deep in slumber, groggily emerged. "Brother Yunchuan, Brother Muse, what brings you here?" "The Lord's residence's latrine. Where is it?" "To the east, in the northeast corner," he stammered. Startled by their fierce expressions, with the information they sought, the two dashed off. Chu Yunchuan, usually a gentle alchemist, was now filled with vigor, and Shen Xingyue couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of what might occur. With their haste, one could only imagine the latrine transforming into a starry sky. Truly, her specially formulated cleansing pills were powerful. After a long night of activity, Shen Xingyue loosened her shoulders, preparing to step outside for some fresh air. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of two pale-faced apparitions. The two stared at Shen Xingyue, tilting their heads. "Junior sister Shen, what on earth did you feed us?" "Fellow cultivator Shen, you've put us through such torment," Shen Xingyue gasped, stepping back 2 paces. Surely, having a stomach upset wouldn't lead to a tragic outcome. The 2 specters inched closer, prompting her to draw a blade and hold it to their throats. "Please, no!" Chu Yunchuan cried out. "Junior sister, I'm your dear senior brother. Trying to scare me, are you? Who told you to poison me?" The lack of impurities within his body was evident. His intestines felt ready to burst. Currently, the determined dosage is half a pill. How much did you consume? Why didn't you say so sooner? Chu Yunchuan's face twisted in agony. Fearing the effects would be insufficient, he had consumed 2 whole pills. He nearly met his end in the latrine, destined to become the most awkwardly deceased alchemist in history. Lin Mu's expression was equally strange. He wanted to be angry but refrained. Brother Yunchuan consumed 2? I had one. Cough cough. This is still in the testing phase, isn't it? For shame, both of you. One being an alchemist, yet you miscalculated the dosage. What a turn of events! Chu Yunchuan, thoroughly chastised, found himself laughing despite his irritation. Seeing their contorted faces, Shen Xingyue felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she should have informed them beforehand rather than testing her concoction on them. Come now, don't be upset. Take a look at the grand hall I designed. Chu Yunchuan, snorting, followed her lead and ambled over to Shan Xingyue's desk. Laid out before them was a blueprint, and Shan Xingyue began to detail her design concepts for their sect. This is the main hall. Passing through the corridor leads to the administrative hall. This is the medicinal hall. I plan to surround it with a circle of medicinal fields, so you can grow whatever you need. Chu Yunchuan's eyes brightened at her words. This is the judicial hall, and here is the library. Currently, we don't possess many texts, so I can only transcribe what I know. Shen Xingyue pulled Lin Mu's over, pointing to the highest path on the blueprint. I plan to build a moon-gathering pavilion here. Responsible for investigations and intelligence gathering. Brother Muse, can I entrust this to you? Lin Muse was taken aback, astonished to find himself given such a weighty responsibility upon arriving here, and a grand hall of his own. Absolutely, Lin Muse clenched his fist tightly, vowing not to disappoint Shan Xingyue's expectations, and then there's the inner gate, outer gate, dining hall, dormitories, and the rest can be added as needed. Shan Xingyue's coaxing of these 2 individuals was akin to that of soothing children. With just a few words, she effortlessly diverted their attention, ultimately persuading them with the mere offering of 2 spirit stones. Chapter 16. Honest yet narrow-minded. At the break of dawn the following day, everyone was ready to embark on their recruitment journey. Outside the city lord's residence, a throng had already gathered, waiting anxiously in the dark, fearful of missing their opportunity, in the current realm of cultivation. Talent was highly coveted, and few sects, like this newly opened one, emphasized speed and diligence. Arriving early today might just secure them a spot. In the future, as they roamed the world, they would at least not be looked down upon as mere amateurs. Without the backing of a sect, these loose cultivators faced tremendous challenges merely to reach the foundation establishment stage, let alone encounter the formidable beings of the nascent soul stage. Amidst the throngs, Shen Xingyue emerged, supported by numerous guards, and greeted the crowd with a resounding, "Greetings, fellow cultivators. Thank you for your hard work." How delightfully invigorating those words were. Heaven knows the joy in uttering them. She waved in salute to her fellow cultivators eagerly awaiting around her. Had she known the treatment would be so favorable, she would have ventured out alone much sooner. Not only had her cultivation reached the nascent soul stage, but her popularity also rivaled that of a star. At last, someone was there to welcome her. Having long been accustomed to the tyranny of the nascent soul masters, the crowd of loose cultivators nearly knelt in gratitude upon encountering someone so amiable. Huang Yingying and Lu Haoren, who had been lurking at the forefront, dashed toward the entrance the moment they spotted the others arriving. Master, we are here," Huang Yingying exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing their voices, Shan Xingyue turned and, upon recognizing the duo, couldn't help but smiled. In response, the duo called out even louder, their enthusiasm infectious, prompting those around them to join in a chorus of shouts. "Master, look at me! Look at me!" The official registration commenced at the hour of the snake, with guards setting up a table at the entrance of the city lord's residence. Zhao Mingyuan scribbled diligently from the side, while Shan Xingyue and her companions sat nearby, smiling and waving to the crowd. Their role was merely to act as good luck charms, while the laborious tasks fell solely on Zhao Mingyuan. Among the crowd, Luo Yihong observed the surging sea of humanity, his expression contorted with discomfort. He took out a communication jade slip. "Master, the number of applicants for the Beiji sect is unexpectedly high, though most possess low cultivation and likely lack exceptional talent. Continue to monitor them. The situation remains unclear. Avoid any conflicts," his master instructed, concern etched on his brow. "Yes, master." Across from him, Gu Huaiming chimed in. Oh, by the way, I heard Lin Muse from the Xintian sect is also here. Not only him, but Chu Yunchuan is present as well. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Gu Huaiming's eyes. Even he was perplexed by the intentions of these younger cultivators. Was it truly as simple as striking out on their own? No, that couldn't be right. The old fox from Yaoguang sect would not so easily allow Xin Xingyue to escape unscathed, especially with both Chu Yunchuan and Lin Muse in the mix. Suddenly, he paused, a realization dawning upon him. Could it be that Yaoguang sect and Xintian sect are conspiring behind our backs for something significant? Ah, I knew those old foxes wouldn't reveal their true intentions easily. They must have been harboring ulterior motives. Yihong, keep a close watch on their movements. Miss not a single detail. Adapt as necessary. Yes, disciple obeys. Luo Yihong took a deep breath, stowing away the communication jade slip, perplexed as to why his master had summoned him to monitor Shen Xingyue. Especially given their fraught relationship. Did his master not know? An elder Qin as well. Why meddle in the affairs of other sects? Was it not sufficient to focus on one's own cultivation? In the midst of the surging crowd? Suddenly, an unwelcome hand groped his waist. Who? Luo Yihong swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy toward the offending hand. The crowd gasped and scattered, the sword energy hurtling toward the city lord's residence, knocking down two individuals in its path. Furious, Shen Xingyue leaped onto the table, brandishing her weapon to dispel the sword wind, narrowing her eyes at the dazed Luo Yihong standing in the midst. Luo Yihong, what brings you here? Are you trying to stir up trouble? I have no mind for a fight today, so you best stay out of my way. The secret realm spirit treasure was rightfully claimed by the capable, and Luo Yihong, lacking in skills, bore a grudge. His face flushed with embarrassment under the scrutiny of the crowd. He grimaced, blaming the previous offender for their audacity. Seeing him sulking in place, Shen Xingyue questioned, What is the matter? You're intent on making a scene today? Gritting his teeth, Luo Yihong recalled his master's admonition against conflict, hesitating before replying, I'm not here to fight. Furrowing her brow, Shen Xingyue pressed. Then what is your purpose? To register? To join us? Not? Then step aside. You're in the way. Shen Xingyue waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Luo Yihong's expression darkened, quickly shifting, Actually, I am here to register. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue's attitude did a complete turnaround, beckoning Zhao Mingyuan, Come, note down Luo Yihong. All right, after registering, Luo Yihong felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This action felt akin to betraying his master. If his master were to find out, he would surely expel him from the sect. It doesn't matter. Having registered doesn't mean he must attend, and besides, it was his master who instructed him to be adaptable. Shen Xingyue silently observed the myriad expressions on his face as they shifted like an artist's palette, at times pale and tight, at others relaxed. Even Zhao Mingyuan took note, quietly asking Chu Yunchuan, Brother Yunchuan, what is his cultivation level? He seems so childlike. Chu Yunchuan replied in a hushed tone, He is the third disciple under the Xintian sect's leader, also at the nascent soul stage. He is generally honest, but somewhat petty. If he joins us, do not provoke him. Understood. Having overheard everything, Luo Yihong felt his face heat with embarrassment, tightening in response, turning a deep shade of purple. After a prolonged silence, Shen Xingyue addressed him. Luo fellow cultivator, if you have no further questions after registering, please step aside. Many others are waiting. With that, she signaled Zhao Mingyuan to continue. Zhao Mingyuan complied immediately, just a minor interruption. Let us proceed. Ignored, Luo Yihong protested. Hey, you! As he attempted to continue his complaints, the crowd surged and swept him away. After a morning of commotion, the first phase of the recruitment plan for cultivators officially concluded, with only the selection process remaining. Please gather here again in 3 days. We will announce the results, Zhao Mingyuan proclaimed, his voice booming as he affixed a sound amplification talisman to his chest. They had deliberated, and to truly foster prosperity in Deer City, they needed to retain as many individuals as possible. They aimed to transform this place into a realm where cultivators and mortals coexisted harmoniously. Thus, although they could identify the top 50 fortunate candidates that very day, they decided to delay the announcement. That evening, in an inn across from the city lord's residence, Luo Yihong, head bowed, reported to Gu Huaiming about his observations from the day. It was evident his spirits were low. His responses curt and disjointed. Finally, Gu Huaiming could no longer endure the silence. Yihong, what is troubling you? Chapter 17. A stroke of luck. Luo Yihong's heart quivered. He could no longer maintain his composure and quietly confessed. Today, I accidentally injured an innocent beast. Gu Huaiming was taken aback. You child. I thought something serious was amiss. Luo Yihong sighed, feeling the weight of his actions. Meanwhile, Xin Xingyue and her companions discussed the disciples who had registered that day. Lacking the necessary resources to evaluate their qualifications or spirit root attributes, they concluded that the ability to cultivate was sufficient. Rather than allowing individuals to recklessly declare their attributes for entry, they preferred to select the top 50 blindly, granting opportunities to those who were truly diligent. Once admitted, they would surely not misrepresent their spirit roots again. The 5 fortunate souls would then learn the art of commerce at the foot of the mountain, while the rest would be tasked with labor atop the mountain. Master, I have inquired, Zhao Mingyuan announced eagerly. The finest and sturdiest bricks available are blue bricks, ideal for constructing our sect. However, Deer City currently lacked sufficient stock. They needed to establish more brick kilns, and transporting materials to Deer Terrace Mountain posed a significant challenge. The steep mountain paths made navigation difficult, let alone the transportation of building supplies. Xin Xingyue nodded. Transportation should not be an issue. Do we have enough funds? Absolutely. Even if we fall short, the city lord's residence is well endowed. They can provide whatever is necessary. Mingyuan, Xin Xingyue suddenly called out. Startled by the unexpected warmth in her tone, Zhao Mingyuan nearly stumbled. Master, do you need something? Xin Xingyue sighed. We have known each other for several days now. From the very first day, you joined the Beiji sect. Yes, indeed, he stammered, concerned about any shortcomings in his duties. Xin Xingyue felt profoundly moved by his unwavering trust. She resolutely decided that, regardless of Zhao Mingyuan's lack of talent, she would introduce him into the fold. Xin Xingyue retrieved a small booklet from her bag, containing the method for channeling energy into the body that she had diligently composed over the past few days. Take this and memorize it thoroughly, she instructed. This technique had undergone numerous revisions, and the current version was the most accessible for success. With a firm tone, she declared, You are the first mortal disciple to join. I shall not permit you to be surpassed by any subsequent disciples. Zhao Mingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. With tears brimming in his eyes, he accepted the booklet, wondering if his fate was about to change. Thank you, Master. I must go offer incense for my grandfather, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Xin Xingyue responded, Why don't you offer incense for me instead? Such a devoted grandson. Chu Yunchuan and Lin Muse exchanged glances and nodded, acknowledging his devotion to his grandfather, as he would even heed his words beyond the grave. Zhao Mingyuan clearly placed great importance on his cultivation. He even entered the study, a place he would typically avoid at all costs. When Xin Xingyue asked him to memorize the text, he dedicated himself entirely to it, studying for an entire day without distraction. It was only on the day the mortal enrollment began that he hurriedly rushed out. While Xin Xingyue was already nearing the city lord's mansion, Master, I'm sorry for being late. Xin Xingyue raised an eyebrow. No matter. How is your memorization coming along? I've got most of it down. Though there are still a few parts one haven't mastered, he replied. That's acceptable, she nodded, acknowledging that while his pace was not particularly fast, it was not slow either. Once you've memorized it well, I will take you to the mountain to practice channeling energy into your body. The energy vein at Lutai Mountain is the perfect place for this endeavor. Great. The enrollment process for mortals was significantly more peaceful compared to that of cultivators. With far less pushing and shoving, there was no palpable tension that suggested imminent conflict. Although they were quite enthusiastic, they lacked the frenzied obsession of cultivators. In fact, many elderly individuals were attempting to push their way in to register their sons. Typically, Zhao Mingyuan would chuckle and say, I'm afraid you'll need to have the person themselves come. Such overly pampered parents were to be avoided at all costs. If they weren't present to register, how could they ensure their child wouldn't become lazy in the future? If they couldn't even manage their own training, would they also summon their parents to assist? One elderly woman, upon witnessing this, immediately produced a basket of eggs. City Lord, we will pay the tuition. Zhao Mingyuan was taken aback. Her actions sparked a frenzy among the common folk, who began to offer bribes of their own, clamoring, We also have tuition. Eggs, vegetables, rice, and flour were tossed in from behind, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of a public execution. They had committed a grave offense. Shen Xingyue slammed her hand on the table and stood up, preparing to impose order, only to be struck squarely on the forehead by an egg. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, "The master has struck gold." Oh, oh, oh. The Beiji sect is growing stronger. The Beiji sect is invincible. I pledge my utmost devotion to the Beiji sect. She realized her mistake. These ordinary citizens were even more fervent than the cultivators. The words she had been about to utter were forcibly swallowed. Shen Xingyue wiped her face and asked Zhao Mingyuan, "Have we reached 100 yet? If so, we'll withdraw." Upon receiving confirmation, she turned and hurriedly made her way back to the mansion. "That's enough." Zhao Mingyuan called out to the guards nearby, instructing them to bring tables inside. He also reminded them, "We'll announce the accepted candidates in 3 days. Oh, and remember to bring all the unspoiled rice, flour, and vegetables inside." Shen Xingyue added, her teeth clenched in irritation. Understood. That evening, the group sat in silence, staring at the enrollment form smeared with various stains. Zhao Mingyuan had portrayed the immortal teacher as excessively benevolent and approachable. He awkwardly remarked, "Well, it's still legible." He had also managed to catch a glimpse of several emaciated figures amidst the chaos. Shen Xingyue sighed. Let it be in total. They had accepted 28 female cultivators and 22 male cultivators. The name of Luo Yihong was conspicuously listed among them, prompting Shen Xingyue to frown. He clearly seemed to be a troublemaker. Pointing at Luo Yihong's name, she instructed, "Remove this one and proceed to the next." Huh? Oh, all right. Although Zhao Mingyuan did not understand why the master wanted to exclude such a formidable individual, he had always obeyed her wishes. Chu Yunchuan and Lin Muse had no objections either. They too believed it would be better if Luo Yihong did not come, as it would keep the sect quieter. Otherwise, Wuden Tishan Xingyue and he end up arguing daily? Among the first 100 mortals, there were 39 females and 60 males, with Zhao Mingyuan counting himself among them. Perfect, a balanced ratio for labor. Shen Xingyue and Zhao Mingyuan engaged in an animated discussion, while Chu Yunchuan and Lin Muse busily devoured their food. They had spent the day working at the beverage shop and were both famished and exhausted. Ever since mastering the correct way to consume the cleansing pills, they had become more carefree. The days of hardship were long gone. They were now enjoying their meals to the fullest, especially since they had witnessed Shen Xingyue's misfortune with the egg. What a pity! Had they known, they wouldn't have skimped and could have earned more spirit stones today. Spirit stones could be earned daily, but witnessing Shen Xingyue's moment of embarrassment was a rare spectacle. Suddenly, the steward of the City Lord's mansion rushed in. "City Lord, Immortal Master. There are visitors looking for you." Chapter 18. Leaving face for the master, Zhao Mingyuan was puzzled. "Who is it?" The steward hesitated. "You should come and see. It's Fang Yuan." "Very well. As Zhao Mingyuan and his companions reached the door, a middle-aged man who had been waiting approached them. He graciously bowed to everyone present, nearly moving Shen Xingyue to tears. "Commoner Fang Yuan, accompanied by my young son Fang Che, pays respects to City Lord Zhao and the esteemed immortal masters." Zhao Mingyuan quietly informed Shen Xingyue and the others. Fang Yuan, the wealthiest man from the neighboring city. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue immediately perked up. A wealthy patron. She hurried to assist Fang Yuan. "Lord Fang, please rise." Such a lucrative opportunity had presented itself. If she could persuade Lord Fang to invest in them, it would save her a substantial amount in establishing the Beiji sect. Fang Yuan waved his hand, signaling several servants to bring forth large boxes. "I would like to exchange 100,000 taels of gold and 500 mid-grade spirit stones for my son Fang Che's admission into the Beiji sect. I implore the immortal masters to grant this request." He bowed deeply as he spoke the last sentence. Were it not for dire circumstances, he would never have shown such deference to juniors at his age. Shen Xingyue asked, "May I have Fang Che come forth?" Fang Yuan hesitated but eventually nodded, lifting the curtain of the carriage behind him to help a pale, emaciated youth out. The lad seemed to be struggling for breath and coughed a couple of times. Zhao Mingyuan hesitated for a moment upon seeing his condition. He was already half in the grave and still wished to pursue cultivation? How passionate he must be! Fang Che cough. Greetings to the esteemed immortal masters. Shen Xingyue and Chu Yunchuan exchanged glances. The boy emanated an intense aura of Yin energy. One could tell without needing a testing stone that he possessed a pure Yin constitution. If this pure constitution belonged to a female, it would be an exceptional cultivation physique. But if it belonged to a male, it would be virtually useless. It was a mystery how Lord Fong had managed to keep his son alive to this age. As such a constitution typically perished in the womb, a medical miracle indeed. This was a physique that every alchemist would covet for research. Zhao Mingyuan hesitated and leaned closer to Shen Xingyue, whispering, "Master, our planned admissions are already full." He felt a pang of conscience at the thought of accepting Lord Fong's gold. He sensed that even if they didn't assign any tasks to young Master Fong, he would still manage to stand there and eventually succumb. He would rather sell his own estate. Shen Xingyue replied, "Then let us take one more." Zhao Mingyuan had no choice but to accept the gold with reluctance. It was a painful yet joyous decision. They must procure the best for the Beiji sect. He would immediately seek out the finest sculptor in the capital to craft 2 stone lions for their gate. Upon witnessing this, Fong Yuan and Fong Che were ecstatic. But in their excitement, Fong Che coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shen Xingyue swiftly caught him and popped a recovery pill into his mouth, while Chu Yunchuan promptly pressed several acupoints on his body. They could not allow such a valuable specimen to perish. After their efforts, Fong Che's complexion visibly improved, regaining some color. Fong Yuan immediately knelt, tears welling in his eyes. He had never seen his son's face so rosy since his birth. "Thank you, esteemed immortal masters. Thank you." Chu Yunchuan gazed feverishly at Fong Che, thinking that if they could forcefully cure him, it would be a true reversal of fate, and he would be renowned throughout the world. Shen Xingyue and her companions had gained both wealth and talent, sending off Lord Fong in high spirits. Fong Che thus became Chu Yunchuan's first disciple. Before dawn, a large crowd had gathered outside the city lord's mansion. As today was the day the list of accepted cultivators would be announced, Luo Yihong felt conflicted about coming to see the results. He had obscured his face and blended into the crowd to catch a glimpse of the list. Not here, his first reaction was one of relief, but then he felt something was amiss. How could it be that a cultivator at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm could not gain admission into this fledgling sect created by Shen Xingyue? Had he been rejected? How was that even possible? He could choose not to attend, but surely Shen Xingyue could not refuse him. He must have misread the list. Luo Yihong scrutinized the names once more. Huang Yingying, Lu Haoran, Wang Yunqiu. Truly, he was nowhere to be found. Luo Yihong's defenses crumbled. At this moment, Zhao Mingyuan was still on the steps, soothing those disciples who had not been admitted. "Everyone, please remain calm. The top 50 is merely based on the order of registration, and there will be further admissions later, so no need to worry." Hearing this, those who had not been accepted had no choice but to accept their fate. After all, they were the ones who arrived late. However, among those who accepted their fate, it was evident that Luo Yihong was not one of them. He stormed directly to the gate of the city lord's mansion and fixed his gaze on Zhao Mingyuan, demanding, "Where is Shen Xingyue?" Zhao Mingyuan, with a stern expression, retorted, "What do you want with our sect leader?" "What do I want? Naturally, I wish to reason with her," Luo Yihong scoffed, and without waiting for Zhao Mingyuan's response, he flew into the city lord's mansion. The onlooking disciples were left in stunned silence. There was no need to be so impatient about not being admitted, was there? Hadn't they all heard that there would be more admissions? The beverage shop was closed for the day, and Shen Xingyue was engrossed in her design sketches, while Chu Yunchuan was busy refining pills with his newly acquired experimental disciple. Lin Muse was deep in meditation in his own room. Suddenly, the courtyard door was kicked open. "Shen Xingyue, come out." Shen Xingyue stepped out in confusion. "Who is looking for me?" Luo Yihong narrowed his eyes at her. "Why is my name not on the admission list?" "Why should it be? Wasn't it said that only the top 50 would be admitted? Your absence simply indicates you arrived late." She felt no guilt for the personal vendetta he seemed to imply. Luo Yihong snorted derisively. He had personally witnessed the city lord remember names, and there were clearly not many in front of him. However, he didn't wish to debate that point. He simply drew his sword and pointed it at Shen Xingyue. Challenging, "Let us fight." Shen Xingyue, bewildered, exclaimed, "Excuse me? Are you all right? Has your egg-laying period arrived? Here I am, minding my own business, and you come knocking to pick a fight." To Luo Yihong, these words were nothing short of provocation, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at Shen Xingyue. There was still a distance between them, and Shen Xingyue, aware of her disadvantage, turned to flee. Lin Muse and Chu Yunchuan, peering out, exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Remarking that inviting Luo Yihong would bring no peace, it appeared that not inviting him was equally tumultuous. To avoid the embarrassment of being chased while fleeing, Shen Xingyue leapt over the wall of the city lord's mansion's backyard, only to find herself cornered yet again. Damn Luo Yihong. His powerful and enigmatic image was utterly ruined. In a desperate bid to maintain her composure, Shen Xingyue steeled herself and raised her blade to confront Luo Yihong. "What exactly are you here for?" Shen Xingyue exclaimed with a grimace as she swung at Luo Yihong. Unsurprisingly, he easily evaded her strike. Luo Yihong remained silent. With so many witnesses, could he admit that he was here out of indignation for not being admitted? Certainly not. With his sword in hand, he had no choice but to engage. Shen Xingyue, dodging his attacks with exaggerated movements, appeared utterly comical. Her face twisted in agony. It was ruined. Her image was completely shattered. She had to act quickly before too many people witnessed her disgrace. "Fine, I concede. You are accepted. Please, spare me this embarrassment." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihong hesitated for a moment, just as those who had gathered at the front door arrived. Chapter 19. For my service, Shen Xingyue's words about accepting him were fortuitously overheard by them, so it turns out that being so straightforward in seeking the sect leader could indeed yield results. The crowd exchanged glances, emboldened to act. Just as Shen Xingyue thought she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, the disciples descended upon her like hungry wolves, shouting, "Sect leader, we want to join too." Shen Xingyue's eyes widened, and she truly fled in a frenzy. While she wouldn't mind recruiting so many free laborers, the original bandit den was simply too small to accommodate them all before the new hall was completed. She pinched a thunderbolt talisman between her fingers, creating a significant gap between herself and the throng behind her. Luo Yihong stepped aside to allow the disciples passage, awkwardly rubbing his nose. At that moment, Lin Muse jumped to his side, analyzing, "Your method of using others to eliminate your enemies is quite brilliant. The sect leader is truly being toyed with." Luo Yihong. The crowd surrounded the city lord's mansion, scouring every nook and cranny for Shen Xingyue. Upon catching sight of her, they rushed forward. Naturally, Shen Xingyue could not engage them directly and sought refuge in a small alley, hiding there for the entire afternoon until nightfall before she could return. The first thing she did was to climb through Luo Yihong's window. At that moment, Luo Yihong was communicating with Gu Huaiming via a communication jade slip. When he suddenly saw someone climbing through the window, he hastily severed the connection. "Who?" "Your sect leader." Shen Xingyue, looking somewhat disheveled, gritted her teeth as she climbed in. Luo Yihong frowned. "How did you know I was here?" Shen Xingyue sneered. "You live right across from me." "How could I not know?" She approached him step by step, her dark expression causing an inexplicable sense of dread in Luo Yihong. "I heard everything you just said." Shen Xingyue grinned ominously, realizing that this guy was clearly playing both sides with his master. Luo Yihong's heart skipped a beat. "Since you wish to join, then fine, I shall accept you. However, should you dare to slack off and neglect your duties as a disciple, do not blame me for reporting you to your master." "You dare? Do you think I wouldn't? If you cannot defeat me in a single blow, do not fear my making it public for all to know." She deliberately provoked. "You have sought me out multiple times." Have you been longing to defect from your master?" "I have not. I do not care whether you have or not." Shen Xingyue's expression hardened. "Now that you have joined my Beiji sect, you must serve me diligently. Do you understand?" "You, despicable." Observing his flustered demeanor, Shen Xingyue felt a surge of satisfaction. It mattered not whether he would work or not. For now, she would enjoy this verbal sparring. She strode out boldly, leaving Luo Yihong with a racing heart. Shen Xingyue's experience had no effect on Chu Yunchuan and the others, who were currently enjoying their meal, laughing and chatting. Shen Xingyue felt a pang of imbalance. "What are you all doing? I was chased for an entire afternoon, and you are here laughing?" Chu Yunchuan and Lin Muse exchanged glances. We believed in your strength to turn the tide." Zhao Mingyuan chimed in. "Indeed, sect leader, their pursuit of you is simply a testament to your undeniable charm." Shen Xingyue, she pouted. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating." Silently placing her self-made enhanced cleansing pills on the table, Shen Xingyue huffed and strode off. That night, chaos ensued. Shen Xingyue rarely had the time to practice her sword techniques in the morning. She had been preoccupied with designing the architectural plans for the Beiji sect, neglecting her training. Slash, hack, slice, cut, chop, stab. With a swift aerial maneuver, Shen Xingyue sent her blade crashing down toward the floor, yet as the dust settled, the floor remained intact. Her moves were fierce yet fluid. Zhao Mingyuan watched, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment, his applause echoing loudly. Shen Xingyue turned to him. Zhao Mingyuan hurriedly approached, excitement evident. Sect leader, I have already memorized that technique. Shen Xingyue nodded, sheathed her sword, and declared, in that case, let us head up the mountain to practice channeling qi into the body. Wonderful. Upon her agreement, Shen Xingyue seized him by the scruff of his neck and soared toward Lutai Mountain. This experience was entirely different from the previous teleportation. Slowly, she watched the townsfolk shrink to the size of insects, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as if she were a colossal being. If one did not practice cultivation, they would never know the sensation of gazing down upon the earth from the heavens, just as he reveled in the exhilarating breeze against his face. Shen Xingyue suddenly dove straight down. Help? Indeed, it was far better to have one's feet on solid ground. The shift in mindset occurred in an instant, and Zhao Mingyuan's voice cracked as he cried out, only to be abruptly silenced as Shen Xingyue jabbed at a pressure point on his neck. Zhao Mingyuan's eyes bulged. Falling from this height would surely shatter his body. He hoped Lu Er would be diligent enough to collect all his pieces. The anticipated pain of being crushed did not come, and Zhao Mingyuan, bewildered, touched his head and legs. They were all intact, thank goodness. Shen Xingyue, speechless, gave him 2 sharp raps on the back of his neck. Do not shout. Oh, she furrowed her brows, surveying their surroundings. They were now at the edge of Lutai Mountain. She had initially intended to fly directly to the energy vein, but upon approaching, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The source of this sensation was inexplicable. Prompting her to choose to descend midway to it was only after extensive contact that Shen Xingyue recognized it. It was poisonous gas. It's so quiet here. Zhao Mingyuan scanned the area. The forest was devoid of even the chirping of insects or singing of birds, which seemed it had not been like this during their last visit. Quite eerie. Upon spotting something emerging from behind a tree, Zhao Mingyuan cautiously approached, and upon seeing it, he screamed and fell to the ground, a corpse. Shen Xingyue walked over to find a body sprawled there, its face a ghastly shade of blue, as if it had suffocated. Judging by the attire, it seemed to belong to a hunter who had ventured up the mountain. Shen Xingyue's expression turned grim. It seemed that the energy vein she had originally found had already been claimed. She retrieved 2 detoxification pills and consumed them. After just a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mingyuan, who had inhaled the toxic mist, found himself struggling to breathe. Upon hearing Shen Xingyue's words, he hastily grabbed the antidote pill and swallowed it. The suffocating sensation dissipated, and Zhao Mingyuan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. What is going on here? Shen Xingyue replied. Someone has set up a poisonous mist maze here. Anyone who enters is inevitably trapped within, ultimately succumbing to the toxic haze and suffocating to death. Zhao Mingyuan was taken aback. What? A poisonous mist maze? That sounds terrifying. What should we do? Should we return and contemplate our strategy? It's already too late. We've entered this maze and can't turn back. The brilliance of this maze lies in the fact that once you enter, it feels as though you are encountering a wall of ghosts. The path you thought would lead you home may, in fact, lead to the bridge of oblivion in the netherworld. Even the direction of flight may not necessarily lead to the heavens. The one who arranged this formation is truly malicious. To prevent them from getting separated, Shen Xingyue affixed a talisman onto Zhao Mingyuan and generously provided him with a few antidote pills as a precaution. Seeing her serious demeanor, Zhao Mingyuan, with a mournful expression, asked, Master, will we be able to leave alive today? Shen Xingyue calmly reassured him. I believe we can. A man's tears should not flow lightly. Especially in times of crisis, we must remain strong. Do you understand? I don't understand. Don't be afraid. As long as we find and destroy the core of the formation, we will be able to escape. So, Master, do you know where the core is? I do not. Chapter 20. You have truly disappointed me. Just as Zhao Mingyuan was about to continue lamenting, he opened his mouth only to find no one was scolding him anymore, which caused him to pause. He struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was it. The most terrifying situation had come upon him so quickly. His head turned rigidly around, and in this eerily tranquil forest, he was utterly alone. "Master? Master, are you there? Shen Xingyue." There was no response. His heart sank. Zhao Mingyuan's sudden disappearance startled even Shan Xingyue. She furrowed her brow, realizing the situation was rather troublesome. It seemed that the one who set the formation was indeed more formidable than she. She quickly sensed the talisman, hoping to ascertain Zhao Mingyuan's location. However, the talisman flickered, spinning rapidly around her. How could Zhao Mingyuan run so fast? That was evidently impossible. It appeared that she was the one with the problem. She was likely trapped in a mirage that obstructed her vision. Just as she was contemplating this, a man appeared before her, facing away. Shen Xingyue squinted. Why did that silhouette seem so familiar? However, it seemed that this man might be the key to breaking the illusion. Just as Shan Xingyue contemplated striking him, he turned around. It was none other than Shan Qingchen. Her blade was poised against his neck as she raised an eyebrow at him theatrically. At that moment, Shan Qingchen gazed at Shan Xingyue with a mixture of 3 parts anger, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts reproach. "Shan Xingyue, you have truly disappointed me. I sincerely apologize for that." Shan Qingchen paused but maintained his facade. "You do not resemble a senior sister in the slightest. You even contemplated killing your master. This is truly disheartening." Shan Xingyue suppressed a laugh. "Really? I find it hard to believe that you are particularly disheartened. What kind of talk is this? True disheartenment does not manifest in loud quarrels. How utterly vexing. How dare you jest at your master?" Setting aside how abrupt Shan Qingchen's appearance was, Shan Xingyue felt that this mirage had not even accurately assessed what she truly feared before taking action. Not only was it foolish, but its technique was also lacking. At the very least, it could have changed the backdrop. If it had transformed into the Yaoguang sect, she would have applauded it for its creativity. The appearance of Shan Qingchen in this dark forest was blatantly obvious. Seeing that she remained unyielding, Shan Qingchen changed his approach. "Xingyue, I too am trapped in this maze. Shall we work together to escape?" Shan Xingyue maintained a serious expression. No, given Shan Qingchen's strength, how could he possibly be trapped here? She could not be bothered to engage further with this false Shan Qingchen. Raising her blade, she unleashed a powerful strike toward him. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingyuan, lying in place for quite some time, realized he was still alive. He wiped his face and stood up, feeling a pressing need to relieve himself. Glancing around to ensure no one was near, he hesitated but ultimately decided to find a thicket to take care of his needs. Just then, a bizarre scene unfolded. What did he just witness? He saw his urine flowing upwards towards higher ground? What on earth? Zhao Mingyuan hurriedly jumped aside. He couldn't let his newly bought shoes get dirty. The situation was too strange. Zhao Mingyuan crouched down to observe the direction of the urine flow and then glanced at his own position. What does this mean? Unable to resist, he reached out to touch it. It still felt like water, right? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he recalled what Shen Xingyue had previously said about encountering a wall of ghosts. What one sees may not necessarily be reality. It could also be an illusion. Water naturally flows downward, but what if the so-called downward in his eyes was actually viewed as upward? Could it mean that the direction of the water flow indicated the true lower ground? The terrain of Luqing was undoubtedly lower than that of Lutai Mountain, so if he followed the direction of the water flow, could he potentially find a way out? After a profound internal debate, he carefully tucked the talisman Shen Xingyue had given him into his pocket, made a mark at his location, and set off. Furthermore, he pried the luminous pearl from his crown. If water could flow, then surely the pearl could roll as well? The journey through the eerily silent forest felt as though he was traversing a desolate wasteland. Zhao Mingyuan encountered his own markings multiple times, even returning to the same spot on 3 occasions. Just as he was about to succumb to despair from his repeated failures, he suddenly heard the voices of 2 individuals conversing. They seemed completely unaffected by the toxic mist. "I've visited that spiritual vein once. It is particularly rich in spiritual energy. I heard the master plans to establish a second sect here. Is that truly possible?" "Of course," one of them replied. "It will be much more convenient for our cultivation in the future." "That's wonderful. It is indeed great, but I feel like it's a bit too quiet here. There's no helping that. To prevent outsiders from discovering this place, we can only use the poisonous mist maze. After all, they rely on poison arts for their livelihood, and their expertise lies in using such means to deter intruders." As for those insects, fish, birds, and beasts who inadvertently perish in the mountains, they can only count themselves as unfortunate. Zhao Mingyuan crouched behind a tree, barely daring to breathe, his heart racing at their conversation. It seemed these individuals were the true culprits. The two continued their discussion. I'm feeling a bit tired. Why don't we just fly up directly? It's fine as long as we have the waste tokens. No. For safety's sake, let us walk up. Even with waste tokens, we can't guarantee we won't get lost. His tone grew a bit firm, successfully persuading the one who initially suggested flying. Zhao Mingyuan cautiously peeked out to take a look, and sure enough, both men had a silver waste token hanging from their waists. With this item, they wouldn't lose their way in the maze? He swallowed hard. If he were to rush out and seize it now, would they simply kill him on the spot? However, even if he didn't seize it, could he possibly find his way out of this mountain on his own? After wandering for so long, the master hadn't come to find him. Did that mean she was also trapped? The voices of the two men gradually drew closer, and Zhao Mingyuan slumped behind a large tree. Thanks to the maze, the toxic mist not only obstructed Zhao Mingyuan's path, but also dulled the senses of the two cultivators. He remained perfectly still, and they failed to notice him. Internally, he was tormented and conflicted, as he recalled the times when Luqing had been overshadowed by the tyranny of bandits. Although he had ascended to the position of city lord through ancestral favor, he had always regarded ensuring the safety and well-being of the citizens as his responsibility. Even before the bandits arrived, he believed he had been doing well until those he had sent to the mountains were found with their organs removed and discarded in the streets. Zhao Mingyuan trembled all over, tears welling in his eyes as memories flooded back. The reason he had fought so hard to support Qin Xingyue was rooted in an unspoken guilt. The bandits wreaked havoc, abducting innocent women and turning Luqing into a wretched place, while he had cowardly evaded responsibility. Was he to repeat the same mistakes now? Absolutely not. Zhao Mingyuan gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening as he charged toward the two conversing individuals. As long as he could run a bit faster and seize their waste tokens, he would be able to locate the master. The past would not repeat itself, however, while the vision was beautiful. Reality was harsh. Just as Zhao Mingyuan's head was an inch away from one man's waist, he was seized by the scruff of his neck. Have mortals become this audacious? They must be cornered. Desperate. Kill him. He'll die anyway, fine. The one who had grabbed Zhao Mingyuan's neck assented, drawing his sword to pierce through him, but Zhao Mingyuan clutched his arm tightly. Zhao Mingyuan cried out, "Please? Noble sir, spare my life. I am the city lord of Luqing. I can offer you anything you desire. I beg you to spare me. I have earned quite a bit of spiritual stones alongside those from the Beiji sect these past few days. If you let me go, I will give them all to you. I have hidden those spiritual stones. No one else can find them but me." The man hesitated. Spiritual stones? Huh? That is indeed quite commendable. They have occasionally heard of the Arctic Gate, which seems to be located in that small town at the foot of the mountain, correct? It is said to have been caused by the expelled Qin Xingyue. The two exchanged a glance and decided to refrain from killing him for the moment, opting instead to bring him up the mountain to await Elder Inqi's judgment. Chapter 21. The left grasping the yellow, the right supporting the azure. Indeed, that Shun Qingqian is the key to dispelling the illusion. With a swift stroke of the blade, the illusion shattered instantaneously. At this moment, her knife was poised at the neck of a juvenile nightmare beast, which was half buried in the earth, revealing only its head, its eyes tightly shut. It was incessantly crying out, "Shun Xingyue, do not betray your master and ancestors. I am truly your master. Oh master, would you care to open your eyes and see for yourself?" The nightmare beast, trembling with fear, finally opened its eyes. Shun Xingyue tapped the ground with her knife, prompting the beast to emerge from the earth, revealing a rare green-haired pig. "You are the pig. Your entire family are pigs." The nightmare beast furiously kicked at Shun Xingyue, who swiftly seized its piglet hoof, not imitate others in being boastful. Shun Xingyue raised her knife, intent on slaughtering the pig. "Do not kill me." The pig, shedding 2 large tears, pleaded. "I do not wish to harm you. Our family was living peacefully on this mountain until your kind poisoned and slaughtered my parents, and harmed other small creatures and spirits. I set this illusion only to protect myself. Had it not been for the barrier created by its parents with their final demonic power, it would have perished long ago." it attempted to evoke pity and moral obligation in Shan Xingyue, hoping for mercy. However, it was evident that its strategy had faltered. Shan Xingyue, with an impassive expression, scraped the pigskin, saying, "Oh, and what of that? It was not I who caused it. You wretched human. You are utterly heartless." The beast lamented, "I beg you, spare me. I am of great use. If you do not slay me, I shall serve you faithfully." Serve? The key phrase triggered a response, and Shan Xingyue lowered her knife. Nightmare beasts inherently possess intelligence and belong to a higher echelon of demonic beasts. An adult nightmare beast is formidable, capable of creating illusions more authentic than reality itself, effortlessly claiming lives, yet they are wild and difficult to tame. Capturing and training one in its juvenile stage to serve oneself is far more valuable than exterminating it. Release you? Very well, but you must sign a slave contract, pledging your life in unwavering loyalty to me, and then I shall set you free. Such a contract, once signed, is irrevocable, existing as an unequal agreement between humans and demons. The bound demon must obey its master for life. Otherwise, it will perish. That is unnecessary. It attempted to evade, but upon meeting Shan Xingyue's icy gaze, it hastily conceded, "I will sign. I will sign. Is that sufficient?" With a flash of spiritual light, a slave mark materialized on the pig's forehead. The contract was established. The pig's eyes welled with tears of humiliation. "Father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother, I am unfilial, bringing shame upon our nightmare beast clan." After administering a detoxifying pill, Shan Xingyue cast the creature aside. "Stay here and remain vigilant, ready to heed my call." She now intended to confront those who encroached upon her territory. Carrying this burden would be too cumbersome. Upon finishing her words, she reached out to sense Zhao Mingyuan's location. At this moment, he was resolutely advancing in a particular direction, showing no signs of being ensnared by the illusionary maze. It appears he has already been captured. With a mere thought, she materialized on a branch behind Zhao Mingyuan and his companions. The two individuals below were evidently oblivious to the presence trailing them, continuing to interrogate Zhao Mingyuan. Asked the lord of the city, "Why are you not in your residence, but instead climbing the mountain?" Hunting. Hunting? Indeed, indeed. Left grasping the yellow, right supporting the azure. Do you comprehend how impressive that is? I do not know. How come you are not poisoned? Zhao Mingyuan hesitated, spinning a tale. Perhaps it is because I consumed a plethora of medicinal concoctions as a child, thus cultivating a body impervious to toxins. A glimmer of interest flickered in the eyes of the two. They did not rule out the possibility. Once they reached the mountain, they were determined to have him test their newly developed poison. They quickened their pace, causing Zhao Mingyuan's heart to race with trepidation. From her perch on the branch, Shan Xingyue observed the scene unfold. She finally recalled the poison mist maze, notorious in the cultivation world for being established by the Seven Stars sect, a faction specializing in concocting poisons. 2 years prior, they had encountered each other in a secret realm, and it was during that time that Shan Xingyue had witnessed this very poison mist maze. However, the array's creator had been of limited skill, and she had easily shattered it. The detoxifying pill she had crafted afterward was a response to the poison mist, but as it was not particularly significant, she had long since forgotten it. Within this maze, where day and night were indistinguishable, Shan Xingyue had no awareness of how long she had followed. Before her, the outlines of Longhu Mountain Village began to materialize. Elder Inchi, Elder Inchi. We have captured the Lord of Deer City, 2 disciples shouted even before entering the gate. Shan Xingyue's eyelids twitched. This phrase sounded strangely familiar. Perched on the gnarled tree outside Longhu Mountain Village, she had a clear view of the happenings inside, precisely the location where they had previously ambushed the bandits. It was truly a perfect spot for voyeurism. Once she summoned her disciples, she would have to chop this wretched tree down. A man emerged from the main hall, raising an eyebrow upon seeing Zhao Mingyuan. "From where did you capture him?" "From the foot of the mountain." Zhao Mingyuan lamented, "The foot of the mountain? I was nearly escaping, yet foolishly walked right into their hands. Well, now that the sect leader has not found him, he may well perish here." Elder Inchi grasped Zhao Mingyuan's chin, posing the same question as the previous 2 disciples. "The foot of the mountain? How is it that he has not been poisoned?" He claims it is due to his childhood consumption of numerous medicinal concoctions, resulting in a body impervious to toxins. This explanation might deceive ordinary disciples. But attempting to fool the cunning elder Inchi was futile. He chuckled coldly. Impervious to toxins? Merely from drinking medicine? Our 7 Stars sect has yet to successfully concoct such a potion. How could a mere mortal survive by consuming a few herbal brews? Absurd! The 2 disciples exchanged glances, finally realizing they had been deceived by Zhao Mingyuan. You dare to lie to us? I did not. I truly consumed many medicines as a child due to stomach troubles. Infuriating, one disciple, furious, was about to slay Zhao Mingyuan, only to be restrained by Elder Inchi. Elder Inchi retrieved a small porcelain vial from his waist pouch, preparing to pour it into Zhao Mingyuan's mouth. In a moment of peril, Shen Xingyue hurled her knife with precision. Elder Inchi was taken aback, instinctively withdrawing his hand, as the blade whizzed past Zhao Mingyuan's nose, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Master, please be more careful. What if you accidentally cut his face next time? Shen Xingyue leaped down, seizing the knife's hilt. She was acutely aware that the 7 Stars sect excelled in the use of poisons. Thus, she granted them no opportunity to approach, and with fierce aggression, she prepared to strike Elder Inchi down at once. A cultivator at the late golden core stage might surpass one at the peak. But it was impossible to contend with a nascent soul. Even with Zhao Mingyuan in tow, Shen Xingyue was still capable of overpowering Elder Inchi. Elder Inchi, evading attacks, gazed at Shen Xingyue with disbelief. You truly are Shen Xingyue? What? Did you not inquire thoroughly before encroaching upon my territory? Shen Xingyue retorted. I am indeed Shen Xingyue. No imitations? Elder Inchi's complexion shifted. It was precisely because he had learned of her identity that he had come. You are not at the late golden core stage. Shen Xingyue paused momentarily, confirming that she was indeed at the late golden core stage, yet he was unaware that this was 2 years prior. Speaking as she did, her hand remained unyielding, the flash of her blade swiftly severing Elder Inchi's arm. This is impossible. How could it be? How could one possibly ascend from the late golden core to nascent soul in a mere 2 years? Chapter 22. That was 2 years ago. Elder Inchi, losing copious amounts of blood, became pallid, collapsing to the ground in agony, muttering that it was impossible. Shen Xingyue, intent on striking not only physically but also at his spirit, remarked, What is impossible? Do you presume everyone is as foolish as you, taking a decade or more to advance a single stage? She swung her blade once more, severing Elder Inchi's other arm, simultaneously dispatching a minion, attempting to ambush her. Elder Inchi finally regained his senses, and with no arms, he could only crawl backward on his legs, resembling a writhing maggot. You dare to kill me. Our sect leader will not spare you. Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow. Excellent. I await his arrival. However, on a different note, having established my own sect, why would your sect leader send a late golden core to guard the premises? Is he not seeking your demise? Elder Inchi's face turned purple. How could they know that establishing a sect equated to being at the nascent soul level? They were not engaged in the mundane pursuits of the orthodox path. Just as he was about to curse, Shen Xingyue interjected. Enough, do not speak. I am disinclined to listen. Elder Inchi, infuriated, spewed a mouthful of blood. Now bleeding from 3 wounds, his complexion rapidly turned ashen. To spare him from a fate as humiliating as that of a maggot, Shen Xingyue swiftly ended his life. With the demise of the big boss, would the remaining minions not fall one by one? Others who encountered Elder Inchi were no match for this individual. And naturally, I dared not confront her either, fleeing in a state of panic. Shen Xingyue sneered with disdain. Escape was, of course, futile. Those individuals had not even had the chance to blink before their bodies were cleaved in 2. Some chose to let the second-in-command take a blow for them. Just as Shen Xingyue's blade was about to descend, that individual lunged forward with great force. The blade landed firmly between his legs, blood saturating his trousers. Nevertheless, he persevered, crawling forward with unwavering determination. Shen Xingyue thought, forget it, I 1T kill him. Zhao Mingyuan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a similar coldness in his own legs. Especially upon witnessing the aftermath of that blade, however, when he turned back to look at Shen Xingyue, his gaze transformed into one of awe as if a deity had descended. So magnificent, the sect leader. Especially that phrase, that was 2 years ago. He was determined to transcribe it upon his return, crafting a tome for our disciples to peruse, thereby elevating the sect leader's prestige. Zhao Mingyuan, gather their waste tokens. Upon receiving the command, Zhao Mingyuan set about collecting the disciples' waste tokens, while Shen Xingyue meticulously rummaged through Elder Inchi's bag, searching for his poisons. Using the venom of a serpent to poison the serpent itself, would the serpent perish from its own venom? It was unexpected that Elder Inchi, despite his careless appearance, was quite meticulous in his affairs, for every vial was clearly labeled with the name of the poison. Vivid and illustrative. 7-day heartbreak powder. Half step to laughter. He truly met a fitting end. However, she had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to delay even a moment. After dismantling the poisonous mist formation and incinerating the corpses, she led Zhao Mingyuan down the mountain. As for his cultivation of qi absorption, let Chu Yunchuan teach him that upon his return. During this time, she summoned the nightmare beast. I must embark on a journey soon. Guard the home well, and do not allow anyone to steal from us. Report to me immediately should anything arise. Understood, Master. The poisonous mist dissipated, the formation was lifted, and the nightmare beast was elated. It even found Shen Xingyue agreeable to behold. Senior brother, may I borrow your celestial binding rope? Before Shen Xingyue had even entered the door, she was calling out. Chu Yunchuan poked his head out. What do you intend to do? Zero-cost purchase. Shen Xingyue swiftly pulled Lin Muse from the room, urging him not to sit idly, as the sect leader was taking him to seize opportunities. Lin Muse was momentarily taken aback. Recently, there have been no reports of any spiritual treasures or secret realms emerging. And the masters have not announced any new creations. Seize opportunities? Where to? Speak as we walk. We shall be in trouble if we delay. Although that individual was injured below, what if he was a ruthless person who would fight tooth and nail to return home for help? Wouldn't that tracking talisman lead to their discovery? Chu Yunchuan handed the celestial binding rope to Shen Xingyue. You aren't planning something dangerous, are you? Shen Xingyue. Absolutely not. She was taking the initiative. Even if that disciple did not escape, it was only a matter of time before the master of the 7 Stars sect discovered it. Rather than live in fear of being targeted by thieves, it was wiser to eliminate the den of thieves first. Holding the celestial binding rope, she pondered. How does one use this? The celestial binding rope can only be employed at close range. Simply recite the incantation. The path of the Great Way is simple, formless, and elusive. It's rather lengthy, and one must recite it in advance. Shen Xingyue fell into rare silence. She recalled the days when she had been bound. Surely, her master didn't recite the incantation to bind her every time he entered the room, did he? Fine, I understand now. Senior brother, please instruct Zhao Mingyuan on qi absorption. Shortest, a day or 2. Longest, who knows. If I am not back in time, the newly recruited disciples will be entrusted to you. Very well. Chu Yunchuan acquiesced, and soon after, Shen Xingyue and Lin Muse vanished from his sight. Zhao Mingyuan was deeply moved. He hadn't expected the sect leader to still think of him at such a time. He must strive to cultivate diligently and succeed in qi absorption before the sect leader returns. Though Lin Muse was still a bit dazed, he followed Shen Xingyue without question. Whatever the sect leader intended to do, he would support it wholeheartedly. As the pair exited the city lord's mansion, Shen Xingyue's eyes darted toward the inn across the street, pausing briefly. Wait for me, I need to fetch someone. Luo Yiheng, with his mid-stage nascent soul strength, would undoubtedly prove crucial in this endeavor. She leaped nimbly to the window on the floor where Luo Yiheng resided. Calling out, Luo Yiheng? Just as Luo Yiheng, a master of control, finished his conversation with his teacher, he noticed Shen Xingyue's restless gaze darting around and knew immediately that he had lied to his master again. Or perhaps, he had yet to disclose his previous betrayal of the sect. Upon hearing Shen Xingyue's voice, he dropped the communication jade slip he held. What on earth? Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Shen Xingyue pouted. Luo Yiheng, annoyed, turned to glare at her. Did your sect never teach you to knock before entering someone's room? Shen Xingyue feigned innocence. I surely didn't learn that. Otherwise, how could I have been thrown out? You. Shameless. Enough of your banter. The new sect leader is taking you to seize opportunities. By the time you return, you'll be at the spirit division stage, and your master will surely overlook your transgressions. Luo Yiheng's previously angered expression froze. To say the least, Shen Xingyue's words stirred something within him. if he could truly reach the spirit division stage. He paused his breath. I'm in. Shin Xingyue raised an eyebrow, initially expecting to have to persuade him at length, but he had surprisingly acquiesced so easily in this day and age. There were few who still believed in empty promises. After gathering everyone, Shin Xingyue led them to pursue the fleeing disciple. Though they were 100 miles away, the glow of the talisman continued to flicker incessantly. Now they had two pieces of news, one good news, and another still good news. Firstly, although that disciple was injured, he was indeed enduring the pain to relay a message back to the Seven Stars sect. He had not wasted their time, which was commendable. Secondly, despite his tenacity, he had not yet made it through the door. He had collapsed just before the poisonous mist formation, bleeding profusely behind him. Upon witnessing this, both Lin Muse and Luo Yiheng felt phantom pains in their legs. The three stood behind the disciple. Luo Yiheng furrowed his brow. Where is this? You meant to seize opportunities here? Chapter 23. Seven Stars Sect. Shin Xingyue nodded. Indeed. Luo Yiheng's expression darkened. He felt that Shin Xingyue had played him. Throughout history, when spiritual treasures emerged, they were always accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. Yet this place was shrouded in thick fog, devoid of any signs of such treasures. He turned to leave, but was stopped by Shin Xingyue. Fool! If you leave now, the opportunity will fly away. You're deceiving me. Nonsense. When have I ever deceived you? There are indeed treasures inside. I swear. That vast Seven Stars sect is filled with treasures. If we seize everything they possess for ourselves, we will strike it rich. Hearing her words, Luo Yiheng calmed down. It was only then that Shin Xingyue released her hold and swiftly dispatched the disciple. Since they had located the Seven Stars sect, there was no reason to spare his life. Lin Muse lowered his gaze upon the fallen man, pondering for a moment before speaking. This is the Seven Stars sect? Correct. Lin Muse was momentarily stunned, not expecting the place they were about to act upon was actually the Seven Stars sect. The sect that had long been a ghost in the cultivation world. Known for its infamous poison, and had been sought after by so many righteous sects, yet had never been found, now stood before them. He hesitated. What do you intend to do? Annihilate it. What? Lin Muse exclaimed in disbelief. Are you serious? Just the three of us? With only mid-stage nascent soul strength among us? If there's even one master at the spirit division stage inside, we would be utterly annihilated, of course. I am serious, Shin Xingyue replied grimly, recounting the events that had transpired atop Deer Terrace Mountain. If we wait for them to discover us, even if we do not provoke them, they will not let us go. Thus, the best course of action is to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Luo Yiheng, who had initially been reluctant to join the Seven Stars sect, suddenly erupted with an unparalleled sense of justice. The poisonous mist formation? Many lives lost? Yes, Shin Xingyue nodded, feigning tears as she wiped away non-existent moisture from her eyes, turning a once vibrant mountain into a desolate wasteland. How infuriating! Shin Xingyue slyly glanced at Luo Yiheng. Realizing that she needn't say much more, he was already eager to join this righteous crusade. As for Shin Xingyue's suggestion of taking the initiative, Lin Muse agreed, for it was indeed better than sitting idly by. However, with just the three of us, I believe it would be wise to consider our options further. Moreover, we currently have no understanding of what lies within this poisonous mist formation. I have a slight idea. Shin Xingyue said, producing 3 disguised talismans, transforming herself into Elder Inchi. Lin Muse's pupils constricted. It was indeed possible? Of course, Luo Yiheng scoffed. How ugly. If it's ugly, don't use it. Shin Xingyue handed Lin Muse one talisman, and just as she was about to put the other away, it was snatched by Luo Yiheng. Humph, if it's yours, I might as well use it. Shin Xingyue laughed in exasperation. So petty. However, even after using the disguised talisman, Luo Yiheng only changed his attire. His face remained unchanged. Lin Muse obediently transformed into the fallen disciple on the ground. Shin Xingyue couldn't be bothered with Luo Yiheng. After all, she believed the people of the Seven Stars sect wouldn't remember every disciple's face. This is a treasure to conceal one's cultivation. It must always be kept on hand. After the 3 of them reached a consensus, they ascended the mountain together. This poisonous mist and maze bore an uncanny resemblance to the one encountered previously at Lutai Mountain, evidently crafted by the same hand. Furthermore, it was likely that this individual possessed knowledge of only this particular formation and harbored an excessive confidence in their toxic skills. Regrettably, the frequency with which this poison appeared was quite excessive. After suffering a setback during their first encounter with this toxin, Shen Xingyue had fervently researched an antidote. The surroundings of the Seven Stars sect were as silent as a graveyard. Unable to contain himself, Lin Muz ventured, "Master, what do you think are the chances of us returning alive?" Perhaps 30%. Lin Muz swayed slightly upon hearing this point. 30%. How did that differ from a death sentence? Luo Yihong furrowed his brow and retorted. What sort of talk is this? Why diminish the morale of our companions? Then what do you estimate the chances to be? At most, 10%. Why does it keep getting lower? Shen Xingyue's expression stiffened. You're being tedious. This cold jest is hardly amusing. As the trio conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Seven Stars sect. Shen Xingyue immediately shifted her demeanor and, as if unable to hold herself up any longer, staggered forward. The gatekeeper disciple rushed to support her upon spotting Elder Yinqi. Elder Yinqi, how have you returned? The injured Elder Yinqi replied with a sarcastic tone. What do you mean? How have I returned? Am I required to report my return to you? No, that's not what I meant. Elder Yinqi huffed. You better not mean that. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and take me to inform the sect leader. The two disciples exchanged glances, puzzled. Wasn't Elder Yinqi supposed to be at Lutai Mountain? Did she get beaten? Perhaps she was venting her frustrations on them? However, this behavior was not entirely unexpected. They had heard tales of Elder Yinqi's temper, which was far from the gentle and benevolent facade she usually presented. In her inner sanctum, she would often scold her disciples, and if something displeased her, she would use them as test subjects for her poisons. The two hurriedly dragged Elder Yinqi towards the sect leader, fearful that she might decide to use them for her experiments as well. Shen Xingyue. Meanwhile, Lin Muz and Luo Yihong, still at the entrance, exchanged glances, marveling at how quickly she immersed herself in her role. Lin Muz pondered various ways to feign injuries, but ultimately decided to replicate the injuries sustained by that disciple. Bloodstains clung to his waist, and his complexion was pale. Luo Yihong awkwardly assisted him from the side. The sect leader of the Seven Stars sect sat atop the dais in the grand hall, their face obscured by a mask, rendering their features indistinguishable. Their voice was androgynous, resonating with an unsettling tone. Evidently displeased at being interrupted during their cultivation, they cast a downward gaze. Elder Yinqi lamented, I implore you, Master, to act on my behalf. That Shen Xingyue has already reached the nascent soul stage. I truly cannot contend with her. Lutai Mountain has been taken by that vile person. The masked figure abruptly slammed their hand on the armrest of their chair. What? I beseech you, Master, to take action against her and reclaim Lutai Mountain. The figure's expression darkened as their gaze fell upon Lin Muz standing behind Shen Xingyue, frowning. What is this about? Elder Yinqi's lament grew louder. This disciple was injured while shielding me. That demoness has harmed my vital essence. From this day forth, I fear. Alas! The figure frowned. In that case, take time to rest. Elder Yinqi pressed on. That insufferable Shen Xingyue even claimed that she had encountered this poison 2 years prior and that it was nothing exceptional. She further stated that our Seven Stars sect was so inept that we deserved extinction. Had I not taken advantage of her arrogance and rendered her incapacitated? Who knows? The figure was infuriated, their vision blurring momentarily as they felt a surge of internal energy. Enough. You may leave now. I shall not let that arrogant fool escape justice. Shen Xingyue furrowed her brow. The sect leader remained remarkably composed, even when provoked. Why hadn't they rushed out to eliminate her? Yet she merely bowed her head and replied, Understood. Chapter 24. Then let's flee after deceiving the two disciples and leading them back to Elder Yinqi's quarters. The three convened behind closed doors to deliberate. Is there any way to ascertain their cultivation level? Luo Yihong shook his head. No, their cultivation surpasses mine. Conservatively estimating, they are at the separation of spirit stage. Cough, cough, cough. Conservatively estimating the separation of spirit stage? Shen Xingyue inquired, what are our chances of defeating them together? 0. Shen Xingyue paused momentarily. That was impulsive, my friend. What do you think are our chances of escaping? 80%. Then let us flee. A gentleman's revenge is best served a decade later. If we wait until her cultivation surpasses that of the sect leader, Reclaiming our territory will not be out of reach. Shun Xingyue opened the door, and the three stealthily plotted to return the way they came. However, they immediately collided with a figure. Wearing a mask and moving hurriedly, it was none other than the sect leader of the Seven Stars sect. Shen Xingyue, still in the guise of Elder Inchi, was not recognized by the sect leader at that moment. As for Lin Muse and Luo Yihong, the esteemed leader had completely forgotten their faces. Elder Inchi, why are you not resting? What are you up to? Elder Inchi replied cheerfully, Oh, I couldn't sleep, just taking a stroll. Even if you've been injured, you must still rest, the sect leader said. I shall be entering seclusion for the next few days. Do inform the Grand Elder. Elder Inchi had no time to notify the Grand Elder. After just a few moments of adjusting her breath, she found her energy still in turmoil and needed to enter seclusion immediately. It was all due to that wretched Shen Xingyue. She had been cultivating at a critical juncture when this person had angered her, nearly leading her to a dangerous path. Very well. Seeing the sect leader rush off in haste, Shen Xingyue and the others exchanged glances. With the big boss entering seclusion, should they still escape? Although their sect leader was formidable at the separation of spirit stage, it seemed the elders were rather lacking. Elder Inchi was merely at the peak of the golden core stage, and the other elders likely weren't much better. They might have a chance, so, not leaving then? I agree. The three stealthily returned. As soon as they entered, Shen Xingyue's expression shifted, and she drew a blade, pressing it against the young man's neck. The youth was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Master, Shen Xingyue frowned. Was this the disciple of Elder Inchi? Would it be excessive to kill him outright? Just as she readied to strike, the young man cried, Master, I know I was wrong. I will never touch those drugged individuals again. Shen Xingyue hesitated. Drugged individuals? There was a plot in the original story regarding these drugged beings, which were grotesque and would bite anyone they encountered, spreading rapidly and causing chaos. Although they posed little threat to cultivators, they were lethal to mortals. Bai Ruoyao and senior brother Song Yuma had been dispatched to investigate and protect the citizens, intending to eliminate the drug beings. However, at a critical moment, Bai Ruoyao's compassion had flared. Upon hearing one of the drugged beings utter the word mother before dying, she concluded they were still human and forbade Song Yuma from killing them. To protect Bai Ruoyao, Song Yuma had been bitten by one of the drugged beings, resulting in a peak nascent soul drugged individual, leading to an uncontrollable situation. It was only due to the timely intervention of the demon lord Qiyue that Bai Ruoyao was taken away. While that small city was slaughtered, the tragic sequence of events left readers in anguish. Meanwhile, Song Yuma, unable to accept reality, secluded himself deep in the mountains, and it took Shun Qingqin considerable effort to bring him back. The healing process required immense effort, and whether he would recover was uncertain. This was merely a minor subplot in the romance between the male and female leads. Had she not heard the term drugged beings, Shen Xingyue would not have remembered. But now that it had come to mind, it was a matter of urgency. What was the name of that small city that was slaughtered? Lutai City? Shen Xingyue's face turned pale. This could not be allowed to continue. This dreadful incident must be quashed at its inception. Elder Inchi, her face stern, coldly commanded, Come here. The youth, afraid to speak further, followed behind her. Kneel. Elder Inchi sat before the desk. Do you remember how long you have been with me? The young man knelt with his head bowed. 1 year. Upon hearing this, Elder Inchi abruptly hurled her teacup at him. 1 year? And you still have the audacity to say that? In a year, you couldn't learn what you can and cannot touch. I was wrong, master. Elder Inchi was furious, her eyes aflame. Speak. What were you thinking at that moment? How could you not restrain your hands? If your hands are surplus, I might as well chop them off. The young man trembled. I just thought they looked so pitiful. So, humph. You feel pity for them. Who feels pity for you? I? Very well. I shall give you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Shun Xingyue produced a small vial from her pocket. If you personally administer this to the drugged being, I shall forgive you. All right. The youth hesitated, taking the small vial and walking ahead. Shun Xingyue and her companions followed closely behind, watching him intently as if their heated gazes could pierce through his back. Master, could you not stare at me like that? I'm a bit frightened. Silence. No more nonsense. As the youth approached the door of the mechanism, he turned back to glance at the three individuals behind him. only to find that none of them showed any intention of stepping forward to open the door. Thus, he bravely ventured ahead to test the handle. The secret chamber was both dim and suffocating, with the steps of the passageway lit by an eerie green flame, instilling a sense of terror. The slender figure of the boy trembled, and even the sound of a single droplet could send him slipping in fright. The three stared blankly as the youth tumbled down the steps. What just happened? Didn't he see anything? It seemed he just rolled down. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Shen Xingyue pondered deeply. What on earth is Elder Inchi doing? Taking on such a worthless disciple? At the end of the steps lay the secret chamber, where many medicinal beings were confined, akin to caged dogs. Shen Xingyue gasped. This place is vast. Could it be that they hollowed out the entire underground of the Seven Stars sect? The boy was down on the ground searching for something when suddenly a pair of boots appeared before him. He looked up in confusion. Master? Shen Xingyue frowned. Stop searching. Someone is coming. She grabbed the boy and hid him away. Sure enough, in the next moment, another passageway in the chamber opened, and two disciples entered, carrying two iron cages. Is this where the medicinal beings are imprisoned? Yes. Shen Xingyue nodded, indicating that this was manageable. She handed the boy over to Luo Yihong and observed him closely. Luo Yihong hesitated for a moment, and in the next instant, Shen Xingyue dashed out, swiftly planting explosive talismans throughout the room. As soon as she activated them with her spiritual energy, this place would be reduced to rubble. Lin Muse, perplexed, asked, "Aren't we going to rescue them?" Shen Xingyue replied, "Living is worse than dying. Why bother saving them? I won't engage in such thankless tasks." The boy, still dazed, finally realized that the master before him was a fraud. "Who are you? Where's my master?" Shen Xingyue promptly slapped him across the face. "Don't shout. Your master is dead. If you don't wish to join him, shut your mouth." Oh, Chapter 25. Can you still get out of bed? The three took him back to the residence of Elder Inchi. "I ask you, what is your name?" "My name is Qing Xian." "How many disciples are there in the Seven Stars sect?" Qing Xian furrowed his brow in difficulty. "There are probably over 700 disciples, but I'm not sure of the exact number." Shen Xingyue nodded in understanding. "Good. And the other elders? Where do they reside?" There are 4. The first elder, the second elder, my master, and the fourth elder. They reside in... What was your master like? Qing Xian pondered for a moment. "My master is usually very gentle with people, but privately, he is quite harsh." Elder Inchi had 3 disciples, and their interactions were normal. But whenever they made mistakes, they would be severely punished by their master. This was also the reason he was so fearful beforehand. Oh, and by the way, my master often summoned a few people to his room every few days. Shen Xingyue, intrigued, asked, "For what purpose?" "I don't know." Qing Xian thought for a moment. "I only know that each time they came out, they looked joyous and radiant." "Stop." Shen Xingyue interrupted him hastily. "Elder Inchi is utterly wicked." "What about your other senior brothers? Can they still get out of bed?" They all went out with the master. Since he made a mistake, this time he didn't take me along." Shen Xingyue fell silent. It seemed they had already perished, and no wonder those people appeared unable to run when she attacked. It turned out that, alas, does the Seven Stars sect have any collective activities? Every morning, all disciples must gather in front of the Grand Hall for morning rites. Gathering for morning rites? No wonder the sect leader asked her to notify the first elder. It turns out he cannot come every day. Qing Xian nodded, recalling a scene he had secretly witnessed earlier, and hesitated before sharing everything with Shen Xingyue and the others. The morning rites consist of the sect leader randomly selecting one disciple to impart his poison skills to aid their cultivation. The chosen disciple is called to the Grand Hall, and their cultivation level surges dramatically in a short time. Shen Xingyue exchanged glances with the others. What kind of cultivation method is this? It is unheard of, to impart the hard-earned skills to another. What is his aim? Who are the selected disciples, and where are they? Do you know? Qing Xian shook his head, uncertain. Once the chosen disciple was selected, he had not seen them again. Shen Xingyue sighed. Indeed, how much could a newcomer disciple know? She casually pointed to a corner. Stay there. Qing Xian, still dazed, complied. Oda, as he walked over, Shen Xingyue followed and bound him securely with the binding spell. Luo Yihang inquired, "How can we be sure what he says is true?" Qing Xian, hearing this, became anxious. "I'm not lying. Don't kill me." Shen Xingyue waved her hand, signaling him to remain calm. "I know." Otherwise, you wouldn't be whole right now. She raised her hand, and a talisman suddenly appeared at her fingertip. How could I not be prepared? This is the true word talisman, a precious 7th-tier talisman. She had silently affixed it to Qing Xian the moment he entered. If he uttered even a single falsehood, the true word talisman would explode and take his life. Luo Yihong, recognizing its significance, felt his pupils constrict. A 7th-tier talisman master? Terrifying indeed. When did Shen Xingyue affix it to him? He hadn't even noticed. The following morning, they arrived at the Grand Hall. Lin Muse and Luo Yihong concealed themselves among the crowd, entering the inner sanctum alongside the other disciples. Elder Yinqi, as instructed by Qing Xian, stood in a corner of the square, while other elders passed by, raising their eyebrows at him, their eyes seemingly filled with derision. Shen Xingyue remarked, "Confirmed, these 4 individuals are not particularly close, especially the last." The 4th elder, who scoffed and muttered, "Lackey." Shen Xingyue touched her nose, indifferent to such envious remarks. Elder Yinqi was clearly the closest to the sect leader among the 4 elders, being dispatched to oversee the establishment of a new branch. A clear confidant, and no wonder the other 3 were envious. All disciples closed their eyes and devoted themselves to worship. Luo Yihong took several deep breaths, mentally preparing himself before kneeling down. The scene resembled a large-scale cult gathering. Shen Xingyue stood in that corner for an entire hour. The crowd knelt for a full hour, yet the sect leader, who should have appeared long ago, was still absent. Luo Yihong's expression soured. Damn Shen Xingyue! How much longer must we kneel? Many disciples below were also nearing their limits. Finally, the 1st elder could no longer bear it. As he ascended the steps to the Grand Hall to take charge of the situation, Shen Xingyue made her move. She directly pushed the 1st elder aside. The 1st elder, astonished, exclaimed, "Yinqi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Elder Yinqi laughed arrogantly. "I have something to say." The 1st elder, displeased, responded, "Whatever it is, you can say it later. I'll speak first. No, I must speak first. I am the 1st elder. I shall speak first." The 1st elder gritted his teeth. "Very well then." The 1st elder cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please remain calm. The sect leader may be busy today. I will go check." He turned towards the Grand Hall, but just as he reached the door, Elder Yinqi spoke again. "Ahahaha, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that the sect leader said he would be in seclusion last night." The 1st elder's vision went dark, and he turned to glare at him. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't I say I forgot?" His words left the entire assembly looking as though they had consumed something foul. Especially the 4th elder, whose face turned green. After the morning rites concluded, the 3 immediately gathered together. "What did you discern about the 1st elder's cultivation?" "Early stage of Yuan Eng. Good. Tonight, we will quietly eliminate these elders. One at the early stage of Yuan Ing, one at the peak of Jindan, and one at the late stage of Jindan, completely manageable. Luo Yihong, with the highest cultivation, will take down the 1st elder, while Shen Xingyue will deal with the 2nd and 4th elders, leaving Lin Muse to guard Qing Xian. When that old monster emerges from seclusion, he will find himself the sole survivor of the 7-star sect. We will return within half an hour at most. If we exceed that time without returning, you will go to the mountain gate to assist our escape." Lin Muse nodded. "All right." The 2 donned dark attire and stealthily ventured out into the night. Observing Luo Yihong's dazed demeanor, Shen Xingyue worried he might falter, unable to resist handing him 2 more talismans, 1 protective talisman and 1 thunderbolt talisman. "If you can't win, don't force it. Remember to run, rest assured." Luo Yihong silently stowed away her talisman. The talismans crafted by a 7th-tier talisman master were indeed quite precious and needed to be safeguarded. The 2 proceeded to split up. Shen Xingyue's side was a straightforward annihilation, as the 3rd elder met his demise quietly in his deep slumber, without so much as a flicker of resistance. In contrast, Luo Yihong faced a more challenging situation. The Grand Elder had reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm, rendering his senses remarkably acute. Moreover, the disparity in cultivation between the 2 was minimal, merely a small gap at that moment. The Grand Elder was meditating within his chamber, and as soon as Luo Yihong approached, he abruptly opened his eyes. Following that, he reclined backward to evade the thrust of her sword, then raised his hand to deliver a fierce strike to Luo Yihong's shoulder. Catching her off guard, Chapter 26. Blood and flesh flying, the Grand Elder swiftly leveraged the force of his movement to rise, his gaze dark and menacing as he addressed the masked figure before him, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the Seven-Star Sect?" Luo Yiheng regarded him with cold indifference, opting to remain silent as she launched a rapid assault, aiming for a swift resolution. The Grand Elder was adept in the art of poison and, at present, wielded only a decorative soft sword, which rendered him increasingly outmatched in this bout of swordsmanship. However, the air within the room was thick with his toxins, and Luo Yiheng soon felt her mind clouding, her movements slowing. Gritting her teeth, she abandoned her usual restrained and defensive sword techniques, unleashing a flurry of strikes that fell upon the Grand Elder like torrential rain. Despite being pressed and sustaining several wounds that oozed blood, the Grand Elder maintained a demeanor of calm, even allowing a trace of disdain to linger at the corners of his mouth. This individual had fallen victim to his poisonous grasp. Soon, her body would rot away, her spiritual energy extinguished. If he could merely delay for a while longer, he would ensure that this wretched assassin learned the consequences of invading the Seven-Star Sect. With such prowess, turning her into a toxic corpse would be a most excellent outcome. The stifling atmosphere overwhelmed Luo Yiheng, causing her vision to blur. She gasped for breath, a trickle of blood seeping from her lips. The Grand Elder smirked, mistakenly believing her to have succumbed. Even if the spiritual disruption does not affect this person of the demonic realm, even momentarily restraining him would be beneficial. Excellent, Lin mused, who previously could only scratch the back of the demonic sect leader, swiftly turned to engage in combat with the fourth elder. The clash between the two contemporaries was formidable, with the residual energy alone causing Qing Xian, caught in the middle, to spit blood. Upon witnessing this, the fourth elder immediately released his grip. After Lin Muse acquired the binding immortal lock, he tossed it to Shan Xingyue, shouting, "Catch it, Luo Yiheng, hold him back." As Shan Xingyue pulled while reciting the incantation provided by Chu Yunchuan, the demonic sect leader's face darkened to the color of ash, his gaze as cold and venomous as that of a serpent directed at Luo Yiheng. Silver Pool is one thing, but why does a mere disciple possess such high cultivation? Aren't you at the foundation establishment stage? Luo Yiheng had no intention of responding, yet his anger grew. He despised those with high innate talents the most. Why had he not noticed him before? He should have captured him to become an alchemist. Luo Yiheng's sword aura grazed the face of the Seven-Star Sect leader, who easily dodged it, but it fortuitously snagged the string of his mask. The mask fell away with a resounding thud. Beneath it lay a face completely ravaged by toxic gas, grotesque beyond belief. The Seven-Star Sect leader's aura instantly faltered. His cultivation was already unstable, and while the poison could enhance his power, its side effects were glaring. He should have been in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation, yet he found himself forced out by these unforeseen events. Those present were taken aback to varying degrees. Even the fourth elder, his fellow sect member, stood in shock. Was this the side effect of cultivating toxic arts? At that moment, as the Seven-Star Sect leader momentarily panicked, the incantation was completed. Shen Xingyue surged towards the demonic sect leader like a shooting star, flinging the binding immortal lock. "Run! Do not flee!" The former was shouted by Shen Xingyue, while the latter came from the fourth elder. Just as the Seven-Star Sect leader regained his wits and attempted to break free from the binding immortal lock, an indescribable force surged into his body, causing him to writhe in agony, wishing he could simply perish on the spot. The toxic arts within him suddenly destabilized, and the sect leader, in disbelief, turned to the fourth elder, realizing, "The traitor is you." The fourth elder ignored him and commanded, "Quickly place Qing Xian's hand on the sect leader's head." "Huh? Oh, oh, oh." Shen Xingyue complied, witnessing greenish substances flow from the fourth elder's body towards the demonic sect leader, then to Qing Xian. As the toxic energy within the demonic sect leader reached saturation, it frantically surged towards Qing Xian upon contact, until the fourth elder's spiritual energy was completely transmitted. Qing Xian continued to absorb. The fourth elder watched this unfold with satisfaction, just as he had anticipated. Qing Xian was indeed the retreat the Silver Pool had prepared for himself. This child was practically a natural vessel for toxins. His body collapsed weakly to the ground, helplessly observing as their leader was gradually drained and shriveled. In truth, It was not the fifth elder who discovered the secret of the alchemist, but me. You have killed the wrong person. The sect leader might die without ever knowing that the alchemist of the seven-star sect had already been refined. The true alchemist harmonizes poison and spiritual energy. After being absorbed and refined by the toxic arts, there would be no side effects, nor would there be a need to transfer toxins to other disciples. It was a pity that the sect leader had been too impatient previously, and it was even more unfortunate that now was not the time for him to absorb his own spiritual energy. The fourth elder had schemed for days, even going so far as to turn himself into an alchemist, all to await this day now. With his long-awaited revenge finally realized, he contentedly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the demonic sect leader met his end filled with resentment. He fixed his gaze on the fourth elder, consumed by the words unwillingness echoing in his mind. He was unwilling. This was impossible. How could it be that some were born with such exceptional talents? Why were their lives so smooth sailing while he was forced to toil like a rat in the gutter, practicing in secrecy? Xinxingyue and the others watched the entire spectacle, utterly astonished that they had inadvertently witnessed the annihilation of the sect due to internal strife. The greatest beneficiary of this affair, Qing Xian, sat in place, dazedly staring at Shen Xingyue and the others. It seemed he had inexplicably entered the spirit distraction stage. You all? The trio finally regained their senses and hastily made their exit. They could not provoke such a formidable presence, having not anticipated that cultivation could be exchanged. The seven-star sect was indeed a mysterious sect. Time to leave. Left behind, Qing Xian thought to inquire whether these individuals could take him in. He had lost his parents at birth and had roamed for many years before being picked up by his master, who had departed far too soon, leaving him homeless once again. Shen Xingyue and the others returned unexpectedly quickly. They arrived just in time for the disciples' registration. At dawn, the entrance of the city lord's mansion was already bustling with activity. In just an hour, they would officially become members of a recognized sect. No longer mere wandering practitioners or ordinary mortals. Disciples began to arrive one after another, and even many who had not been accepted gathered at the city lord's mansion to join in the excitement. Zhao Mingyuan had risen early in preparation, his face beaming with joy. Young ones, I have returned. Look what good things I have brought. A streak of light traversed the sky as Shan Xingyue landed on the verification stone with a thud. Upon seeing Shan Xingyue, Zhao Mingyuan rushed over like an eager pup, having successfully cultivated and drawn energy into his body over the past 2 days. Sect leader, you have returned. Shan Xingyue could naturally see this. Jumping down from the verification stone, now, let us see what attributes your spiritual root possesses. Place your hand on the stone. The stone, which had appeared fiery red beneath her feet, gradually lost its color. Reverting to its original hue, this verification stone was an unexpected delight. She had not anticipated stumbling upon such a treasure during her outing. She had been contemplating where to find a piece once the sect was established, not realizing that the seven-star sect had it hidden away. This would make it even more convenient to find someone in Lucheng to refine pills. Zhao Mingyuan gazed at the large stone, estimating it to be 3 men tall, crystal clear, shimmering with spiritual light under the sun. He took a deep breath and slowly placed his palm on the stone. Though he was quite confident in his own aptitude, he could not help but feel a bit nervous. Suddenly, the formerly gray stone transformed into a bright red, followed by a flash of green, ultimately settling into a state of red and green intermingled. Shen Xingyue was astonished. She had not expected this city lord, who had seemingly stumbled into their midst, to possess dual fire and with spiritual roots. Zhao Mingyuan, anxiously looking at Shen Xingyue, inquired, Sect leader, how is my aptitude? A promising candidate for alchemy. Once we ascend the mountain, how about you take charge of the lucha business? Chapter 28. If you don't want to work, then leave. All right. This worked perfectly since he still needed to remain in Lucheng. It was just right. As long as he could cultivate, that was sufficient. The sect leader just mustn't use him up and discard him. To be fair, Zhao Mingyuan admired Shen Xingyue, but was also thoroughly aware of her tendencies. Shen Xingyue indeed had such plans. Those who could cultivate would have their spiritual roots assessed and be assigned accordingly, while ordinary mortals would be tested after the sect was established. Those with talent would cultivate, and those without would do menial tasks. Luo Yihong, seeing that he had no part to play, returned to the inn. Upon his return, he shared the events of the past 2 days with his master. Gu Huaiming was astonished. You mean to say that the three of you wiped out the seven-star sect? Is that for real? The infamous and elusive seven-star sect? Luo Yihong nodded. Yes, the disciples obtained numerous spirit stones and magical treasures from the seven-star sect, enough to fill 2 Chinkoan bags. What? Gu Huaiming was taken aback, his voice cracking. Tio him, 2 Chinkoan bags worth of treasures was not a lot. But he was stunned by how much his disciple had suddenly achieved. Not only had he dismantled a notorious evil sect, but he had also seized so many magical artifacts. He inquired, "How did you find this seven-star sect?" Luo Yihong paused for a moment and candidly replied, "It was Shen Xingyue who discovered it." Gu Huaiming sighed in realization. As expected, Luo Yihong continued, "Moreover, I have discovered that Shen Xingyue is already." He recalled the 2 talismans Shen Xingyue had given him, intending to retrieve them, but after rummaging, he found only one remaining. The protective talisman had vanished without a trace. He frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding as he searched his body repeatedly. The result was nothing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. It was the Grand Elder's strike. He had not anticipated that in that critical moment, Shen Xingyue's talisman had saved his life. No wonder the Grand Elder, despite being severely injured, still appeared so confident. Without that talisman, he could hardly bear to imagine where he would be now. Luo Yihong's expression suddenly changed. If Shen Xingyue had shown him kindness, sincerely treating him as a companion, then what did his current behavior signify? Was he acting under orders to monitor her? Was it a case of repaying kindness with malice? What did his master and the others intend to do to Shen Xingyue? Gu Huaiming, listening to his disciple's words, suddenly fell silent, puzzled. Shen Xingyue is already what? She is 17 years old. Gu Huaiming was momentarily taken aback, finding it somewhat amusing. His disciple had recently been prone to exaggeration. Shen Xingyue's age was not a secret in the cultivation world. Doing the math, she was indeed nearing 17. However, considering her achievements at such a young age, it was no wonder Yihong was astonished. Even he marveled at the emergence of such a young hero who had eradicated such a significant blight from the cultivation realm. Continue to observe Shen Xingyue's movements. Yes, master. The newly recruited disciples of the Arctic sect have temporarily settled at the city lord's residence, awaiting the completion of arrangements in the city before the official commencement of the mountain project, at which point everyone will ascend the mountain to toil. Shen Xingyue addressed the gathered crowd for the first time, stating, "The initial phase of establishing the Arctic sect will be exceptionally arduous, and the benefits we offer will pale in comparison to those of other major sections. I hope you all prepare yourselves mentally." She continued, "Tomorrow marks the official launch of the Arctic sect's construction plan. If any of you cannot endure hardship, now is the time to withdraw. Otherwise, once we ascend the mountain, there will be no turning back." Chu Yunchuan exclaimed, "Help! Will anyone truly join our sect under such conditions?" The newly recruited disciples exchanged glances, many of whom hailed from affluent families, already contemplating withdrawal upon hearing the word hardship. However, seeing that no one else was leaving, they too remained silent. "Excellent, no one is leaving. It appears that none of you are cowards." To prevent incidents of bullying, they decided to separate the cultivators from the mortals for management. After registering the spiritual root attributes of each cultivator, they quickly selected 5 individuals to remain in Luqing, 3 with 3 spiritual roots and 2 with 4. Although it was already known that this group lacked talent, the reality was even more disheartening than expected, leaving Chu Yunchuan despondent. These were the rare few who possessed both fire and wood spiritual roots. In contrast, Shen Xingyue was not as disheartened as Chu Yunchuan. Instead, she confidently called out, "Next, I will summon those I have named to step forward." The 5 individuals, initially brimming with a sense of superiority, believed the sect leader's call might signify their selection as personal disciples. Though still young, they felt they were qualified to be acknowledged by a sect leader. However, their satisfaction quickly turned to discontent upon learning they were to remain in Luqing. Why should they be confined here? Staying behind would surely hinder their cultivation progress compared to their peers. Moreover, Shen Xingyue, despite her high cultivation, was merely a young girl of 16 or 17. Such a person would be easy to persuade. "Master, could we not have someone else?" One asked. "I do not wish to remain in Luqing." Although Luqing was indeed thriving, mingling daily with mere mortals seemed beneath them. "We wish to ascend the mountain with everyone else." Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow. After all, those remaining at the base would receive direct guidance from Chu Yunchuan. And so what? Came the retort. Even if it's Chu Yunchuan's guidance, are we not all mere mortals? Will we simply be relegated to menial tasks at a tea house? Another chimed in, will Master Chu be ascending the mountain? Naturally, was the response. Then can we follow? We shall see how arrangements unfold. Point two among them hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to comply, realizing they had nowhere else to go. Receiving even a modicum of guidance from the prodigies of the cultivation world was a tremendous boon. As for being relegated to menial tasks, it was certainly preferable to undertaking meager assignments elsewhere. The initial instigators, seeing their peers capitulate so quickly, gritted their teeth and clung stubbornly to their demands. We wish to ascend the mountain, then leave, Shen Xingyue replied, her patience worn thin. What? The two disciples with 3 spiritual roots were taken aback, astonished that the new sect leader could utter such words so readily. The process for measuring spiritual roots was public, and they had witnessed the talents of their peers. They were already among the rare 3 spiritual root individuals. How could she dare to expel them? Had their previous sect not collapsed? Would they have ever come to this newly established, second-rate sect? I say, if you do not wish to work, then leave the Arctic sect. You, Shen Xingyue's cold gaze fixed upon the two. What do you think brought you here? If you refuse to work, there are plenty who would gladly take your place. The image of being approachable had evidently led them to believe she was a soft target, someone to be manipulated at will. Originally intending to establish her authority at an opportune moment, she found these individuals had unwittingly provided her with a chance to set an example. Becoming an alchemist is an exceedingly rare opportunity. How could they not cherish it when it was offered to them? Not to mention the chance to connect with an esteemed master. How ungrateful they were to dare challenge the sect leader. For a brief moment, the two disciples were at a loss for words, but upon glancing behind them at their peers, who were all equally unremarkable, their confidence surged once more. They believed their talents surpassed those of the others and felt no anxiety. They turned their gaze toward Lin Muse and Luo Yihong, anticipating their selection as disciples. Chapter 29. Learning alchemy. As they waited, the crowd behind them began to murmur. Those not chosen were delighted to witness the spectacle. It seemed that possessing talent was not necessarily an advantage. Exactly. I'd rather not be part of this. But really, those two are quite audacious, opposing the sect leader on the very first day. Huang Yingying, anxiously clutching her skirt, frequently glanced at Shen Xingyue. Hearing the murmurs about talent, the two disciples puffed out their chests with renewed pride, their eyes darting between Lin Muse and Luo Yihong. Lin Muse felt uneasy under their scrutiny. But just as he was about to speak, Luo Yihong interjected. What are you staring at? Did you not hear the sect leader instruct you to leave? His words were blunt and direct, prompting even Shen Xingyue to turn and glance at him in surprise. It was rare for Luo Yihong not to oppose her. He had reached the limit of his patience with these ungrateful individuals who were wasting his cultivation time. If arrangements had been executed swiftly, he could have returned to meditate, but instead, he was delayed by these two nuisances. Shen Xingyue had insisted that all new disciples must be present. The two disciples, incredulous, stared at Luo Yihong, opening their mouths to speak but finding their words stifled by his retort. What more do you wish to see? Will it enhance your cultivation? Will it transform your 3 spiritual roots into a single root? Those who lack talent yet complicate matters should leave promptly. You merely waste others' time. Shen Xingyue swallowed hard. It was indeed unwise to bully the honest. This guy, usually as inarticulate as a quail, possessed a surprisingly potent tongue. Lin Muse added, Are you expecting us to plead for your sake? Had you known how it would turn out, would you have acted differently? Some relied on favoritism, some on talent, while others seemed to have nothing at all to rely upon. His words swiftly dismantled the bravado of the two who had recently exuded confidence. Among the many 4 spiritual root individuals, possessing 3 roots was indeed a mark of talent. Yet in the eyes of Shen Xingyue and her peers, it amounted to little. Realizing the futility of their situation, they attempted to plead for mercy, only to be swiftly escorted out by Zhao Mingyuan, who was quick on the draw. With the noisy individuals finally gone, Shen Xingyue intended to declare the gathering adjourned when Huang Yingying rushed forward. Sect leader, Shen Xingyue frowned at her, as Huang Yingying tugged along Lu Haoran. What is it? We wish to remain in Luqing. They too were ordinary 3 spiritual root individuals. Their prospects in the sect would likely yield little achievement, so they preferred a stable life in Luqing. The scene mirrored the day they had approached Shan Xingyue to express their desire to join her sect. Though Huang Yingying stuttered nervously, she bravely approached her. Upon hearing their request, Shan Xingyue's expression immediately softened. Although they were not the most suitable candidates for alchemy, she had always held them in high regard. Very well. A smile graced her lips as she dropped a bombshell. You two will join the 3 others and learn alchemy from Elder Chu alongside Lord Zhao. And once you have mastered it, you will take over Luchacha. Huang Yingying gasped. Learn alchemy? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? No, we are willing. It's just, I worry we might not be able to learn. Shan Xingyue was taken aback by their self-doubt. Not able to learn? As long as you apply yourselves, how could you possibly fail? At most, you may be a little slower than others. Huang Yingying was stunned, gazing at Shan Xingyue before eventually nodding. Her words bolstered Chu Yunchuan's confidence. Although their talents were lacking, surely with more instruction, they could be taught. He encouraged Huang Yingying and the others, believe in yourselves. The others were equally astonished by Shan Xingyue's words. The 3 who had initially adopted a resigned attitude suddenly felt as if they had been struck by a massive windfall. Learning alchemy, and under Master Chu's personal guidance, it was akin to striking gold. Those who had previously ignored Chu Yunchuan now regarded him with fervor, as if he were a resurrected father. Meanwhile, those who had been gleefully reveling in their own selection now stood dumbfounded. Who needed to ascend the mountain if they could study alchemy? If the sole criterion was talent, that would be one thing. But there were also 2 less capable for spiritual route individuals among the group. Could it be that simply having the courage to approach the sect leader had secured their place? As their eyes fell upon Luo Yihang behind Shan Xingyue, memories flooded back of the day he was the first to approach her, which ultimately led to his joining the Arctic sect. The more they thought about it, the more they lamented their missed opportunity. With great satisfaction, Shan Xingyue observed the expressions of the entire crowd, as if they had been struck by lightning. After patting Huang Yingying on the shoulder, she walked away with a sense of pride. However, as the eve of the project launch approached, Shan Xingyue found herself in a quandary. The people had gathered, the blueprints were complete, and the elixirs from Chu Yunchuan were ready. Zhao Mingyuan had expedited the procurement of construction materials, allowing the main hall to be built first while the remaining structures could be constructed concurrently. The most pressing issue now was how to transport everything up the mountain. Originally, Shan Xingyue had 5 Chinkuan bags at her disposal, but they were all filled with items stolen from the 7-star sect. During dinner that evening, everyone gathered around the table to discuss solutions. Zhao Mingyuan suggested, perhaps I should hire more people to help with the... Chu Yunchuan retorted, at this rate, we'll be moving until the monkeys come home. Right now, only one of my Chinkuan bags is empty. He had previously set out with 2 but lost one to bandits. Zhao Mingyuan replied, no worries, more hands make light work. Lin Muse hesitated and proposed. What if I take Chu Xiong for a few more flights? Chu Yunchuan exclaimed, what? Shan Xingyue added, don't worry, Xixiang, if you are uneasy with Lin Muse, I can accompany you. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Yihang, who had been sitting quietly, remained non-committal, wondering why they couldn't simply buy 2 after robbing so many spirit stones. They were still being so stingy. Upon hearing this, Shan Xingyue's eyes widened, and she leaned closer to Luo Yihang, saying, Yihang Xiong, I never imagined you would be willing to sacrifice so much for our sect. Luo Yihang felt a jolt, taken aback by Shan Xingyue's words. However, this sudden warmth from Yihang Xiong sent a chill down his spine. He and Shan Xingyue had always been at odds, greeting each other with foul language, and such a close address could only mean trouble. Lin Muse chimed in, indeed. It's rare to see Yihang Xiong willing to sacrifice for everyone. Finally comprehending the situation, Luo Yihang protested, wait, I'm not. Before he could finish, he was dragged away by Shan Xingyue and Lin Muse. Time is of the essence. We should head to the black market now. Let go of me. You too. Feng Che blinked, cradling his bowl, having grown noticeably plump under Chu Yunchuan's care. His own disciple was glaring at him, and Chu Yunchuan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Never emulate your master and uncle. The most important trait in a person is kindness, understand? Understood. Zhao Mingyuan, who felt he had saved a fortune, exclaimed, the master is truly clever. His eyes brimmed with admiration as he watched Shan Xingyue's retreating figure. Chu Yunchuan, unable to contain himself, spat out his food. Chapter 30. The first time ordering a male model, the black market was as bustling as ever, attracting both buyers and non-buyers alike. Shen Xingyue and Lin Muse, with Luo Yihang in tow, raced towards a stall displaying Qiankuan bags. Boss, bring out your largest Qiankuan bag. Yes, this gentleman intends to make a purchase. Upon seeing their enthusiasm, the vendor immediately knew a big order was forthcoming and hurriedly presented a Qiankuan bag he had held onto for quite some time. The black market earned its name due to the dubious origins of its goods. For instance, the Qiankuan bag held by the vendor bore dark stains, presumably blood, acquired from some unfortunate soul. Shen Xingyue squinted at it and asked, "Is this truly your largest Qiankuan bag? The quality seems quite high, but can it be used?" She pondered the risk that the original owner's mark might still be present, rendering the bag useless should the original owner come looking for it. The vendor nodded, stating, "Yes, it's available for 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones." Shen Xingyue examined it, replying, "Boss, you shouldn't be so unscrupulous in business. The original owner's mark is still here." The vendor's smile faltered, fearing the deal might collapse. Previously, many had shown interest in the bag, but all had ultimately backed out due to the mark, even with a low price. Desperate, he stammered, "It's never been opened. You can take whatever's inside as well." He had stumbled upon this bag while robbing and had no idea who the original owner was. Discarding it felt wasteful, yet selling it was challenging. With a half-smile, Shen Xingyue remarked, "If I take this bag out and the original owner comes after me for revenge, what then?" The vendor, realizing the gravity of his own fears, stuttered, "Well, yes, I suppose that's true. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, and we will help you dispose of this problem. How does that sound?" The Mark's energy seemed to match Luo Yihang's cultivation level, so she believed he could erase it. After a moment's hesitation, the vendor agreed, "All right, 3,000 it is. It's better than having it sit with me. Luo Yihang, pay up." Luo Yihang glared at Shen Xingyue, gritting his teeth. "I'm not buying that." He wanted nothing to do with such a questionable Qiankuan bag. His intention was never for them to make a purchase at the black market. They should go to a legitimate artifact master. Without hesitation, Shen Xingyue smacked him on the back of the head, declaring, "This isn't up for discussion. There's no room for refusal. Hurry and pay." Luo Yihang immediately turned to leave. Behind him, someone shouted boastfully, "Muze, you won't get into trouble with your original sect for coming here, will you? Your master won't think you've betrayed your sect, right?" Lin Muse, perplexed by Shen Xingyue's sudden question, replied honestly, "No, my master didn't pay much attention to me while I was at Xintian sect." Luo Yihang froze in place, "So that was how it was. If your master appeared indifferent, but actually cared deeply, upon learning of your departure, he would surely be quite heartbroken, wouldn't he?" "Well, perhaps," Lin Muse mused, feeling that his master was genuinely too lazy to bother with him. Luo Yihang could no longer contain himself. His face twisted in anger as he slammed 3,000 low-grade spirit stones onto the vendor's table before storming off. Shen Xingyue laughed as she took the Qiankuan bag and walked away. For someone like her, who had little moral constraint, betraying her sect was merely a trivial matter. For an honest person like Luo Yihang, merely opposing his master felt like the sky was falling down upon him. She had inadvertently struck at Luo Yihang's sensitive spot. The two trailed lazily behind him, occasionally bursting into laughter, which made the veins on his forehead throb. Eventually, he could no longer bear it and took off into the air. Defensive breach, ha ha ha." As they laughed exuberantly, Shen Xingyue suddenly faced her own retribution. "Xingyue Shiji." Shen Xingyue's laughter froze, and she instinctively turned to see who had called her. It was Bai Ruoyao. Her face twitched. Yet another acquaintance. What were the odds? Was she destined to have an inextricable bond with Bai Ruoyao in the black market? Shen Xingyue replied dismissively, pulling Lin Muse along, eager to escape. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoyao had already dashed over, grabbing Shen Xingyue's sleeve to prevent her from escaping. Shen Xingyue, startled, pushed her away, exclaiming, "What do you want?" "If there's nothing, I'll be on my way." She avoided her like a plague, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Ruoyao's second senior brother, Qifeng. She couldn't help but click her tongue in disdain. It was rare to see the old duck, Qifeng, taking a young lady out for a stroll. In the original story, it was Shen Xingyue who brought Bai Ruoyao to the black market. When Bai Ruoyao was kidnapped by the underground gambling den, Shen Xingyue had seen it but deliberately chose to ignore it, opting instead to run back to Yaoguang sect for help. Under Shen Xingyue's delay, it took Shen Qingqin and the others an entire day and night to locate Bai Ruoyao. This was after Bai Ruoyao had been rescued by Qiyue, who had placed her in a location where she could be easily found. Otherwise, they would have been even later. The original narrative described this segment in intricate detail, marking it as a crucial component of their emotional story. Bai Ruoyao had been coerced into serving clients by the gambling den, yet she remained resolute, leading to her imprisonment in a water dungeon, where she endured torment. Due to Shen Xingyue's delay, Shen Qingchen and the others had yet to arrive. Just as Bai Ruoyao's life hung in the balance, Qiyue's feather finally reacted to her, and despite still being injured, he rushed to her side, decisively eliminating the enemy. As Bai Ruoyao drifted in and out of consciousness, she felt as if a divine being had descended beside her. The boy she had saved, who rarely spoke, now stood before her, towering and heroic. Later, Shen Xingyue would use the excuse of her inadequate cultivation to evade punishment for not being able to contend with the gambling den's personnel. At that time, she had only been at the late stage of Golden Core and was no match for the mid-stage nascent soul gambling den owner. Her excuse, though flimsy, was still somewhat plausible. However, if her second senior brother had accompanied her, how would Bai Ruoyao and Qiyue's relationship have progressed? Her second senior brother just so happened to be at the mid-stage of nascent soul. She looked at Qi Feng with a look of disdain. He was truly an obstruction. If he were to pursue a girl, he should focus on that, not on cultivation. If only the fourth junior brother had come along. That would have been ideal. Qi Feng, who had been smiling, suddenly stiffened upon encountering Shen Xingyue's gaze, and he lunged forward, gripping her face furiously. What kind of look is that? Shen Xingyue shouted. Let go of me. You're going to ruin my looks? Qi Feng released her, sneering as he watched her, then gave her a sharp slap on the head. You little trespasser. What's this? Unable to survive at Yaoguang's sect, and now you're here in the black market selling illicit goods? Shen Xingyue seethed with anger, exclaiming, I have already stated that I do not wish to be addressed by that title, you old duck. Qi Feng should not bear the surname Qi. It would be more fitting for him to be called Kai. Open is the most accurate descriptor for his character. To think he secretly opened a duck restaurant without informing the sect, and even took on the role of a courtesan himself. Had I not stumbled upon this, I would have remained oblivious. My first experience of ordering a male model, and I ended up with my second senior brother. This is a stain I shall carry for a lifetime. A disgrace. Qi Feng instinctively cast a glance at Bai Ruoyao, fearing she might overhear and report back to their master. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, What are you saying, you little third party? Shen Xingyue gritted her teeth in response. You are the true little third party. Do not touch me. I fear catching a disease from you. The two were on the verge of a brawl, startling those nearby. Please, stop, do not fight any longer, Bai Ruoyao urged desperately. She hurriedly grabbed Lin Mu's. You must intervene and stop them. Chapter 31. Let the battle begin. Lin Muse, bewildered, questioned, How am I supposed to stop them? Why don't you go? Although he had never met Bai Ruoyao, he was acquainted with Qi Feng. The only person capable of accompanying this fellow, aside from the princess of Yaoguang's sect who ousted their master, could only be her. He harbored no goodwill toward Bai Ruoyao whatsoever. The furious Shen Xingyue and Qi Feng paid no heed to Bai Ruoyao. As Shen Xingyue stepped back, drew her large blade, and pointed it at Qi Feng, declaring, Let the battle commence. Qi Feng unsheathed his sword in return, replying, Then let us fight. They soared into the sky, leaving Lin Muse and Bai Ruoyao in stunned silence. Along with a crowd of onlookers, suddenly, a hand emerged from the crowd. Bai Ruoyao was yanked away, her mouth tightly covered. Help, MMPH. Lin Muse instinctively reached out to pull her back, demanding, Who are you? What do you want? His gaze was fixed on the masked figure, who forcefully dragged Bai Ruoyao behind him. The kidnapper faltered for a moment, having intended to sneak away with her, but was unexpectedly discovered so quickly. Furthermore, this person seemed to possess strength equal to his own. If a scuffle ensued, it could incite chaos. The kidnapper clenched his teeth and resolved to take a risk, since he had already been spotted. He could not afford to let this person escape, nor could he allow them to alert those currently engaged in battle. He drew his curved dagger and lunged at Lin Muse. Seeing this, Lin Muse also unsheathed his sword to block, but was taken aback when the assailant merely feigned an attack, releasing a thick cloud of white smoke from his sleeve. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, while attempting to stab the kidnapper with his other hand, only to be ambushed by an accomplice who charged from the crowd. As Lin Muse was subdued and fed a drug, he shouted, "Master, please stop fighting. Help." In the chaotic black market, various unsavory characters mingled, and the absence of a few individuals went unnoticed, as the crowd soon dispersed, seeking their own amusements. Shen Xingyue and Qi Feng remained engrossed in their brawl, entirely oblivious to the plight of their companions. Jinji Pavilion was a gambling den situated within the black market, notorious for abducting weaker female cultivators to serve powerful cultivators. Thanks to its formidable master, it held a position of dominance in the black market. In a dim underground chamber, Bai Ruoyao and Lin Muse found themselves bound, while a figure in black scolded another. "How could you cause a public disturbance?" "Fortunately, this is the black market and I arrived in time. Had any chaos erupted, you would have to explain yourself to the master. I initially intended to capture her quietly, but it was this meddler's fault." Daring to retort, "Go and accept your punishment." After dismissing his subordinate, the figure in black approached Lin Muse, contemplating that his cultivation was more trouble than it was worth. It would be simpler to eliminate him. At that moment, Shen Xingyue's focus was entirely on Qi Feng. She scrutinized his every movement, unwilling to let her guard down. Even so, it was a testament to Qi Feng's restraint. If he truly decided to strike, Shen Xingyue would be unable to withstand even 3 moves. "Little third party, you've made significant progress in such a short time. Haven to you. You've already reached the nascent soul stage." Shen Xingyue scoffed. "Naturally." Qi Feng raised an eyebrow. "Have you encountered some fortuitous event?" "Just average. I heard you established your own sect." "Indeed. What of it? Do you have any objections?" "None whatsoever." Qi Feng dodged Shen Xingyue's attack with a swift movement. Chuckling, "I was merely wondering if I could set up shop in your territory." His words struck a nerve with Shen Xingyue. "Get lost. When will you repay the 10,000 spirit stones you owe me?" She had spent a substantial sum on that courtesan experience. That wretched Qi Feng had yet to reimburse her. "Don't be so stingy. You have plenty of spirit stones. What is so little for your senior brother? I would rather burn them or bury them than give you a single coin." "Oh, how you wound me, dear senior brother." The pair engaged in a lively chase, unwittingly moving further away from the black market. By the time they realized something was amiss, they had already distanced themselves considerably. As the effects of the drug wore off, Lin Muse opened his eyes to find a figure in black approaching him with a knife. "Spare me, good sir." His pupils dilated in shock, and his mouth began to speak before his brain could catch up. The black-clad figure paused, and Lin Muse saw an opportunity, hastily exclaiming, "As long as you do not kill me, I can serve you faithfully." "Oh, serve faithfully? Anything you say?" "Absolutely. No problem," Lin Muse urged. Bai Ruoyao, beside him, looked at him in disbelief. "How can you say such things?" At her words, Lin Muse turned and glared at her. "What do you mean? I was captured to save you. How dare you criticize me? You cannot ally with them and engage in such heinous acts. Silence, you fool. A wise person knows when to yield. Do you not understand?" Lin Muse reprimanded sternly. "Damn it, this fool is still arguing at a time like this. If we can buy some time, won't he the master eventually realize we're missing and come to our rescue? If we are killed now, will we be able to tell the underworld that these people are heinous?" Bai Ruoyao was taken aback by his scolding, tears welling in her eyes as she turned her face away. Refusing to look at Lin Muse any longer, she vowed that even in death, she would not submit. Lin Muse's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly redirected his gaze to the black figure. Plastering a sycophantic smile on his face, "Boss, do not mind her. I, Lin Muse, am truly determined to ally with your organization." The black-clad figure regarded him with cold eyes. He did not believe Lin Muse's words. After all, what could a male possibly contribute? He could not serve guests like a woman could, nor could he guarantee loyalty in the backroom. Wait, there might indeed be a task suitable for this individual. The figure retrieved a collar from his person and slipped it around Lin Muse's neck, thinking, "In that case, let us make you the first test subject for our new product." The instant it was secured, all of Lin Muse's spiritual power vanished. He panicked for a moment, forcing a smile as he stammered. What is this new product for?" "To bind one's spiritual power," the black figure replied, indifferent to Lin Muse's confusion. He knew that even without explanation, Lin Muse would feel its effects. "This is a new creation from the sect's artifact refiners. The previous collars could only bind foundation establishment cultivators. but the enhanced version is said to bind golden core cultivators. Though it has yet to be tested, initially intending to capture a random subordinate, the arrival of this willing guinea pig was too good an opportunity to pass up, even if he was accidentally harmed. It mattered not. Taking a step back, he drew his knife and aimed a fierce slash at Lin Muse. Lin Muse watched in horror, realizing he could not evade the strike due to his limited powers, and could only brace himself as the blade sliced through the air. The hair at his shoulder was severed, and he swallowed nervously, the blade hovering perilously close to his chin. "Boss, what are you doing?" "Nothing much," the black figure replied, his expression stern as he observed Lin Muse. This individual had previously concealed his cultivation. Although that artifact had been confiscated, one could never be too cautious. However, judging by Lin Muse's reaction, it seemed the collar was functioning as intended. Chapter 32. Handsome dealer. Just then, another person rushed in, whispering to the figure in black. The latter frowned. "Another one?" "Indeed." The individual mentioned was a close friend of the master of Jinji Pavilion, known for his curiosity and penchant for cruelty, having caused several deaths within the establishment. The black figure's gaze swept over by Ruoyao. This newly captured female cultivator had yet to be tamed. If she were to be sent to this esteemed guest without proper preparation, it would not only ruin her, but would also incur the master's wrath. Such a face would indeed be a pity to lose. Yet, he was equally reluctant to part with those already trained courtesans. As he hesitated, Lin Muse suddenly interjected, "Might I inquire whom you are discussing?" "Do not ask what is not your concern." Seeing the two elders in a dilemma, Lin Muse felt compelled to offer his assistance. "Why not tell me? Perhaps I can provide a solution." The black figure ignored him, caught in the turmoil of whether to send by Ruoyao or not. However, one of his companions, noticing the collar around Lin Muse's neck, mistakenly thought the overseer was merely taciturn and began to explain. After understanding the situation, Lin Muse decisively declared, "I will go." The black figure replied incredulously, "You?" "Indeed. I am Lin Muse, proudly standing tall." "You are a man. And so what? Haven't you all said it before?" The affluent relished the thrill of the unusual. "What if he happens to fancy someone like me?" The man in black felt his lips twitch, yet it was undeniable. He paused briefly and instructed the person beside him to fetch a set of clothing. Bai Ruoyao gazed at Lin Muse in disbelief. Was he genuinely aligning himself with these individuals? She had misjudged him. The clothing brought to him was a rather revealing woman's outfit, and Lin Muse immediately felt darkness encroaching upon his vision. "Master, come save me!" He nearly forced himself into the attire, which, enough of the delay. Let us proceed. Bai Ruoyao averted her gaze, biting down hard on her lower lip, refusing to witness Lin Muse being taken away by these people. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue was entangled with a demon beast alongside Qifeng. As they were about to return to the black market, a frenzied black bear demon suddenly blocked their path. The black bear demon was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely without a care, its eyes filled with madness, attacking anyone in sight. It was the reigning sovereign of this forest, possessing power comparable to a human cultivator at the late golden core stage. And in its frenzy, its strength approached that of the nascent soul. In no time, the forest had become a scene of utter devastation. Originally, Shen Xingyue and Qifeng could easily subdue the black bear demon together. But to their astonishment, the creature was willing to inflict self-harm just to hurt them. Even with its body pierced, it lunged towards them. At this moment, a long knife was still embedded in its chest, clearly Shen Xingyue's blade. With a fierce twist of the hilt, the demon core was forcefully extracted from the black bear. The creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Qifeng leapt down from its back, remarking, "You're still as cunning as ever." Sanner. This black bear had evidently been targeted by someone else first, heavily wounded, yet here they were, fortunate enough to claim the spoils. Shen Xingyue stowed the demon core and wiped her blade, casting him a scornful glance. "If you weren't so cunning, you'd be poor. This demon core is indeed quite valuable. It's essential for alchemy and artifact refinement." Qifeng scoffed, claiming poverty was relative. Compared to Shen Xingyue, the insatiable treasure seeker, he certainly felt impoverished. After tidying up, the duo hastened towards the black market. Although Qifeng was not particularly concerned about Bai Ruoyao, he knew he had been sent by his master, and should anything happen, he could not bear the consequences. Meanwhile, The late-arriving Qiyue gazed at the glaring wound in the black bear demon's heart, a rare flicker of emotion crossing his face, accompanied by gritted teeth. His fingertips flickered with a ghostly light, and he swiftly propelled himself towards the black market, driven by the scent of his aura lingering on the bear. That damned thief would not escape to the ends of the earth. By the time Shen Xingyue returned to the original spot, Lin Mu's had long vanished. Qi Feng's expression darkened, and Bai Ruoyao was nowhere to be found. He keenly noticed a sword abandoned in a corner and inquired, "Is that your friend's?" Shen Xingyue picked it up and her expression instantly shifted. It belonged to him. How could Lin Mu's carelessly discard his sword here? Had he and Bai Ruoyao been captured together? Damn it! She should not have underestimated the situation. She had assumed Lin Mu's was of the same cultivation level as her character in the original story and would be safe. Having read the original, she was well aware of Bai Ruoyao's fate, and now, disregarding the romantic dynamics of the protagonists, Shen Xingyue was filled with urgency to rescue her little brother. Her little brother could not be bullied by others. Lin Mu's was the first to voluntarily and proactively follow her. This held great significance. "Follow me. I know where they—" Shen Xingyue spoke as she walked, but upon turning, she collided with someone and was startled by the lifeless gaze that swept over her. Qiyue looked down at her, a cold smile playing on his lips. Ah, it was that little thief who had foolishly attempted to assassinate him. Severely injured that day, he had failed to eliminate her, allowing her to escape, and now fate had brought them together again. What a narrow path for old foes. He raised his hand, intending to choke the life from her, but unexpectedly, she seized his arm. Excellent! She arrived just in time. Shen Xingyue's eyes sparkled with hope. With the male lead present, her romantic troubles would surely dissipate. Qiyue was momentarily taken aback, only to be pulled away by Shen Xingyue. Quickly, you must save Bai Ruoyao. Hearing Bai Ruoyao's name, Qiyue paused. What happened to her? She was captured by the black gambling den. If you don't save her now, she will be tortured to death. Qi Feng, confused but obedient, followed closely behind. The three had barely arrived at the entrance of Jinzige when they were greeted by an eye-catching scene. The already bustling atmosphere of Jinzige reached a fever pitch, with numerous onlookers gathered outside. For here, the handsome dealer, with only a sheer veil covering his face, Lin Mu's, was dressed in women's attire, dancing gracefully while dealing cards. This was an unprecedentedly bizarre gambling den. The gamblers surrounding the table lined up, occasionally making inappropriate advances toward his legs. Most notably, the one seated at the center lewdly draping his hand over Lin Mu's thigh. Lin Mu's expression resembled that of a wronged little wife. Shen Xingyue's mind exploded. Just then, Lin Mu's looked up and locked eyes with Shen Xingyue, at which point he could no longer contain himself, crying out, "Master, save me! There are so many perverts here." Shen Xingyue charged in with her large blade, disregarding everything and striking at anyone in sight. Qi Feng was not to be outdone, following closely behind and even breaking the beams. The commotion was so great that even the owner of Jinzige arrived. Furious at the chaos and wishing he could devour Shen Xingyue and the others whole. Just as he was about to act, he was suddenly drawn in by a powerful force. Qiyue's eyes were fixed on him, his hand gripping the owner's throat. "Where is Bai Ruoyao?" "What Bai Ruoyao?" "I don't know." The owner of Jinzige looked at Qiyue in terror. What kind of power was this, so terrifying? Chapter 33. I will take it back and burn it slowly. Indeed, he did not know who Bai Ruoyao was, nor would he be informed of every person captured by his subordinates. However, in Qiyue's eyes, this was nothing short of provocation. He tightened his grip, coldly demanding, "Speak. I truly do not know. Just kill him. Why ask further?" Suddenly, a knife pierced through the chest of the Jinzige owner as Shen Xingyue stood behind him, gripping the hilt. She could no longer tolerate these people's dilly-dallying ways. Qiyue's fierce gaze shifted towards her. "What are you doing? If this man dies, where will he find Bai Ruoyao?" "Step aside." Qiyue refused to yield. "What do you intend to do?" Shen Xingyue had no intention of forcing him to leave. If he wished to be blown up, so be it. She had no objection. She pinched a blasting talisman between her fingers and slammed it onto the ground. The explosion rang out, and a massive hole was blown into the floor of Jinzige. Qi Feng, well aware of Shen Xingyue's tendencies, had already taken Lin Mu's to a corner to avoid being caught in the blast. Lin Mu's, too, reluctantly withdrew his hand that had intended to guide them. Under the overwhelming pressure of sheer force, all traps and secret chambers were mere illusions. The basement of Jinzige was thus forcibly exposed to the public, as Shin Xingyue and Qi Feng wreaked havoc. Everyone at Jinzige was compelled to emerge and confront them, with none left to guard by Ruoyao. The scene in the original whereby Ruoyao was humiliated and resisted did not occur. At present, she remained unharmed. In fact, she had managed to free herself from her bindings and stood, dazed, in the basement, gazing up at the gaping hole above. Oh! On one side stood the glamorous Shen Xingyue, and on the other, the disheveled Qiyue. She paused, ready to speak, but Qiyue had already leapt into the basement, his eyes locked onto by Ruoyao, seemingly needing to confirm that she was indeed unharmed. Upon seeing Qiyue in such a state, Bai Ruoyao could not help but laugh, a soft sound escaping her lips. Qiyue rarely appeared so comical. She had never seen him look so disheveled, not even when he was gravely injured. Hearing her laughter, Qiyue could not help but purse his lips. He should have felt anger at being ridiculed, yet he was filled with helplessness and relief. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. He had originally ventured out to slay demon beasts for their cores to heal his injuries, yet now, without acquiring the demon core and exacerbating his condition through forced cultivation, his injuries had worsened. Bai Ruoyao immediately lost her smile, rushing to support Qiyue. What happened? Did your injuries flare up again while saving me? I am fine. The thief who wanted to kill him still loomed above, and he could not let her see his predicament. Standing above them, Shen Xingyue found herself inevitably contemplating the notion of finishing Qiyue off right then and there. She gripped her blade, weighing her chances of teaming up with her second senior brother to slay Qiyue. As for Bai Ruoyao's opinion, it was inconsequential, however. Recalling their last encounter, even in his near-death state, Qiyue had easily bested her, nearly leaving her behind. Yet now, he appeared quite spirited. Shen Xingyue hesitated once more. Just then, Qiyue looked up, his piercing gaze meeting Shen Xingyue's, which instantaneously deterred her. Ahem, you all carry on. I have matters to attend to. What the hell? The demon lord might suddenly react and seek to punish her. Shen Xingyue tugged at Lin Mu's, urging him to flee, which made Lin Mu's exclaim in panic, Hey, my clothes, and my Chinkoan bag. The Duke's mansion in Luqing was still brightly lit in the middle of the night. A crowd had gathered around Lin Mu's. So, this is what they concocted to restrain a cultivator's spiritual energy? Indeed, I must say, this item is rather aesthetically pleasing, adorned with a circle of leopard print. Shen Xingyue remarked, smacking her lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's anxiously turned to her, for the sect leader had promised not to disclose this. Shen Xingyue reassuringly patted his shoulder. Don't worry. So how do we remove this thing? Zhao Mingyuan suggested. Why not saw it off? Chu Yunxian shook his head. No, this treasure cannot be severed by mere iron. Let me use spiritual fire to melt it instead. Saying this, he conjured a small flame with his fingertips. Lin Muse was taken aback. Are you serious? Using spiritual fire? Should we first melt the collar or roast his head? Has Brother Yunxian developed a craving for barbecued brain lately? Chu Yunxian insisted earnestly. Trust in my skills. Lin Muse, frightened, stammered. Aye. He truly wished to believe. However, after all, he had only one life. Forget it. I shall take action myself. Shen Xingyue took a deep breath and stood up. Everyone watched her as she raised her hand. Summoning her great sword, closing her eyes, just one swift strike. Huh? Lin Mu's eyes widened as he watched Shen Xingyue leap back, gathering strength, then charging towards him with her sword. At this force, even if the collar broke, his head would surely be lost. Help! The crowd scattered, leaving him to bear the brunt of Shen Xingyue's impending assault. With a thud, Lin Muse collapsed to the ground. What happened to him? Chu Yunxian leaned in to pry open his eyelids and remarked. He seems to have fainted from fright. Nevertheless, the collar had indeed been removed. This time, Luo Yihong had learned his lesson, standing aside and observing. Had Shen Xingyue not insisted he come out, he would have been meditating and cultivating in his room. Yet even without uttering a word, the fire quickly engulfed his vicinity. Shen Xingyue produced the Chinkoan bag she had purchased from the black market today. Here, your Chinkoan bag. Oh, the words sounded devoid of deception, and Luo Yihong naively accepted the bag she handed over. Instantly, a flash of spiritual light flickered in his hand, effortlessly erasing the mark upon it. Fearing that Shen Xingyue might entrap him in conversation again, he quickly branded his own mark upon it. Hurry, empty its contents. The original owner was at least a Yuanying stage cultivator. Let's see what treasures lie within, Shen Xingyue exclaimed excitedly. Chu Yunxian and Zhao Mingyuan also leaned in with curiosity. Luo Yihong silently emptied the bag's contents, for he had no greed for what lay inside. There were few spirit stones, yet numerous peculiar artifacts. A compass, a 10,000 souls banner, an imperial bell, and a soul-refining notebook. These items were steeped in a heavy aura of malevolence. If he was not mistaken, the original owner was likely a sinister cultivator. Upon seeing these items, Luo Yihong's expression darkened, feeling as though holding the bag sullied his hands. Just as he was about to draw his sword to destroy the items, Shen Xingyue stopped him. Hey, that's the 10,000 souls banner. Don't you fear that using your sword will release the vengeful spirits inside? What should we do then? Leave it to me. I possess fire affinity. I can certainly incinerate them to ashes, Shen Xingyue volunteered eagerly. Luo Yihong hesitated for a moment before sheathing his sword. Fine. Yet the next second, he watched in disbelief as Shen Xingyue stored those items into her own Chinkuan bag. Hee, I'll take them back and burn them slowly. Luo Yihong immediately discerned Shen Xingyue's ulterior motives and scolded. You, be careful not to burn yourself. Ah, rest assured. Seeing her obstinate demeanor, he huffed in irritation and turned to leave. Chu Yunxian also advised, Junior sister, those items are still, brother. You need not say more. I shall destroy them at once. Chapter 34. The new sect leader is unbelievably wealthy. Having unexpectedly acquired a trove of treasures, Shen Xingyue returned to her room and immediately began her research. The soul-refining notebook meticulously documented how the sinister cultivator crafted these artifacts and their intended uses: the compass for seeking, the imperial bell for subjugation, and the 10,000 souls banner for confinement and refinement. The brutality of the methods and the perversion of thought were astonishing. This malevolent cultivator, unable to contend with the vengeful spirits, resorted to refining living souls, capturing innocent lives, torturing them daily, and extracting their souls at the peak of their hatred, funneling their resentment into the 10,000 souls banner until they were utterly destroyed. To ascend to the Yuanying stage through such means, one could only imagine how many lives he had taken. Perhaps it was retribution that this Chinkuan bag ended up in the hands of an unremarkable black market dealer. Shen Xingyue smirked. For Luo Yihong and the others, these items were wicked artifacts, but for her, they were treasures. Having taken many lives, possessing a 10,000 souls banner was simply perfect for her. As she scrutinized the banner, Shen Xingyue narrowed her eyes, attempting to forcibly claim it as her own. Unexpectedly, as her spiritual energy surged into it, the 10,000 souls banner immediately floated into the air, enveloping her in a torrent of vengeful energy. Shen Xingyue felt her soul being stripped away in an instant, her head pounding. The scenes before her flashed like a kaleidoscope. This soul-summoning banner was far superior to that little nightmare beast's illusion. It conjured vivid images of those she had slain based on her memories. The spirits, all with malevolent expressions, lunged at her, attempting to strangle her neck. Shen Xingyue stood frozen, summoning her sword, and with a fierce thrust, unleashed her spiritual energy, overwhelming and obliterating the phantoms once more. If she could kill once, she could do so again. This sinister cultivator had left a trump card, yet he could never have anticipated that the new master of the 10,000 souls banner would not fear such flamboyant tactics. Shen Xingyue felt no guilt, remorse, or fear. She had only slain those deserving of death, executing divine justice. What was there to worry about? After a prolonged struggle, the 10,000 souls banner, finding its efforts futile against her, eventually succumbed, becoming her possession. Chu Yunxian and the others squatted outside her door, witnessing the flashes of red and green lights from within. There was no remedy. Having a bored and reckless sect leader was truly a source of concern. Zhao Mingyuan worried aloud. Will the sect leader become a sinister cultivator in the future? That seems unlikely. Luo Yihong stood with his arms crossed behind them, ever ready to draw his sword. Should Shen Xingyue transform into a sinister cultivator, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. After a considerable time, silence finally enveloped her room. Is the sect leader dead? Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxian hurriedly knocked on the door. Junior sister, Shin Xingyue, are you all right? Quite well. Did you need something at this late hour? Shin Xingyue opened the door, brimming with vitality. The others were momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. Perhaps their worries had been unfounded. How did the burning go? Luo Yihang inquired. All done. Damn it. Knowing full well she was speaking nonsense, they were at a loss for how to chastise her reasonably. After a long silence, Luo Yihang replied coolly, Get some rest. How perplexing. Despite having been forewarned, when the cultivators learned that their new sect lacked even a main hall and that they would have to build their own houses, they were collectively taken aback. Early the next morning, a flurry of discussions erupted, sparked by Zhao Mingyuan's detailed explanation of their tasks upon ascending the mountain. What? I've participated in other new sects, and they weren't like this. We're not even getting paid. Why should we? Where will we live after we ascend the mountain? What should we do? I want to withdraw. I want to withdraw too. The two conspired to withdraw together. Yet when Shin Xingyue arrived, not a single sound escaped their lips. As the overall supervisor of this endeavor, Shin Xingyue pondered for a long time and decided to prioritize the construction of roads and disciple dormitories. To prosper, one must first build roads. Only with convenient transport can the sect flourish. Expanding the dormitories was also urgent. With only 100 disciples, when could they establish a large sect? Her plan was to recruit an additional 1,000 disciples to assist in the construction. The main hall, serving as her residence, could be slightly delayed. The disciples were divided into two equal groups, gazing at each other in confusion. Shin Xingyue stood before them, cleared her throat. Our current tasks are to construct mountain roads and build disciple dormitories. The two groups will work in tandem. Huh. It can be done this way? I said no. Upon hearing this, the disciples began to discuss amongst themselves again. Silence, Shin Xingyue declared. Everyone work diligently. The first team to complete their task will receive generous rewards. How generous? Inquired an eager disciple. Shin Xingyue smiled. 1,000 spirit stones. Ugh, that doesn't seem like much. The disciple began to lament, only to hear Shin Xingyue's next words, premium quality. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Their new sect leader seemed to be incredibly wealthy. Shin Xingyue reveled in their shocked expressions, as she had snatched a considerable amount of spirit stones from the Qixing sect, which were now being put to good use. Moreover, beneath her mountain lies the spiritual vein. And the spiritual stones are utterly untroubled, if you will. Each team is also equipped with a diligence leaderboard. The top 2 cultivators and the top 3 mortals each receive generous rewards of 500, 400, and 300 middle-grade spiritual stones, respectively, in a descending order. The leaderboard is updated in real time every day, reported to me by the supervisor, and rewards can be claimed on the same day or stored with me. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. They could obtain such an abundance of spiritual stones without undertaking perilous tasks, and it was a daily occurrence, provided they exerted themselves in their work. The sect leader is truly wise. The construction of the mountain road is primarily overseen by Lin Muse, who today will lead a team to survey the area and confirm the route before officially commencing the work. The disciples' dormitory is under her direct supervision. Chu Yunqin will simply instruct those disciples in alchemy at the foot of the mountain, as a frail alchemist who cannot fend for himself, while Luo Yihang is responsible for the transportation of building materials. What? Luo Yihang, who initially wished to remain a bystander and enjoy the spectacle, exclaimed, nearly losing his voice. What is it? Do you have any problems? I will deliver. Indeed, you are the only one with a vacant bag of holding. If you don't deliver, then who will? Luo Yihang felt overwhelmed. Just me? He glanced at the expressions of Lin Muse and Chu Yunqin, who appeared entirely unsurprised, clearly having been privy to Shin Xingyue's arrangements and her intention for him to transport the materials. Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. As the most skilled among the disciples, you must undoubtedly shoulder your rightful duties. His expression shifted from disbelief to a cracked facade in mere seconds. This is undoubtedly a case of personal vendetta. Damn Shin Xingyue. No wonder she didn't seize the bag of holding for herself. I hope fellow Luo takes his responsibilities seriously and does not disappoint the sect as high expectations. It is the sect, not merely a school. Luo Yihang's expression darkened further. A blatant threat. He gritted his teeth and said, I understand. Chapter 35. With eyes wide open, competition begins. The new work commenced quite smoothly. as Shen Xingyue specifically summoned the Nightmare Beast to supervise Luo Yihong. The Nightmare Beast, upon receiving the order, was filled with excitement, even managing to procure a vine from who knows where, wielded like a whip. Shen Xingyue found it amusing and kindly refrained from informing it that this individual was not particularly easygoing, hoping it would not become too arrogant lest it face repercussions. Since the construction site of the Northern Polar Sect is situated throughout the entirety of Lutai Mountain, the road-building project is exceedingly vast. From the moment they stepped onto Lutai Mountain, Shen Xingyue has been marking their path. The mountain roads are winding and complex, and soon some individuals could no longer endure. While the cultivators managed, some mortals lamented incessantly. At this moment, the crowd could not help but recall the few individuals studying alchemy at the foot of the mountain. They felt a pang of envy, particularly towards the two who joined later. How infuriating! They resented their own timidity, yet envied the bravery of others. Shen Xingyue smiled and offered them 2 words. Persist I in her employ, women are utilized as men, while men are worked like mules, with one cultivator equating to the labor of 10 mules. On the first day, the crowd was merely surprised by the diligence leaderboard mentioned by Shen Xingyue, showing little enthusiasm for truly working hard. After all, some individuals with higher cultivation could easily outpace others in terms of productivity. Not to mention the inherent physical differences between genders, it was and t, until the first day's diligence leaderboard was released that 2 slender yet hard-working women astonishingly made the list. Both were somewhat taken aback, still in disbelief when Lin Muse brought them before Shen Xingyue. They were perhaps the most unlikely candidates to appear on the list, yet here they stood. They were still somewhat dazed at the prospect of receiving spiritual stones. Sect leader, may we first store the spiritual stones with you? They hesitated. Shen Xingyue readily agreed, suspecting that if the stones were given to them, they would be snatched away, so it was better to keep them with her. Certainly, just tell me your names, and I will note them down. You may come to collect them at any time with proof. Shen Xingyue handed the 2 a small jade token, and upon inspecting the tokens, they clearly displayed the numbers 100 and 200, by dripping their blood on it. They could establish ownership. All right, watching the few individuals return joyfully laden with rewards, the others quickly grew discontent, clamoring to find Shen Xingyue and Lin Muse. Sect leader, why do they also receive rewards? They haven't worked as much as we have. Indeed. Lin Muse furrowed his brow, explaining that those on the leaderboard were determined by their work ethic, which was the result of their initial discussions. He addressed Shen Xingyue. They have merely been idling about while others have put forth genuine effort. If we were to determine solely by workload, then those mortals would never surpass them. If there is an infinite tilt towards resources, then what was the original purpose of establishing the sect? Shen Xingyue sighed at his visibly agitated demeanor. Realizing the youth still had much to learn, in the face of the crowd's simmering discontent, Shen Xingyue calmly stated, "We will simultaneously establish a contribution leaderboard, rewarding the top 3 based on their workload. With a weekly tally, more work yields more rewards, and the 2 leaderboards' rewards will not stack." Upon her declaration, the most vocal dissenters were immediately appeased. They were skilled cultivators, working swiftly, and could easily secure this reward. With the leaders placated, those caught in the middle, lacking both high cultivation and motivation, found themselves in a precarious position. They could either continue to work aimlessly, leave, or strive to earn spiritual stones. Once they departed, Lin Muse looked at Shen Xingyue with guilt, retrieving his bag of holding. "I'm sorry, sect leader. It's my fault for not managing things well, which led to their unrest. Blame you." "Blame what?" Shen Xingyue patted his shoulder, taking his bag into her own embrace. "Don't think too much, young man. Forcing them to work could certainly be done, but ultimately it would be inefficient. It's better to dangle some spiritual stones to motivate them to toil diligently." Moreover, the spiritual stones utilized are not even half of what she had earned from these individuals. Not to mention, they were public funds. The members of the Northern Polar Sect were fervently engaged in their tasks. Whenever Shen Xingyue smiled at them, they felt assured that today's diligence leaderboard was secure. Thus they worked with great enthusiasm. She understood the art of persuasion. Whenever someone felt disheartened and considered giving up, they would find themselves on the leaderboard the next day. Those who wished to slack off yet struggled to do so, and those who aspired to compete but could not outpace others, a desire to refuse yet an inability to let go. This left Luo Yihong in a difficult position. as he had no time to expedite the materials from Luqing and was now threatened to transport bricks from the neighboring city. Especially each time he returned to see Shen Xingyue and Lin Muse leisurely at work. He couldn't help but feel a seething resentment. This person is truly infuriating. She knows how to entice those individuals with a taste of reward to make them toil, yet with him, it's nothing but pure exploitation. After all this turmoil, even a dignified nascent soul cultivator like him ended up with dark circles under his eyes. As the saying goes, with eyes wide open. Competition begins. The dormitory on the mountain had become mere decoration. Whether it was the mountain road or the disciples' quarters, there was a considerable distance from the summit dormitory. The various masters of competition, in order to avoid wasting time, had grown too lazy to return for sleep. After all, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold. Sleeping outdoors was no issue. Shen Xingyue could not escape her comeuppance. These individuals were toiling from dawn till dusk solely for her benefit, and naturally, they could not allow her to sleep soundly on the mountain. With no time for a nap, no time for meditation, she could only revolve around them. Shen Xingyue suddenly felt that life had come to this. She felt a twinge of despair. Sect leader, I have finished building this wall. Impressive. Sect leader, the foundation here is complete. I did it myself. Good, truly deserving of being my proud disciple. Sect leader, don't sleep. Oh, on the other side, Lin Mu's situation was no better than Shen Xingyue's. However, he himself found joy in the chaos and was thoroughly entertained. He even dug into his own pockets to treat everyone to 50 cups of dear tea. It was precisely because of this that Shen Xingyue's 8-hour work system never took off. Under the relentless drive of these individuals, after more than 20 days of frenzied efforts, the mountain road and dormitories were finally completed. The speed exceeded Shen Xingyue's expectations. She did not renege on her promises, providing what was due. Those who did not receive rewards did not complain, knowing that further disturbances would only invite reprimands from the sect leader. This batch of disciples' quarters consisted of only 4 buildings. All standard 4-person rooms, each building having 3 floors with 30 rooms on each floor. Shen Xingyue had managed to draft a design for the bunk bed desk layout, which he handed over for construction. She also prepared the certificates for the mobile spiritual stones, serving both as identification for disciples of the Northern Polar sect and allowing for the extraction of spiritual stones at any time. Next up was the construction of the main hall. Shen Xingyue left the team to Lin Muse and slipped down the mountain. Damn, these days have nearly driven her to the brink. If Lin Muse was willing to keep an eye on things, then let him do so. Chu Yunshin's side was faring much better. Zhao Mingyuan was learning decently, but the rest were truly struggling. A few with fire spiritual roots were even outperformed by Huang Yingying, who lacked any. However, Chu Yunchuan was somewhat cultured. Even when he wished to curse, he found himself at a loss for words, left only to fume in silence. Chapter 36. The Green on His Head. Feng Che observed his master's indignant demeanor and could not help but interject, "Do not be anxious, take your time in teaching. You will surely learn." Chu Yunchuan regarded his eldest disciple, suppressing the urge to lament, thinking how splendid it was to have such a disciple. Whatever he was given, he consumed without complaint, never resisting. He even believed that should he one day offer poison to his eldest disciple, he would swallow it without hesitation. "Xiao Che, how has your health been of late? Are you still experiencing symptoms of shortness of breath?" "No, master," Feng Che replied. Chu Yunchuan nodded. Although he had yet to fully cure Feng Che, he had at least managed to stabilize his condition. Once he nurtured his body further, he would be able to teach him cultivation. Feng Che possessed dual elemental roots of water and wood, with decent innate talent, yet his physical frailty was a significant hindrance. The others were engrossed in reciting spirit herbs, resulting in a cacophony of voices within the room, while Chu Yunchuan himself idly flipped through books. Bored, suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Shen Xingyue standing at the entrance. "Oh my, senior brother. Your place is indeed far better." Chu Yunchuan lifted his gaze to her, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Noticing the distraction among the disciples, he rose and stepped outside. Shen Xingyue began to vent her frustrations, recounting her recent tribulations to Chu Yunchuan. "Oh, I am utterly exhausted." Amused, Chu Yunchuan replied, "You might consider discussing it with Mu Zhe, but I wouldn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. Such fishing tactics are best employed sooner rather than later. By the way, where is Zhao Mingyuan?" Shen Xingyue glanced around the room, noting the absence of one individual. Chu Yinchuan shook his head. I do not know. He informed me early on that he would take a leave of absence and has since vanished. Just as they spoke, a loud voice echoed, Master, Brother Yunkyuan, Zhao Mingyuan, having spotted Shen Xingyue from afar, hurried over, eager to take credit. What have you been up to? Ah, a few days ago, I had a stone statue custom made, and I just want to fetch it. A stone statue? What kind of stone statue? Shen Xingyue asked, intrigued. Here, Zhao Mingyuan exclaimed, waving his fan as several individuals pushed a colossal object draped in red cloth into the room. He unveiled the cloth, revealing a remarkably lifelike stone sculpture that bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Xingyue herself. The statue gazed benevolently ahead, and the sculptor had painstakingly rendered its eyes, as if one could perceive compassion emanating from them, reminiscent of a benevolent deity descending to save suffering mortals. It held a long blade in a protective stance, as though shielding the populace behind it from external threats. Shen Xingyue had never imagined such emotion could be captured in her likeness. Zhao Mingyuan solemnly declared, Master, thank you for saving Luqing. Oh, it's nothing. Shen Xingyue waved her hand dismissively. Ever since the statue had entered, her eyes had been glued to it, exclaiming, Goodness! This is simply magnificent. A smile spread across her face, her expression utterly unrestrained. I plan to place this at the mountain gate so that every disciple will see it upon entering. Excellent! Chu Yunchuan admired the sculpture, acknowledging its quality. Zhao Mingyuan chuckled, self-satisfied with his good deed, and the three of them shared a moment of joy. Until, in a moment of absent-mindedness, Zhao Mingyuan placed his hand on the statue. Shen Xingyue's smile froze. The upper portion of the statue turned green. Her face mirrored its hue. I forgot about that. At that moment, Luo Yiheng arrived, having been informed by someone that Zhao Mingyuan was seeking him at the city lord's estate. Though reluctant, he came and overheard Zhao Mingyuan's intention of placing the statue at the mountain gate. Upon seeing the green-red statue, he burst into laughter. Let me carry it, without waiting for Shen Xingyue to object. He swiftly placed the statue into his own spatial pouch. Hey, you! As Luo Yiheng dashed away, Shen Xingyue hurried after him. Zhao Mingyuan and Chu Yunchuan gazed at the receding figures, marveling. The master truly is full of vitality at all times. Chu Yunchuan nodded. Indeed. He retrieved the jade token Shen Xingyue had just given him. Oh, right? This is the identity token the master has provided for you. Zhao Mingyuan's eyes lit up as he took it, asking, what does it say? It indicates the value of stored spirit stones. Those without spatial pouches can deposit them with the master. How wonderful! By the time Shen Xingyue arrived, it was too late. Luo Yiheng had already placed the statue in the center of the former bandit stronghold. The disciples had gathered around in admiration. Each one touched the statue, and it instantly became a riot of colors. Shen Xingyue, too, found herself transformed into a kaleidoscope of hues. What on earth is happening? As she pondered how to gracefully exit this predicament, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, How cool! Others chimed in, Indeed. I've never seen such a display in other sects. Our sect is truly affluent. These individuals were entirely unaware of the implications of the green hue above their heads. To them, the statue simply represented flamboyance. Under the master's leadership, their sect would undoubtedly thrive. Shen Xingyue breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that perhaps displaying it was not such a bad idea after all. Amidst their commotion, a figure approached, burdened with a bundle, and upon seeing Luo Yiheng, his eyes brightened. Qing Xian, upon spotting Luo Yiheng, resembled someone reuniting with family. Finally, I have found you. After wandering for days on the streets, begging for food, he had heard that there was a sect recruiting, and he had come here. Upon arriving, he discovered that the recruitment had long concluded, yet he thought he might try his luck. To his astonishment, he encountered someone he recognized. Shen Xingyue instinctively felt that this fellow had come seeking vengeance. How could this fool have tracked them down? Qing Xian rushed forward, grasping Luo Yiheng's sleeve. Startling him, with tears in his eyes, he pleaded, Great hero, allow me to join you. Unquestionably, the pressure emanating from a cultivator at the divination stage was quite formidable, particularly towards Luo Yiheng. He pointed at Shen Xingyue, saying, If you wish to join, you must inquire with her. She is the one in charge here. Qing Xian then turned to grasp Shen Xingyue's sleeve, his eyes sparkling. Great hero, Please let me join you. Will you take me as your disciple? Shen Xingyue's eyes darted. It seemed Qing Xian did not recognize her as the one who had killed his master. She feigned profundity. Do you even know what your current cultivation level is? Qing Xian replied anxiously, Qi refining. Will the great hero despise me for my low cultivation? Shen Xingyue nodded, adopting a pose of deep contemplation. Clearly, Elder In Qi had taught him nothing. The others, upon hearing Qing Xian's claim of Qi refining, exchanged incredulous glances. This overwhelming presence is merely Qi refining. Is this a joke? Shen Xingyue affected a reluctant demeanor. Very well. Although your cultivation is somewhat lacking, seeing your earnestness, I shall accept you as my disciple. Luo Yiheng chuckled from the side. Shen Xingyue was truly audacious. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage had taken on a disciple at the divination stage. Chapter 37. A disciple more powerful than the master. It was indeed unprecedented for a disciple to surpass their master in cultivation, yet this extraordinary occurrence had unfolded before them. How did you find your way here? Well, I saw only this path leading up the mountain and followed it. Shen Xingyue smiled, knowing that clearing the path had been the right decision. Otherwise, such a fine disciple might have been snatched away. Qing Xian possessed a single water elemental root, and Elder In Qi had imparted nothing to him. He had learned to draw in Qi on his own. Now, having absorbed all the cultivation of the Seven Stars sect's leader, he had made a meteoric rise. Lacking any formal teachings, he was like a blank slate. Believing whatever was told to him, making him the ideal disciple for Shen Xingyue, she pondered how best to instruct Qing Xian. This fellow, if utilized correctly, could become a formidable asset for the sect. If mishandled, he could become a liability. Master, Qing Xian called out excitedly. You should go and work with the others for now, she replied casually. All right. Lin Muse, taken aback, thought to himself, what merit do I have to command a cultivator at the divination stage to work for me? Unbeknownst to the others, he understood the situation all too well. As anticipated, with Qing Xian's addition, the efficiency of the hall's construction skyrocketed. He was obedient and hardworking, seemingly poised to dominate the diligence rankings, which caused other disciples to panic. Fortunately, the two rankings could not be combined, allowing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. The main hall was being expanded and renovated based on the original bandit stronghold. Thus, many steps were spared, and numerous construction materials could be repurposed. Shen Xingyue continued to contemplate how to maximize Qing Xian's cultivation potential. She had many techniques in her spatial pouch, yet most were fire-based, swift and aggressive, completely incompatible with Qing Xian's elemental affinity. Moreover, there was the question of cultivation paths. Should she teach Qing Xian a style akin to her own? While one's innate nature was undoubtedly important, postnatal guidance was equally crucial. Shen Xingyue hesitated, but observing his naive demeanor, she ultimately dismissed the idea. Qing Xian was too reckless. She feared that if he emulated her, he might become dangerously violent. The path of slaughter, after all, was fraught with complexities. Lin Muse and Luo Yiheng, one belonging to the wood element and the other to the metal element, expressed their inability to assist. Qing Xian, Master, I am here. Upon hearing Shen Xingyue call for him, Qing Xian hurried over. Let us visit the black market tonight. All right. After a long day of labor, Qing Xian finally reached the time for rest and, as expected, received the reward of spirit stones from Shen Xingyue. Qing Xian, your cultivation is still too weak. If I give you these spirit stones, they might be snatched away by others. It would be best if I keep them safe for you. Okay. Shen Xingyue had intended to take Qing Xian to the black market in hopes of finding a good wood element cultivation method. But to her surprise, as soon as she stepped into the market, the vendors scattered. Staring at the silent street, Shen Xingyue was momentarily stunned. What on earth happened? Are there bandits again? She grabbed a vendor who hadn't managed to hide. What is going on? Why are you all running? Bandits. The moment the vendor was caught, he began to scream. Shen Xingyue slapped him on the face. Speak properly. The vendor trembled. Spare me. My small business has nothing worth robbing. It was then that Shen Xingyue understood the situation. Her and Qi Feng's previous rampage at the Jinji Pavilion had left a deep impression. The others in the black market, unaware of the specifics, assumed they were simply fond of killing, which is why they fled upon seeing her. Shen Xingyue suddenly realized and threatened the vendor. Do you have any water element cultivation methods? I have a sword technique. I'll give it to you for free. Just please let me go. It was something he had just swindled earlier, initially intending to sell it for a high price. Shen Xingyue accepted it and then released him. Although the sword technique was quite standard, it was better than nothing. She could learn it for now and switch to something better later. This trip to the black market was indeed a pure robbery. Shen Xingyue returned to the Beiji sect with Qing Xian, thoroughly satisfied, and began to study the sword technique late into the night, preparing to learn and apply it immediately. The technique was named Water and Sky in One, featuring graceful sword winds and divided into 7 stances. The first 3 stances utilize softness to overcome hardness, while the latter 4 balanced both, with spiritual energy infused into the sword, creating a magnificent wave of water and sky in one. Just as dawn broke, the disciples of the Beiji sect commenced their work in a grand manner. Knowing that the diligent workaholic, Jun Wang, would not be present today, everyone was overjoyed and even more motivated. Shen Xingyue took Qing Xian to another mountain peak. Within her Qingquan bag lay a sword she had previously used but had since set aside. It was perfect for Qing Xian now. Watch my movements, Shen Xingyue instructed, holding the sword hilt, using her sword technique. Qing Xian obediently imitated her actions, but his spiritual energy was not well controlled, and a gust of sword wind was unleashed, directly collapsing the adjacent mountain peak. Shen Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, she had brought him far away. Otherwise, her nearly completed grand hall would have likely crumbled. It seemed learning the sword was not feasible. He needed to first learn to control his spiritual energy. It seemed that in about 6 months, the grand tournament held every 3 years by the 5 great sects would commence. She had to hasten to teach Qing Xian, as she hoped he could take the lead. Even though her senior brother had just reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, she believed Qing Xian, in the spirit separation stage, would surely seize victory. Although she had voluntarily left the Yaoguang sect, the majority of outsiders believed she had been expelled. For the sake of her reputation and to show that Shen Qingchen was indeed a valuable talent, she must firmly trample the Yaoguang sect this time. As for obtaining the entry ticket for the grand tournament, she would let Luo Yihong handle that, as their sect was the host this time. While Shen Xingyue was instructing Qing Xian, the construction of the grand hall was also progressing smoothly. Lin Muse was effectively supervising the work, and in just 10 days, the hall was completed. The furniture and interior decorations were also prepared in advance by Zhao Mingyuan. This meant that preparations for the second round of recruitment were about to begin. This time, not only would speed be measured, but quality would also be screened. Although they aimed to recruit a large number of disciples, if they admitted those without talent, their sect would eventually face closure. Shen Xingyue and her companions gathered in the main hall to discuss at least 3 spiritual roots, right? Our main target this time is the remaining dual spiritual roots from those large sections. I agree, Chu Yunshin, who had been suffering greatly, replied without hesitation. Teaching those less talented disciples had been a headache for him. He even refined a cultivation pill for himself, fearing he might be driven mad. Thankfully, Zhao Mingyuan was there. Although he was also somewhat foolish, he was a genius compared to the rest. Lin Muse and Zhao Mingyuan expressed their unconditional support for Shen Xingyue's opinion. We have no objections. Luo Yihong remained silent, feeling unworthy to voice his opinion. Then we need to intensify our promotional efforts this time. Mingyuan will go. Is that all right? Shen Xingyue stated seriously. Zhao Mingyuan immediately responded with gravity. Of course, I assure you the task will be completed. Senior brother, you continue teaching the remaining disciples. Muse will keep supervising the work on the mountain. Luo Yihong, continue delivering materials. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Chapter 38. The infatuated senior brother Luo Yihong, dissatisfied, remarked, Then what will you do? Cultivate. Luo Yihong nearly choked at this. Why should they work while she cultivates? With a huff, he turned to leave, but suddenly felt a vibration from the communication jade slip on him. After hesitating for a moment and glancing at Shen Xingyue, he stepped away slightly before taking out the jade slip. Master? What has happened? Even without seeing Gu Huaming's face, the severity of the situation was evident in his voice. Your junior sister and the others have gone to Qishao Mountain on a mission and just sent me a distress message. Lu Tai Mountain is relatively close. You should go check it out. Understood. Luo Yihong put away the communication slip and turned around, only to bump into Shen Xingyue, who had been eavesdropping. His eyelids twitched as he said, I have some matters to attend to. Find someone else for the transport work. Shen Xingyue waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. She curiously followed him outside, asking, Need any help? No. All right then. As they reached the courtyard, Shen Xingyue was about to ask how long he would be gone when a peculiar sight caught her eye, prompting her to exclaim, "Who is setting off fireworks in broad daylight?" Several clusters had been launched. Lin Muse, who had been tidying up inside the hall, paused at her words. He rushed out and, upon seeing the fireworks, his expression changed dramatically. "Not good. What happened?" "That is our Xintian sect special distress signal. It is typically used only when disciples encounter grave disasters or life-threatening situations. If there are Xintian sect disciples within 100 miles, they must rush to help without fail." Hearing this, Shen Xingyue suddenly felt that the Yaoguang sect was somewhat lacking. Why did other sects have communication jade slips and distress signals, while they had nothing before? Chu Yunshin echoed her sentiment, lamenting that if the Yaoguang sect had such convenient tools, he wouldn't have been trapped in the bandit den for so long. Since the situation is urgent, let's hurry. There's no need to rush here. Shen Xingyue squinted. Where is that? Qishao Mountain, Luo Yihang replied solemnly. It seemed that there were also troubles at Qishao Mountain for the Xintian sect. This matter would likely not be easily resolved. Shen Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. Qishao Mountain? Ah, the familiar plot and familiar formula. Her infatuated senior brother was about to undergo a change in attitude towards Bai Ruoyao, embarking on the path of infatuation from which there was no return. As is well known, every novel arranges several infatuated followers to highlight the beautiful qualities of the White Lotus heroine, thereby positively amplifying her charm and character. To enhance the effect, some infatuated characters start off at odds with the heroine but are eventually moved and captivated by her admirable qualities, falling in love with her. Her senior brother was precisely one of these infatuated followers. Song Yuma, originally devoid of emotions, treated all things with a cold heart, solely pursuing the Great Way. When Bai Ruoyao first entered the sect, he held her in disdain for her inexplicable connections, ridiculing her with sharp and caustic remarks. He only accompanied her to Qishao Mountain because his master had entrusted him with the task of guiding her, unable to refuse out of embarrassment. Yet, he never anticipated that this trip would shatter his heart. Qishao Mountain housed a vengeful female ghost, sealed there centuries ago, who had finally broken free from her confinement and was eager to wreak havoc. Consumed with resentment towards the world, she captured all those who passed by, inciting them to turn on one another. Thanks to Song Yuma's emotional detachment, he awoke from the illusion early and, upon opening his eyes, witnessed Bai Ruoyao, wounded and risking her life to save him. The conclusion was that Qiyue sensed Bai Ruoyao was in danger and came to her rescue, but the one most affected was her unfortunate senior brother. Logic forbade him from feeling emotions, yet deep within, he was irresistibly drawn to her, and then, he birthed a heart demon. Eventually, he transformed into a being neither human nor ghost. Among all infatuated followers, the senior brother faced the most tragic fate. Shen Xingyue, upon reading the original work, lamented that compared to Qiyue, her senior brother was truly pitiable. In terms of martial prowess, her senior brother was too young. Perhaps after another 100 or 80 years of cultivation, he might stand a chance. In terms of lineage, he was an orphan, lacking any family background to boast of. In terms of appearance, her appearance is quite acceptable, yet she possesses a distinctly different style. Perhaps Bai Ruoyao is more akin to Qiyue in that regard. As for status, Qiyue triumphs without question, for she is the revered lord of an entire demon realm. It is only fitting that the elder disciple, with his lackluster capabilities, finds himself in a woeful predicament while attempting to vie for the affections of the female lead. The ease with which I witnessed the elder disciple's demise back then only amplifies my current feelings of distress. After all, during the initial 2 years of Shen Xingyue's ascendance to the mountain, the elder disciple was not yet so enraptured by the path of indifference. He was still quite humane and took considerable care of her. To see him tormented by his inner demons to the brink of death would surely evoke her compassion. Regardless of whether the elder disciple is present or not, it is prudent to investigate further. I shall accompany you. Lin Muse gazed at Shen Xingyue with astonishment, completely unprepared for her involvement in such affairs. Given her temperament, one would expect her to merely wave them off, urging them to return swiftly to avoid delaying their work. Shen Xingyue frowned. Why are you looking at me? You were so anxious just a moment ago, and now you seem unconcerned. If you have nothing to do, then get back to work. That is not thank you. Sect leader, Shen Xingyue firmly grasped Qing Xuan's wrist, insisting that he accompany her as well. She recalled from the original tale that the elder disciple had mentioned the female ghost cultivation was slightly superior to his. That was the reason for his defeat. Isn't that somewhat akin to Qingshuan's abilities? Although he currently struggles to control his spiritual energy, she is confident that with her astute guidance by his side, all will proceed smoothly. Furthermore, she possesses the Wan Hun banner. If only they could refine the resentment of that female ghost, this treasure might very well ascend to a higher level. To Shan Xingyue, Qixia Mountain resembles a grand narrative of tragedy, where the female ghost plays the role of a deity, ensnaring others into reliving the tale of her demise repeatedly. Shen Xingyue finds this incomprehensible. Does this female ghost possess some perverse inclination, deriving a sense of vengeful pleasure from witnessing various faces reenact her death? By the time the four of them arrived, the mountain was devoid of any trace of the disciples who had called for help. The scene appeared much the same as ever. Aside from the chirping of insects and birds, even the wind seemed to whistle in a particularly rhythmic manner. There was no discernible difference. Shan Xingyue distributed a talisman to each of the three, ensuring they wouldn't become separated in case of an emergency. Is there any way to ascertain the exact locations of those disciples? No. Both Lin Muse and Luo Yihong shook their heads. Very well. Shen Xingyue nodded, realizing that it was time to rely on her well-honed knowledge of the narrative. Everyone, please take a seat. Huh? Lin Muse was perplexed. Shen Xingyue, dragging Qingxian along, plopped down on a stone beneath a tree, rummaging through her bag for some snacks and fruits, even sharing some with her senior disciple. These were purchased out of sheer boredom while supervising those diligent scholars. Luo Yihong's expression darkened. What are you trying to achieve? It became apparent to him that Shan Xingyue had intentionally come to stir up trouble. His fellow disciples were in peril, and this individual had come merely to spectate. Chapter 39. I'll get you extra chicken legs upon your return. Hush. Let us not be too loud. Shen Xingyue solemnly raised a finger, signaling for silence. This startled Luo Yihong into immediate quietude. My senior disciple is rather timid. Please do not frighten him. Qingxian, suddenly singled out, felt quite bewildered, but being obedient to his master, he nodded in acquiescence. Luo Yihong. In the next moment, he erupted in anger. Shan Xingyue, are you deliberately provoking me? Calm down, calm down. At that moment, Lin Muse also settled beside Shan Xingyue, causing Luo Yihong to gaze at him in disbelief. Lin Muse, have you lost your mind too? Lin Muse, holding food, raised his head. I have faith in the sect leader. This declaration warmed Shen Xingyue's heart. What a good child. I shall treat you to extra chicken legs upon your return. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the others, Luo Yihong felt utterly speechless. Shan Xingyue lifted her gaze. There's no use in being anxious. We might as well sit and wait for an opportunity. The female ghost relishes her dramatic narratives and requires participants. Once they arrive, she will undoubtedly ensnare them. Before the game commences, she will ensure they are all entangled in her web. Why rush? Just wait. The compass is of too low a grade to accurately sense the surrounding vengeful spirits' locations. Since entering Qixia Mountain, the compass has been spinning incessantly in every direction, either due to an overabundance of spirits nearby or the female ghost's resentment enveloping the entire mountain, rendering its readings imprecise. Shen Xingyue leaned towards the latter explanation. Upon hearing her mention waiting for an opportunity, Luo Yihong finally calmed slightly. How can you be so sure that remaining here will attract others? It's a guess. Her assertion was made with such confidence that it seemed she had little regard for human life. You? How despicable! Then you can venture into search for them yourself. Luo Yihong nearly ground his teeth in frustration, tossing his sleeves aside as he strode toward the heart of Qixia Mountain. Lin Muse watched as his figure gradually disappeared, expressing concern. Do you think he will be all right? If anything happens, there's little we can do. It's futile to reason with a foolhardy spirit. Shan Xingyue remained indifferent to Luo Yihong's fate. As the most powerful among their group, his impulsiveness would only lead to his own demise. Lin Muse, you do have a point. No sooner had he spoken than the eerie cicada sounds in the forest abruptly ceased, replaced by the distant sounds of children laughing and playing. Though a closer inspection revealed no trace of them, Lin Muse was taken aback. What is this? Just as Shen Xingyue was about to respond, she suddenly sensed a bizarre shift in the surrounding air. Her expression shifting. They come. With that, she seized Qingshuan's hand and intertwined her arm with Lin Muse, swiftly activating the talisman, and in an instant, they materialized behind Luo Yihong. Luo Yihong appeared to have just emerged from a skirmish, bearing signs of injury. Startled by their sudden appearance, he turned and brandished his sword defensively, only to relax upon recognizing Shan Xingyue and the others. His expression grave, he warned. That entity possesses a cultivation level superior to mine and excels in illusionary arts, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Shan Xingyue nodded. She could see that it was indeed a formidable adversary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left Luo Yihong in such a condition. This female ghost is no match for the leader of the Qixing faction. That individual was merely a fade, lacking true strength, while this entity has genuinely honed her abilities in the depths for centuries, now emerging to exact vengeance. The four of them remained on high alert, uncertain of where the threat might strike next. Suddenly, the cacophony of children returned, but this time, it was laced with malice and reprimands. "You little beggar, do you dare to steal again? Beat him, beat the thief to death. I didn't steal anything. I thought you didn't want it anymore. Even if we didn't want it, it's not for you." The once tense Qing Xian froze at the sound. Where could this be coming from? Having already encountered this phenomenon, Luo Yihong quickly surmised. It's some sort of dreamlike illusion, capable of ensnaring one within and blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. A dream? Lin Muse still struggled to comprehend. So, are we dreaming right now? Qing Xian, seemingly entranced, began to walk forward as if drawn toward an unseen destination. Shen Xingyue urgently grasped him. "Qing Xian, where are you going?" Yet Qing Xian appeared oblivious to her words, breaking free from her grasp and quickening his pace. When she turned to look back, Lin Muse and Luo Yihong, too, seemed entranced, wandering off in different directions. "Hey!" Just as Shen Xingyue intended to use the binding rope to retrieve them, a familiar and gentle female voice called out to her from behind. Shen Xingyue was momentarily stunned, and in the next instant, she found herself on a familiar street. Turning around, she saw a woman bending down with a smile, tenderly brushing the snowflakes from her hair, holding a cake in her hand. "Mother?" In that fleeting moment, she seemed to forget everything, her focus solely on the woman before her. Shen Xingyue joyfully accepted the cake. "Whose birthday is it today?" "It's Au's birthday. Haven't you wanted cake for so long? But isn't it tomorrow? It's already past midnight." The woman pointed toward a distant grandfather clock, smiling. "Just wait a moment. Mama will go buy some candles." With that, she turned and walked away. Young Shen Xingyue stared at the cake in her arms, puzzled. There were candles in the box, so why did her mother need to buy more? However, after waiting a long time, feeling increasingly frozen, her mother never returned. The quiet night offered no company, and the empty benches on the snow-covered street housed only a small figure. She remembered that someone who claimed to be the headmaster was supposed to come and take her away. But that person never arrived. As her consciousness began to fade, she finally decided to walk home herself. If she felt hungry, she would eat the cake. If thirsty, she would consume the snow. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Xingyue finally reached home. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard voices arguing inside. What good does it do to speak of this now, after being gone for so long? She could very well be dead. If I'm a murderer, you're an accomplice. Then would you be willing to support her? I told you from the start not to give birth. You didn't listen. So how can you blame me? Then why don't you cover the surgery costs for me? I don't wish to argue about this right now. Let us just divide our belongings and proceed with the divorce tomorrow. Shen Xingyue paused momentarily before knocking on the door. It took a while before the door opened, and the moment her parents saw Shen Xingyue, they were taken aback. "Mom, Dad, I'm so cold." Hesitantly, they allowed her to enter the house. Later that night, the couple, exhausted from their quarrel, retired to their separate rooms, oblivious to the figure with a grim expression slipping silently into the kitchen. Shan Xingyue jolted awake at the moment her parents breathed their last, a twitch of her lips revealing her distress. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the director who rescued her and returned her to the orphanage, the next day's newspaper headlines might have read about a little girl frozen to death or a couple who succumbed to gas poisoning. Her childhood memories had been obliterated by a high fever, and now this ghost had restored them. In a wonder, she felt an urge to lash out at everyone since arriving here. It turned out she had long harbored murderous tendencies. At that moment, an insatiable fighting spirit surged within her chest. Her lower abdomen felt warm, as if yearning for ascendance. Was this the path of patricide and matricide leading to enlightenment? Indeed, could it be that by embracing the way of killing and accumulating enough bloodshed, one could achieve promotion? Chapter 40. With nowhere to go, come to the Arctic Gate. Sensing the shift in her aura, Luo Yihang remarked in astonishment, "Is this enlightenment?" Having had prior experience, he emerged from the illusion quicker than Shan Xingyue. Only to be surprised by her sudden ascendance. "I suppose so. You should sit down and consolidate your gains. I shall protect you." "All right." The ascent to a minor stage is considerably easier than breaking through to a major realm. After a few moments of adjustment, Shen Xingyue rose and hurried to find Lin Muse and Qing Xian, who were still lost in their dream. "Muse, Qing Xian," Luo Yihang frowned, "they can't hear you like that. Once they sink into the dream, all external disturbances are blocked. They must rely on themselves to emerge." Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow and produced her Wan Hun banner. Though both create illusions, she wondered if her illusion could disrupt the ghost. As long as she could find a gap to insert herself, she wasn't here to destroy the dream but to join it. Luo Yihang's expression soured. "I knew you wouldn't destroy it. Is this really the time to discuss that?" Shen Xingyue retorted fiercely. She first tested it on Qing Xian. Lin Mu's mental state was stable, so she wasn't overly concerned. However, she worried more about Qing Xian. If she was correct, the words they heard upon entering Qixia Mountain were from Qing Xian's memories. As the Wan Hun banner unfurled, a chilling wind swept through. Luo Yihang grimaced, reluctantly providing them protection. "Some little beggar is stealing our meat buns. Let us beat him." A young beggar was pinned to the ground and beaten by several children. "Big brother, why doesn't the little beggar have parents? I heard from my mother that such beggars are wild children, who never had any." "Oh? Where does he sleep at night?" "Probably in a dilapidated temple. They have nowhere to go. My mother says not to play with them. They have bugs on them. How scary." Young Qing Xian, lying on the ground, dared to weakly whisper, "I have parents. I have a place to go." "Then where are your parents?" "I don't know. So you have none." Wild child, fury ignited within Shan Xingyue. Where did these uncouth brats come from? Just as she was about to step forward to chase them away, her hand passed right through their heads. This only infuriated her more. Watching the scene of these unruly children frolicking, Qing Xian's eyes brimmed with envy, igniting Shan Xingyue's irritation further. The scene shifted, and they found themselves at the time when Qing Xian had already joined the Seven Stars sect. Yin Qi regarded Qing Xian with a look of disdain, tinged with jealousy, offering something to the other disciples while singularly ignoring Qing Xian. "Qing Xian, go sweep the courtyard." "Qing Xian, fill the water jar." "Qing Xian, who permitted you to cultivate in secret?" Elder Yin Qi slapped Qing Xian across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Qing Xian was utterly bewildered, unsure of what he had done wrong. He had merely overheard his master instructing the other disciples while working and thought his master would be pleased with his progress. Instead, his excitement was swiftly extinguished by his master's furious reprimand. Yet, having experienced injustice throughout his life, Qing Xian instinctively bowed his head in submission. "I'm sorry, master. I understand my mistake. You are not to practice on your own again." "All right." Then came the incident where Qing Xian secretly released the medicinal being, only to be caught by Elder Yin Qi the Elder, fuming, grabbed Qing Xian by the neck and dragged him into his courtyard. "You seek death. I shall grant it to you." He picked up the broom Qing Xian had been using and struck him fiercely. The force so great that it shattered the broomstick. Shen Xingyue's pupils dilated in shock. She never anticipated that the old man Yin Qi would resort to such extreme measures. He discarded the broom and sought out a thorny branch. As he raised his arm for a second strike, she instinctively stepped forward to intervene. This time, she did not pass through. Instead, Elder Yin Qi was sent flying. This seemed to be the opportune moment for her to insert herself into the illusion. In an instant, everything froze. Only Qing Xian remained, staring intently at the figure before him, his heart racing as he gazed unblinkingly at the young girl. "Master?" he tentatively inquired. "Yes, master." A flood of memories rushed back, and Qing Xian jubilantly called out to her. Indeed, he had now taken a new master, who treated him well. He was no longer a little beggar, no longer unwanted and without a place to go. Seeing him sitting on the ground, dazedly staring at her, Shen Xingyue hesitated for a moment before extending her hand. "Aren't you going to get up? Isn't it cold on the ground?" "Not cold." Shen Xingyue pursed her lips, feeling slighted. Just as she intended to retract her hand, it was firmly grasped. "Come with me. If you have nowhere to go, come to the Arctic Gate," she said earnestly. "All right." Shen Xingyue wielded her blade against Eldarine Qi, shattering the illusion. Meanwhile, Lin Muse had awakened himself, wiping the weariness and turmoil from his face. "Damn it. I spent another month washing my master's clothes in that dream." That old man, for some reason, had developed an obsession with garments that carried the scent of soap pods, insisting that he wash every single one by hand. Did that old monster from Qixia Mountain wish for him to be utterly exhausted in his dreams? He never wanted to return to Xuantiangong ever again. "You all woke up so quickly?" Just then, a red figure descended from the sky, cackling as it reached for Lin Muse. He was the weakest among the group. "We are mentally strong," Shen Xingyue replied, pulling Lin Muse aside to evade the ghostess attack, speaking nonchalantly. The ghostess expression twitched, thick-skinned. "Your skin is thicker than mine, I reckon," Shen Xingyue retorted. "You should be the one to die. Whether I should die is uncertain, but I am still alive, while you, it seems, have already met your demise." Suddenly, Shen Xingyue produced the imperial bell from her bag, its deep, resonant chimes reverberating through the air. Striking at the ghost's very nerves, alongside her verbal onslaught, she declared, "Such a fierce spirit. No wonder you were abandoned, never ceasing even in death. Unlike me, I have only ever cast others aside." The ghost, Ru Yin, had lived a tragic life. From the moment her younger brother was born, frail and sickly, her parents, in a desperate bid to cure him, sold Ru Yin into a brothel, swayed by malicious words. Later, when she finally encountered a kindred spirit, she thought she had escaped her suffering, only to find herself stepping into another hell. Initially, he helped Ru Yin redeem herself, and they enjoyed a period of relative happiness until he fell into debt at the gambling house. To aid her husband in repaying his debts, Ru Yin returned to her old profession, only to be scorned by him, ultimately leading to her being sold to a creditor, where she lost her life. Her entire existence had been one of abandonment, and in death, her resentment festered, transforming her into a vengeful spirit sealed within Qixia Mountain by passing cultivators. "Shut your mouth. Stop talking." Her eyes widened with rage, fingers clawing as she lunged at Shen Xingyue. The word abandon was the most unbearable for her. Ru Yin's Yu Qingxian gave a nod, firmly grasping his sword as he assumed a ready stance. Ru Yin immediately felt a chill run down her spine, swiftly retreating as the night descended. A smile curled at the corners of her lips. A splendid performance was about to unfold. The darkness was her domain. Qingxian suddenly swung his sword towards Ru Yin. She, having spoken, dared not linger and vanished in an instant. She needed to conserve her strength to depart from Qixia Mountain. She could not afford to fall here. However, as the sword was swung, it stirred no turbulence at all. Qingxian blinked awkwardly and glanced at Shen Xingyue. Shen Xingyue felt equally flustered. She wished to comfort Qingxian but found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the entire Qixia Mountain began to tremble violently. Shen Xingyue exclaimed, "It's coming! It's coming!" Lin Muse asked, "What's coming?" "Love." Shen Xingyue immediately drew a protective talisman on herself. As long as she sustained harm in the illusion, the talisman would activate instantly, awakening her. In Wudong Town, there was a brothel on the verge of collapse, overseen by a fierce matron who worked her girls to the point of illness. The men were terrified to enter, fearing that a calamity might befall them. Yet, recently, a robust young woman arrived, revitalizing the establishment. Though she lacked skill in song and dance, her youth was her greatest asset, with a figure as supple as a water snake. She stood tall and graceful, a vision of beauty. It was unclear from where the matron had deceived her into coming. Today, a spectacle unfolded in Wudong Town. Lu Jin, a scholar who had recently failed his exams, found himself wandering the streets in a drunken stupor and was fortuitously rescued by the brothel girl, Ru Yin. The two had been secretly meeting behind the matroness back for days, and eventually they were discovered. It remained uncertain whether Ru Yin's sharp and unkind impression of Shen Xingyue had led her to assign Shen Xingyue the role of the brothel matron. Although her body and face remained her own, in her mind, she was indeed the matron of this establishment. Upon awakening to find herself clad in drab attire, Shen Xingyue felt an immediate sense of revulsion. What is this? How hideous! How could I possibly own such tasteless clothing? She rummaged through her wardrobe, donning the most striking rose-pink dress, and hurriedly descended the stairs, fan in hand, to catch the couple in the act. Lu Jin, you scoundrel! Before Shen Xingyu even arrived, her voice had already risen to a high pitch. No wonder Ru Yin has been so distracted lately, neglecting her guests. It turns out it was you. You little wretch who led her astray. Shen Xingyu bared her teeth, pointing at Lu Jin, portrayed by Song Yuma, as if she longed to bite a piece of flesh from him. By Ruoyao, naturally, took on Ru Yin's role, trembling as she hid behind Lu Jin. Shen Xingyu became even angrier, exclaiming in frustration, "What are you hiding behind him for? Come back here at once," Lu Jin, with a cold expression, asserted. "Ru Yin and I are truly in love." Shen Xingyu retorted, "She is someone I purchased with my silver." What nonsense is this? Lu Jin, a scholar, had never engaged in such public arguments before, left speechless by her crude remarks. It was Ru Yin who stepped forward, pleading, "Please, dear matron, have mercy on us. Let me go." "Let you go? I could indeed let you leave, but first, produce the ransom money. Once the accounts are settled, I shall release you without delay." Lu Jin eagerly awaited this very statement, promptly asking, "How much do you want?" "I want 1,000 taels of gold." "What?" Lu Jin gasped, astonished by the sum. "Why don't you just rob a bank?" Ru Yin was equally taken aback, despair washing over her. For she had only a mere 100 taels of silver. Shen Xingyu had declared, "I am indeed robbing. What of it? If you can afford it, pay her ransom. If not, be gone. I want to leave." "Not leaving?" Shen Xingyu, fuming, pointed at the turtle slaves Lin Muse and Luo Hong. "Beat him." She gleefully watched as Ru Yin and Lu Jin were sent scurrying in all directions. "Have you realized your mistake?" "No." "Beat him. Give him a thorough thrashing." "Have you realized your mistake?" "I have realized." Ru Yin, in disbelief, watched as Lu Jin capitulated and asked for the second time, "Have you realized your mistake? If you have, leave." The ghost Ru Yin, with a grim expression, observed Lu Jin fleeing in disarray. What had come over this mat as Ru Yin swiftly evaded? She beheld the emergence of Song Yuemo, a flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. It was merely one awakening, yet now there were two. Had her skills diminished, master brother? Song Yuemo coldly scoffed at Shen Xingyu, recalling his flying sword, ready to confront the female ghost, Ru Yin. Shen Xingyu twitched his lips. It seemed master brother had never been so toyed with like a child, feeling his dignity was tarnished. Even with his typically frigid demeanor, he was now incensed. Ru Yin regarded him with disdain, scoffing, yet another who overestimated himself. A mere peak Yuanying dared to provoke her. Shen Xingyu shoved by Ruoyao aside, positioning himself beside Song Yuemo with Qing Xian, Mu Zhe, and Luo Yiheng missing. Only the two of them remained to fight. "Master brother, you hold her off, and I shall find a way to utilize the Wan Hun fan to deplete her." This female ghost's cultivation surpassed hers, and timing was crucial for the Wan Hun fan. Otherwise, the outcome could be disastrous. Shen Xingyu produced the Wan Hun fan from his Chinkuan bag. Despite the urgency, Song Yuemo could not restrain himself from asking, "Junior sister, did you leave the sect to become an evil cultivator?" Shen Xingyu replied, "Of course not." "Then where did you acquire this artifact?" "I bought it from the black market." Song Yuemo nodded, scrutinizing the sinister artifact emanating a chilling aura, unable to suppress a frown. He had assumed his junior sister had become enmeshed in the dark arts, resorting to murder and soul extraction for crafting treasures. Seeing the two exchange words while disregarding her presence only fueled Ru Yan's fury. She surged towards Shen Xingyu, intent on destroying the Wan Hun fan in her grasp. Even if at a disadvantage, Song Yuemo, as the master brother, would never allow his junior siblings to suffer before his very eyes. He immediately raised his sword to shield Shen Xingyu. Though the ghost's overwhelming aura numbed his grip, he did not falter. Shen Xingyu, witnessing this, promptly activated the Wan Hun fan, siphoning the ghost's resentment. Her resentment was the source of her power. For years, she had been unable to forget the hatred of yesteryears, the wounds inflicted by the world, nor the agony of being suppressed. Her sole aim was to one day return all this to the world. Now, this wretched creature sought to drain her strength? Unforgivable. She turned and struck at Shen Xingyu, eager to witness her blood spattering upon the ground. Anticipating her assault, Shun Xingyu concealed the Wan Hun fan behind Song Yuemo. The sudden surge of pressure caused Song Yuemo to spit out a mouthful of blood. Well done, junior sister. Since that moment, Ru Yin had been on high alert for Shun Xingyu. The instant she unleashed that cursed flag, she would destroy it. The two continued to engage for a while, inciting Ru Yan's ire while causing her little actual harm. Damn it! You all shall perish. Her attacks were wild and relentless. Song Yuemo remained composed, as if death were but a trivial matter to him. Shin Xingyu watched enviously, feeling ashamed to admit she was somewhat afraid of death. Bai Ruiyao had already been knocked out. Why hadn't Qiyu arrived yet? Suddenly, her gaze flickered past a figure. Was someone hiding in the archway by the river? That silhouette, was it Qing Xian? Master brother, cover me. I shall fetch some reinforcements. Song Yuemo glanced at her, momentarily distracted. Hadn't he been covering her all along? He replied in a calm tone. Go. Shun Xingyu leaped into the archway. And indeed, the figure was Qing Xian, though he had yet to shed his identity as a little beggar. Qing Xian. Qing Xian looked bewildered. Are you speaking of me? Observing his innocent, frightened eyes, Shun Xingyu realized he needed a bit of stimulation. So she raised her hand and used a disguised talisman to transform into Elder Yin Qi. Qing Xian's eyes widened, snapping him back to reality. With Qing Xian's involvement, Song Yuemo found the situation considerably easier. Although he still struggled to comprehend his spiritual energy, it posed a significant threat to the ghost, making her cautious in responding to Song Yuemo's attacks. Use the technique I taught you. Qing Xian, gather all your power into your hands and strike. All right. This time, Qing Xian successfully concentrated his spiritual energy, but alas, he only knew that one technique, and the ghost easily evaded it. Ha ha ha, I thought you were formidable. But it turns out you're merely. Before she could finish, an overwhelming pressure descended upon her. Qiyu had finally arrived. With a mere gesture, he shattered the illusion the ghost had painstakingly constructed. Qiyu's gaze fell upon Bai Ruiyao. Unconscious in the corner, his eyes brimming with fury as he glared at the ghost, Ru Yin. Did you do this? What? She was still trying to comprehend the situation when Qiyu seized her by the throat. Die. Chapter 43. That is her partner Shan Xingyu gazed at Qiyu with hopeful anticipation. Wonderful. It's the male lead. We are saved, however, just as she expected him to eliminate the ghost with a single blow and rescue them from peril. He faltered. Sensing Bai Ruiyao was in danger, he disregarded his own injuries to rush over. He even forced himself to gather energy to destroy the illusion. Indeed, he was now lacking in strength. Blood trickled from his lips, and his grip weakened. Shin Xingyu felt a surge of anxiety. Is this really happening, Asher? Can you hold on? Are you all talk and no action? Qiyu shot her a glare. Aren't you going to help? All because this rascal had stolen his demon core last time, exacerbating his injuries and slowing down his recovery. Now, combating this ghost was a strenuous effort. Shin Xingyu retrieved her Wan Hun fan and began to fiercely absorb the ghost's energy. Qiyu's eyelids twitched at the sight. He thought to himself, if this person were from his demon realm, she would undoubtedly be a formidable warrior. As the ghost's resentment was drawn away, her form visibly wavered. She unleashed a frenzied assault on Qiyu, waves of light striking him, yet he had no choice but to endure. Can we hurry this up? Qiyu gritted his teeth. Don't rush. There's nothing we can do about it. Shun Xingyu was drenched in sweat. Finally, through the ghost's relentless efforts, Qiyu was violently thrown to the ground. The ghost cackled triumphantly and turned to strike Shun Xingyu. However, upon turning, she found herself surrounded by the awakened crowd. Lin Mu-Zhe bellowed, "Form ranks." The disciples of the Xintian sect positioned themselves strategically around the ghost. The Xintian sect was well versed in formations, and the coordinated efforts of the disciples yielded impressive results. The disciples of Qingyun's sect were not idle either. Although their numbers were few, they excelled in mobile combat, possessing abundant spiritual energy, making them adept at attrition warfare. However, the primary offensive still rested with Qing Xian. His cultivation surpassed all present, and only his attacks could inflict true damage upon the ghost. Although he only knew that one technique, repeated usage allowed him to grasp some of its nuances. Trapped within the formation, the ghost had to contend with the Qingyun sect disciples' harassment, while Shan Xingyu absorbed her power above. She was utterly overwhelmed. If Qing Xian could land a single hit, her demise was assured. Shun Xingyu, with the emperor bell clenched in her mouth, shook it vigorously, causing Ru Yan's head to throb painfully. Qing Xian plunged his sword deep into her heart. The ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at the crowd. Unyielding, resentful. It was not her fault. It was this unjust world, the thoughtless masses. Why was she the one to suffer such a tragic fate? Was she destined to endure this from birth? The resentment peaked at that moment, transforming into nourishment for the Wan Hun Fan. Yu Yan's figure gradually dissipated, her essence scattering, yet fleeting moments of joy flickered through her mind. The anticipation of her mother during pregnancy, the family's delight upon her birth, the childhood games with her father, even the brief happiness with Lu Jin. The Wan Hun fan absorbed such immense resentment, it neared saturation. The sinister aura overflowed. With a thought, Shen Xingyu commanded the Wan Hun fan to refine the resentment. She stowed the Wan Hun fan back in her Qinkuan bag. Qing Xian beamed at Shan Xingyu. Master, I did it, well done. With the crisis averted, Song Yumo could finally relax. Darkness clouded his vision as his body swayed. Shan Xingyu dashed over to support him, glancing back to find Bai Ruiyao had vanished. Qi Yu was also nowhere to be seen. It seemed he had taken Bai Ruiyao and left. Lin Muzhe gazed at Shan Xingyu with starry eyes. Master, so you didn't acquire the Wan Hun fan to become an evil cultivator? He rationalized that a few artifacts were insignificant. As long as the deeds were righteous, it was not evil. Shen Xingyu. Did she not appear to be a good person? Why did everyone suspect her of becoming an evil cultivator? Luo Yiheng frowned. It seems that disciple from your sect was taken away by that powerful newcomer. He referred to Bai Ruiyao. Shen Xingyu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. That's her partner. Never mind her. Let us go. We've wasted several days. Hurry back and catch up on our progress. Luo Yiheng stood frozen in disbelief. Lin Muzhe had just taken a step when a disciple behind him called out. Master brother, aren't you coming with us? Lin Shixiang had not returned to Zuantianzong for many days. Elder Yuqing was in seclusion and had entrusted Lin Shixiang to the sect master. Only a few days ago did I learn that he had not returned for nearly 2 months. The mere thought of Lin Muz doing laundry at Zuantianzong sprang to mind. I won't return. You all can go back and inform my master once he comes out of seclusion that I am now a disciple of Beijimen. The other disciples were momentarily taken aback. Beijimen? What kind of insignificant sect was that? Lin Shixiang had actually chosen not to return to Zuantianzong for this. Shen Xingyue cast a gratifying glance at him and promptly retrieved a magical artifact from her Qinkuan bag. Handing it to him, good disciple. You are all good disciples. This artifact, crafted by her own hands, was not a professional weapon but rather a compact formation. With this improved portable gathering formation, Lin Muz would be able to cultivate anytime and anywhere. Especially atop the spiritual veins of Lutai Mountain, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Muz was taken aback by such generosity, further solidifying his resolve to follow his idol. His silhouette appeared exceptionally resolute, leaving the disciples of Zuantianzong exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. However, given that Lin Muz's cultivation surpassed theirs, they could do little but let him be, even if they wished to drag him back. Thus, they hastened back to report to the sect master that Lin Shixiang had joined another sect. With Zuantianzong's members departing, it was now King Yunzong's turn. Ji Qingya looked suspiciously at Luo Yiheng, who was about to leave with Shan Xingyue. Shixiang, what is the reason for your absence? Have you also joined Beijimen? Luo Yiheng's expression was conflicted. His master had sent him to monitor Shan Xingyue, hence his reluctant association with Beijimen. If he were to voice this, Shen Xingyue would likely dismiss him. Yet, to admit to Ji Qingya that he had joined Beijimen was out of the question. Under Ji Qingya's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Yiheng felt as if he were being pricked by countless needles. At that moment, Shen Xingyue stepped in with a smile. Luo Tongxiu is here to assist our Beijimen. Luo Yiheng must not falter and spill everything. Otherwise, what leverage would Shen Xingyue have to ensure his compliance? Really? Ji Qingya inquired. She had often overheard the sect master and her master whispering about Beijimen and Shan Xingyue. It seemed this was indeed the case. Then I shall join too, Ji Qingya declared. Her brow furrowing as Luo Yiheng prepared to refuse, only to be timely stopped by Shen Xingyue. Of course, Ji Tongxiu, your arrival would be most welcome. We at Beijimen are always ready to embrace new members. Chapter 44. The communication jade slip. Ji Qingya bid farewell to the disciples who had accompanied her and left with Shan Xingyue. Several individuals remained behind, unsure of what to do. Upon arriving at Lutai Mountain, Ji Qingya immediately understood why Luo Yihong was willing to stay. The moment she laid eyes on the grand hall constructed by Shen Xingyue, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly the grand hall of Beijimen? Lin Muse beamed. Indeed. I supervised its completion myself. Ji Qingya, feeling the abundant spiritual energy in the area, exclaimed, May I also join Beijimen? She was reluctant to leave. With such rich spiritual energy, it was likely her alchemical creations could achieve a higher grade. As for the materials for crafting, she could always procure them herself. Worst case, she could plead with her master, who would surely oblige. Shen Xingyue nodded. Of course. Here is the identity token symbolizing your status as a Beijimen disciple. Wearing this will allow you free access to our sect. Wonderful, Ji Qingya exclaimed. Luo Yihong glared at her, astonished at how quickly she had defected. What a traitor to their sect. Shen Xingyue wore a broad smile, delighted that her sect was becoming increasingly well-structured. Ji Qingya was a genuine artifact craftsman, and now Beijimen could offer a new specialization. Shen Xingyue administered 2 recovery pills to Song Yuma before sending him to recuperate. She had other matters to attend to. The second recruitment for Beijimen was about to commence. Unlike the previous time, the Grand Hall had now been completed, and new disciples would need to come to the mountain gate to register. Following this, each disciple's spiritual route would be tested, recorded, and their preferred specialization noted. Upon learning this, Ji Qingya felt no reluctance. Instead, she was thrilled. What? I'm only in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and I can already select disciples? Can I invite my friends from King Yunzong? The recruitment plan was still in its publicity phase, aiming to attract the overlooked talents from major sects across the cultivation world. Shen Xingyue and her associates placed significant emphasis on this. They needed to finalize the construction of the administrative hall before recruitment began. Recently, she had also focused on training the sect's enforcers, Qingxian. After their last encounter, Shen Xingyue had found a method to teach Qingxian. Mere verbal instruction was insufficient. Practice was essential. Repeating a technique 3 to 5 times was ineffective. Would repeating it 300 to 500 times not yield results? Shen Xingyue was unconvinced. Moreover, Qingxian was known for his diligence and seriousness. If he devoted himself to proper cultivation, he would quickly make up for any past deficiencies. As soon as Song Yuma awoke, he found himself in the company of an unexpected individual. He was currently lying in the side chamber of Beijimen's Grand Hall. Chu Yunchuan, having rare leisure time, sat beside him reading. Ostensibly, he was there to care for Song Yuma, but in truth, he sought a moment of respite from the dull-witted disciples, volunteering to look after the senior brother instead. The fact that even he had sustained such grievous injuries revealed the perilous nature of Shen Xingyue's recent outing. Xixiang, how do you feel? Song Yuma inquired. Sitting up, I'm all right, Chu Yunchuan replied after noticing he was awake. You are in Beijimen. After a brief pause, he added, Rest assured, you are safe here. Xingyue built this sect. Song Yuma was momentarily stunned before nodding. He could hardly believe that after leaving the sect, Shen Xingyue had established one on her own. On the day she departed, he had been outside and had not even had the chance to bid her farewell. Their first meeting after such a long absence was unexpectedly awkward. This place possesses abundant spiritual energy, which will aid in your recovery. You should remain until you are fully healed, Chu Yunchuan advised. Song Yuma closed his eyes to sense the energy around him, realizing that Chu Yunchuan spoke true. The spiritual energy here was indeed plentiful, likely due to the presence of a spiritual vein. His junior sister had managed to find such a fortuitous location. He quickly sat up to meditate. And seeing this, Chu Yunchuan chose not to disturb him and quietly left the side chamber. Outside, Shen Xingyue and Ji Qingya were directing the construction of the administrative hall, while Lin Muse, having received the gathering formation from Shen Xingyue, had already entered seclusion. Before leaving, he had declared, I will not emerge until I break through to the nascent soul stage. Shen Xingyue stood outside the administrative hall, frowning as she directed Luo Yihong. Move it forward a bit. Shift left, a bit more. Now to the right. Luo Yihong adjusted the stone lion with a furrowed brow. Ji Qingya frowned. Xixiang, are you deliberately causing trouble? Why can't you set it right? Ugh, so frustrating. Luo Yihong, exasperated, attempted to walk away, but upon meeting Shen Xingyue's warning gaze, he returned with a scowl to continue his work. Zhao Mingyuan was truly idle. Why was he commissioning 2 stone lions? Was he simply wealthy? He was not wrong in his assumption. Zhao Mingyuan indeed had more money than he knew how to spend. Not only had he ordered 2 stone lions, but he had also engaged the finest carpenter in Luqing to craft a large batch of bookshelves. The sect master intended to establish a library, so their subordinates naturally had to prepare the necessary items in advance. He felt the grand hall was currently far too simplistic and planned to replace the furnishings with pure gold ones for the sect master. As for the dining hall designated for new disciples, it needed to be the best. If it was to be purchased, it should be the most expensive. They needed to find a chef, and while they need not reach the level of a royal chef, they should at least possess the skill to prepare a full banquet. He had been busy with these matters at the foot of the mountain, and upon learning of his efforts, Shun Xingyue praised him profusely. Having a subordinate with high emotional intelligence and strong execution skills was truly a pleasant experience. Observing the innovative communication methods employed by other sects, Shun Xingyue felt that a super sect must possess its own means of communication. She was particularly intrigued by the communication jade slips of King Yunzong. Upon learning this, Ji Qingya generously lent her communication jade slip for Shun Xingyue to study. It only capable of transmitting messages between 2 specific individuals? Ji Qingya nodded, indeed. Shun Xingyue returned the jade slip and couldn't help but exclaim, if only this communication jade slip had a text retention function, how wonderful it would be if it allowed communication between multiple individuals. She found herself yearning for her beloved phone. Ji Qingya was taken aback. That isn't feasible, is it? Nothing is impossible in this world. It merely requires determination, Shun Xingyue encouraged habitually. Ji Qingya pondered, contemplating the feasibility of Shun Xingyue's idea. To ensure the confidentiality of communications, each pair of communication jade slips in King Yunzong bore different magical seals, akin to a miniature teleportation formation, except only sound was transmitted between them. If multiple individuals wished to communicate simultaneously, a public magical seal would be necessary, along with text and retention functions. This also involved a layering function for the magical seals and a triggering mechanism. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what initially seemed impossible had become feasible. Her eyes brightened as she patted Shun Xingyue's shoulder. Thanks to you, I have been inspired. I will begin my research immediately. This artifact will surely be unique in the world. She had a premonition that if she succeeded, she would undoubtedly achieve fame and leave a mark in history. Shun Xingyue stared blankly at Ji Qingya, who had suddenly become animated. She had merely expressed a moment of sentiment, yet this fellow truly seemed to have ideas. The mind of a blacksmith, indeed, is not one that can be easily comprehended by ordinary folk. Chapter 45. The Lord of the City, a unique aesthetic. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I am invested in this project. Ji Qingya, moved by her words, cast her a grateful glance before immersing herself in her arduous crafting. Luo Yiheng listened in on their exchange, bemused by Shun Xingyue's utterly illogical musings. Could it be that Ji Qingya genuinely embarked on this research? He anticipated the sight of her weeping in despair from failure. Shun Xingyue could hardly bear to witness his disheveled demeanor, for regardless of whether success was attainable, a gesture of encouragement was surely warranted, was it not? How could he be so certain of her impending failure? Luo Yiheng, stop idling about. Get to work. There is nothing left to transport for the time being. He justified his rest with an air of defiance. The nightmare beast lingered beside him, clutching its customary little whip. Its entire demeanor one of languorous laziness. Having trailed Luo Yiheng for days on end, it too felt utterly fatigued. He cast a hopeful glance at Shun Xingyue, yearning for her to grant them a reprieve. However, the outcome was disappointingly contrary. Shun Xingyue adopted the demeanor of a taskmaster, and the moment they rested, it felt as if she were demanding their very lives. Are you not going to assist in constructing the political hall? You, do not push your luck. What if I do? I might as well seek out Qingya and have her speak to her master. All right, I shall go. The nightmare beast followed Luo Yiheng, resigned in its misery. Song Yumuo, having stabilized his injuries after a prolonged period of recuperation, finally opened his eyes. Stepping outside the hall, he chanced upon the two engaged in playful banter. It was surprising to see 2 individuals, once at odds, now coexisting harmoniously. He heard that Yun Xuan had taken on several young disciples at the foot of the mountain and had descended as well, upon catching sight of Song Yumuo. Shun Xingyue immediately ceased her interaction with Luo Yiheng and approached. Elder brother, how is your health faring? Song Yumuo replied with the same phrase, it is acceptable. Recalling the events of that day, he inquired. And by Ruoyao? Given Shen Xingyue's character, he could not imagine she would abandon her. He himself held little genuine concern for her safety, but as the elder brother, it was necessary to inquire. She has already been taken away. Upon finishing her sentence, Shen Xingyue realized her blunder. Frowning, she pondered, is elder brother inquiring about Bai Ruoyao now? Could it be that after being apart for so long, he has developed feelings for her? That shouldn't be the case. The original narrative indicated that after experiencing a mundane life with Bai Ruoyao in the illusion, he was first moved by her gentle demeanor and later, completely captivated when she shielded him from harm. Wasn't she the one who intervened? How could he still harbor feelings for her? Is the power of the original narrative truly this formidable? Have you developed feelings for her? Quite brazen indeed. Upon hearing this, Song Yumuo's expression soured. What nonsense is this, junior sister? Do you not realize I have cultivated a path of indifference? How could she ask such a foolish question? Of course not. How curious. One who practices the path of indifference ought to cast aside worldly emotions. Yet why do I now feel such anger? This junior sister has a knack for provoking his emotions in various vexing ways. Seeing his agitation, Shen Xingyue felt certain that he was guilty of something. Typically calm, his demeanor bore an inexplicable heaviness, yet he became so animated when discussing Bai Ruoyao, claiming he did not harbor feelings. With earnest concern, she advised, elder brother, Bai Ruoyao has someone she likes. It would be wise for you to focus on your cultivation. I have told you, I do not like her. See, still stubborn. Tisk. This is how inner demons are born. You would do better to devote your time to cultivation rather than meddling in his romantic affairs. Very well, very well. Shen Xingyue waved her hand dismissively and feigned indifference as she departed. She believed that her elder brother had likely never experienced maternal love, hence his infatuation with tenderness, as a member of the cultivation world. She felt it was her duty to correct his distorted views on love. After all, a sound elder brother would undoubtedly be more advantageous than a half-broken one when the demon realm comes knocking. In the main hall of the Northern Polar sect, Shen Xingyue, having summoned Song Yumuo overnight, gathered Chu Yinchuan and Zhao Mingyuan for a meeting. Upon hearing the news, Chu Yinchuan found it absurd. Surely, this cannot be true? Elder brother does not strike me as someone easily swayed by emotions. But how do you explain his unusual agitation when Bai Ruoyao is mentioned? This, he hesitated, acknowledging that every encounter he had witnessed with Song Yumuo had been marked by calm composure. Agitation? He had never seen such an emotion manifest on his face. Shen Xingyue asserted, if you doubt this, you may test him yourself. He is currently in the side hall. Very well, I shall give it a go. With skepticism, Chu Yinchuan made his way to the side hall. Upon encountering Song Yumuo, he asked, elder brother, I have a question for you. Opening his eyes for meditation, Song Yumuo replied, what is it? What are your thoughts on Bai Ruoyao? Song Yumuo's expression darkened at once. He had anticipated that Shen Xingyue would not remain silent. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, naive and straightforward, lacking guile, foolishly simple, completely oblivious. Chu Yunchuan's pupils widened in realization. All right, I understand. He hurried back to report to Shen Xingyue. It is confirmed. Elder brother indeed harbors different feelings for Bai Ruoyao. He had been meticulously observing elder brother's expression, and sure enough, there was a notable shift when Bai Ruoyao was mentioned. Furthermore, he openly praised her as innocent, pure-hearted, and kind. Shen Xingyue declared with indignation, I knew it. Chu Yunchuan concurred. It appears this is indeed the case. Shen Xingyue proceeded to voice her hypothesis. Chu Yunchuan hesitated. Maternal love. Zhao Mingyuan chimed in with his own analysis. I have heard that children who have not experienced maternal love often grow up to be drawn to nurturing women. How terrifying, Shen Xingyue stated gravely. Elder brother practices the path of indifference and must not be swayed by emotions. We must assist him in returning to his rightful path. She turned to Zhao Mingyuan. Have you found suitable candidates for the cook? There are several currently under consideration. Well then, you should return tomorrow to evaluate them. Select a few older women, preferably not too attractive, and bring them up the mountain. It is imperative that elder brother experiences the maternal love he has been deprived of. Understood. The group was invigorated, ready to embark on their grand endeavor. Meanwhile, Song Yumuo was meditating in the adjacent room when he suddenly sneezed several times, breaking his focus. Puzzled, he wondered how he, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, could still catch a chill. Zhao Mingyuan, ever obedient to Shen Xingyue, descended the mountain at dawn to select candidates for the cook. Choose those who are pleasing to the eye, discard the rest, the remaining ones. Follow me. As they marched up the mountain with an air of confidence, those at the city lord's residence exchanged bewildered glances. City lord, has your sense of aesthetics taken a peculiar turn? Chapter 46. Have you felt the love? Elder brother? Having just finished sword practice and preparing to return for rest, Song Yumuo was intercepted by several older women. Ah, Yumuo? You must be exhausted from sword practice. Come, have some water. The older women, having received payment, beamed at Song Yumuo with an exceptionally kind demeanor, their crow's feet nearly forming into blossoms. Come, let me wipe your sweat, one of the women exclaimed, reaching for a cloth to dab at Song Yumuo's face. This startled him greatly. What is happening today? He hastily retreated 2 steps, his eyes darting among the women. May I inquire who you are and what brings you here? The women exchanged glances, marveling at how articulate this young man was. Just call me Aunt Sue. This old woman is surnamed Lu. You may call me Aunt Lu. My name is... Song Yumuo's face twitched. His instincts told him this was undoubtedly Shen Xingyue's doing. Frustrated, he lifted his foot to seek her out, only to be thwarted by the women. Yet he could not resort to violence against these ordinary women, so he found himself awkwardly surrounded. Their mission was to shower Song Yumuo with maternal affection. And for them, this was merely a matter of course. Good child, the weather is about to turn. Let me tailor you some clothes. With a look of sheer terror, Song Yumuo was pulled into the side hall, where the women began measuring him with a tape. That won't be necessary. I have enough clothes. Do not be shy. We will take your measurements, one woman exclaimed, and as soon as she had the dimensions, she gleefully set off to sew garments for him, employing a rather unconventional approach. At mealtime, the women truly showcased their prowess. They prepared a lavish spread for Song Yumuo, each clamoring to serve him. I apologize, but as a cultivator, I cannot partake in food. At last, a justification for him was found, hastily pushing the bowl before him aside. At that moment, Zhao Mingyuan seemed to casually stroll by, clutching a small vial in his hand, an exclusive purgative pill for practitioners of the Arctic sect. 1 pill would leave the intestines empty, while 2 would send the practitioner soaring into the skies of satisfaction, all without leaving any impurities within the body. Truly, it is an essential remedy for home travel and the rigorous practice of meditation. Having spoken, he tossed the vial aside and fled. The matrons immediately seized the opportunity to stuff a mouthful of vegetables into Song Yuma's mouth. He gazed at the small vial, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Help me! What crime have I committed? That evening, Song Yuma, his face set in a grimace, sought out Shen Xingyue. His features bore an unmistakable fury. What on earth do you intend to do? Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow. Have you felt the love, brother? I have indeed felt it. How does it compare? Is there a gentler touch than that of Bai Ruoyao among the matrons? After a prolonged silence, Song Yuma replied, I have stated it before. I truly do not like her. He returned the vial of purgative pills to Shen Xingyue, having ultimately refrained from consuming that mouthful of vegetables. Although the matrons were skilled in their culinary arts, presenting dishes that were visually and aromatically delightful, he had resolved to devote himself to the path of enlightenment and would not be ensnared by mere culinary temptations. Please convey to that matron, there is no need to alter my garments. I possess many, and I am not concerned about the chill. Shen Xingyue observed his resolute demeanor and sighed after a long pause. Very well, perhaps she had indeed been overthinking the matter. The nightmare beast had recently grown quite audacious, discovering that supervising others was an exceptionally comfortable affair. Now, it need not flit back and forth, but merely watch Luo Yihong carry bricks. A truly delightful arrangement. Seeing it so spirited, Shen Xingyue delegated the supervisory duties to it. The nightmare beast, newly appointed, was fired up, its eyes bulging as it scrutinized every disciple on sight, instilling fear and causing them to labor under a cold sweat. You? Why are you dawdling? Get to work. You? Do you still wish to be on the diligence list? Meanwhile, Shen Xingyue and Zhao Mingyuan were below the mountain, maintaining order in Deer City. Due to the Arctic sect's renewed recruitment campaign, a large influx of practitioners and common folk had surged into Deer City, overwhelming the already modest town. Fortunately, the efforts of Chu Yunshin over the past days had not been in vain. Although these disciples were not yet capable of concocting high-level elixirs and lacked proficiency with spiritual herbs, they had already begun to independently refine some lower-tier pills. Regardless of the effectiveness, the prestige of the Arctic sect motivated everyone to invest their spiritual stones in the deer tea shop. After all, it was Chu Yunshin. Practitioners from the core sects of the cultivation world understood the significance of the previous sect competition, where the alchemy contest had crowned the first-place winner. Who can truly comprehend the worth of such an accolade? The first alchemist of the younger generation. All personnel from the city lord's residence were dispatched to maintain order amidst the throngs of people. With so many gathered, one could only hope for no stampede incidents. Although Zhao Mingyuan was the best alchemist among the disciples, as the city lord of Deer City, he too was engaged in crowd control alongside Shan Xingyue. He exclaimed with delight, "All the inns in Deer City are fully booked. Last night, some even slept on the rooftops." He was reaping tremendous profits. Moreover, clever individuals had begun setting up stalls on the streets, taking the opportunity to sell any items they no longer needed amidst the massive flow of visitors. Shun Xingyue's eyes sparkled. Wasn't he the black market off limits for her? Why not simply organize her own bazaar right beneath her feet, eliminating the need for long travels? With a decisive wave of her hand towards Zhao Mingyuan, she commanded, "Have someone mark out some vendor spaces on the street in the next few days." Very well. The two worked tirelessly that night to establish new regulations for the Deer City Bazaar. All outsiders wishing to set up stalls must do so within designated areas and pay a rental fee for the space. Vendors must ensure the safety of their goods and submit to regular inspections by the Deer City Bazaar to obtain a vendor qualification certificate. Only those with such certificates would be permitted to sell their wares. Furthermore, vendors who acquired this certificate would receive the protection of the Arctic sect. This measure would not only prevent nefarious practitioners from infiltrating but also retain them, minimizing the loss of foot traffic after the recruitment efforts concluded. She firmly believed that retaining customers equated to retaining vendors. However, the announcement of these regulations incited discontent among some practitioners. Many of the items they sold were originally seized from malevolent practitioners. Now they were being told to ensure safety. Moreover, they had never been charged fees while selling at the black market. It was merely a stall set up on the roadside. How could there be a need to pay rental fees? Wasn't he that too exploitative? 10 mid-grade spiritual stones a day? Why not just rob someone instead? For those vendors who refused to pay and resisted inspections, Shun Xingyue's approach was to personally lead a group to chase them off. She planted her foot on one small stall, declaring, "No rent, no inspections? Do you have something to hide? Nonsense. You are the one hiding something. Anyone refusing to be inspected will be treated as a malevolent practitioner." Shun Xingyue shouted, brandishing her large blade, sending the small stall owner fleeing in terror. A mere malevolent practitioner dared to cavort beneath her very nose. As long as she remained in Deer City, that was sufficient. Her righteous demeanor moved the onlookers profoundly. It turned out that the Arctic sect and the city lord collected rent to prevent malevolent practitioners and protect them. The sect master is wise. The city lord is wise. Long live the Arctic sect. I wish to join the Arctic sect. A display of strength swiftly quelled the fears of other vendors contemplating resistance. They were not inclined to pay. Yet faced with such a crowd in Deer City, it was unbearable not to sell something. After resolving one troublesome vendor, Shun Xingyue was about to leave when she suddenly heard a wave of enthusiastic cheers ahead. How enchanting! The girls from Ishian Tower were not to be outdone. Approaching, she saw a newly constructed pavilion with a stage set up in front, where a figure danced gracefully. The danceress form was alluring, exuding charm. Accompanied by the melodious strains of a zither, the dance was breathtaking. In that moment, Shun Xingyue was transported back to her brief yet memorable days as a brothel madam. If only she could possess a brothel of her own. She raised her gaze to the dancer, her eyes betraying an unquenchable thirst for wealth. Though the figure was slightly taller and more robust than the average woman, her innate allure could not be concealed. Even with her face veiled, her beauty was evident in her expressive eyes. Suddenly, the dancer seemed to notice Shun Xingyue's gaze, casting a flirtatious glance her way. Shun Xingyue froze, an inexplicable familiarity washing over her. Second senior brother? Awkward memories flooded back, prompting her to turn and flee, only to collide with someone. The person, with a warm and gentle smile, reached out to steady her, saying once she was stable, "Careful. Miss Shen, the streets are crowded and noisy. You must take care." "Miss Shen?" Shen Xingyue narrowed her eyes. "How did this little monk know her? May I ask what your name is, young master?" "I am the monk known as Zhao Ran." Zhao Ran? He seemed to be the senior brother from Kongming Temple. He hadn't appeared at the last sect competition, and Shan Xingyue scrutinized him. Among the 5 great sects, the most laid-back were the Fanning sect and Kongming Temple. One focused on sound cultivation, the other on Buddhism, consistently occupying the 4th and 5th ranks. While the other 3 sects engaged in fierce competition, these 2 remained steadfast. The Fanning sect clung to its practices and refused to adapt, while Kongming Temple, disinterested in rivalry, appeared quite behind. Zhao Ran's cultivation was likely higher than hers, perhaps comparable to Qing Xian's. If this fellow were to participate in the current sect competition, wouldn't the Arctic sect's chances of victory become exceedingly slim? It seems this monk is quite cunning, secretly cultivating. "Oh, a monk? What brings you here?" Shen Xingyue was not naive enough to believe that the senior brother from Kongming Temple would forsake his faith to join them. Such individuals possess an unwavering belief that cannot be swayed. Zhao Ran appeared momentarily taken aback by her question, puzzled by her sudden hostility, yet he produced a gift from within his sleeve for her. "This is a congratulatory gift from Kongming Temple to the Arctic sect, wishing it prosperity and enduring blessings." Shen Xingyue accepted the box from him, revealing a pendant within, adorned with a smooth and transparent relic at its center. "What is this for?" Zhao Ran replied. "The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged." Perhaps it is merely for decorative purposes." Zhao Ran blinked, adding. Shen Xingyue casually placed the item into her chinquan bag. Thinking it was an unremarkable stone, it was futile to expect gratitude from her simply for receiving a gift. Even after accepting it, her expression remained sour. "Enough, the gift is delivered. We shall part ways here." "Very well." Zhao Ran chuckled as he watched her depart, softly murmuring a prayer. Shen Xingyue hurried back up the mountain, intending to provide further guidance to Qing Xian. He was on par with Zhao Ran and could very well hold his own. As long as she trained Qing Xian diligently, he would surely succeed. Qing Xian was still practicing swordplay alone in the same spot, repeating the techniques Shen Xingyue had taught him, striking with precision, yet harming not a single flower, blade of grass, or leaf. "Very well. You have already mastered this move with great finesse. Now I shall teach you the next one." Qing Xian, upon hearing Shen Xingyue's voice, excitedly rushed over. "Master!" Shen Xingyue nodded, drawing her blade to continue the demonstration. After days of relentless practice, Qing Xian had developed his own understanding of how to wield spiritual power and no longer struck at the mountain peaks as he had at the beginning. This is the second form of water and sky in harmony. Pay close attention. Although Shen Xingyue wielded a sword, it did not diminish the fluidity of the sword technique, which was imbued with her unique tenacity. Qing Xian diligently followed her every movement from behind. Point the sword. Apply force with your wrist, directing the power to the tip. Sweep the sword. The blade should be flat, sweeping parallel. Chop the sword. Strike from above. Then reverse for a downward cut. Thrust the sword. Utilize your waist and arms for a direct hit to the vital points. Despite their vastly different elemental affinities, the results they achieved were surprisingly similar. Qing Xian, you must practice diligently, do you understand? The dignity of your master rests upon your shoulders. Shen Xingyue patted Qing Xuan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. The senior brother has consumed several pills from Chu Yunchuan and has rested for many days. He should be nearly recovered. I must hurry to expel my senior brother and second senior brother from Lutai Mountain. If Qing Xuan's techniques are deciphered by them, my dignity will be utterly destroyed. This time, I must deliver a resounding slap to that wretched Shan Qingchen's face. He must realize what a precious talent he has lost by daring to steal my pills. And as for Zhao Mingyuan, I must keep a close watch on him to learn alchemy. I may have missed this year's sect competition, but there is always the next. Just as Shan Xingyue returned to the Beiji sect, she was approached by Ji Qingya, who appeared somewhat troubled. Xingyue, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Ji Qingya hesitated. The jade used for layering the seals usually shatters under pressure. I want to try a higher quality jade. A higher quality one? Perhaps mutton fat jade. You are indeed bold to suggest that, sister. However, for the financially prosperous Beiji sect, this is hardly an issue. Very well, wait here. I shall send someone to procure it. As Shen Xingyue spoke, She prepared to descend the mountain to summon Zhao Mingyuan, but was interrupted by Ji Qingya. Also, the refining materials I brought with me have been exhausted. What do you need? Well, I require the demon core of a four-winged wolf demon, fire crystal stones, and thunderfall stones. Ji Qingya hesitated. It would be best to have the feathers of a golden-winged bird as well. She had read in a book that the feathers of a golden-winged bird were an exceptionally potent refining material, and with that, perhaps the seals could be perfectly merged, yet the means of obtaining them were perilous. All right, just wait. As long as I can refine a mobile phone, I am willing to risk it all. Fire crystal stones are something I remember hiding away in another location, and the demon core of the four-winged wolf demon is not too difficult to acquire. The most challenging part is obtaining the feathers of the golden-winged bird. The golden-winged bird clan resides deep within the southern ancient forest, and to find them, one must traverse the entire expanse of the forest. Not to mention the countless demonic beasts within, the golden-winged bird itself possesses immense power, comparable to that of a human nascent soul. Given such danger, Shen Xingyue decided to bring someone along. Senior brother? What are you doing? Song Yuma was meditating when he noticed Shen Xingyue's presence and silently opened his eyes. What is it? If she dared to utter a single word about Bai Ruoyao, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Would you accompany me to the ancient forest? Sure. Song Yuma replied succinctly, as was his usual manner. His prompt agreement left Shen Xingyue feeling somewhat guilty, as her intention was to utilize her senior brother before sending him away. Chapter 48. The senior sister shows no remorse. Shen Xingyue had given Chu Yunchuan numerous spiritual stones and instructed Zhao Mingyuan to purchase mutton fat jade, while also dispatching someone to keep an eye on the newly opened brothel in town, before heading to the ancient forest with Song Yuma. Just as they located the lair of the four-winged wolf demon and prepared to engage, they unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, Bai Ruoyao and the fourth junior disciple, Lu Yu. Upon seeing them, Song Yuma's displeasure was evident. Having finally shed the burdensome name of Bai Ruoyao, he found himself confronted with it once more. Moreover, Lu Yu, with his mid-golden core cultivation, had ventured into the ancient forest for what purpose? And he had brought along Bai Ruoyao, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Was she seeking her own demise? How did you come to be here? Together? Lu Yu asked first, surprised to see Shen Xingyue. In fact, he had been caring for Bai Ruoyao that day, and was quite perplexed by the third senior sister's departure. The junior sister is injured. Since she possesses spiritual medicine, it is only right that it be shared. Is it not? Why does she appear so reluctant? Before Shen Xingyue could respond, Lu Yu continued, his tone laden with reproach. Third senior sister, how could you leave Yaoguang's sect so easily? This remark provoked Shen Xingyue to laughter. As she retorted, how should I not leave easily? How foolish she had been to treat Lu Yu kindly only for him to bite back at her. Did he think that he and Bai Ruoyao, two novices, could endure the suffering and tribulations while she bore the brunt of it? His role was that of a typical protagonist's first friend within the sect, akin to an introductory guide, completely oblivious to his own sycophancy. Typically, such individuals would proclaim brotherhood at the slightest provocation, ready to sacrifice themselves for one another. Shen Xingyue generally refrained from dissuading such characters. They were unreasonable and impossible to influence. Those with combat prowess, like Song Yuma, were worth retaining for rescue, while the fickle Qi Feng required no attention, and Lu Yu, the utterly hopeless novice, was of no concern. Unable to best her in argument, Lu Yu shifted the topic. Did you know that since your departure, Master has been so troubled he cannot eat or sleep? Am I not already out of Yaoguang's sect? Are you incapable of understanding simple words or discerning the situation? His concerns for his disciple are of no consequence to me, mad. He only reflects on his mistakes now, when he failed to restrain himself before. Time and again, he provoked her limits. Shen Xingyue had lost the desire to engage in further conversation with them and pulled Song Yuma away. Lu Yu, realizing the peril they faced in the ancient forest, also attempted to detain Song Yuma. No, senior brother must stay with us. Shen Xingyue shot him a dangerous glance. Are you seeking trouble? The senior brother is our senior brother. You have already withdrawn from the sect, so why do you still wish to claim him? The atmosphere instantly thickened. Lu Yu was furious at Shen Xingyue's ease of departure, and his words inadvertently bore a resentful tone. Despite the fact that it was she who had chosen to leave them, he was, however, oblivious to how hurtful his words truly were. Previously, both Song Yuma and Qi Feng had intentionally obscured the fact that Shen Xingyue had left Yaoguang's sect. maintaining their previous rapport with her, until Lu Yu, this foolish boy, arrived and shattered the facade. Shin Xingyue's expression darkened as she released her grip on Song Yuma's sleeve. Song Yuma tensed, shooting a glare at Lu Yu. "What are you saying? Shouldn't you hurry back?" Lu Yu, exasperated, protested. "Why must we leave? It should be her who departs, right?" He pointed at Shin Xingyue. Shin Xingyue coldly snorted and prepared to leave on her own. This fool, who could not understand the gravity of the situation, thought he was acting in her best interest, only to dig himself deeper. Oblivious to the reality. Ever since meeting by Ruoyao, his mind seemed to have descended into madness. In any case, her intention had been to expel Song Yuma from Lutai Mountain, so allowing him to leave with them was inconsequential. It was just as well to keep an eye on by Ruoyao and ensure she did not perish. She could seek the golden-winged bird on her own. Song Yuma frowned at the departing Shin Xingyue and bluntly told Lu Yu, "This place is extremely dangerous. You should not be here." Lu Yu finally replied. "We understand the dangers, but the junior sister has a friend who was injured and needs a demon core for recovery. The ancient forest is rife with demonic beasts, which is why we—" Hearing this, Shin Xingyue, who had intended to leave, paused. She could not help but interject, "Friend? What friend requires risking their life for rescue? And what injury necessitates a demon core for recovery? Let me guess, is it a human or a demon?" Bai Ruoyao could not help but exclaim, "Qiyue is not a demon. How do you know if he is a demon? Have you ever seen a demon? What kind of person uses a demon core for recovery?" In the face of Shan Qingchen, she had to temper her words, yet before these two, she unleashed her full force. Bai Ruoyao, having been thoroughly tormented by Shin Xingyue and the illusion, was still somewhat terrified of her presence. Now, confronted with her aggressive demeanor, she could only retreat behind Lu Yu, tears streaming down her face, stammering. This sparked Lu Yu's protective instincts. Previously, as the youngest disciple of Yaoguang's sect, he had always been the one shielded. His cultivation was not on par with his senior brothers and sisters, leaving him somewhat self-conscious over time. Now, with a fragile junior sister hiding behind him, he finally had someone to protect. He stepped in front of Bai Ruoyao, indignantly declaring, "Have you ever seen a demon? What gives you the right to make such judgments?" Shin Xingyue shrugged. "Ah, I have indeed encountered one." They had met several times already. Observing their demeanor, it seemed that Qiyue was still gravely injured. She needed to check on his condition after retrieving the golden-winged bird's feather. After all, one could take advantage of his illness, she scoffed. Some people really ought to be aware of whom they are saving. They only bring calamity upon themselves, and when death is imminent, they refuse to take responsibility. Her words left Bai Ruoyao's countenance pale and bruised. Was it a crime to be kind? She had merely saved a life. Why was she subjected to such condemnation? Initially intending to persuade her to return, it was clear now that she was mistaken. Shin Xingyue had no intention of going back. Lu Yu's face was similarly mottled with distress. The senior sister was becoming increasingly unreasonable. A 6-month confinement had evidently left her utterly unrepentant. She slandered others without a shred of evidence. Song Yuma furrowed his brows, involuntarily recalling the individual he had encountered on Qixia Mountain. There was something strangely powerful about that presence, one he had never witnessed before. However, he needed further confirmation of what it truly was. Enough of this bickering, he said to Lu Yu and Bai Ruoyao. If you refuse to leave, then follow me and do not stray from my line of sight. The merciless master brother felt his heart shatter. He was supposed to be free from worldly attachments. Why did he still possess that damned sense of responsibility? All right, master brother, Lu Yu and Bai Ruoyao exclaimed with joy. Shin Xingyue rolled her eyes in a sarcastic manner, crossing her arms as she walked ahead. Yet, she would soon pay the price for her momentary softness. She nearly suffered a heart attack from Lu Yu's ridiculous antics. Chapter 49. Master brother, say something. Shin Xingyue charged directly towards the den of the four-winged wolf demon. Brandishing her sword, she threw a blasting talisman into the cave entrance, causing it to collapse in an instant. Dozens of four-winged wolf demons burst forth, howling furiously at the few individuals gathered at the entrance. The wolf demons were clever and quickly realized that it was these intruders who had destroyed their home. They unleashed a furious roar at Shin Xingyue, surrounding the group with their sheer numbers. She leaned closer to Lu Yu. Fourth senior brother, what do we do? So many wolves. Surely we won't perish here today. Lu Yu gulped nervously. To be honest, he was frightened too. He had only brought his junior sister to this ancient forest because she needed many demon beast cores. Previously, he had only heard of the dangers of this forest from others, but now, surrounded and facing a life-threatening situation, he began to feel a sense of panic. Nonetheless, he positioned Bai Ruoyao behind him and stammered, Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Thank you, senior brother, Bai Ruoyao replied, touched. Shen Xingyue, overhearing their exchange, couldn't be bothered to respond. Protecting others? He probably couldn't even protect himself. A few small demon beasts had frightened them into this state. Yet they dared to venture into the ancient forest. She raised her sword and, before the demon beasts could react, struck first, swiftly severing the head of one wolf demon with lightning speed. The other wolf demons howled in anguish, their vengeful gazes fixed upon Shen Xingyue, this damned human. They had been minding their own business in their cave. Why had she chosen to provoke them? The wolf demons could no longer hesitate and charged at her with furious roars. But, as expected, they were all swiftly dispatched by Shen Xingyue. A whole den of wolf demons was eliminated without Song Yuma needing to lift a finger. The brutality of her actions left Lu Yu and Bai Ruoyao utterly astonished. What a terrifying individual! Shen Xingyue reveled in the thrill of slaughtering these beasts. With each wolf demon she felled, her conviction grew stronger. The battle spirit surged within her chest, relentless and unyielding, even invigorating her grip on the sword. With a deft motion, she extracted the demon core from the slain wolf demon. Only then did Bai Ruoyao and Lu Yu awaken from their stupor, finally remembering the purpose of their journey. They hurriedly followed Shen Xingyue's example and began to extract the demon cores themselves. However, as soon as their swords touched the wolf demon's corpse, a powerful force repelled them. Shen Xingyue shot them a fierce glare. What do you think you're doing? Lu Yu replied matter-of-factly, We're extracting the demon cores, the demon beasts I killed. Why should you get the cores? But we're doing this to save someone, Lu Yu insisted. His tone carried an air of entitlement, as if any sacrifice made for the sake of saving a life was justified. Shen Xingyue was too weary to argue the point of humanity versus monstrosity. Instead, she coldly stated, If you wish to save someone and obtain demon cores, go fight for them yourselves. Do not touch what belongs to me. If she truly intended to refine a mobile device, her sect would require one for each member. The more four-winged wolf demon cores, the better. There was no spare to share with them. Moreover, the one they sought to save was a global menace. Senior sister, Bai Ruoyao, seeing her unyielding demeanor, bravely interjected despite her fear. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Why are you so obstinately blind to this? Shen Xingyue paused, staring at Bai Ruoyao with wide eyes. Incredulous as she pointed at herself. Me, blind to this? Am I cutting off your hands or chopping off your feet? Have I stopped you from fighting the demon beasts? Yes, you are obstinately blind, Bai Ruoyao shouted louder. Do you not understand that without these demon cores, Qihue will die? Shen Xingyue found the statement utterly laughable, chuckling. It seems to me that his death would be a boon for me, wouldn't it? You! Bai Ruoyao was so infuriated she could barely form a response. Yet, she was no match for Shen Xingyue, so she could only glare at her with tears brimming in her eyes. Lu's protective instincts flared. Senior sister, how have you become so cold-hearted? He declared earnestly. Whatever happened to the senior sister who was sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted? Finally, he added, full of disappointment. I'm so disappointed in you, senior sister. Oh, then feel free to be disappointed. Shen Xingyue retorted indifferently, continuing to extract the demon cores. After all, no matter how much Lu Yu talked, he was no match for her, and Bai Ruoyao could only cry. What else could she do? In her view, those tears would be better saved for the day Qihue opened the portal to the demon realm, where she could cry and then end her own life with flair. Song Yuma observed Shen Xingyue, pondering what thoughts crossed her mind, a strange smile creeping onto his face, even as he dug for demon cores with renewed vigor. As Shen Xingyue collected the demon cores, Lu Yu urged, Master Brother, you must say something. Suddenly being called upon, Song Yuma was momentarily bewildered. What should I say? You should help us obtain the demon cores, Song Yuma. I'm sorry, but he had no words. In fact, he found himself agreeing with Shen Xingyue. If they wanted demon cores, they ought to earn them themselves. Besides, that individual they had encountered was indeed strange. The demon race was something only recorded in ancient texts. No one in their generation had ever seen one. He recalled the incident where their master had confined Xin Xingyue for 6 months and deemed it necessary to return and inquire further. Noticing Song Yuma's prolonged silence, Bai Ruoyao's previously hopeful gaze dimmed. She had known that this master brother had never liked her since she joined, so how could he possibly speak up for her now? Fourth senior brother, please do not pressure the master brother any further. Senior sister is right. If we want demon cores, we ought to earn them ourselves. Her voice was low, as though she had suffered a grave injustice, as if Shen Xinyue's refusal to yield was a cardinal sin. Hearing this, Lu Yu's heart softened immensely. He shot a glare at Xin Xinyue and said to Bai Ruoyao, "All right, we'll go and fight for them ourselves." No need to beg her. After saying this, the two casually chose a direction and walked away. Xin Xinyue thought to herself, "I just want to smack them." Not only was Xin Xinyue tempted to strike them, but Song Yuma was also on the verge of losing his composure. He had clearly instructed them to stay within his line of sight, yet they turned around and forgot his words. Did they not value their own lives? He glanced at Xin Xinyue helplessly. "I'll go after them, it's too dangerous here. We can't let them wander off like this, go ahead. Just make sure they don't die. They still have their uses." Shen Xinyue continued to search for more four-winged wolf demon dens, acquiring numerous demon cores, miraculously without encountering Bai Ruoyao and Lu Yu again. Estimating that her collection of demon cores must have surpassed 1,000. Shen Xinyue finally decided to stop. She had nearly wiped out the nearby four-winged wolf demons. It would take another 3 to 5 years for a new batch to grow. What a thrill. Yet, there was a slight disappointment. These wolf demons were so foolish that they bore no resentment upon their demise. Their minds were devoid of anything but primal rage. She pulled out the Wandering Soul banner and swept it around, only to find nothing. Ever since she had refined that female ghost, the Wandering Soul banner had inherited her abilities, allowing it to delve deeper into the most vulnerable areas of the human psyche, especially memories of abandonment. In summary, her excursion to Qixia Mountain had been immensely profitable. She had already reached the level of a senior evil cultivator. Chapter 50. The bunny is so adorable. Song Yuma led Bai Ruoyao and the others to a more remote area. Since he suspected that individual was a demon, he naturally would not allow them to acquire any high-tier demon cores. Even if they were to save someone, it would only be after clarifying that individual's true identity. He thrust his sword forcefully into the ground, causing all the rabbit demons hiding in the underground caverns to be startled out into the open. Bai Ruoyao hesitated at once. As Song Yuma contemplated the idea of slaying all these rabbit spirits with a single stroke, his arm was unexpectedly embraced by Bai Ruoyao. "Senior brother, please don't. The bunnies are so adorable. Why must we harm them?" Upon hearing this, Song Yuma momentarily wore a blank expression. Wasn't he at their own intention to combat the demonic beasts? Why were they now indulging in such frivolous talk? Bai Ruoyao gazed compassionately at the innocent rabbits, wide-eyed on the ground, and bent down to lift one into her arms. "These little bunnies mean no harm. Let them go. We should focus on fighting those wolf demons instead. Killing such cute little creatures would be undeniably cruel. Let us hunt the fierce wolf demons instead." Lu Yu chimed in, "Indeed, senior brother. Since sister has expressed her feelings, let us pursue the wolf demons." Song Yuma felt exasperated. It seemed they were not inclined to fight themselves. Standing by and offering opinions was far too easy. If the rabbit demons posed no threat, did that mean the wolf demons deserved to perish? Just as he was about to pry the rabbit from Bai Ruoyao's grasp, the rabbit's spirit unexpectedly bit her. "Ah!" Bai Ruoyao flung the rabbit away in shock. Song Yuma glanced at her wound, and inexplicably, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Heaven knew how long it had been since he had experienced such a feeling after dulling his senses. It was somewhat exhilarating. Lu Yu observed the dark blood oozing from her arm. His expraised thus, Bai Ruoyao also embarked on a self-study of alchemy and talisman crafting. The effects of her alchemical endeavors, however, were less than satisfactory, while her talisman crafting proved to be quite competent. Yet, she found herself lacking an opportunity to showcase her talents. At long last, when Lu Yu posed a question, she could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Lu Yu, ever the supporter, exclaimed, "Wow, junior sister, you are truly remarkable." Bai Ruoyao lifted her head with pride. Resembling a haughty white swan in the original narrative, Bai Ruoyao had not engaged in such pursuits. She had been preoccupied with romance and only occasionally practiced her skills, relying on her protagonist's aura to smooth over any challenges. With a father who was the leader of the foremost sect in the realm and a mother of mysterious, noble origins, it was reasonable to assume her innate talents were impressive. Given enough time to develop, one could believe that her abilities and her saintly warmth would surely win the hearts of the disciples within the sect. However, the variable of Shen Xingyue posed a significant problem. In the original story, she had remained passive, secretly harboring ulterior motives, which led to her being scorned. Now, Shen Xingyue had decisively withdrawn, just before Bai Ruoyao could make a stunning debut in the next sect competition. And while Shen Xingyue still held the highest regard in their hearts, naturally, the disciples vented their frustrations on Bai Ruoyao, the perceived instigator. Anyone with a modicum of rational thought would not, like Lu Yu, consider Shen Xingyue to be merely sulking. As a child of destiny, she was entitled to special treatment. As they witnessed the magnificent bird take flight, Shen Xingyue discreetly applied a concealment talisman upon her shoulder and slipped away. Although this talisman could shield her from detection, it was ineffective against foes of superior strength. Humans might be oblivious, but magical beasts were acutely aware. Moreover, the keen senses of magical beasts surpassed those of humans by nature. She cautiously approached the golden-winged bird, scarcely daring to breathe. The bird's nest was constructed upon a lofty branch, and thanks to the cover of foliage, Shen Xingyue managed to reach the vicinity with ease. She quietly positioned herself behind the avian creature. The female bird was dozing, oblivious to the fact that the eggs had been nudged from beneath her rear. This presented a prime opportunity for Shen Xingyue. She swallowed hard, stealthily reaching for the eggs, deftly swapping the genuine ones for fakes. To prevent the female from noticing, she even warmed the fake eggs slightly. With the eggs secured, Shen Xingyue merely needed to depart before the male returned. Just as she prepared to activate the talisman to rejoin Song Yuma, a piercing cry from above startled her. The female bird let out a high-pitched shriek and dove toward the two individuals below. Upon hearing his mate's distress, the male bird hastily returned. Sensing that a thief was attempting to pilfer their eggs, Shen Xingyue, hidden behind the branches, dared not move. From her vantage point, she could only see two pairs of feet. She had no idea which two fools had stumbled into this predicament. It was only upon hearing their conversation that she recognized who they were. "Junior sister, you must flee. I will cover you." Lu Yu shouted heroically. He had already received a deep gash on his shoulder, exposing bone, far worse than the injuries on his back. Only then did he realize how foolish it had been for them to rush into this situation. Under the claws of such a powerful magical beast, he was utterly defenseless. It seemed he would not escape today. However, providing cover for Bai Ruoyao's escape was still a noble endeavor. "No, senior brother. We must leave together." Bai Ruoyao replied, her eyes reddened. "You must go." Lu Yu struggled to shield Bai Ruoyao from the golden-winged bird's attacks. "I will not leave." In the chaotic melee between the two birds, Lu Yu quickly sustained numerous injuries, while Bai Ruoyao, whom he had steadfastly protected, had only suffered a minor wound. Observing the bickering below, Shen Xingyue felt her anger boiling over. Were these two fools truly so dense? Hadn't they been told to leave? How could they suddenly appear here? This was not how one should recklessly deliver themselves to danger. Enraged, she raised her hand to activate her talisman to escape, but hesitated, filled with resentment. At present, it was merely speculation that the demon Lord Qiyue had sustained injuries. As long as he lived, he posed a significant threat to humanity. Moreover, the nonsensical relationship between him and Bai Ruoyao was their sole bargaining chip against the demonic forces. If Bai Ruoyao were to perish now, and Qiyue were to survive, what actions might he take? The thought was too dreadful to contemplate. Just as the male bird lunged ferociously at Lu Yu, Shen Xingyue suddenly leaped down from the tree, aiming a fierce strike at the back of the male bird's neck. It was as if a divine presence had descended. The good news was that the ambush was successful, the blade striking the golden-winged bird's neck with force. The bad news was that it did not penetrate. Shen Xingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a neck be so impervious? She swiftly retracted her blade and, taking advantage of her position, clawed fiercely at the bird's eyes. However, the creature merely turned its head, evading one of her strikes. The golden-winged bird's left eye was pierced, staining her hand with its blood. Indeed, the The majority of magical beasts possessed vulnerabilities centered around their eyes. Shen Xingyue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could inflict harm, it was sufficient. The male bird emitted a furious, pained screech, no longer concerned with Lu Yu, as it twisted its neck in a frantic attempt to dislodge Shen Xingyue from its back. The female bird, witnessing this, rushed to aid her mate in breaking free. Shen Xingyue dared not leave the bird's back, darting back and forth between the two avian creatures. Otherwise, given their speed, she would barely have time to activate her talisman before meeting her demise. Chapter 52. More harm than good yet. Despite her efforts, Shen Xingyue underestimated the agility of the golden-winged bird. Just as she dodged the oncoming male bird's charge and leaped onto its back, her arm was suddenly caught in the fierce grip of the ascending female bird. Had she not felt the searing bite, Shen Xingyue would never have realized that the golden-winged bird possessed 2 rows of sharp teeth within its elongated beak. The immense force of its jaws nearly crushed her arm. Gritting her teeth in pain, she struggled to retrieve her talisman paper, all the while calling out to the 2 stunned individuals below. "You must go. For heaven's sake, stop hesitating." She could not physically pull them along. They had to flee on their own. If it were not for her intention to buy them time, would she have been subjected to such a bite? Shen Xingyue felt an overwhelming sense of self-sacrifice. This world owed her an unscathed arm. Lu Yu nodded, taking Bai Ruoyao by the hand, intent on fleeing. However, just as they had taken a few steps, they were halted by an unexpected tug from behind. Bai Ruoyao gritted her teeth. "We cannot abandon Sister Shan here. She has risked her life to come, and yet she has gained nothing. Lu Yu is already gravely injured, and we cannot simply retreat empty-handed." Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. The eggs of the 2 avian beasts, at present, both the male and female birds were preoccupied with Shen Xingyue. Thus, their eggs should be unguarded. Why not seize this moment to snatch them? Bai Ruoyao, having just noticed Shen Xingyue's absence, hurriedly approached. Initially intending to see if she could take advantage of the situation, she did not anticipate that she herself would be targeted by the magical beast. She had not considered why Shen Xingyue had also descended from the tree. Lu Yu, touched by Ruoyao's courage and loyalty, nonetheless urged, "Sister San must have a way to extricate herself. We should leave first." Shen Xingyue chimed in, Yes, you must hurry and escape. I am in excruciating pain." Bai Ruoyao stubbornly shook off Lu Yu's grasp, turning toward the trees behind her, shouting, "You go ahead. I will be back shortly." Shen Xingyue watched Bai Ruoyao retreat with a surge of frustration. "Bai Ruoyao, where in the world are you going?" The female bird, noticing Bai Ruoyao's movement toward the trees, immediately realized her intention to steal the eggs. Releasing Shen Xingyue's arm to chase after Bai Ruoyao, that wretched human dared to covet her eggs. Despicable. Shen Xingyue hurriedly leaped down from the male bird's back to pursue the female, yet she found herself perpetually outpaced. Lu Yu, witnessing this, quickly positioned himself in front of Bai Ruoyao. The female bird's claws raked across Lu Yu, tearing away a chunk of flesh. "Ugh!" Lu Yu cried out in pain. The brutality of the scene was almost too much for Shen Xingyue to bear. Seeing this, Bai Ruoyao turned to flee. The female bird, seeing her escape, abandoned Lu Yu and pursued Bai Ruoyao, intent on ensuring the demise of the human attempting to steal her eggs. Bai Ruoyao ran like the wind, but she could not cover much ground before she halted. One more step would lead her to the edge of a precipice. Trembling, she drew her sword, attempting to fly across with it, but her trembling hands caused the sword to slip from her grip. The female bird halted at the cliff's edge, glaring menacingly at Bai Ruoyao, yet did not approach. It seemed to be wary of something, yet its desire to eliminate Bai Ruoyao remained palpable. Just as Shen Xingyue prepared to seize another opportunity to ambush the female bird, Bai Ruoyao, in her foolishness, lost her footing and fell. Help! The precipice appeared as though it had been cleaved by a blade, steep and perilous, and looking down revealed an abyss as dark as night. Bai Ruoyao, momentarily dazed, forgot to react, allowing herself to plummet. The male bird, cunning as it was, took advantage of Shen Xingyue's distraction to turn and snatch at Lu Yu. Already grievously injured, he would surely not escape the ancient forest if struck again. As the dire situation unfolded, it became apparent that no matter whom he attempted to rescue, the other would perish. Shen Xingyue, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly hurled an explosive talisman towards the fierce bird, then turned to save by Ruoyao. Song Yuma, unable to discern the events unfolding beneath the tree, could only focus intently on the sounds emanating from within. With the clock ticking down to a quarter of an hour, a sense of worry began to creep upon him. Yet, the anticipated explosion remained elusive, and he dared not act recklessly. Just as he prepared to depart as per their agreement, a sudden explosion reverberated from within. He darted towards the source of the sound, immediately spotting Lu Yu, desperately struggling beneath the bird's claw. Song Yuma drew his sword with alacrity. The fierce bird, having lost sight in its left eye, was slow to react and received a brutal blow to its wing from him. With a fierce glare, the bird turned towards Song Yuma, its anger palpable, and issued a furious screech, engaging him in a fierce struggle. At that moment, the female bird joined the fray, directing all its fury towards Song Yuma. Meanwhile, despite being gravely injured, Lu Yu remained determined to reach his junior sister, crawling toward the cliff's edge in search of her. Below, Shun Xingyue clung desperately to the protruding rocks, one hand gripping by Ruoyao tightly, while his other arm, injured by the female bird, bled profusely, splattering by Ruoyao's face with crimson droplets. "You fool, this is all your fault for being so clever." By Ruoyao, already in a state of shock, opened her mouth but could not articulate a sound. "Can I still wield my sword? It fell. I can't summon it," she murmured weakly. Shin Xingyue, taken aback, muttered a curse. "Useless." Bai Ruoyao shuddered at his words. Fortunately, the female bird refrained from attacking further, seemingly intimidated by the precipice, and retreated upon witnessing Bai Ruoyao's perilous position. Lu, clinging above, extended his hand towards them. "Give me your hand, and I shall pull you up." Shin Xingyue smirked. Did he have eyes? They were separated by a distance of 5 or 6 meters. What good would that do? Besides, it would be better for her to save herself. With a powerful thrust of his wrist, he swung Bai Ruoyao like a pendulum against the cliff wall, then, leveraging the motion, delivered a swift kick to her backside, propelling her across to the opposite side of the chasm. Lu Yu, witnessing Shan Xingyue's disappearance, was momentarily stunned. Did the third senior sister just fall? After the female bird joined the battle, Song Yuma found himself overwhelmed, the tremendous explosion attracting the attention of other golden-winged birds, all of which began to swarm towards him. Thankfully, Shun Xingyue's timely arrival provided him a moment to breathe. "Let us flee towards the cliff," agreed. The two fought while retreating, and indeed, as they neared the precipice, the golden-winged birds hesitated. Lu, lost in despair, was suddenly kicked across to the opposite side of the cliff. Shun Xingyue and Song Yuma followed closely behind, unsurprisingly observing that the golden-winged birds did not pursue them. The aura of danger emanating from the cliff deterred the birds, for they dared not draw near. Moreover, those individuals had not stolen the egg, had they? It was hardly worth the risk. Consequently, Song Yuma, one arm hoisting the gravely injured Lu Yu and the other carrying the fainted Bai Ruoyao, circled around the ancient forest before finally escaping. Lu's body was nearly rigid with pain. Bai Ruoyao gradually regained consciousness, immediately overhearing the conversation between Song Yuma and Shun Xingyue. "Did you retrieve the bird egg?" "Of course. Not only that, but I also managed to pluck quite a few feathers from that golden wing bird." This news revitalized Bai Ruoyao. Chapter 53. The sun-shaped jade pendant after consuming 2 medicinal pills. Shun Xingyue's condition improved significantly. The bleeding from her arm had ceased. She accompanied Song Yuma to Yaoguang's sect. Along the way, Song Yuma observed Shin Xingyue, hesitating as if he wished to offer Lu Yu a medicinal pill. Yet the words remained stuck in his throat. It would be inappropriate. Lu brought this upon himself by offending others. He deserves his injuries. Shun Xingyue parted ways with Song Yuma at the foot of Yaoguang's sect. Her intent was to ascertain the condition of Qiyue. Should it prove severe, she would take decisive action then and there, alleviating her worries. She ventured to the location where she had previously followed Bai Ruoyao, hoping to find Qiyue. However, the place was already deserted. Shun Xingyue squinted, realizing they had all gone into hiding. It seemed indeed serious. Upon awakening, Bai Ruoyao would undoubtedly seek out Qiyue. If she waited by the entrance of Yaoguang's sect, she was sure to locate him. Meanwhile, within Yaoguang's sect, turmoil reigned. Shun Xingqian's heart twisted at the sight of Bai Ruoyao, covered in blood, and Lu Yu, gravely wounded. Quickly, summon your master uncle. Shen Qingchen turned to Song Yuma, who complied without delay. Shen Qingchen hastily produced medicinal pills from his person, administering them to the pair while channeling his spiritual energy to assist in their absorption. However, upon inspection, he discovered that while Bai Ruoyao's face was bloodied, her injuries were not as severe as they appeared as anticipated. Not long after Song Yuma departed, Bai Ruoyao regained consciousness. She looked up at Shen Qingchen, her face a mask of grievance, her lips trembling as tears threatened to spill. Master, I almost didn't make it back. Shen Qingchen's heart ached at her words. Once he confirmed that Lu Yue's condition had stabilized, he ceased his efforts, raising his hand to wipe the blood from Bai Ruoyao's face. Where did you go? How did it come to this? Bai Ruoyao recounted. We ventured into the ancient forest. It was perilously dangerous. If not for fourth senior brother's desperate protection, I would have been in grave danger. Shen Qingchen nodded, piecing together the situation. He retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket, saying, Take this in the future. Should you encounter peril, shatter the pendant, and I shall come to your aid immediately. This pendant, hand-carved by him, was originally intended for Shan Xingyue. Now, it seemed she had no further need for it, and it was better suited to someone who truly required its protection. He stroked the half-carved character of a star upon it and pressed it into Bai Ruoyao's palm. Though she did not comprehend the significance of the sun engraved upon the pendant, she accepted this gift with delight. By the way, what were you doing in the ancient forest? Shen Qingchen inquired. Bai Ruoyao, lowering her head, confessed, a friend of mine was injured and needed a demon's essence. That's why we went there. Shen Qingchen furrowed his brow at her words. Why would someone injured need a demon's essence? And what of your senior brother? He asked. He suspected they had all traveled together, so how could Yuma allow his junior siblings to sustain such injuries? At the mention of this, Bai Ruoyao felt even more aggrieved. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Senior brother is with third senior sister. The implication was clear. He did not care for us. However, Shen Qingchen failed to grasp the underlying meaning in her words. Upon hearing third senior sister, his hand, which had been gently stroking Bai Ruoyao's head, abruptly froze. He swallowed hard, asking, Is that so? Was she injured? Yes, Bai Ruoyao exclaimed. They also went to the ancient forest, and third senior sister took all the demon essences we fought for. At that moment, she resembled a child reporting a grievance. Shen Qingchen fell silent for a moment. Yet, based on his understanding of Shan Xingyue, it indeed seemed like something she would do. Bai Ruoyao pouted. She clearly knew those demon essences were vital for our survival, yet she refused to part with them. The situation felt eerily familiar, causing Shen Qingchen to freeze once more. This time, he observed Shen Xingyue's actions from a completely detached perspective, devoid of bias or emotional turmoil. Strangely, he found himself rationalizing Shen Xingyue's reluctance to share. Was it possible he had also treated Xingyue with such relentless pressure? Shen Qingchen, his voice hoarse, finally spoke. Enough of this topic. Very well. What kind of beast injured your fourth senior brother? He attempted to steer the conversation. It was a bird with golden feathers. Golden winged bird? Shen Qingchen exclaimed. You ventured that deep into the forest? Bai Ruoyao nodded, her expression one of deep grievance. Yes, it was clearly third senior sister who stole the golden winged bird's egg. Yet it was me and fourth senior brother who ended up getting hurt. The essence of the matter was the same, but her version twisted the truth entirely. Yes, she continued to vent her frustrations, she added. Not only that, but third senior sister also dangled me precariously at the edge of a cliff. I nearly fell off, but thankfully, senior brother came to my rescue. She omitted the fact that Shan Xingyue herself had also been clinging to the cliff, selectively editing her account to completely distort the reality. Shen Qingchen, however, was skeptical. He frowned. Your third senior sister is not the sort of person to act that way. Bai Ruoyao immediately raised her hand, holding up 3 fingers. I swear, everything I just said is the absolute truth. If not, may I be struck by lightning and meet a miserable end. Her fervent declaration left no room for doubt. Shen Qingchen could hardly dismiss her claims. Furthermore, she clearly possessed medicinal pills, yet deliberately chose not to save fourth senior brother. Bai Ruoyao continued to prattle on, but Shen Qingchen was already lost in thought. When Song Yuma and Dong Fengling arrived, they found Bai Ruoyao anxiously tending to Lu Yu while Shen Qingchen appeared utterly despondent. Senior brother? Dong Fengling called out to him. Shen Qingchen, engulfed in his own musings, had no inclination to respond. He pondered whether he had been too harsh, forcing this child down a path of no return. Had he driven her away, causing her to harbor resentment towards Bai Ruoyao and wished to eliminate her? As Dongfang Ling noticed that Shen Qingchen was completely ignoring him, he proceeded to examine Lu Yu on his own. The results were alarming. Although his senior brother had managed to sustain his basic life signs, Lu Yu was on the verge of complete decay. Had he arrived even a moment later, there would have been no hope of salvation. Dongfang Ling ceased any further attempts to converse with Shen Qingchen and devoted himself entirely to treating Lu Yu. Shen Qingchen felt as though a corner of his heart had collapsed. A buzzing resounded in his ears, and everything around him seemed unbearably noisy. I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave with that. He disregarded the reactions of those around him and departed on his own. Song Yumuo, still preoccupied with what Shen Xingyue had previously mentioned regarding the demons, contemplated approaching Shen Qingchen for clarification. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Bai Ruoyao interjected, "Senior brother, you must not go. Master is currently grieving. Allow him some peace." "Peace? What kind of peace?" Bai Ruoyao continued, "Moreover, I am quite worried about fourth senior brother. Could you accompany me as we wait?" Song Yumuo fell silent. Pondering whether his presence would aid Lu Yu's recovery, Dongfang Ling cast a glance at them, sensing something peculiar. To Shen Xingyue's surprise, Bai Ruoyao had not sought out Qiyue for 2 consecutive days. Who would have thought she could exhibit such restraint? Or perhaps, she simply did not care enough. She had been perched on a tree at the mountain gate long enough for the flowers to wither. Chapter 54. She waited to see Shen Qingchen regret. Just as she prepared to spend another night in the tree's branches, Bai Ruoyao finally emerged. Adorning her waist was a jade pendant and a storage pouch. Shen Xingyue squinted, observing her closely. With her keen eyesight, she easily discerned the words inscribed on the jade pendant. "Day. How juvenile and foolish." After waiting so many days, she had finally received a response. She stealthily trailed behind Bai Ruoyao. Resembling a shadowy pursuer, Bai Ruoyao had withheld the full truth from Shen Qingchen and feared that Song Yumuo might inform him, which is why she had clung to him for the past 2 days, ensuring they were never left alone together. Today, however, Song Yumuo could no longer endure her incessant nagging and left Yaoguang's sect. Once she confirmed that he would not return that day, Bai Ruoyao sighed in relief and stealthily slipped out at night. Intending to check on Qi in truth, Bai Ruoyao was also tormented by her own inner conflict. She could not fathom why every time she thought of third senior sister, she felt compelled to belittle her. The mere thought that her senior sister excelled in every aspect made her heart feel as though it was obstructed by a heavy stone. Moreover, she could not comprehend why her master, who was undeniably her father, insisted on referring to her as a disciple. Did he look down upon her as his daughter? A single lie necessitates countless others to uphold it. Thus, Bai Ruoyao could only proceed down this dark path. Plagued by guilt, Song Yumuo, concealed in a corner, waited until Bai Ruoyao had departed before seeking out his master. Shen Qingchen had sequestered himself in his room, refusing to see anyone, and made no response to Song Yumuo's request for an audience. However, Song Yumuo was not one to easily back down. He stubbornly stood outside Shen Qingchen's door, knocking incessantly. Finally, Shen Qingchen could no longer contain his irritation. When he opened the door, his face bore a hint of anger. "What business do you have with me?" Song Yumuo inquired. "Does master possess any knowledge regarding the demon race?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingchen frowned. "The demon race? What prompted you to inquire about this?" The demon race had been sealed away during the celestial demon war millennia ago. Not only had he never encountered them, but even the founding ancestor of Yaoguang's sect had likely never laid eyes on them. Without the records in ancient texts, future generations might have dismissed them as mere figments of imagination. Song Yumuo pressed on. "Xingyue junior sister suspects that the friend of little junior sister is a demon." Shen Qingchen's brow furrowed further. Setting aside the absurdity of the demon race's resurgence, he could not ignore the fact that a Yao had recently confided in him about Shen Xingyue's mistreatment of her, even suggesting that she wished to harm her. Their relationship was so fraught that such words could not be taken lightly. "I understand. You may return now." Seeing that Shen Qingchen was unconvinced, Song Yumuo persisted. "Who exactly requires a demon pill for healing? Master, do you recall confining junior sister for half a year? Have you not even glanced at little junior sister's friend?" "I have not." Then why not go meet them before forming a conclusion? Noticing a flicker of interest in Shan Qingchen's expression, Song Yumuo attempted to persuade him further. While he was unfamiliar with demons, he believed his master should have some knowledge. Just then, Shan Qingchen's demeanor shifted. There was a disturbance emanating from the jade pendant. A Yao is in danger. Other matters can wait. With that, Shan Qingchen abruptly vanished from the spot. It turned out that Shan Xingyue had been stealthily following by Ruo Yao to Qiyue's current location. Qiyue indeed appeared to be in a dire state. He was in worse condition than before. Nevertheless, she dared not believe that the formidable demon lord could have fallen so low. Her purpose for this visit was largely a test. She had donned a set of night attire and exchanged her knife for a sword before infiltrating the area. Bai Ruoyao, upon witnessing an intruder, immediately drew her newly acquired sword and confronted the assailant. "Who are you?" Shan Xingyue remained silent, instead delivering a swift kick to the troublesome Bai Ruoyao, sending her sprawling aside. Qiyue, startled by the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, despite his severe injuries, he would not succumb easily. Shan Xingyue recognized that this battle should not drag on and aimed directly for her opponent's vital points. Qiyue, disregarding Bai Ruoyao's presence, concentrated all the strength he had left into the concealed hand behind his back. However, Bai Ruoyao did not notice this. She gasped, "No," and dashed forward, arms outstretched, as if to shield him from the impending strike. In that moment, she also crushed the jade pendant that Shan Qingchen had given her. Shan Xingyue glared at the suddenly appearing Bai Ruoyao, cursing her as a nuisance. However, Bai Ruoyao had miscalculated. Qiyue's neck was now exposed beside her shoulder, abiding by the principle that one opportunity may arise from a misfire. Shan Xingyue did not relent. When Shan Qingchen arrived, he beheld the scene before him. The cloaked assailant was lunging straight towards a Yao. A flash of icy light glimmered in his eyes as he raised his hand and sent the black-clad figure flying. Qiyue, seeing that someone had arrived, discreetly withdrew his hand, adopting an expression of innocent victimhood. Shan Xingyue was struck by Shan Qingchen's palm, crashing violently against the wall behind her, hitting the same side that had previously been injured by the golden-winged bird. The wound, which had begun to heal, reopened under the force of the impact. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground as if in sympathy with her plight. The sky unleashed a torrential downpour, leaving Shan Xingyue despondently sprawled in the mud. The desolate surroundings were void of any souls. No one was aware that there was a life here in need of rescue. Time slipped by unnoticed until a figure approached, holding an umbrella, and gazed down at the prostrate Shan Xingyue with a furrowed brow. Disturbed by the unrest in his heart that night, he had consulted the oracle and, foreseeing trouble in this very place, rushed over, only to find that he had arrived too late. He sighed, murmuring a prayer before bending down to lift Shan Xingyue onto his back. In her haze of consciousness, she could only make out the smooth crown of the man carrying her. Unable to resist, she reached up and tapped it, producing a clear sound. Was it Zhao Ran? How could that little monk be here? After Shan Qingchen returned to Yaoguang's sect, he had locked himself away in his room. And despite Song Yumuo's persistent knocking, he had not been seen, not even by Bai Ruoyao. Dongfang Ling was entirely an outsider to this incident. Upon hearing the news, he inquired, "What has happened to my senior brother recently?" "This is quite peculiar," Song Yumuo replied. "It must be related to Xingyue." Upon hearing Shan Xingyue's name, Bai Ruoyao instinctively tightened her grip on her clothing. Why was she so hauntingly persistent? Dongfang Ling was taken aback. "Xingyue? She has returned?" This was unexpected. He thought he would not see her in such a state upon their reunion. Although Shan Qingchen had not voiced his concerns during these days, the worry etched on his brow had not escaped Dongfang Ling's notice. Song Yumuo nodded, "Indeed. Then why have I not seen her? She only reached the foot of the mountain before departing." Song Yumuo relayed Shan Qingchen's last words to Dongfang Ling. Bai Ruoyao's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. However, Dongfang Ling frowned. Is it that Xingyue is too resolute, wishing to sever all ties and retreat into herself? Bai Ruoyao's eyes glimmered with tears as she cried out, "It is all my fault." Dongfang Ling, puzzled, asked, "What does this have to do with you? If it were not for me, my senior sister would not have left Yaoguang's sect, and master would not be heartbroken." Dongfang Ling comfortingly patted her shoulder. "It is all right. Your senior sister is not that kind of person." His words of trust left Bai Ruoyao momentarily speechless. Why did they all place such unwavering faith in Shan Xingyue? Master had believed her previously. And now Dongfang Ling did as well. Clearly, Shun Xingyue had departed, yet they considered her family. For the sake of an outsider, they did not trust her. Nevertheless, to maintain her facade, she managed a forced smile. Yes, I believe in my senior sister. Dongfang Ling said, you both should return. I will attempt to persuade him. Bai Ruiyao hesitated, but was forcibly pulled away by Song Yumuo, who found her exceedingly bothersome. Meanwhile, Shen Qingchen was not faring much better. Though anger coursed through him, he could not suppress the flicker of concern in his heart. He alone understood the power of that strike. If anything were to happen to her, his heart clenched painfully. His gaze fell upon the small table beside the bed, where a delicate tea set LOYIT was a gift from Shan Xingyue, who knew of his fondness for tea. There were also precious writing implements on the desk, a screen adorned with his favorite bamboo, and calming incense pieces. Some were crafted by renowned artisans, while others were simply charming trinkets. The entire room was filled with her essence. If she were to see his sorrowful visage now, she would undoubtedly be pestering him to cheer him up. Suddenly, Shen Qingchen burst through the door, startling Dongfang Ling's senior brother. Without uttering a word, he stormed out into the downpour. Hey, where are you going? Dongfang Ling hurriedly followed him. What was this sudden outburst about? Shen Qingchen returned to the place where Qi Yue had previously resided. Unfortunately, the rain had washed away all traces. The two men, undeterred, searched the mountain all night, yet found not a single clue of Shen Xinyue's whereabouts. As dawn approached, Shen Qingchen finally spoke. Let us go back. What had transpired? Nothing. Shen Xingyue awoke 10 days later, roused by the incessant, jarring sound of a wooden fish. The noise emanated from the adjacent space. Where Zhao Ran was located, it's unbearable. Stop knocking. She sat up, astonished to discover that her injuries had healed significantly. The wooden fish ceased its clamor as Zhao Ran emerged from behind the screen, saying, Shun benefactor, you have finally awakened. Shen Xingyue glared at him. Was this intentional? It is a highly effective method for rousing those from a coma. Where is this? Kongming Temple. Indeed, Zhao Ran replied. You have been in a coma for 10 days. Shen Xingyue's complexion shifted. Had so much time truly passed? What chaos must have ensued at the Beijimen in her absence? The spiritual stones she had given to Chu Yunchuan would last only 6 days. She threw off the covers, eager to leave, but Zhao Ran blocked her path. There is no need to rush, benefactor. I have already sent a junior to Lu City to inform them. Chu benefactor has sent medicine and instructed you to rest assured and recuperate at Calming Temple. That is good. Ata critical moment. Chu Yunchuan proved to be quite reliable. 3 days from now, there will be a scripture lecture at Calming Temple. It would be wise for you to attend before departing. A scripture lecture? I will not go. I am not a nun. Why should I listen to teachings? Benefactor, it seems your heart is rather restless of late. Perhaps listening to the teachings would benefit you. With no harm done, he raised his hand to block her path, conveying the message that she would not leave the temple without complying. Fine, fine. Shun Xingyue rolled her eyes. This little monk was quite earnest in his efforts to promote Buddhist culture. Nevertheless, she adored her current hairstyle, and even if they spoke eloquently, she had no intention of renouncing her worldly life. As she wandered around Kongming Temple, she found it to be an extraordinary place. The scent of incense wafted through every corner of the temple, accompanied by the low chants of the monks, which seemed to soothe the soul. How vexing. Why did her scalp feel itchy? Was she losing hair? Do you have a library or something? She inquired, hoping to copy a few texts. There is a scripture library. May I go see it? Zhao Ran nodded eagerly. Of course, he led Shen Xingyue to the scripture library. And to her delight, although it was called a scripture library, there were many other types of books as well. Many of these were titles that the Yaoguang sect's library did not possess. She immediately rushed to the section on cultivation techniques, eager to select a few high-end and sophisticated methods for Qing Xian. Additionally, there were numerous books related to alchemy and artifact forging. She intended to copy them all and bring them back to their sect. Chapter 56. Brazen Plagiarism. Zhao Ran observed her frenzied enthusiasm with a feeling akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Time was of the essence. With only 3 days at her disposal, Shen Xingyue certainly would not transcribe each word slowly, but instead utilized a recording stone to rapidly peruse the texts. Indeed, the disciples of Kongming Temple had some peculiarities. Despite possessing so many books, they spent their days poring over Buddhist scriptures, Such a waste. Let her help them promote these works and benefit the world. The disciple guarding the scripture library felt his eyelids twitch. These were their most cherished texts. She was blatantly plagiarizing. And why was she so rough? Did she not know to handle such precious pages with care? What if she tore them? Yet, as she was a friend of the senior brother, he could hardly say much. Eventually, witnessing her frenzied state, he could not help but call out to the senior brother sitting nearby, who was silently reciting scriptures. "Senior brother, could you ask your friend to be more gentle when flipping through the books?" Zhao Ran opened his eyes and silently regarded him, his expression filled with helplessness. Had he not tried to dissuade her? At that moment, Shun Xingyue's eyes had turned red with excitement. Any interruption had made her seem ready to bite. If they wanted to avoid a conflict that could damage the precious texts, it was best to let her be. It was not until 3 days and nights had passed, and Shun Xingyue had copied everything she desired, that she emerged from her trance. Zhao Ran had remained quietly beside her, fearful that she might have ulterior motives, such as destroying their books and leaving only her own solitary version. "Let us go." In the vast square of Kongming Temple, mats had long been laid out for the disciples, and most had already taken their seats. Many senior disciples continued to cultivate their hearts even at this moment, while numerous young monks excitedly gazed around. Thanks to Zhao Ran's status as senior brother, Shen Xingyue managed to sit in one of the front rows. She observed her surroundings with curiosity. However, soon an unpleasant voice broke the atmosphere. "Why does that disciple have hair? She can't possibly be one of us from Kongming Temple, right? I think her hair looks ugly. Yes, it lacks our shine. And it's so hard to wash," 2 young monks whispered nearby. And their words reached Shen Xingyue's ears without difficulty. They dared to say her hair was ugly, that it lacked their shine. She would show them what it meant to be hard to wash. Upon hearing their words, Zhao Ran could not help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, instinctively sensing that these 2 young disciples were in for misfortune. Umitba, he watched as Shun Xingyue rummaged through her bag of holding. Pulling out something from within, her palm as black as coal, with a beaming smile, she approached the 2 little monks, grasping each by the head. Is my hairstyle not as appealing, not as brilliant as yours?" The 2 bald heads, touched by her hand, turned pitch black, with faint impressions of her palm visible. The 2 little monks, mistaking her intentions for hostility, trembled in fear. Yet, as practitioners of the monastic life, they refrained from telling lies. Holding their heads high as they stammered, "Why yes. What are your names?" The 2 little monks exchanged glances, reluctant to answer, but under Shen Xingyue's imposing presence, they begrudgingly replied, "I am Zhao Xi and I am Zhao Ying." At that moment, Zhao Ran stepped forward, stating, "They are still quite young and lack eloquence. On account of the little monk, I beseech you, Shun benefactor, not to hold it against them." Shun Xingyue cast him a sidelong glance, grinning as she patted the little monks on their heads. "Very well. I shall not hold it against you 2 little eggs." Having said that, she turned and returned to her seat. Her unexpected magnanimity left the 2 little monks bewildered. They looked gratefully at Zhao Ran. "Thank you, senior brother." "No need for thanks." Zhao Ran, unable to suppress a chuckle at their heads, also returned to his position. Laughter erupted around them, and the 2 could not help but join in with silly grins. After such a commotion, the Dharma assembly commenced swiftly. Master Prajna, the abbot of Kongming Temple, made his way to the front, presenting himself not with an air of cultivation but as an ordinary old man. The sutra states, he spoke with earnestness, and the disciples listened attentively, save for one, Shen Xingyue, who struggled to stave off sleep. She realized she lacked any inherent wisdom. A practitioner fond of killing, expecting her to possess a compassionate heart? That was as far-fetched as hoping a sow could climb a tree. Zhao Ran, understanding the situation, knew there was reason for Shan Xingyue's presence, as anticipated. After the initial incomprehensible recitation, the abbot's explanations gradually became captivating, even rousing Shan Xingyue's interest. Master Prajna, indeed a sage, spoke the scriptures with a calming, soothing aura. The agitation within Shan Xingyue subsided as she listened. All forms are but illusions. If one perceives forms as non-forms, then one sees the Tathagata. Adapt and change, do not force outcomes. Focus on the present, and all will find resolution. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day slipped away, the setting sun casting a golden radiance upon all present. Shun Xingyue felt her own understanding solidify significantly. As they prepared to part, she did not forget to remind, next time such a delightful event occurs, do remember to summon me? All right. Shun Xingyue retrieved the fire crystal and other treasures she had stashed away and returned to the North Pole sect. Thankfully, her earlier greed had led her to keep good finds, even if she had no immediate use for them. Look, they proved useful now, didn't they? A good habit indeed, one she vowed to maintain. Although Shin Xingyue had been absent, the construction projects at the North Pole sect, the disciples' alchemical studies, and the recruitment efforts for new disciples progressed smoothly. Even Luo Yihong, rarely cooperative, assisted with the tasks. Shin Xingyue's concerns regarding the circulation of spirit stones had proven unfounded. Upon seeing her return, Chu Yunxian remarked with a smile, "Rest assured, during your absence, the dear tea has garnered a substantial amount of spirit stones, more than enough to reward the disciples. Besides, the North Pole sect is a joint venture of ours, and we should protect it together. Even in your absence, I will ensure its well-being." Ji Qingya, hearing the commotion, rushed out from within the building, her eyes reddening upon seeing Shan Xinyu. It was all for the sake of gathering materials for her that the sect leader had sustained grave injuries. Had she delayed returning any longer, her guilt would have been unbearable. Clutching the sheep-fat white jade that Zhao Mingyuan had procured, she silently vowed to forge the upgraded communication jade slip. No matter the cost, Shin Xingyue beamed at them. "Everyone, come and see the wonderful treasures I have brought back." She produced her bag of holding, and the spacious courtyard was instantly filled with fire crystals, thunderfall stones, and monster cores piled high. Ji Qingya gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Moreover, there were scattered golden-winged bird feathers and several eggs. Some feathers were even crushed and deformed. "Master, this is simply incredible," Ji Qingya exclaimed. "And there's more," the crowd gasped in unison. Shun Xingyue revealed the knowledge she had pilfered from Kongming Temple, painstakingly transcribed for everyone. Chapter 57. Not interfering with his workshop, Chu Yunxian was taken aback. "What is this?" Shin Xingyue smiled mysteriously, projecting the recorded images from the memory stone before everyone. Various types of spirit herbs, preparation methods, and alchemical formulas were all laid bare, to Chu Yunxuan's delight. Many applications and formulas for spirit herbs were ones he had never encountered before. "Where did you acquire this?" "Copied from the scripture repository at Kongming Temple." "Remarkable." He eagerly grasped the memory stone as if it were a precious treasure. To facilitate transcription, Shin Xingyue had used several memory stones. After all, she had an abundance of such resources. She handed the one containing information on crafting materials and methods to Ji Qingya. "This one is for refining tools. See if anything piques your interest?" "Absolutely." Ji Qingya nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as she absorbed the projections from the memory stone. Only those who engaged in refinement could comprehend the significance of such knowledge. She felt as though she were the world's foremost craftsman. "And what about this one?" Zhao Mingyuan inquired curiously. "Techniques." Considering their sect's establishment, she had gathered techniques for various spirit roots: sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, spear techniques, knife techniques, even Buddhist heart techniques and staff techniques. The crowd gazed at the rapidly flashing images on the memory stone in her hand, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Kongming Temple. What sort of treasure had they brought back? Should the two sects ever clash, and they discovered they were employing identical techniques, it would be quite the spectacle. Yet sympathy aside, it in no way hindered their use. "I have an idea. How about I visit Qingyun's sect to acquire our alchemical formulas and techniques as well?" "Oh, splendid." Chu Yunxian wholeheartedly endorsed the idea, expressing great interest in their alchemical methods. Each sect possessed its own unique techniques and formulas, constantly vying for supremacy. Even though the efficacy of the potions might be identical, differing techniques and herb ratios led to a competitive spirit. This resulted in individuals being intrigued by the potions of other sects, yet lacking the opportunity for exchange and learning. "And Yao Guang's sect too," Shin Xingyue chuckled, a certain individual flashing through her mind. "Second senior brother is still operating his workshop here. I'll have him assist, and if he refuses, I'll dismantle his workshop. Oh, right. I have something for you as well." Chu Yunxian suddenly recalled, rummaging through his bag of holding to produce a collection of assorted items. "These are from the disciples who heard about your injury." Shan Xingyue paused, gazing at the motley assortment on the ground. Fruits, eggs, spirit stones, fragrant pouches, elixirs, and even deer tea. Her throat tightened inexplicably, having narrowly escaped death at her previous sect. Receiving such tokens of care now made it difficult for her to maintain her composure. The disciples expressed that while the sect leader often treated them like a tyrant, cunning and fierce, they were still deeply grateful that she chose to accept them. Fine, I'll hold it together. She adopted a stern expression, gazing at the grinning group. Stop dawdling. Quickly transcribed the contents from the memory stone. Understood. Zhao Mingyuan's prior preparations finally came to fruition. Not only that, but they also cleared out all the paper supplies in Deer City. By the way, where is Qingxian? After finishing transcribing the techniques for Qingxian, Shen Xingyue inquired. Aside from the inherently awkward Luo Yihong and Lin Muse, who was in seclusion, even Qingxian was absent. Master is injured, and yet the disciples show no concern. She felt utterly deceived. Chu Yunxian sighed. Upon hearing about your injury, Qingxian intended to go to Kongming Temple to find you. But I intercepted him. Ever since, he has been completely engrossed in sword practice. We haven't seen him for several days. Shen Xingyue nodded. Very well, I shall seek him out. She had specifically procured 2 sets of suitable techniques for Qingxian at Kongming Temple, one for fists and one for staffs, encouraging him to cultivate both. She intended to thoroughly trounce by Ruoyao, that scoundrel, during the sect competition. Meanwhile, Qingxian was still diligently practicing on the mountain where he originally trained. His master was his only family. Upon hearing the monk's announcement of his master's grave injuries, his mind went blank. The home he had painstakingly found was nearly destroyed. He loathed his lack of proficiency in his studies, feeling utterly helpless in protecting his master, which drove him to practice ceaselessly day and night. When Shen Xingyue arrived, Qingxian was engrossed in practicing the 4th stance of water and sky in one. He had already mastered the 3rd stance on his own, yet there remained a particular aspect of the 4th stance that eluded him. It was the transition from softness to firmness. Adhering to the techniques of the previous 3 stances, the 4th stance always emerged somewhat feeble and lacking the necessary vigor. After repeated failures, despair began to set in, and Qingxian irritably tugged at his own hair. Stop pulling at your hair. Your master dislikes bald heads. If you lose all your hair, I shall expel you from the sect. A teasing voice suddenly chimed from above. Shen Xingyue was perched on a branch overhead. Upon catching sight of her, Qingxian's eyes welled with tears. Master, you are alive. Of course I am alive. Shen Xingyue leaped down and playfully tapped his head. Even if Yaoguang's sect were to be annihilated, I would remain unscathed. Do you understand? I understand. What is Yaoguang's sect, anyway? My enemies, Shen Xingyue replied, handing him the copied techniques. Train diligently and crush them. Do you understand? Understood. Shen Xingyue patiently guided him through the parts of the stance he struggled with, and seeing Qingxian's spirit rekindle, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Now you're showing promise. This is what makes a good disciple. After reassuring Qingxian, Shen Xingyue hurried off to find Qifeng. Her feelings towards Yaoguang's sect were complex. She felt a restless urge to stir up some trouble for them. The Yinchun Tower remained closed during the day, and Qifeng was currently inside directing workers and moving items when suddenly, someone burst through the grand entrance. Shen Xingyue stood silhouetted against the light, calling out loudly, "Second senior brother." Qifeng was inexplicably struck by an uneasy feeling at her call. "Ah, third sister?" Shen Xingyue entered with a broad, artificial smile. "Senior brother, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "Come, let us discuss this privately." Qifeng, puzzled, waved away the workers and turned to her. "Speak." Shen Xingyue produced a recording stone. "Please go to the Yaoguang sect's library and gather all books and techniques related to weapon forging for me. As for the alchemy books, both she and Chu Yunxian were alchemists and could still recall them." "Qifeng, why? Are you planning to learn weapon forging again?" "Humph, enough with the chatter. Just get it done. I want tea." Shen Xingyue narrowed her eyes, brandishing her large blade toward a pillar in the building. "Not going." Qifeng exclaimed in alarm. "If you refuse, I will smash this. You, Fine, I'll go." Ultimately, Qifeng capitulated, motivated by his beloved cause. "You have 3 days to procure all books and techniques related to weapon forging from the library." "Understand." She shook the talisman in her hand. "If I find you have lied or failed to return on time, this place will become ruins." All right, it's not an impossible task." Chapter 58. By Ruoyao sets fire to the books. Shen Xingyue smiled and patted his shoulder, transferring the powder from her hands onto him. Remember to return within 3 days, or you shall bear the consequences. I take no responsibility for any unintended injuries. Qi Feng grimaced. This junior sister is truly mischievous. He clutched the recording stone given by Xin Xingyue and dashed towards the Yaoguang sect's library. Time was of the essence, especially for his Inchun Tower. He had invested heavily in its construction and decoration. After that night, Xin Xingqian returned to her usual demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, and the atmosphere at Yaoguang sect remained unchanged. Upon entering the library, Qi Feng quickly cleared out half of the weapon-forging books. Startling the steward, Qi Feng, have you recently taken up weapon forging? You're consuming so many books. He nodded impatiently and found a secluded room to record the information. Song Yuma had been avoiding by Ruoyao. While Lu Yu remained gravely injured and unresponsive, Xin Xingqian, lost in her own thoughts, was finally bored enough to seek out Qi Feng. Second senior brother, you've finally come out, she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him return with the books. Qi Feng was in a hurry, merely nodding in response. Will you accompany me to the black market once more? No. After saying this, Qi Feng swiftly carried a large stack of books passed by Ruoyao and into the secluded room. The black market? What is that? Is it more important than his brothel? Is it more important than his wealth? Bai Ruoyao, frustrated, thought to herself, why has even the second senior brother changed? He was willing to accompany me before. Determined, she resolved to have Qi Feng take her to the black market. She lingered in the library for 3 consecutive days, yet he never spared her a glance. Finally, during his last visit to return books, she approached him with a bright smile. Second senior brother, it seems you've borrowed nearly all the books here. You read so quickly. I'm quite slowed. I truly wonder when I will be able to read as swiftly as you. Qi Feng's expression remained impassive. It not expected to be quick when recording from a recording stone. Your slowness is due to your lack of cultivation. Go back and train diligently. Once you are as strong as me, you will be able to read faster. Bai Ruoyao's smile faltered. She had merely intended to compliment Qi Feng, not to endure a verbal assault. However, training was exhausting, and she pleaded, could you not accompany me to the black market for a bit of relaxation? Going to the black market might be a relaxation for you, but it's exhausting for me to rescue you. After all, he had been blacklisted by the black market for saving her last time. How could this person be so impervious to reason? But Master said if I wished to go out, I should seek you. Qi Feng remained unconvinced. Really? Just when Bai Ruoyao thought he might relent and take her, Qi Feng added, then you let him come and tell me himself. Having experienced countless women, he could easily see through her little schemes. She was likely harboring a crush on him. However, he was sorry to inform her that his heart and body belonged to all the beautiful women in the world. Moreover, she bore a resemblance to his master, and the longer he looked, the more nightmares he would have. Qi Feng pushed Bai Ruoyao aside and returned to Luqing, laden with knowledge pilfered from the library. Xin Xingyue awaited him at the front of Inchun Tower. Upon seeing his return, her eyes sparkled with delight. Taking the recording stone from him, she quietly brushed away the powder that had clung to him earlier. Are you satisfied? Qi Feng scowled. Satisfied. You may continue with your work. I wish you prosperity and a flood of customers. Qi Feng waved dismissively, feeling quite pleased with himself. During this period, Luqing had seen an influx of visitors, and he had indeed profited considerably. The fire at Yaoguang sect ignited suddenly during the night, without warning. Since there were no disciples in the library at that hour, the fire went unnoticed until the sect master, with his formidable cultivation and keen perception, discovered it in time to intervene. However, many books were still lost, including some rare tomes cherished by Yaoguang sect. This was indeed a significant loss for the realm of cultivation. Dongfang Ling furrowed his brow and inquired of the steward, have any suspicious individuals or disciples from outside the sect visited recently? None, I assure you. Think carefully. There truly hasn't been anyone, the steward, saying this, cast a wary glance at Xin Xingqian. Yet, he thought it best not to delve further. But if I may, Xin Xingqian interjected, I have noticed that Bai Ruoyao, the sect master's disciple, has been frequenting the library, neither reading nor socializing. Moreover, the areas she traversed coincide remarkably with those that were burned. The steward became increasingly convinced that Bai Ruoyao was involved. However, everyone knew that she was the sect master's daughter. So even if she were implicated, it would likely come to nothing. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xin Xingqian's expression shifted, and in the next moment, she vanished to where Bai Ruoyao resided. Dong Fongling rubbed his temples. Deciding against pursuing the matter further, he waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. Everyone disperse. As long as no one was injured, that is sufficient. The disciples surveyed the ruined library, on the verge of tears. Growing increasingly resentful of Bai Ruoyao, that detestable connection, she neither learned nor allowed others to learn. How could she resort to such a vile scheme of setting fire to the books? The elders were well aware of the contents of those tomes, but the disciples still needed to study and borrow them. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoyao, truly innocent in this instance, was currently nestled in Shan Qingchen's embrace, sobbing softly. It was so frightening. Shan Qingchen gazed at the burns on her legs, her expression dark and silent. After several days of frantic writing, the people of Luqing finally transcribed everything from the recording stone. Once bound, they filled the warehouses and backyards of the city lord's residence. Clearly, the library would need to be expanded. Zhao Mingyuan remarked, I shall order several more rows of bookshelves. Ji Qingya stretched. I feel as though my head is now brimming with knowledge. Her transcription wasn't merely for amusement. It was part of a learning process. I will now attempt the methods described in these books. She planned to add a control mechanism to the communication jade slip, incorporating a feature that would allow the sect master to directly manage the group. Upon finishing her words, she retreated into seclusion with a plethora of refining materials provided by Shen Xingyue. Meanwhile, Chu Yunchuan had long since taken his divine dragon cauldron to concoct elixirs, utilizing the raw materials supplied by Shen Xingyue, from whom he intended to allocate a significant portion of the pills he produced to her. This was also the reason for Shan Xingyue's continuous supply of elixirs. Soon, she cast aside her thoughts regarding the affairs of the Yaoguang sect. As the time for the second recruitment of the Beiji sect had arrived, the administrative hall had been renovated, and the plaza in front of the main hall was newly paved. Early in the morning, Lutation was bustling with activity, teeming with people. The scope of their promotion was extensive, drawing many cultivators who came in search of the newly established sect, primarily due to rumors of its wealth. Moreover, it was said that those with adequate aptitude could choose their preferred areas of study, unlike other sects where elders selected disciples as if picking cabbage, with even a low-nose bridge potentially serving as grounds for elimination. Swords, sabers, spears, staffs, alchemy, artifact refinement, talisman crafting. The Beiji sect could teach them all, even allowing one disciple to learn from multiple masters, provided they were willing to learn. The once treacherous mountain paths had now been paved, making travel much more convenient. The crowd gathered at the mountain gate, animatedly discussing their desired studies. I wish to learn alchemy. I've heard that alchemists earn a fortune in spirit stones and gain the respect of others. I happen to possess dual fire and with spiritual roots, hee. Ah, I have one more water spiritual root than you. I might not make the cut. I wish to learn artifact refinement. The discussions among others were fervent. Yet one woman stood out amidst the crowd, her demeanor aloof and disconnected from those around her. Chapter 59. We are in need of an elder. There she stood, a lone figure draped in white, carrying a zither, silent and unapproachable, even ignoring attempts at conversation from others. As Shan Xingyue wandered near the mountain gate, she immediately noticed her. It was simply because she recognized this individual. Zhang Ligay, the foremost disciple of the Fanning sect, had single-handedly secured the fourth position for her sect during the last inter-sect competition. Had it not been for her, the Fanning sect would have struggled to compete even against the unambitious Kongming Temple. Likely facing expulsion from the five great sects at that time, not only would their standing in the cultivation world plummet, but their resources would also dwindle significantly. Chu Yunchuan observed Shen Xingyue's unwavering gaze fixed on someone and curiously leaned in to see who it was. Zhang Ligay? What brings her here? I have no idea, Shen Xingyue shrugged. The thought of Zhang Ligay joining their sect was something Shen Xingyue had never dared to entertain. It seemed as far-fetched as a fairy tale. Someone of Zhang Ligay's caliber had always been a figure she respected yet could not comprehend. The sect treats me like a beast of burden, and I repay them with the devotion of a first love? How wonderful it would be if such a person were to join the Beiji sect. She alone could accomplish the work of 100 people. The original text mentioned that in recent years, the Fanning sect had grown increasingly weak, its status among the five great sects becoming almost negligible. Other sects were continuously producing new talents, in a bid to avoid falling behind in the inter-sect competition. Zhang Ligay resorted to a technique deemed forbidden by the Fanning sect. This forbidden technique, at the cost of depleting one's own life force, enabled a cultivator to significantly enhance their cultivation in a short span of time. Such was Zhang Ligay's sacrifice for her sect, yet she was reported by her second junior sister, who was merely jealous of her being referred to as the sect's light, never considering the sacrifices she had made for that title. Thus, Zhang Ligay plummeted from grace, becoming the target of disdain within the Fanning sect. Her past efforts were now overshadowed by the stigma of forbidden techniques. The members of the Fanning sect showed no concern for Zhang Ligay's motivations, instead nailing her to the pillar of shame and casting her into an icy dungeon. It was not until less than half a year remained before the next inter-sect competition that they recalled her existence. The re-emergence of Zhang Ligay was initially intended as a means for her to redeem herself through hard work and earn honor for the Fanning sect in the competition. However, after defeating Bai Ruoyao, she was exposed for having practiced forbidden techniques, rendering her achievements null. Thereafter, she was utterly abandoned by the Fanning sect. Shen Xingyue found this utterly absurd. How could a Yuanian cultivator defeat a Jindan one without resorting to forbidden techniques? The original narrative was absurdly skewed to elevate Bai Ruoyao, a character who felt compelled to intervene in everything she saw, somehow managing to survive for so long. If all goes as expected, Zhang Ligay's trajectory and fate would likely mirror that of the story. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn when she happened to overhear the tale of Shen Xingyue, who had been ostracized and had established her own sect. The parallels in their circumstances were striking. Though their choices diverged entirely, Zhang Ligay suddenly realized how narrow-minded her thoughts had been. The world was vast and not limited to just the Fanning sect. Did she not harbor feelings of injustice and grievance within her? She had devoted so much to the Fanning sect, even her life, yet was met with such treatment. Since they did not appreciate her, she would seek her own path. The Beiji sect swiftly became her first choice. The registration process soon commenced, with all applicants lining up at the mountain gate. Only the first 1,000 would be accepted, passing through the verification of the resource stone, while the rest would return home. The previously accepted disciples were also assisting in maintaining order, guiding newcomers, and arranging accommodations. They would first check in sequentially, later reorganizing by specialization and cultivation level. Given the large number of applicants this time, they arranged 10 groups to manage the process, allowing for registration after passing the resource stone verification. Shen Xingyue was diligently recording the information of the previous applicant when a voice suddenly called out, "I am Zhang Ligay, Midyuanying, and I wish to join the Beiji sect." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue lifted her head, incredulous, scratching her ear in disbelief. Had she misheard? Zhang Ligay? Her? She wanted to join their sect. Wasn't she utterly devoted to her own sect? Even at the cost of her life? What did you say? Zhang Ligay took a deep breath, stating earnestly, "I wish to join the Beiji sect." Shen Xingyue pondered, noting that Zhang Ligay did not appear to be joking. The Beiji sect was just beginning to establish itself, and its cultivation resources paled in comparison to those of the Fanning sect. "Are you certain you truly wish to come?" Shen Xingyue probed. "Certainly I do not care about the cultivation resources. Even if they are lacking, they cannot be worse than those of the Fanning sect." Shen Xingyue hesitated, nodding slowly, "However, but you are already Midyuanying. We may not have much to teach you." Her words seemed like a polite refusal. Even Chu Yunchuan, seated beside her, could not hold back. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Why wouldn't you accept her?" Shen Xingyue gestured for him to calm down. Hearing this, Zhang Ligay's expression dimmed as she lowered her gaze. "Is it not possible?" "No, wait." Shen Xingyue paused. "What I meant to say is, we are not only recruiting disciples but also elders. Would you consider applying for the position of an elder?" "Huh?" Zhang Ligay appeared taken aback. "You think being a disciple is beneath you? If you join us, we can establish a hall of sound for you, and you would need to adhere to certain regulations of the Beiji sect while imparting knowledge to the disciples." "Can I?" "Of course," Shen Xingyue affirmed without hesitation. "All right, I shall join." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Ligay resolutely declared. Having always cultivated alone, she had never been a mentor before and was uncertain of her teaching abilities. But she was determined to give it her all. Thus, the Beiji sect added a new specialization: sound cultivation. This announcement was met with enthusiastic acclaim from numerous female disciples. "Good heavens! This new sect is astounding. They had no idea how envious they were of the ethereal sound cultivators from the Fanine sect. This truly marked the Beiji sect as a versatile establishment. After 2 days of recruitment efforts, 1,000 disciples successfully entered the sect. Those who did not make it this time need not lose heart. The Beiji sect would expand its recruitment further, with a larger scale and more opportunities for entry in the future. Encouraging everyone to stay tuned, Shen Xingyue's voice boomed like thunder, invigorating those who had felt disheartened. Some who arrived late and missed the queue suddenly found hope in her words, especially those who were talented yet had been unable to arrive on time due to lack of information were particularly excited. They will expand recruitment? We will buy houses in Luqing and settle down immediately. Next time, we shall not miss out. This recruitment did not distinguish between mortal and cultivator, resulting in nearly 80% of the new disciples having some cultivation foundation. A rough estimate indicated over 30 disciples at the Jindan stage and more than 600 at the foundation establishment stage, with only a small number still at the qi refining stage. However, there was no rush. As long as they could breathe, Shen Xingyue was confident in training them well. While everyone gathered in the administrative hall, examining the statistics and discussing how to organize these disciples, a jubilant shout suddenly echoed throughout the Beiji sect. Ha 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 ha, I did it. Chapter 60. Completion of the Beiji sect. What has happened? Hearing the voice, Zhang Ligay stepped outside, just in time to see a streak of light leap from the main hall. Shen Xingyue speculated, that sounds like Mu Zhe. Luo Yihang added, he must be about to break through. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue sighed. Ah, Mu Zhe is truly remarkable. Acknowledging the dangers of a breakthrough, he has the sense to venture out. Indeed, he was her most capable second-in-command. Wait a moment. Would Mu Zhe be all right on his own during the breakthrough? Upon realizing the situation, Shen Xingyue swiftly followed suit. Luo Yihang and Zhang Ligay, witnessing this, also desired to join but were halted by Chu Yunchuan, who grasped one of them firmly, exclaiming, Hey, can I come along? Zhao Mingyuan stood with his mouth agape, finding himself alone in the grand hall, silently shedding tears like a noodle. So they bully him for merely practicing qi, do they? Once he finishes this bout of work, he too will seclude himself. He yearns to master sword flight, soaring through the skies. When the trio arrived, Shen Xingyue was intently fixated on the storm clouds swirling above Lin Mu's head. He appeared more anxious than Lin Mu himself, who was facing tribulation. A lightning bolt had already struck, shattering Lin Mu's protective barrier with ease. It remained uncertain how he would withstand the remaining 8 strikes. Gritting his teeth and shutting his eyes, he swiftly gathered the surrounding spiritual energy, preparing to conjure another barrier. However, contrary to his intentions, before he could complete it, the second bolt of heavenly lightning came crashing down towards his head. Just as he braced himself to endure the impact with sheer determination, a magical artifact was suddenly hurled forth to shield him from the strike. When the expected pain failed to arrive, Lin Mu opened his eyes in astonishment, only to witness the brilliant light emitted from the shattering artifact. He gazed at Shen Xingyue in bewilderment. The sect leader, remember to compensate me after you survive the tribulation. Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow. Sure. Lin Mu's previously pilfered artifact from Qixing sect finally proved its worth. Emulating Shen Xingyue, he hurled one artifact after another at the descending lightning without hesitation. Zhang Ligay turned to observe the others, noting their nonchalant demeanor, and recalled her own empty Qinkuan bag, an involuntary wave of envy swelling within her. The Fanine sect was a quintessential nepotistic sect. For someone like her, lacking connections and possessing a tongue tied by shyness, obtaining anything within Fanine sect was akin to scaling the heavens. She even had to dig into her own pockets to fill the sect's deficits. In her desire to integrate into Fanine sect, she had relentlessly compelled herself to cultivate over the years, only to discover that she had merely been a tool in the eyes of the higher-ups. A bitter smile escaped her lips as she forcibly tried to dismiss such thoughts. The mountains sparkled with various hues of red and green, a stunning spectacle that left the disciples in awe. Which prominent figure ascended with such grandeur? After a night of tumultuous activity, Lin Mu finally succeeded in reaching the early stage of Yuan infant. He joyously rushed to his companions, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, I have finally ascended to Yuan infant. Shen Xingyue, congratulations, congratulations. Chu Yunchuan, best wishes, best wishes. Luo Yihang maintained his usual stoic demeanor. Not bad, not bad. Once the first 3 had offered their praises, All four turned their gaze towards Zhang Ligay. As even Luo Yihong had shown courtesy to maintain the formation, was it not somewhat inappropriate for the newcomer to remain silent? Impressive, impressive. Ha 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 ha. All right, let us return. Truly remarkable. Our Beiji sect has gained another formidable general. And the sect's strength is on the rise. With the return of the sect's second-in-command, Shun Xingyue happily assumed the role of a hands-off leader, spending his days either practicing or overseeing Qing Xian's training. With the addition of two new members to the upper echelons of the sect, the Sibao Hall and Siyin Hall were officially included in the construction plans. With ample manpower, it resembled the previous road construction effort, distributing labor while simultaneously commencing work, dividing into contribution and diligence boards. The first two groups to complete their tasks would receive generous rewards. Initially, the newly inducted disciples voiced their grievances upon hearing they had to labor. However, the sect leader declared that anyone unwilling to work would be expelled, leaving them with no choice but to begrudgingly head to the construction site to move bricks. Their enthusiasm was clearly lacking. Observing those in the crowd who were fervently engrossed in their work, they couldn't help but mock them. Why are you all so fervent in moving bricks? Truly incomprehensible. These individuals seem to have lost the dignity of cultivators. Clad in specially tailored robes for joining a new sect, how could they stoop to such tasks? Moreover, did they come to cultivate immortality merely to engage in such mundane labor? Where were their ideals? Their aspirations? Had they all been crushed into oblivion by reality? The laughter of the morning turned to the bitterness of the evening. Their dreams and ambitions faded upon witnessing other disciples return joyfully with large quantities of spirit stones. One individual rushed forward to intercept another, inquiring, "Where did you get those spirit stones?" From the sect leader, "What? Did you not see the notice on the dormitory door when you arrived? We have diligence and contribution boards for our work." The disciple went on to explain, concluding with a sigh, "I only placed third, yet received so much. Imagine what the first would get." The one who had initially mocked others now felt their confidence wane. "Seeing how leisurely you all are, I assume you must have plenty of spirit stones, right?" No, they did not have many. They too desired spirit stones. Watching their peers clutching spirit stones, they drooled with longing. Yet, each day was a new beginning, and they vowed to fight for recognition on the boards the next day. The following morning, that individual donned their oldest robe, ready to work diligently. A month passed, and the entire Beiji sect was completed at a remarkable pace. Gazing upon the newly constructed Grand Hall, Shun Xingyue felt an immense sense of tranquility. With this area, accommodating an additional 20,000 people would pose no challenge. Simultaneously, Ji Qingya emerged from her seclusion. She rushed over, clutching several communication jade slips, her demeanor brimming with vitality. "I have finally perfected this magical artifact. This is a groundbreaking achievement." Not only that, but she had also successfully ascended to the late stage of Golden Core. Ji Qingya excitedly distributed one jade slip to each of them, urging, "Quick, infuse your spiritual power into the communication jade slips." Shin Xingyue, equally exhilarated, thought of her long-desired mobile phone. Receiving the communication jade slip, she promptly infused it with spiritual energy, only to find her consciousness naturally drawn to a gray, translucent interface. Instinctively, she changed her name and entered a group panel named Beiji Sect. Administrator Shen Xingyue. "Wonderful. Wonderful. I adore it, Administrator." "Hey, how do you have a name?" Administrator Shen Xingyue. "Change your name, you fool." Chu Yunchuan paused, fiddling for quite a while before locating the name change option. "How come you are so adept at this?" he curiously asked Shen Xingyue. "Simply smarter than you'd." Ji Qingya chose to remain silent, watching as the others delightedly handled the communication jade slips like children with new toys. She felt an immense pride. The more Luo Yihong toyed with this item, the more astonished she became. Could it truly be that she had refined it? It appeared far superior to the rudimentary messaging devices of Qingyun sect. "Qingya, is it possible for you to mass-produce this?" Shin Xingyue inquired. "Absolutely. There are plenty of materials available. Once the correct refinement method is grasped, it becomes rather simple." Shin Xingyue exclaimed with excitement. "What price do you think is appropriate? 3,000? 5,000? 8,000? 10,000? 5,000 sounds reasonable." Ji Qingya, having never sold anything, was unsure of the market value, thus suggested a moderate price. "No problem." Shin Xingyue agreed, recognizing that to popularize it, pricing it too high would not be beneficial. Chapter 61. The Jade Slip more suitable for socially anxious individuals. Let us first release a batch of test versions, selling them cheaply within the sect to promote them and build recognition. Later, we can add additional features and create an upgraded version, ensuring we will reap considerable rewards. Naturally, Ji Qingya could not refuse such a lucrative opportunity. By the way, I noticed that those golden-winged bird eggs seem to have started moving. They should be hatching soon. Shen Xingyue was astonished. Oh, so soon? She had completely forgotten about this matter after handing those items over to Ji Qingya. Indeed, Ji Qingya brought out the eggs, and before the gazes of everyone, the eggs shifted slightly and cracked open. A damp, golden chick poked its head out. Shen Xingyue poked it gently. So tiny, can its feathers be used? Chu Yunchuan's lips twitched. Of course not. Do you truly intend to pluck the feathers from such a small bird? Ji Qingya reassured, it's fine. We still have plenty of golden-winged bird feathers left from before, enough to refine a good number. Very well then, we can raise these for now and pluck their feathers once they grow plump next year. The Beiji sect had been completed, and the next step involved the professional allocation of disciples. Each disciple had 3 opportunities: first choice, second choice, and third choice. If their talent met the requirements, they could enter their desired profession. If not, they would be assigned based on their preference order. Once the registration form was completed, they could head to the administrative hall for registration. To prevent anyone from impersonating others and causing disruptions, each individual was allowed only one submission opportunity, with a recording stone capturing the submitter's face. Any discovered instigator would face severe punishment and expulsion from the sect. This harsh penalty immediately extinguished the ambitions of those considering foul play. They lacked disguising talismans akin to cheats. Being caught would lead to serious consequences. Moreover, even if they had such means, they would dare not use them under the watchful eyes of the sect leader and elders. Shen Xingyue and her companion's communication jade slip store was set up nearby. Ji Qingya had produced 100 of these jade slips overnight, even adding decorative engravings for aesthetics, which immediately attracted the attention of the female disciples. Huang Yingying approached eagerly. Sect leader, what is this? Communication jade slips, an essential item for acquiring first-hand information. They can be used for daily communication or sharing gossip. Really? How to sell? For the first batch of product testing users, it costs merely 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Huang Yingying felt somewhat dissuaded. 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones? That seems exceedingly steep. After working at Lucha for so long, she had only managed to accumulate a total of 7,000 spirit stones. To spend such a large portion in one go, she found herself in a quandary. The other disciples, upon hearing the price, gasped in astonishment. How exorbitant! After their extensive cultivation, they had collectively amassed a sum that might not even reach 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Shen Xingyue waved her hand and smiled, stating, it's worth every penny. There is a rationale behind the high cost. Her intention was to reclaim the spirit stones previously distributed as rewards in the future. She planned to introduce additional features, compelling them to spend spirit stones for upgrades. The disciples fell silent at her words. After all, 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones was no small sum, though they could manage to scrape it together by tightening their belts. It constituted their entire fortune. Huang Yingying bit her lip, torn between the decision to buy or not. To be honest, the features described by the sect leader were quite enticing, yet the price was indeed prohibitive. Ultimately, with trembling hands, she withdrew 5,000 spirit stones from her storage pouch and declared, I'll buy it. She trusted that the sect leader would not deceive her. Lu Haoran, whose purse was also rather ample, shared her sentiment and, with a clenched jaw, purchased one as well. Shen Xingyue was grinning ear to ear. Other disciples, who were financially well off, also joined in the excitement and bought one, yet a significant number still refrained. They gazed enviously at those few, recalling that they were the ones originally selected to study alchemy in the city of Lucha. How infuriating! They had become so affluent that they could afford such an extravagant communication jade slip. Each time they saw them, jealousy surged anew. One could only wonder how regretful the 2 disciples who had stormed off in a huff must feel upon learning this. However, those few were indeed acting rather recklessly. Having earned only a modest amount of spirit stones, they began to squander it all on a communication jade slip, which seemed utterly unwarranted. How much communication could they possibly require in a single day? Shen Xingyue had thoughtfully included usage instructions and renaming methods when they made their purchases. Huang Yingying, upon receiving her slip, was filled with excitement. Huang Yingying exclaimed, "Wow, it can be used this way." Upon receiving a message from Shen Xingyue, her excitement only heightened. Wouldn't this mean she wouldn't need to run back and forth to contact the sect leader in the future? Huang Yingying remarked, "This communication jade slip is so convenient. However, there is one drawback. The privacy of conversations is not entirely guaranteed." Naturally, Ji Qingya had taken this into account as well, incorporating a private chat feature during the initial crafting process. Elder Ji Qingya issued a pinned announcement. By clicking on the other person's name twice in succession, one can successfully send their jade slip's imprint to the recipient. Once received and verified, the jade slip will automatically inscribe the imprint, allowing for private conversations. One can communicate directly via voice or text, making it an ideal communication tool for those with social anxiety. The other disciples were left wondering what this particular disciple was so amused about while clutching her jade slip, assuming she had lost her mind from excessive spending. If one couldn't afford the spirit stones, they should refrain from pretending to be wealthy. After submitting their registration forms, the disciples returned home. Out of 100 communication jade slips, fewer than 20 were sold. Ji Qingya felt somewhat disheartened. "Oh, I thought many would purchase them." Shen Xingyue patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right. This is just the beginning. More will come in due time." She did not believe anyone could resist the allure of a mobile phone. That night, the group diligently organized the disciples' information, and unsurprisingly, the alchemy course had the highest number of applicants, though few met the requirements. The weapon crafting course followed, and the majority of the sound cultivators were female disciples. They had virtually no single spiritual root prodigies among them. The only one with a single metal root had decisively chosen the sword, leaving no secondary or tertiary preferences. Most disciples possessed dual or triple spiritual roots. The stipulation was that those with dual fire and wood roots, who wished to study alchemy, would enter the pharmacy hall, while those with fire and metal roots would enter the treasure hall. Other dual root combinations would be assessed based on their preferences. Some qualifying triple root disciples would be placed on a waitlist for each hall based on their registration order until all spots were filled. Each hall had a cap of 100 for the pharmacy hall, 100 for the treasure hall, 200 for the sound hall, and over 300 for both inner and outer disciples. Naturally, those with abundant energy could study in all halls. In principle, the Northern Polar sect did not restrict disciples' access to any areas. Most disciples were likely aware of their own talents, aside from pursuing their primary interests. They hastily opted for inter-sect martial arts such as swords, spears, and knives as their second choices. Lin Muse, seeing others receive their lists, blinked and wondered, "What about me?" The Mooncatcher Pavilion was a higher-tier department requiring screening. His eyes lit up in excitement. "Excellent. Chapter 62. Lacking talent, but building muscle is possible." Shen Xingyue posted the professional admission list on the bulletin board outside the administrative hall. After a moment's thought, she also disseminated the list via the communication jade slips. Huang Yingying immediately recognized that she was chatting with Lu Haoran.as. Soon as she finished sending her message, Huang Yingying eagerly joined in. Huang Yingying exclaimed, "Wow, the list is out." Sure enough, both she and Lu Haoran were on the pharmacy hall's list. This was the reward for their courage. She glanced at the names alongside hers, recognizing several individuals, all of whom possessed dual fire and wood roots. Had she not volunteered initially, there was no way she would have secured a spot in the pharmacy hall. Sect leader Shen Xingyue remarked, "Upon learning your specialty, feel free to add a prefix to your name. For example, Pharmacy Hall Huang Yingying." Pharmacy Hall Huang Yingying replied, "Understood, sect leader." While they were permanent residents of Lucha, the Northern Polar sect had also reserved accommodations for them. They could stay for a couple of days whenever they wished. One of Huang Yingying's roommates overheard her giggling foolishly while lying on her bed. "Yingying, what are you laughing about? The admission list is out." "Oh, let me see where I am. Look at me. Look at me." Some disciples were already aware of their standings, while others were informed when they were evicted from their dorms. To prevent bullying within the sect, they had deliberately grouped individuals with similar specialties and cultivation levels together, ensuring that no one could overpower another, thus averting conflict. The individual moving out appeared somewhat dazed, asking, "Which hall am I in? And where am I moving to?" "Go check the administrative hall, you fool." As Shen Xingyue passed by the dormitory building and observed the bustling activity, a smile of satisfaction graced her lips. She then proceeded to the library pavilion. The shelves had already been relocated by Luo Yihong, and her cosmos pouch was now filled with books. Lin Muse, witnessing the abundance of books amassed during their brief closure, widened his eyes in disbelief. Where did you acquire all these? From Kongming Temple and the Yaoguang sect's library, Ji Qingya replied, I plan to fetch all the resources from the Qingyun sect in the coming days. Luo Yihang's eyelids twitched as he wrestled with the decision to report their actions. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose to remain silent. Upon hearing Ji Qingya's words, Lin Mu's competitive spirit surged. I'll go acquire the techniques from the Xintian sect. Shun Xingyue chuckled, promptly handing them recording stones. Thank you both for your hard work. You are truly the backbone of our northern polar sect. What would we do without you? Lin Mu scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. It's the least we could do. Zhang Legay frowned, likely deciding not to return to the Fanning sect. I still remember most of the techniques from the Fanning sect. I can transcribe everything I know. Excellent. You are all invaluable members of our northern polar sect. I couldn't survive without you. Her words made Zhang Legay blush. On the day the library pavilion officially opened, the entire northern polar sect was abuzz with excitement. All the disciples crowded around the entrance. Heaven knows how many wrong turns they had taken in their cultivation due to the absence of superior techniques and proper guidance. This newly opened northern polar sect had ingeniously sourced techniques from other sects. As for whether they would be recognized, who cared? It was of no importance. The ability to cultivate was what truly mattered. The disciple with a single spiritual root in swordsmanship was particularly thrilled. He had initially come here because of the abundance of spirit stones, and now he genuinely did not wish to leave. The inner sect had the most instructors available, including Shun Xingyue, Luo Yihang, Lin Mu's, and even Qi Feng was recruited. Qi Feng grumbled. Why have you brought me here? Shun Xingyue replied. We need you to be a teacher. Not interested. Pay me in spirit stones. Feel free to give me your commands. My queen. With such a large number of inner disciples, the curriculum was diverse, so Shen Xingyue simply issued a timetable, allowing them to choose which classes to attend based on their interests, as long as they consistently attended one set of techniques and passed the sect's assessment. They were free to practice their previous techniques in the inner sect training rooms or enter seclusion. They could even study alchemy, weapon crafting, or sound cultivation. Meanwhile, the outer sect disciples were required to attend morning sessions at the main hall to train with Shen Xingyue for half a day. Even if one lacked talent in cultivation, they were expected to master the swordplay. If they couldn't improve their cultivation, at least they could develop some muscle. When the demon race invaded, they shouldn't be caught off guard and struck down before they had a chance to flee, right? When striking, the wrist and waist must exert force simultaneously, focusing energy in the dantian for precision and strength. Do you understand? Who's being all limp wrist? Everyone, give me 1,000 swings of the sword. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to eat. Form a line. Anyone who gets out of rhythm, step forward and practice on your own. Those on the sidelines, come join in. They wield knives while you brandish swords. Leave only when your weapons are sheathed. Reflect upon the malevolent individuals who have invaded your homeland. Consider those who have insulted and trampled upon you. Grip your blades tightly to protect yourselves, to safeguard your homes. Ha, ha. Under Shun Xingyue's devilish training, the outer disciples demonstrated remarkable improvement in their cultivation. Alas, it has been 2 years since my last promotion, yet now I feel the stirring of advancement. One disciple nearly wept while chatting with others. Enough already. After 5 or 6 days of rigorous training, my abdominal muscles are nearly visible. Can I touch them? Get lost. The knife is a weapon imbued with a heavy aura of slaughter. When that energy surges, the effectiveness of cultivation is greatly enhanced. Some inner disciples, witnessing this, joined in for morning practice even when there were no classes. Although each practiced their own techniques, they did not disturb the larger group, and Shun Xingyue tacitly allowed it. After mastering the utilization of spiritual power, Qing Xian moved his training back to the main hall of the North Pole sect. Shen Xingyue, pleased with his progress, encouraged him habitually. Good child, keep up the effort. Bring glory to your master. Yes, master. Shen Xingyue nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire North Pole sect. And practicing in front of the main hall was the right choice. She then turned her gaze to the disciples in the square, exclaiming, What are you looking at? Continue your training. There are 15 disciples at the golden core level in the inner sect, all of whom are under Shen Xingyue's close supervision. Their original techniques could only allow them to cultivate to the golden core stage, but upon entering the North Pole sect, they all opted for more advanced methods. Moreover, They successfully joined Shen Xingyue's rigorous training regimen. However, theirs was additional practice after classes. Strive on, talents of the North Pole sect. The future of the cultivation world belongs to us, and it belongs to you as well. You are like the rising sun. Work hard. Keep it up. The disciples remained silent. Although they were older than the sect leader, they felt an inexplicable excitement. Their hands wielding swords felt more vigorous. Even though the construction of the North Pole sect has concluded, the diligence board continues unabated. The sect leader and elders post various tasks on the public bulletin board in the administrative hall, such as searching for spiritual herbs or refining materials. Completing these tasks can yield corresponding spirit stones. The highest accumulators can ascend the diligence board for additional rewards. As always, those who are swift shall reap the benefits. Tasks remaining on the wall indicate they are still available. Upon this announcement, the disciples erupted with enthusiasm. They had not anticipated a miniature Biyun tower here. Earning spirit stones was simply splendid. Unfortunately, while their aspirations were high, the reality of snatching tasks proved exceedingly difficult. Initially, they approached the tasks with great enthusiasm, only to find that no matter how hard they tried, there was always a group that completed them before them. They finally reached their breaking point. Some disciples became so obsessed that they skipped sleep, waiting outside the administrative hall for tasks. Yet even when they secured a task at the first opportunity, they still seemed to arrive just a moment too late. Conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. We must confront the sect leader for clarification. Indeed, we were clearly the first to see the tasks. How could we fall behind? A few, indignant, decided to seek out Shen Xingyue. Just as they reached the entrance of the hall, they overheard someone speaking. Fortunately, I still have some savings, or I would be in the same predicament as those fools. They can't still be waiting outside the administrative hall, can they? Seeing them is quite amusing. Chapter 63. Shen Xingyue is truly something else. As the two exited, they openly mocked those suffering outside the administrative hall. However, before they could step out the door, they felt the weight of resentful gazes directed at them from outside. What are those pairs of green eyes? Are they wolf eyes? That shouldn't be. Have wolves invaded the North Pole sect? The two cautiously drew their swords and stepped outside, only to have their thighs suddenly enveloped by a creature. Please, fellow disciples, tell us, how do you complete your tasks so quickly? Judging by their demeanor, it appeared that the tasks on the bulletin board were indeed genuine. How is it that they always seem to lag behind? Moreover, they clearly noticed some individuals who hadn't even approached the bulletin board. How did they know what the tasks were? The startled disciple instinctively jumped back. He finally discerned what was before him. What was this? Not wolves. But why do their eyes gleam green? The tasks involve picking spiritual herbs, mining materials, and the like. Although some distances may be quite far, as cultivators, they can fly with swords, so time is hardly an issue. Fortunately, they are not alchemists or artifact masters, as flying would require magical treasures. Flying is exhilarating and fast. Of course, if there were those who could fly with a furnace, let us just ignore that. That disciple, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "What I meant was, how do you complete your tasks so swiftly?" He hesitated before adding, "And it seems like you all haven't even visited the bulletin board. How do you know what the tasks are?" "Oh, you mean that?" Upon hearing the question, the queried disciple became quite smug, explaining that it was all because of the communication jade slips. Communication jade slips? Indeed. The communication jade slips connect to the bulletin board. Any tasks we can see through the slips. His tone was unintentionally condescending. This is the power of wealth. This is the reward of diligence. North Pole sect, my heavens! After diligently training with his sword, he had accumulated several hundred spirit stones. He could even purchase some elixirs from the medicine hall. Furthermore, the communication jade slips contained an abundance of gossip. Just last night, someone was caught sneaking a peek at another's abdominal muscles by their roommate, leading to an entire night of inquiries in the group chat. The night before, someone publicly confessed their feelings to their beloved junior sister in the sect's group chat, causing her to be too frightened to return to her dormitory all night. In any case, it was all quite amusing. It was worth his hard work and dedication since entering the sect, tirelessly striving to make a good impression. Today, he planned to wear the ceremonial robes he had tailored for celebrating his entry into the North Pole sect. What a splendid opportunity to show off. With that thought, he mockingly added, "Who told you not to take your work seriously? You can't even save up 5,000 spirit stones, let alone afford a communication jade slip. Now, in his words, those people had become both lazy and impoverished. This time, not only did their eyes turn green, but their faces did as well. They had not been lazy, all right. They had also made it onto the diligence board. Moreover, it wasn't that they couldn't afford the communication jade slips. They were simply a bit reluctant to part with their spirit stones. After finishing his mockery, the disciple dared not engage further, hastily dragging his companion away. Staying any longer would surely result in a beating. Left behind, the others stood in the wind, petrified for a long while, before finally regaining their senses and resolutely heading to find the sect leader. However, this time, they were not seeking trouble but rather inquiring whether they could purchase a communication jade slip. They too wished to undertake tasks. In fact, they had just enough spirit stones on hand. But after this purchase, they would be utterly destitute. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as they could undertake tasks, they could always earn back their wealth. Shen Xingyue had just sold out the last jade slip and was feeling quite elated. Who would have thought that within just a few days, her jade slips had gained such favorable word of mouth among the disciples? At this moment, she was joyfully scrolling through the gossip contained within the slips. Last night, that absent-minded disciple returned, presumably because the junior sister had ignored his private messages, so he resorted to the group chat. Inner sect Wang Lin. I, Wang Lin of the inner sect, publicly confess my feelings for Lu Ruashi of the Scene Hall. Please give me a chance to support you. Let me be your backing, your harbor, to provide you with a warm home. Lu Ruashi of the Scene Hall did not respond. Wang Lin felt particularly sentimental, continuing to pour out his feelings. Inner sect Wang Lin. Ruashi, I know you can see this. Please give me a response. I bought this communication jade slip just for you. I even went so far as to owe my roommate 3,000 spirit stones for it. Through wind and rain, I await you. Shen Xingyue nearly burst out laughing. She did not impose any restrictions on speech in the group chat. It was delightful to witness the commotion alongside their cultivation. Sect leader, we have something to discuss. From afar, voices called out. Upon hearing them, Shen Xingyue straightened her expression and replied, Yes, come in, sect leader. We wish to purchase communication jade slips. Shen Xingyue looked at the few individuals who approached her desk. Communication jade slips. I'm sorry, but they are all sold out. What? Upon hearing the news that the slips were sold out, the disciples felt as though the world had turned dark before their eyes. Was it possible that they would no longer be able to earn spirit stones? Will there be more in the future? The next batch won't be available for at least a month. I suppose. Shen Xingyue paused, raising an eyebrow at them. Upon hearing a month, the disciples felt as if the sky were collapsing. The disparity in wealth had suddenly widened, however, as long as there would be more. That was sufficient. If you wish to purchase, you can pre-order, but you must pay half the original price as a deposit first. All right, we'll place an order. A deposit for one jade slip is 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Please register your names here. One disciple was taken aback. Half of 4,000. Wasn't the total price only 5,000? That is for the test version. The functions are not yet complete. The official version will have more refined and advanced features and will certainly be more expensive. Do you still wish to buy it? Buy it? The disciple gritted his teeth. He could not remain a laggard for the entirety of his life. Although it was a tad expensive, they were purchasing the official version. During the meeting at the Hall of Governance, Ji Qingya was momentarily bewildered when she heard Shen Xingyue mention it. Why must they wait an entire month? Clearly, she could concoct it within 2 days. You simply do not comprehend this, do you? This is called hunger marketing. Watching the other disciples frantically earn spirit stones while we cannot, it tantalizes their appetites. When the time comes, the buyers will be plentiful. Zhang Legay furrowed his brow, but will 8,000 spirit stones be too much? What if they cannot afford it and decide not to buy? Not at all. Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow. They will borrow. Especially those who have impulsively paid a deposit. The calmness of her 4 words astonished everyone present. They suddenly realized that the sect leader was not to be trifled with. Chu Yunshin and Luo Yihong exchanged glances. Their rare agreement evident. Shen Xingyue was truly something else. Lin Muse, on the other hand, consistently followed the sect leader's lead. Moreover, I have an idea. To create a separate group for task lists on the communication jade slips. We could also establish a marketplace group, where we place the materials I've previously instructed you to gather for crafting pills or magical artifacts at 3 times the market price. Chu Yunshin hesitated. Will anyone actually buy them? We deliver to their doorstep. There will always be the lazy ones willing to purchase. Chapter 64. Which sound cultivator plays the suona? Can it really be done this way? Of course, after all, these are merely low-tier pills, not inherently expensive. The triple price remains within an affordable range. After all, they are only human. Shen Xingyue did not believe that the cultivators in the realm were any more industrious than those in modern society. At worst, she would have to practice a bit harder during the day. The temptation to access pills without leaving their homes was immense. They earned spirit stones while disciples obtained pills or artifacts for cultivation. What a bargain. Furthermore, we could organize a dedicated team at the Moonlit Pavilion to handle delivery tasks, distributing spirit stones according to the volume of orders. Her ambition was to dominate the entire cultivation realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Muse was eager to participate. Excellent. I believe it is worth a try. Ji Qingya immediately expressed that this idea was a piece of cake for her and promptly returned to design the official version of the Jade Slip. So please keep an eye out for any adept sword cultivators among the disciples these next few days. A trivial matter. Just when Zhang Legay thought this event had nothing to do with the Hall of Sound, Shen Xingyue spoke up again. Legay, perhaps you could look into whether there are any highly skilled female disciples in the Hall of Sound. We could use a few brand ambassadors for our products. Sound cultivators have always been revered as goddesses in the cultivation realm. Since this profession has been established, it should be utilized to its fullest potential. Very well. What exactly is a brand ambassador? I am not quite sure, but I can certainly assist in selecting candidates. After the meeting concluded, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Shan Xingyue strolled to the front of the hall, feeling the vibrant growth of the North Polar sect. Convinced that the future of the entire cultivation realm would be in her hands, she then opened the communication jade slip and issued 2 new tasks. As for talismans, Shan Xingyue pondered for a long time and decided to incorporate them into the core curriculum for every disciple in the North Polar sect. Firstly, their nature is predominantly auxiliary. Secondly, materials like talisman paper and cinnabar are easily obtainable and inexpensive. Thirdly, the threshold for learning talismans is relatively low. The challenge lies in becoming a high-level practitioner, at least. Under Shen Xingyue, the learning barrier was not steep. Every 3 days, she would gather all the disciples in front of the Grand Hall to uniformly impart the methods and techniques of talisman drawing. Today, I will teach everyone some essential foundational theories of talisman drawing. With the image of the talisman fixed in their minds, they concentrated their spiritual energy at the pen tip, executing the strokes in one fluid motion. The pen must be steady, and the energy must flow smoothly. Initially, the disciples listened attentively, but as time passed, a sense of lethargy began to creep in, with only a handful remaining focused. The talismans were intricate and difficult to memorize. They could scarcely draw them by hand, let alone infuse them with spiritual energy. The sect leader was truly pushing them to their limits. Shen Xingyue's solution was strict discipline. Chu Yunshin, Luo Yihong, and others patrolled the area, dragging out those who lacked concentration for a reprimand. Lin Muse observed throughout the day, absorbing a considerable amount of information, muttering, I find it not difficult at all. Why do these disciples struggle to learn? Previously, he had thought that becoming a talisman master was a highly advanced endeavor, exceedingly difficult to master. However, after hearing the sect leader's explanations, he realized how shallow his understanding had been. So it is this simple. The disciple beside him, hearing this, could not help but stifle a smile. This elder Lin was truly ignorant of the struggles of those coerced by the sect leader to learn talisman drawing. It was easy for him to say, if he was so capable, why did he not attempt to draw himself? Lin Muse remained oblivious to their expressions, spotting yet another disciple dozing off, shaking his head with a sigh. Some people are simply incorrigible. Teaching them skills is futile. Truly, they are beyond saving. Finally, one disciple could not hold back any longer. Elder Lin, have you learned it yourself? Naturally, not. But how could he admit that? He was now an esteemed elder. Reputation was of utmost importance. Of course, I have. Then could you show me how to draw this spirit-gathering talisman? Ahem, I did not bring the necessary materials with me today. Wait until I prepare everything next time. And I shall draw it for you, Lin Muse said, before hastily departing. The disciple rolled his eyes, realizing Elder Lin had not learned it either. Yet he remained obstinate. Lin Muse returned and sought out Shen Xingyue for extra guidance. You wish to learn as well? Indeed, I have boasted quite a bit. Lin Muse was quite distressed. He truly could not draw it. Could you assist me in drawing one? I will show it to him. Luo Yihong immediately looked disdainful. How pathetic. Others shared the sentiment. Lin Muse scanned their contemptuous expressions and grew indignant. Just because I have not mastered it, does that mean you all have? Of course. Luo Yihong confidently picked up the brush from Shan Xingyue's desk, made a stroke, faltered, and suddenly his spiritual energy waned, igniting the talisman paper in flames. After a day of instruction, even the elders displayed such foolishness. Shen Xingyue was incensed. Everyone practice. The innocent bystanders, Chu Yunshin, Ji Qingya, Jiang Ligay, exclaimed, It's all their fault. Qi Feng, having evaded trouble by hiding in his brothel, escaped unscathed. The pervasive stereotype of alchemists as delicate and unable to fend for themselves would surely be shattered at the North Polar sect. For now, their alchemists were all sword cultivators turned practitioners. Transitioning professions was no easy feat, and the path of an alchemist was inherently challenging. Not every practitioner possessed the energy to master multiple skills like Shan Xingyue. However, since they had chosen to pursue alchemy and possessed the requisite talent, Chu Yunshin could only strive to mold them into alchemists. As alchemists, we must infuse our spiritual energy into the spiritual herbs, not destroy them. Before he could finish, a disciple inadvertently set the spiritual herb ablaze. We must attempt to establish a connection with the alchemy furnace, so momentarily forget the swords in your hands and wholeheartedly feel. As Chu Yunshin continued speaking, a disciple suddenly levitated his alchemy furnace with his spiritual energy, which careened uncontrollably forward. Before he could dodge, Jiang Ligay was knocked down with a loud crash. He was furious. He abruptly sat up as if resurrected, darkly imitating that disciple by lifting the colossal divine dragon cauldron to hurl it at him. The entire hall erupted into chaos as people scattered in alarm. Help! The elder is on a rampage. Other halls experienced similar mayhem. Jiang Ligay, observing the instrument in a disciple's hands, nearly kicked over his own zither in frustration. What? You? This is utterly inappropriate. Is there something wrong with the instrument chosen by the highest cultivator of our Hall of Sound? The disciple found Jiang Ligay's reaction perplexing. Have you ever seen a celestial, ethereal female cultivator playing the suona? The sound produced by the suona was quite loud. Its high volume and significant impact aligned perfectly with their cultivation philosophy. Seeing Jiang Ligay's vehement disapproval, the disciple timidly inquired, Elder, do you not know how to play the suona? Of course I do. I was the senior sister of the sound sect, proficient in various instruments. How could I not know a simple suona? Then why do you not want us to learn it? Because Jiang Ligay struggled to articulate a coherent justification. Forget it, go ahead and learn. This instrument possesses considerable inherent attack power without spiritual energy, and I can only imagine its effects amplified with it. Elder, we too wish to learn. Jiang Ligay felt a headache coming on. She had long ceased to expect her disciples to embody the ethereal qualities of sound cultivators. Learn, by all means. Let it be annihilated. However, regarding the brand ambassador, Sai, she swiftly informed Shen Xingyue of this matter, only to receive the reply. Actually, I wish to learn as well. Jiang Ligay felt a wave of despair wash over her. Chapter 65. Is the Qingyan sect about to be challenged? What? You wish for the North Polar sect to participate in the sect competition? Luo Yihong exclaimed. Shan Xingyue nodded, indeed. With less than 3 months remaining until the sect competition, Shan Xingyue pondered for a moment and concluded that it was high time for Luo Yihong to secure a spot for participation. Luo Yihong furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? The Beiji sect has only just been established for a short while, and you already want to compete. Although the main contenders in the sect competition are the 5 major sects, there are numerous other formidable sects as well. Do you really think we can measure up to them? Isn't this merely a recipe for suffering? Moreover, there are stringent requirements for participating sects, and many who have registered may not even be able to attend. Are you suggesting that he should take the backdoor route? This is utterly outrageous. What kind of nonsense is this? Shen Xingyue attempted to reason with him. I am doing this for the Beiji sect. Participating in the sect competition will enable more people to recognize us, and the more people who know of us, the more likely they are to join us. thus allowing us to grow stronger. Are you not afraid of facing a humiliating defeat? At that point, rather than growing, we might scare away the disciples we have already recruited. Why should I fear? If we lose, we lose. What pride is there in defeating a sect that has only been established for a few months? Conversely, if they are defeated by a fledgling sect, that would be a true disgrace, wouldn't it? Are you not worried that others will say you only succeeded by taking shortcuts? Xinxingyue raised an eyebrow. Isn't that precisely the case? Why should I fear what they say? Furthermore, the connections of Qingyun's sect, who knows, we might gain considerable advantages from it. Luo Yihong was rendered speechless by her audacity. I refuse to go. You would betray your sect? You're ruthless. That is a lifelong wound for him. Wait until you speak with your master. I will be right beside you, dictating your words. Fine. Luo Yihong gritted his teeth in agreement. As the communication jade slip activated, Gu Huaiming's voice came through. Has Xinxingyue been up to anything unusual lately? Luo Yihong responded. None whatsoever. Xinxingyue smiled contentedly, nodding in approval of the boy's discernment. Then, do you have any pressing matters to discuss with your teacher? Luo Yihong glanced at Xinxingyue, who was writing, and recited word for word. The Beiji sect wishes to participate in this upcoming sect competition. Gu Huaiming paused, considering. This seems rather unreasonable. He was clearly in a dilemma. Luo Yihong continued. I have learned that since leaving the Yaoguang sect, Xinxingyue has harbored resentment against it. She likely intends to undermine them during the competition. Upon triggering the keywords Yaoguang sect and Shen Qingqian, Gu Huaiming's previous discomfort vanished, replaced instead by an insatiable curiosity for the unfolding drama. In the previous sect competition, Yaoguang sect had narrowly secured first place. So it would be fascinating to see how they fared this time without a key disciple, that by Ruoyao. Don't make me laugh. Shen Qingqian, with her scatterbrained decisions, prioritized her daughter over the honor of the sect. What a ridiculous situation. Who even knows if they are truly related? Moreover, even if they are, does bloodline really matter when cultivators live so long? Gu Huaiming, who had no qualms about expressing his disdain for Shen Qingqian, felt that she ought to resign and seek a quieter life elsewhere. After all, Qingyun's sect had always been at the forefront until last time when they were unceremoniously dethroned. Shen Qingqian had somehow found Xinxingyue, who, despite her youth, proved to be a formidable competitor, ultimately snatching the first position from them. This had been etched in his memory for ages. Tell her I can allow her to participate. Just imagine placing her seat next to Shen Qingqian. How delightful it would be to vex her. The thought of Shen Qingqian's expression upon seeing her former disciple now seated alongside her brought him great amusement. Xinxingyue smirked, fully aware that Gu Huaiming harbored the deepest animosity toward Shen Qingqian. Mentioning her was bound to provoke a response. Luo Yihong exhaled in relief as he deactivated the communication jade slip. Well done. I shall send someone with an invitation shortly. All right. When the news spread that the Beiji sect would also be participating in the sect competition, astonishment rippled through the ranks. We can participate even though we just formed. This was all thanks to the great contributor, Luo Yihong. Ji Qingyao was completely taken aback, unable to comprehend how the sect leader managed to persuade her senior brother, a die-hard fan of the Qingyun sect, to take such a route. I intend to have Qingxian represent us in battle. Upon hearing this, the others immediately understood the source of her confidence. A disciple in the spirit transformation stage was practically a powerhouse, capable of easily overpowering the new generation of the 5 major sects. This was akin to cheating. However, they could not find a counterargument against her. If anything, it could only be said that Shen Xingyue was simply fortunate to have recruited such a treasure of a disciple. Qingxian was currently training fervently, displaying remarkable potential despite still appearing somewhat inexperienced. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Luo Yihong felt a wave of guilt wash over him, sensing that they might be dragging their sect into an unfavorable situation. Are we really going to be the ones to face such humiliation? With Qingxian as their ace, the previously tense expressions of Chu Yunchuan and the others began to ease considerably. Will our apothecary hall need to send someone? Of course, gather a few disciples to broaden their horizons. Only by witnessing the vastness of the world can one understand the room for growth. Our treasure hall should also participate, and so should the sound hall. All right. Everyone can go. The more, the merrier. The entire Beiji sect buzzed with an unprecedented atmosphere of cultivation. The sect competition was the true stage for cultivators to showcase their skills. Disciples who had not participated before were often regarded as minor sects. But once they had, their status would be elevated instantly. From now on, do not speak to me at night. I shall practice my sword. Ha, no matter how much you practice, it is futile. I am already in the late stage of foundation establishment. And I might even break through to golden core before the competition. I shall be the one participating. How amusing. Let us see who breaks through first. Once the closest of friends, they were now adversaries. Tensions rising. If it weren't for the Beiji sect's prohibition against private duels, they would have already clashed. Even Chu Yunchuan returned to closely monitor Feng Chie's training, intending to expose him to the world. But the Qi refinement stage was simply too low. Zhao Mingyuan, with tear-filled eyes, moved to the mountains, pleading with Shen Xingyue, sect leader. I wish to participate in the sect competition. Shen Xingyue rubbed her forehead. Focus on your cultivation first. Perhaps you can join the next one. But I want to go this time. Let us discuss this calmly. I don't want to. Shen Xingyue's face twitched as she delivered a light thump on his head. Act normal. Oda, if you can reach foundation establishment, I will take you. Deal. Zhao Mingyuan did not merely study alchemy with Chu Yunchuan. He also learned swordsmanship from Shan Jiui. In truth, he was her true disciple. Having endured the bandit siege on Luqing, Zhao Mingyuan understood that only true strength could safeguard one's homeland and protect their people. Thus, he preferred to tire himself out, practicing swordsmanship by day and memorizing alchemical formulas by night. Chapter 66. The Beiji sect ensemble. The demand for the official communication jade slips was overwhelmingly high. Since Shen Xingyue had announced the news, nearly half of the disciples of the Beiji sect had sought her out. Without the communication jade slips, their information was far too outdated. Tasks were always falling behind. Even without the 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones, they would find a way to acquire them. Worst case, they could earn the stones later to repay their debts. Meanwhile, the Sound Hall faced difficulties in selecting a brand image expert. Those with high cultivation had already learned the Suona, and they couldn't just assemble a Suona ensemble. Zhang Ligay was so stressed that she began losing her hair. Fortunately, most disciples opted for softer, more conventional instruments, which was the only aspect she found somewhat reassuring. Professional matters required professionals. Thus, Shen Xingyue specifically invited Qi Feng to choreograph for the female disciples. Ultimately, 7 individuals were selected through a competition to form a group, destined to serve as ambassadors for the communication jade slips and promote them throughout the cultivation world. When Qi Feng was summoned, he smirked. Now you remember me? He hadn't even been given a share of the jade slips. Yet they still dared to ask for his assistance? Shen Xingyue chuckled. Isn't this right up your alley? Qi Feng rolled his eyes, extending his hand. Enough with the niceties. I want my payment. How many spirit stones will it take for you to agree? I want your communication jade slips. What? 8,000 spirit stones? Are you planning to rob a bank? Shen Xingyue exclaimed. Qi Feng glared. Will you give them or not? All right, but yours isn't ready yet. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Small matter. Qi Feng waved his hand, turning back to focus on training their makeshift troupe. After much deliberation with Zhang Ligu, they finally settled on the dance piece. Next came the training and competition phase. Shen Xingyue, as the investor, comfortably crossed her legs, enjoying the sight of their practice. It was truly a visual delight. Frankly speaking, none of these female disciples were unattractive, and they had all been cultivating diligently before entering the Arctic Gate. Their figures remarkably lithe, light as a swallow, ethereal as a celestial being. Every frown and smile exuded charm. Qi Feng had a keen understanding of accentuating the feminine form. Their dance was graceful without being vulgar, and powerful yet not overly rigid. Coupled with the composition crafted by Zhang Ligu, the harmonious blend of strings and woodwinds produced a melodious sound, while the spirited Suona elevated the performance to a climax. With everyone present being adept in music, the audience was enraptured, lost in the lingering echoes. Shen Xingyue, caught off guard, was utterly captivated, and Qi Feng disdainfully approached, wiping his mouth in disgust. She was instantly infuriated. How dare he speak to an investor in such a manner? Shall I leave then? Go ahead. The snubbed Shen Xingyue then turned her attention to Qing Xian's training. Oh right. Now there was also Zhao Mingyuan added to the mix. Qing Xian was genuinely astonished by Zhao Mingyuan's flattery. He had initially thought this person to be well-meaning, only to discover he was here to vie for his master. Infuriating, especially since the master hadn't even allowed him to learn the sword techniques. yet had imparted them to Zhao Mingyuan? Zhao Mingyuan was diligently practicing, frequently seeking Shen Xingyue's approval. Master, is my posture correct? Not bad. Shen Xingyue sat nearby in meditation. Once her eyes closed in concentration, he fell silent, but the moment she opened her eyes to observe their training, he began to chatter, and it infuriated Qing Xian. Why couldn't he think of so many things to say himself? After several days of training, the brand ambassadors for the Seeing Hall were finally selected just before the official release of the communication jade slips. A stage had even been set up in the square before the main hall. Disciples gathered around the stage, their curiosity piqued. They wondered what novel spectacle the masters had concocted this time. Suddenly, a melodious sound filled the air as several masked women in white descended from above. Officially commencing the dance performance, the women, holding their respective instruments, performed while dancing, their glances captivating enough to make one wish to drown in their serene depths. At last, they removed their veils to take a bow. Speaking in unison, the Arctic Gate's celestial troupe welcomes you all to purchase our communication jade slips. Upon finishing, the group blushed and attempted to flee. Dancing and playing music was one thing, but that closing line was utterly mortifying. Moreover, it was a requirement set by the master. However, they still had to showcase the communication jade slips to the disciples on site. Shen Xingyue looked on with satisfaction as they recited the forced advertisement, completely oblivious to the awkwardness radiating from those around her. The atmosphere was electrifying. Disciples exclaimed in delight. Wonderful! I want to buy the Arctic Gate's communication jade slip. Is this what our Seeing Hall disciples are like? Fantastic! I want one too. Suddenly, an incongruous voice erupted. Ruashi, it's me. You've been avoiding me for days, and I finally see you. The crowd parted, gazing at the sobbing disciple. Who is that? I don't know, and I know. He was previously confessing to a disciple of the Seeing Hall through the communication jade slips. Goodness, had I known, I would have bought one earlier. Now I've spent so many spirit stones and still missed out. How frustrating. Not only that, he had also stalked her at her dormitory. When I was practicing my swordplay and happened to run into him, it was quite the scene. What a scoundrel, the disciple lamented, scratching his head, struggling to find the right words, finally settling on. He seems like a dog. Indeed, he had a penchant for barking, which had provoked a nearby muscular fellow to give him a beating. Lu Ruashi stiffened at the sound. It was him again. She truly feared she might lose her composure and strike him. However, fighting was strictly prohibited in the sect. She was forced to maintain her pose. And with the crowd not dispersing, she found it difficult to leave. Just as she braced herself for the man's sudden lunge, someone unexpectedly delivered a flying kick, sending him sprawling. Shen Xingyue stood at the foot of the stage, her heart racing, her jade slip, her 8,000 spirit stones. She had nearly been knocked down by this fool. If it broke, selling his kidneys wouldn't suffice to cover the damages. The man lay on the ground, glaring at Shen Xingyue, feeling quite wronged. Even if she was the master, she couldn't harm someone without cause. Where's the cause? Lin Muse approached, looking down at him. Harassing female disciples, doesn't that count? Their performance was crafted to attract our attention. Wasn't it enough that I offered spirit stones? Shen Xingyue's face darkened. She nurtured these disciples with spirit stones, not for the sake of lewd attention. If it tarnished the celestial troupe's image, she would absolutely have to deal with this scoundrel. He would be crippled and expelled. Lin Muse complied, delivering a final kick that sent him flying out of the mountain gate. Now, those disciples who had borrowed spirit stones from him were outraged. Unable to confront the master, they sought out the man. The crowd murmured, "The master is quite fearsome." Shen Xingyue's expression grew solemn. It seemed she needed to recruit some bodyguards to elevate the celestial troupe's prestige. She aimed to establish a luxurious brand. To expand the sect's external market, having a representative was crucial. Chapter 67. Flight of the Furnace. The communication jade slips were immensely popular among the disciples. They sold out the moment they were released. To broaden the external market, the jade slips had already opened up a global channel, though no one had spoken in it yet. Some disciples even ceased conversing in reality after acquiring the jade slips, insisting on using them even when face-to-face. Arctic Gate. Intersect. Is this the communication jade slip? I've finally got my hands on it. Haha, Intersect Zhang Hao, my dear roommate, I'm right across from you. You can just speak. Intersect, what do you know? This is a status symbol from now on. I shall be a man of few words, only communicating through the jade slip. Inner sect Zhang Hao. Shen Xingyue observed their incessant chatter in the group and promptly released a new announcement. The official version of the jade slip, in terms of page design and categorization, is significantly clearer than the beta version. If you wish to upgrade from the beta version, you will need to present 1,000 spirit stones at the main hall. Upon hearing this, the disciples who had purchased the beta version were incensed. Master, this is outrageous. However, it wasn't long before differing opinions emerged. Saibao Hall's Chuzhan. However, it seems the disciples who bought the beta version only spent 6,000 spirit stones in total. Inner sect Zhang Hao. Fellow disciple, be confident. Just remove the seams. Xiao Hall's Huang Yingying. So the beta version is still more cost-effective. Inner sect Tang Li. No need to keep emphasizing that. My heart is breaking. What could have been bought for 6,000 now costs 8,000. My heart aches. Had I known, I would have bought it sooner. Why was I so stingy? Next time, if Arctic Gate releases anything else, I will be the first to buy it. Xiao Hall's Huang Yingying. All right. She knew that early purchases were indeed the wiser choice. The master wouldn't deceive them. Shen Xingyue smiled broadly as she watched them flock in. Ji Qingya was equally busy and elated. Heavens! Her Qingkuan bag had never been so full. God knows her sales of magical artifacts had been dismal before. This was her first significant profit. Initially, the disciples were hesitant to part with so many spirit stones. But once they perused the contents of the communication jade slips, their reluctance dissipated. The layout of the jade slip was personally designed by Shen Xingyue, inspired entirely by mobile phones. Clicking on an icon labeled tasks, they found listed the very tasks displayed on the wall of the administrative hall. However, the jade slip had neatly categorized them, making it all the more accessible. Yet, what intrigued them further was the store adjacent to the tasks. The store would periodically update with elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans, allowing them to choose between picking up their purchases or having them delivered. Delivery? The disciples gasped in astonishment. So having the communication jade slip meant they could receive elixirs without leaving their homes? How delightful! Subsequently, Shen Xingyue announced another piece of news. The Lanyue Pavilion would begin recruiting. Certain tasks could only be undertaken by those affiliated with the Lanyue Pavilion, making this announcement tantamount to saying that once one entered the pavilion, there would be no more need to scramble for tasks or worry about spirit stones. Moreover, with the sect's grand competition approaching, it remained undecided which disciples the masters would take along. Who knew if this competition would serve as a reference? They must give it their all. This recruitment was exclusively open to disciples with communication jade slips. Those wishing to enroll could register at the Lanyue Pavilion now. After Lin Muse finished speaking, he flew off to the pavilion. This wasn't out of disdain for poorer disciples. Without jade slips, they couldn't complete tasks. Upon hearing this, half of the disciples' enthusiasm was instantly doused. Is it that I don't qualify? Is it too late to buy now? They looked longingly at Shen Xingyue, receiving only a smile and a shake of her head. Sorry, they're all sold out. Some disciples familiar with the master's temperament swiftly raised their hands to inquire, Master, when will the next sale be? Can we pay a deposit in advance? Shen Xingyue smiled mysteriously. Stay tuned for further announcements. The tantalizing anticipation has been aroused. Next time, it shall not merely be within the confines of the Arctic sect that sales occur. Certain disciples, having once again chosen frugality, will surely regret their decisions. They swear never to be so stingy again. The Lanyue Pavilion is set to recruit 100 new members, open to all from the Arctic sect's various branches. As long as one triumphs in the competition, entry is guaranteed. Even the disciples from the pharmacy hall are stirred. Upon hearing this, the others began to mock. The Lanyue Pavilion seeks fighters, while the pharmacy hall is better left alone. Given their plethora of magical artifacts, what business do the alchemists have here? You, with your frail disposition, should refrain from seeking out the fray, remarked an inner disciple. The disciple from the pharmacy hall bristled at this. Frail? Him? He could take on 10 opponents before joining the hall, unrivaled among his peers. Were it not for his desire to avoid squandering his extraordinary talents, he would still be capable of defeating 10 at once. He instinctively reached for his sword, only to inadvertently produce his alchemical furnace instead. Furrowing his brow in frustration, he thought, never mind, it serves the same purpose. With that, the disciple leapt, stepping upon the furnace and barreling toward the one who had mocked him. Now it was the turn of that disciple to be taken aback. What on earth is this? Moreover, the area of attack was immense, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. In the blink of an eye, he was struck hard by the furnace, collapsing to the ground. The other disciples seemed to have stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. It turns out that not all alchemists are weaklings. Thus, the recruitment initiative of the Lanyu Pavilion officially commenced. The proceedings can only be described as a chaotic dance of demons. The competition venue was the martial stage in front of the Lanyu Pavilion, employing a point-based system where disciples could spontaneously challenge each other one-on-one. Winners earned 10 points, while losers lost 10. With a minimum score of 0, the top 100 scorers would be accepted, overseen by the sect master and the elders. The first to be challenged were the disciples from the pharmacy hall. Their stereotypical image was far too entrenched. Several suffered defeat due to their underestimation. Furthermore, those entering the pharmacy hall did not do so without merit. Although not primarily alchemists, their cultivation remained intact, and their control over spiritual energy was still proficient. Apart from initial adjustments, they could now produce a fair number of low-tier pills. It was not about quality but quantity. One disciple seized a handful of low-tier spirit-gathering pills and gulped them down, instantly transforming into a raging gorilla, brandishing a large cauldron as if to smash it upon others. Cheating. He is cheating. I protest. Protests fell on deaf ears. Shen Xingyue decisively dismissed them. After so many days of training, they still could not best an alchemist. Serves them right to be eliminated. I surrender. I surrender. Shen Xingyue scoffed, lacking in fortitude. They deserve to be eliminated. Heaven forbid he be sent to deliver pills in the future. A mere threat would have him capitulating. The disciples of the artifact hall fared similarly. Though they lacked pills, they possessed many small magical artifacts. Ouch! What just struck me from behind? The disciple from the scene hall lamented, clutching her face. Stung by the humiliation, she ceased her pretentiousness and produced a suona, ready to unleash a cacophony. Enough noise to drive you mad. Chapter 68. The school hunk delivers takeout? Even Shen Xingyue could not help but cast a barrier from the judge's seat. Truly, the Arctic sect harbors talents of all kinds. Yet, she felt more confident in showcasing her skills at the sect's grand competition. Come on, my precious ones, keep up the hard work. The discordant sounds assaulted the ears, leaving one's vision strained. A soul-stirring performance. Initially, that disciple intended to resist, but after several failed attempts to strike with his artifacts, he conceded. These female demons are terrifying. He felt as though a battle raged within his mind. I yield, I surrender. Humph! Splendid! Shen Xingyue could not contain her applause. This was the kind of musician she envisioned. Jiang Ligay, seated beside her, could only facepalm, to uphold the image of the scene hall. She had urged them to carry extra instruments for show. Yet here they were, resorting to the suona. Of course, there were also quick-witted disciples who seized the opportunity to defeat them before they could even draw their instruments. After several days of competition, 100 individuals were thus selected. Listen closely, the Lanyu Pavilion is tasked with gathering intelligence for the Arctic sect, being its most vital organization. All disciples venturing outside must remain observant and vigilant. Surely, you are aware of what can and cannot be disclosed. We are aware, the disciples replied. Shen Xingyue nodded in satisfaction, encouraging everyone to work diligently. Rewards in the form of spirit stones and benefits would not be lacking. After a brief introduction to the tasks of the Lanyu Pavilion and a few minor adjustments to the task list, the marketplace for communication jade slips commenced operations. Accompanying it was a buyer's notification letter, stating that payment in spirit stones was mandatory upon delivery. Failure to pay or underpayment would result in a relentless pursuit by the Arctic sect. That very evening, the marketplace was inundated with orders. While the prices were indeed steep, it was far better than having nothing at all. Rumor had it that a psychopathic killer lurked in the black market. What if they were to be slain while shopping there? It was far wiser to stay home and await delivery. Moreover, the Lanyu Pavilion ought to be quite trustworthy, right? Chu Yunshin, attempting to release a few pills under the watchful eyes of the crowd, was met with instantaneous depletion of stock. Nearby, a disciple from the Lanyu Pavilion received a message on their task list. Upon confirming, the address filled in by the buyer appeared. Test complete. Perfect, that disciple, the only one with a single spiritual root in the Arctic sect, was the most skilled and responsive. He had successfully snagged the task. Upon witnessing the remarkable capabilities of the communication jade slip, he was left in awe. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly approached Chu Yunchin. Emotion? Emotion nodded, took the pills, and promptly soared towards the buyer's address. Subsequently, the Arctic Sect's chat group erupted. Inner Disciple Chu Xiaoxiao. Ah, guess who I encountered when buying pills today? Inner Disciple Tang Li. Who? Inner Disciple Chu Xiaoxiao. Brother Amo. He.s. as handsome as ever. Inner Disciple Tang Li. What? How infuriating. I didn't buy anything. Ah, what have I been saving for? I missed the chance to meet Brother Amo. Amo Shang, being the highest-ranking and most handsome disciple of this generation, undoubtedly ascended to heartthrob status. The school hunk personally delivers takeout. Just the thought makes one swoon. Not only that, the main character even responded in the group. Inner Disciple Amo Shang, MMM. Though it was merely a single character and the recipient was unknown, it inadvertently drew numerous lurking female disciples out of hiding. Artifact Hall Disciple Chu Jun. Brother Amo. I want to buy too. Inner Disciple Tang Li. Buy. I want to buy. Inner Disciple Zhou Yao. I want Brother Qingxian to deliver it to me. Inner Disciple Tang Li. You up there? You're truly a pervert. Brother Qingxian is so young. How can you even think of him? Inner Disciple Zhou Yao. What do you know? The younger the better. Pharmacy Hall Disciple Lu Lu. Sect Master, Elder Chu, Elder Ji, please stock the marketplace with more. Are you joking? Expensive? What does expensive matter? Even if I exhaust my spirit stones, it's worth it to glimpse my idol. Is this a marketplace? It's practically a dream come true for starry-eyed fans. Shen Xingyue raised an eyebrow and effortlessly inscribed several talismans to place on display. The allure of spirit stones is always so enticing. Her beloved disciples, leveraging their charm, helped her rake in a substantial amount of spirit stones. After 3 days of testing to ensure the tasks and marketplace functioned smoothly, the communication jade slips quietly launched in the Deer City marketplace. Priced at 10,000 mid-tier spirit stones. Only a handful of curious souls approached to inquire, but upon hearing such a steep price, they were instantly dissuaded. What artifact, indiscernible in rank, dares to command such exorbitant fees? The seller must be out of their mind to think they can profit at such a price. The Deer City marketplace had seen fewer patrons than during recruitment, yet it remained bustling with activity. They discovered that not only were housing prices reasonable, but the spiritual energy was abundant. Settling here seemed quite appealing. As night fell, the Arctic Sect's ensemble descended from the sky, capturing the attention of an entire street. Some ill-intentioned individuals attempted to approach, but were firmly held back by the bodyguards stationed below. After the performance, the disciples, exuding charm, promoted the communication jade slips to the cultivators on the street. It must be said, many cultivators were so enamored that they could not tear their eyes away, quickly spending their fortunes in a daze. Once they regained their senses, they wished they could pierce themselves with their swords. Shen Xingyue found herself overwhelmed by the influx of coins. There was no choice. There were simply too many. She began to contemplate whether to pave a path of spirit stones before the main hall of the Arctic Sect. The face of one cultivator turned ashen. He dared not glance at the ensemble again, clutching his jade slip and fleeing. Goodness! He should have checked the almanac before stepping out today. He was now left with nothing but his undergarments. On the World Channel, fellow disciples shared their lamentations. How could this happen? I've saved spirit stones for 3 years. Boo-hoo, I've saved for 5. I think I should shave my head and become a monk. I am too restless. The disciples of the Arctic Sect, noticing the usually silent World Channel buzzing with activity, all rushed in. Arctic Sect disciple Chu Xiaoxiao. Huh? Who are you? What's going on? This was just bought today in Deer City. Arctic Sect disciple Chu Xiaoxiao. This is a communication jade slip, developed by our sect master and Elder Ji. With this, you can converse with other cultivators. Really? Across the entire cultivation world? Arctic Sect disciple. I'll remember the Arctic Sect for this. You've robbed me of my spirit stones. Arctic Sect disciple Chu Xiaoxiao. You might want to consider changing your name. At this moment, Shen Xingyue floated in, sharing the usage method alongside an introduction for artifact masters. Withered Butterfly. Changed it. The one who lost spirit stones. I'm so sad. I've spent all my spirit stones. Beijing Minchujian. One can earn spirit stones through tasks. Lost spirit stones Dodo. Oh, really? He opened the task interface and indeed found it. Excellent. No need to go to Biyun Tower anymore. Withered butterfly. This marketplace is quite sophisticated. He tentatively purchased a pill, and shortly thereafter, someone knocked on his door. Withered butterfly. Oh, they delivered it right to my home. Beijing Min, I hereby declare that from today onward, you are my deity. Beijing Min Shun Xingyue. Thank you for your support. Please help me spread the word. Thank you. A certain withered butterfly remarked that this sect leader is quite polite, and he has fallen for him. Chapter 69. His disciple. So formidable. The disciples of Beijing Min hurried down the mountain upon learning that Luqing had a communication jade slip, only to be struck dumb by the price of 10,000 spirit stones. How could this be? 8,000 was already a stretch, and now the price has increased? Xingyue merely smiled and said, disciples of Beijing Min can purchase at an 80 discount with their tokens, thus maintaining the original price. The sect leader is truly wise. Their excitement left other cultivators in shock. An 80 discount still amounts to 8,000, which hardly seems cheap. What are they so riled up about? They watched, wide-eyed, as those disciples from Beijing Min pulled out piles of spirit stones. Have their eyes deceived them? Surely, they must have awoken incorrectly today, for they rubbed their eyes in unison, only to indeed see those disciples extracting bundles of spirit stones. What on earth? Previously, they had only heard of Beijing Min's wealth, but never expected even the disciples to possess such vast quantities of spirit stones. Observing those disciples gleefully exchanging heaps of spirit stones for a jade slip, they felt a pang of envy. Lacking frugality, they would soon learn their lesson when in dire need. Simultaneously, some cultivators, inspired by them, began to make purchases as well. World Channel, a certain unknown big shot. Can this marketplace deliver anywhere? Withered butterfly. Yes, yes, yes. I bought a pill last night, and they delivered it right to my home. It was even delivered by a golden core cultivator. One hand exchanged spirit stones, and the other delivered the goods. A certain unknown big shot. No fighting. Withered butterfly. None. It's incredible. That person didn't tea-pocket the pill but truly delivered it honestly. Lost spirit stones dodo. Hee hee. I completed several tasks last night and earned 100 spirit stones. A certain unknown big shot. Really? I want to go too. Those dazed cultivators who had purchased the communication jade slips soon discovered they could also earn spirit stones and voiced no complaints. They even began recommending Beijing Min to their friends. Thus, the jade slips from Beijing Min experienced a wave of purchasing fervor outside the sect. After all, the expenditure could be recouped. Moreover, having this item is indeed far more convenient. At the entrance of Beijing Min, a specialized station was constructed to cater to outside cultivators. Chu Yunchuan's spiritual herbs planted in the pharmacy hall had yet to mature, but with the communication jade slips, the disciples of the pharmacy hall finally secured a stable source of herbs. The refining materials for the artifact hall were also replenished, no longer relying solely on Shan Xingyue. Furthermore, their pills, magical treasures, and talismans were sold at a premium, yet many cultivators still made purchases. Their daily earnings far outweighed their expenditures. With these spirit stones, they could increase their stakes in encouraging cultivators to seek more advanced and elusive materials. Luo Yihong, being Gu Huaiming's exceptional disciple, pondered for several days regarding the participation of Qing Xian in the sect competition, ultimately succumbing to the urge to open the communication jade slip. Yihong, what matter brings you to seek your master? Gu Huaiming, unable to conceal his amusement, chuckled at the thought of Shan Qingqian's displeased countenance. These past few days, he had been notably more amiable while conversing with others. It pertains to the sect competition. Luo Yihong hesitated, rehearsing his words multiple times, unsure of how to confess his transgression to his master. That, the invitation from Beijing Min has been delivered, and the invitation letter has been exchanged. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihong felt blood rush to his throat, the confession he had meticulously prepared evaporating. The slap to the face came so swiftly. If he were to mention Qing Xian now, his master would undoubtedly travel miles to eliminate him. The title of traitor to his sect would be forever affixed to him. Perhaps it would be better to feign ignorance? Well, that shall suffice. As long as there is no issue, Gu Huaiming spoke. He prepared to disconnect the communication jade slip. Suddenly, Luo Yihong interjected, Wait, is there something else? Recently, a certain communication jade slip has become quite popular in Beijing Min. Luo Yihong glanced at the characters on the paper. Stammering as he read aloud, it turned out that Shen Xingyue and her companions had unknowingly approached him. At that moment, her hand was swiftly writing down what Luo Yihong was about to say. The paper bore several words. The disciple managed to acquire a few while they were not paying attention. Please review it, Master. Gu Huaiming furrowed his brow. They possess communication jade slips as well? He wasn't boasting. The communication jade slips of Qingyun sect were undoubtedly the most efficient means of communication among the 5 major sects. He had absolute confidence. As for the imitation from Beijing Min, he found it quite amusing, however. Since Yihong wished for him to take a look, he would oblige. Indeed, it was crafted by Sister Ji Qingya during her time undercover in Beijing Min. Shan Xingyue contemplated for a moment. If she mentioned it was produced by Beijing Min, she feared Gu Huaiming would harbor reservations. Stating it was refined by Ji Qingya, the old fellow would likely accept it more readily. Ji Qingya, seated across from him, excitedly pointed at herself upon hearing her name from Luo Yihong, but unfortunately, the person opposite was oblivious. Upon hearing it was crafted by Ji Qingya, Gu Huaiming became intrigued. The disciples of Qingyun sect produced this? He had to take a closer look. Very well. Since that's the case, let me see it. The disciple promptly set off to deliver the jade slip to Qingyun sect. Good. After the conversation ended, Luo Yihong cast a resentful glance at the individuals before him, particularly at Shan Xingyue. He could only wonder what kind of mischief this fellow was up to. His master had inquired about his junior sister's arrival at Beijing Min that very evening. He had claimed it was to assist him. If his master were to discover that Ji Qingya had truly joined Beijing Min, he would likely be infuriated. Shen Xingyue cheerfully stuffed several communication jade slips into his hands, urging him to show his master how our Beijing Min's jade slips compare to the original. Then, she seized the opportunity to promote them. She had no worries that this jade slip could be deciphered by Qingyun sect. If they were capable of such, they would have done so long ago. The official version was crafted by Ji Qingya, who integrated the top-tier artifact refinement techniques from the 5 major sects. Each aspect was indispensable. Without any one part, this jade slip could not be produced. Thus, Luo Yihong set off, laden with grievances. Midway through his journey, his jade slip flickered. It was Shen Xingyue. Sect leader Shan Xingyue, don't be nervous. Just refrain from speaking when you feel anxious. Elder Luo Yihong, I am aware. Sect leader Shan Xingyue, good luck. The sales of our jade slips in Qingyun sect rely entirely on you. In due course, spirit stones will be divided in your favor. Luo Yihong fell silent. Upon arriving at Qingyun sect, he resolutely refrained from mentioning the sect competition, focusing solely on convincing his master to examine the communication jade slip. As anticipated, upon seeing the jade slip brought by Luo Yihong, Gu Huaiming's confident smile faded. You mean to say this was crafted by Qingya? Luo Yihong nodded affirmatively. Ji Huaiming, incredulous, scrutinized the real-time information streaming in the world channel. Panicking, he needed to consult his master. The master he referred to was Ji Qingya's mentor, Tan Hong. Upon encountering this communication jade slip, Tan Hong was astonished by the exquisite craftsmanship. Had his senior not mentioned it beforehand, he would have certainly believed it was the work of a master. You're saying this was created by Qingya? He asked incredulously once more. His disciple. When did she become so capable? Chapter 70. Gu Huaiming sputtered in disbelief. The numerous mystical seals and fusion techniques displayed within were beyond even his knowledge as a master. Luo Yihong nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The 7 elders of Qingyun sect gathered in Tan Heng's quarters, fixated on the small jade slip with intense scrutiny. It remains a mystery what motivated Shen Xingyue, given that Qingyun sect has 7 elders, yet she only provided him with 5 slips. The 2 elders without jade slips regarded Luo Yihong with piercing gazes, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Yihong, did you miscount? At this moment, in the World Channel, several cultivators were engaged in a heated debate over how advanced Beijing Min currently was. Potato is the best. Beijing Min is truly the most formidable sect I have ever encountered. Veggie dog, don't bark. What are you talking about? You've only seen Beijing Min, right? Clearly, Qingyun sect is the strongest. Gu Huaiming, upon seeing this statement, felt elated. Yes, indeed. Qingyun sect is the strongest. Gu Huaiming, flattered, defended Luo Yihong. Enough, why argue with a junior? It would be no easy feat for him to acquire these in Beijing Min. Thank you for your understanding. Master Gu Huaiming waved his hand and continued examining the jade slip. Wildflowers by the roadside. Nonsense. Xuantiangong is the mightiest. Potato is the best. Spare me. How many spirit stones did Xuantiangong and Qingyan sect slip to you? Boasting about Beijing Min's jade slips while disparaging others, Gu Huaiming, upon seeing this, became displeased. What do you mean by slipping spirit stones? Qingyun sect is undoubtedly the strongest in the realm of cultivation. Is it not? How could the creations of a few children from Beijing Min possibly compare? Moreover, this jade slip is evidently crafted by the disciples of the Qingyun sect. How could it be referred to as the jade slip of the Beiji sect? Have you made an error? Wasn't it Ji Qingya who developed this jade slip? Is she not a member of the Qingyun sect? Potato is the tastiest. What nonsense are you spouting? Elder Ji is one of us from the Beiji sect, the path of life. I am aware of this. Elder Ji originally belonged to the Qingyun sect but later joined the Beiji sect. Impossible. Potato is the tastiest. How can it be impossible? The Beiji sect is so powerful. What is wrong with joining them? The Qingyun sect is the strongest. Potato is the tastiest. Spare me. If the Qingyun sect is so strong, then why can't they produce a communication jade slip? Why is it that Elder Ji was able to create one as soon as she joined the Beiji sect? Gu Huaiming's face twisted with rage, and yet he was utterly perplexed as to why that individual continued unabated, showing no regard for his feelings. Potato is the tastiest. Furthermore, how many disciples of the Qingyun sect can afford a communication jade slip? The disciples of the Beiji sect are all affluent, while the Qingyun sect... Please. Gu Huaiming felt a wave of darkness sweep over him, his anger so intense he nearly vomited blood. With a grim expression, he queried Luo Yihong, "How many spirit stones is this item? Let us provide one for every disciple of the sect." Luo Yihong's lips twitched. "It's 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones each." What? How could Qingya be so unscrupulous? Could it be that she was coerced by Shen Xingyue? This is merely the cost of the basic materials. After much deliberation, Luo Yihong ultimately acquiesced to Shen Xingyue's suggestion. At that moment, the jade slip continued to flicker incessantly, and upon seeing it, Gu Huaiming felt another wave of nausea wash over him. Potato is the tastiest. I understand now. It must be that the Qingyun sect has been exploiting Elder Ji, stifling her potential. The nefarious Qingyun sect. Everyone, stay away. It's too terrifying. This is utter nonsense, a blatant slander. What further distressed Gu Huaiming was that numerous cultivators echoed this sentiment. Was the reputation of the Qingyun sect truly on the verge of ruin? Wang Ba digging in the ground. I must admit, I find the upstairs argument quite persuasive. The path of life. I too find merit in their claims. Perhaps the title of the strongest in the cultivation world is merely purchased? Gu Huaiming's expression darkened. Two elders nearby were eyeing him like hawks. Boasting may be momentarily gratifying, but spending money would bring regret. The Qingyun sect has a total of 3,000 disciples. This is no trivial expenditure. As the sect leader, he couldn't simply summon his disciples back from their flourishing endeavors to provide them with free refinement. This would undoubtedly tarnish his righteous reputation. Moreover, wouldn't this confirm the assertions of those dissenters? Would he truly sacrifice his own dignity? Even if he were willing to abandon his pride, he knew that his beloved disciple, Tan Heng, would not condone such actions. Observing Gu Huaiming's crestfallen demeanor, Tan Heng offered comfort. "Brother, do not take this too much to heart. Even if the Qingyun sect is lagging, it is still the strongest." "Are we truly lagging behind?" he asked with difficulty. "Alas, junior brother, can you refine this jade slip?" "It may take some time," Tan Heng replied, feeling conflicted. At this moment, he would never undermine his disciple's standing. Ji Huaiming gazed at him, his mouth opening and closing several times, yet he could not utter the request to consult his disciple. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "Then let us purchase it. After all, the spirit stones belong to our Qingyun sect. They are not for outsiders. Ultimately, they remain ours." Upon hearing this, Tan Heng's lips involuntarily curled upwards. After all, spirit stones entering his disciple's possession would indirectly benefit him. He would unconditionally support the sect leader's expenditure. When Luo Yihong returned, carrying several bags of spirit stones, he felt somewhat dazed this time. It truly seems like a windfall. Shen Xingyue and her companions awaited Luo Yihong's return in the main hall of the Beiji sect. Upon witnessing his dazed expression, they instantly knew he had succeeded. It was worth the spirit stones spent on so many intermediaries. Ji Qingya grinned beside Shen Xingyue, noting that this idea was indeed a collaboration between her and the sect leader. She had already given her master a heads up. Half of the spirit stones extracted from the sect leader would be her share. She pushed the jade slips and spirit stones towards Luo Yihong, asking him to make another trip. Meanwhile, on the other side at the Xintian sect, the sales were evidently not as promising. Without the backing of a sect, ordinary disciples simply could not afford them. As soon as Lin Muse returned to the Xintian sect, he was warmly greeted by his master. "You little rascal, I heard you've betrayed the sect?" Master, you've emerged from seclusion?" Lin Muse stiffened, a pile of clothes flooding his mind. Yuqing looked at Lin Muse with a sly grin, accusing him. "Do you still remember your master?" "Hee, of course I remember." In a bid to avoid a beating, Lin Muse handed over the jade slip he had prepared to deceive his fellow disciples to his master. "What is this? Come, let me introduce this to you." "Master, this thing is quite amusing, I assure you." Lin Muse began to explain the jade slips to Yuqing. "Indeed, this is what you from the Beiji sect have developed?" Yuqing expressed keen interest. Yes, when you shop in this marketplace, deliveries will be made to you in no time." Oh, just then, Shen Xingyue had posted a couple of charms, and Yuqing, intrigued, placed an order. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he received news of an intruder in the Xinyan sect. When he held the still warm true word charm, he was utterly astonished. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Master! Just now, a little thief intruded into the Xintian sect. Did you see?" It turned out that the commotion created by Mo Sheng had even alarmed the sect leader of Xintian. When he arrived, he found the atmosphere remarkably harmonious, with the little thief teaching his disciple how to craft something. Chapter 71. "Stay as long as you wish. What little thief? This is my disciple," Elder Yuqing declared. The sect leader of Xintian looked utterly bewildered, suspecting that his master had lost his senses after being in seclusion for too long. Disciple? What disciple? However, upon seeing Lin Muse return, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard that Muse had returned once before but left quickly after. Initially, he had contemplated how to explain to his master that he had let his disciple slip away, but he was surprised to see him back again. With the two of them getting along quite harmoniously, Elder Yuqing pulled Missouri Sheng close. "This is Muse's disciple." Feng Xiao observed the three of them across the room, appearing as a joyful family, and he felt utterly helpless. "Muse, I never expected you to have already become a nascent soul cultivator," he said, attempting to integrate into this familial atmosphere. His words immediately opened the floodgates for Lin Muse's chatter. Yes, sect leader. Xingyue gifted me a magical artifact that has significantly enhanced my cultivation efficiency." He presented the artifact given to him by Xingyue for all to see. Yuqing, a fervent cultivator who cherished seclusion, was instantly captivated. He took the artifact and exclaimed, "What is this? A spirit gathering array." Indeed. And with the abundant spiritual energy of Lutai Mountain, combined with this spirit gathering array, it's simply extraordinary. In his enthusiastic words, he praised the Beiji sect to the heavens. Hearing Lin Muse's remarks, Mo Sheng could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, it was so. A sense of foreboding surged within Feng Xiao. He felt that he had undoubtedly misspoken just now.